Gazing upon the destitute and shattered abode, tears of joy streamed down his face. There is still time. Unite the national brands. Establish a domestic goods alliance. Li Xingfeng. I shall treat foreign capital as swine to be slaughtered. People may come, but the money must remain. Li Xingfeng. Inflate the property prices of Xiba country and Baga country, rendering their youth unable to marry or purchase homes, ensuring their line ends here. Promote consumerism and materialism, making it impossible for men to afford wives. And let us introduce pre-prepared meals, genetically modified foods, and additives into their schools. Furthermore, let us construct hospitals. I intend to amass wealth from 5 generations to support my Huaxia compatriots. The crowd. General Li, your righteousness deserves the honor of the Ancestral Temple. Chapter 1. The day of my wife and daughter's death. In a narrow alley in 1983, sounds of struggle echoed from a cylindrical building. Please, I beg you, do not move. I truly have no money. I implore you. Within the small room, alongside the woman's frail and helpless cries, a child wailed heart-wrenchingly. I beg you, not the television. It is my dowry. I plead with you. There is nothing left in our home. Seeing 3 or 5 burly men continuously removing her possessions, the woman threw herself desperately in their path. Please spare me. I beseech you. I bow before you. Kneeling before the television cabinet, she clung to it fiercely. Enough. Get her out of the way. If you want me to leave it behind, have your husband Li Xingfeng repay his debts. It is clearly written here. Li Xingfeng owes me 1,000 yuan. If you won't let go of the television, what will you offer as payment? Slap, slap, slapped at a muscular man, his face fierce, slapped the debt note against the woman's face with force. Or should I take you as payment? The man lewdly surveyed her, stroking his bald head. My brothers, I must say, although this young lady is a bit thin, she is quite lovely. Ha. I no longer want the television. How about you come with me? The brute reached out to grasp the woman's chin. Get away from me. The woman, filled with terror, recoiled and spat at the fierce man. You filthy whore, how dare you smack? Get lost. The man, annoyed by the woman's interference, struck her to the ground. You vile creature, don't hit my mother. Wah! The little girl, no bigger than a bean, watched her mother fall and rushed to the man's feet, pounding her tiny fists against him. Get out of my way. The brute kicked the small child aside. Wan, are you all right? Wan. The woman hurriedly crawled over, her face filled with worry as she embraced her child, checking her for injuries. Cough. Mama, Wan is fine. Please do not cry. The little girl touched her mother's face, her own pale countenance speaking volumes. The once tidy room had become a chaotic mess with the arrival of these debt collectors. Shattered cups and bowls, scattered chopsticks, and 2 cabinets tossed askew lay everywhere. The debtors arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, leaving the already meager home entirely stripped bare. The woman, disregarding her tears, struggled to rise, clutching her child. She staggered to the cabinet, finding the once filled rice container completely emptied. Her lips quivered, and her legs weakened as she collapsed to the floor, sobbing in despair while holding her child. Inside that cabinet lay the 2 pounds of cornmeal she had earned working 10 days to support her child. This cornmeal was their sustenance for the next 5 days. Yet within the grain bag, she had hidden 2 yuan mint for her child's medicine. Her daughter had been ill for a long time, suffering intermittent fevers. This was her daughter's lifeline. She had concealed it to prevent her husband from rummaging through their meager possessions for money. But before she could retrieve the money from the grain, these bandits had stormed in. Staring at the vacant room and her daughter coughing with closed eyes, she felt utterly hopeless. In the disordered room, amidst shards of glass, the cries of the mother and child painted a scene of hell on earth. Meanwhile, Li Xingfeng, clutching a bottle of cheap liquor, staggered homeward. To hell with it. Who dares to disturb my peace? Who would dare invade my home? Do they not wish to survive? Li Xingfeng mumbled incoherently, then took another swig from the bottle. Burp! Huzi, care for a drink? The portly young man named Huzi anxiously pulled Li Xingfeng along, hurrying him home. Brother Feng, once home, apologize to your wife properly. I will return tomorrow, Huzi said, casting a complex glance at Li Xingfeng before turning to leave. Li Xingfeng adjusted his ill-fitting shoes and waved goodbye to Huzi, then staggered up the stairs. What are you staring at? If you gaze any longer, I shall gouge out your eyes. Li Xingfeng barked at the neighbors. He then kicked open his front door with a forceful kick. As Li Xingfeng entered, the neighbors gathered once again. Alas, such a burden for Mengting, that girl. Indeed, how can one live like this? Mengting is truly unfortunate. So beautiful, yet tied to Li Xingfeng, a fine cabbage fed to swine. A shifty-eyed man spat in disdain at Li Xingfeng. Enough, Ma Baokai. Is your wife not beautiful? Do you not strike her too? Do you not gamble? You are just as wretched, only with one less vice than Li Xingfeng. Yes, yes. The crowd dispersed like a plague upon the sight of the approaching Ma Baokai. You old fools. One day, I shall settle scores with you. Ma Baokai spat again as he retreated from the gathering. Upon returning home, Li Xingfeng paid no mind to Wang Mengting, who sat on the floor weeping while cradling their child. Thud! He placed the liquor bottle on the table and kicked off his shoes. All you do is cry. It's infuriating. Two worthless fools. I'm starving, hurry up and get me something to eat. As he spoke, he staggered and crashed into the bedroom door. Food? Huh. The house has been stripped bare. What is there to eat? He thought only of eating, while his daughter had been ill for a week, did not even inquire, nor did he care. It was all about himself. Wang Mengting forced a desperate smile, her heart filled with despair and hatred. All she desired was a simple life. Why must it be so difficult? If that is the case, then let there be no life at all. Wang Mengting seized the liquor bottle and entered the bedroom, gazing at the back of this man's head, gripping the bottle tightly, and brought it down with ferocity. Bang! The bottle shattered, and Li Xingfeng collapsed onto the bed. Wang Mengting dropped the broken bottle and shuffled to the living room, tightly embracing her 2-year-old child. Casting one last glance at their hopeless home, she made a resolute decision. Chapter 2. Such a real dream. Li Xingfeng lay sprawled on the bed, initially struggling to rise, but after a series of contortions, his body convulsed a few times before going limp, appearing as though he were in a deep slumber. After a few moments, Li Xingfeng suddenly curled up on the bed, accompanied by a series of electric-like spasms. He furrowed his brows and crawled back up onto the bed. The head throbbed painfully. Instinctively, he reached up to touch it, feeling a dampness. Upon opening his eyes, Li Xingfeng placed his hand on his nose and inhaled. A pungent odor of low-quality alcohol assaulted his senses. Shaking his head, he surveyed his surroundings, feeling utterly lost. Where am I? As the illustrious tycoon of Jiangzhou, he was not short on wealth. Even if intoxicated, how could he end up in such a dilapidated place? Surely, his assistants must have abandoned their duties. He distinctly remembered last night's celebratory banquet, where he had reserved an entire hotel to commemorate the successful launch of his new company. The market was a vast ocean of opportunities, poised to yield him immeasurable wealth. How could he have ended up in this wretched locale? It seemed prudent to consider replacing his current assistants. Rubbing the back of his head once more, he winced as a painful bump throbbed, causing his eyes to twitch. As he examined his surroundings, he rose from the bed and ventured outside, faintly hearing the sound of weeping. However, a photograph on the wall caught his attention. The young man in the picture, alongside a woman holding a child, bore an uncanny resemblance to him. The woman, with an expression filled with melancholy, was his lifelong regret, his wife, Wang Mengting. The small child in her arms was none other than his daughter, Li Nannan. In his lifetime, Li Xingfeng had navigated the business world, amassing a fortune of billions, rising from humble beginnings to become the wealthiest man in Jiangzhou. Yet, the greatest regret of his life was undoubtedly these two women. Indeed, it was through the lessons of death imparted by them that he had transformed from a complete scoundrel into a man renewed. However, the lives lost had irrevocably taken his heart with them. He would often sit alone, consuming meals and a bottle of wine, lost in thought. After achieving success, he had changed residences numerous times. Yet, during one of those moves, the photograph had been misplaced. Seeing it again now brought tears to his eyes. For 30 years, he had longed for these two souls. I am sorry, I am a scoundrel. If only he could have a second chance. The fleeting nature of life weighed heavily on him, and he could only smile bitterly as he pondered the cruel jest of fate. Mommy, stop crying. Nannan is hungry. Nannan wants to eat, not drink this, it smells terrible. A child's voice interrupted his thoughts. Where was he? More importantly, this child shared the same name, Nannan, his deceased daughter's name. Li Xingfeng stepped swiftly out of the bedroom to find a woman in a gray top with braided hair standing before a chipped bowl emitting steam. This scene felt hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of the moment his wife and daughter had taken their own lives. Could this be another dream? A vivid dream, more intense than any he had experienced before? Trembling, he extended his hands towards the figure before him, having not seen their faces in what felt like an eternity. Mengting, Nan, is it really you? He dared not reach out forcefully, only tremblingly extending his hands towards Wang Mengting. The little girl, noticing his gesture, struggled to escape her mother's embrace, standing before her, arms outstretched to block him. Baba, you mustn't hit Mommy. Someone has already hurt her. Please don't hurt her again. Nan won't eat. Nan isn't hungry. Please don't hurt Mommy. The small child, still with tear-stained cheeks, looked at Li Xingfeng with pleading eyes. All right, I will listen to Nan. I will do as you say. Li Xingfeng sank to his knees, oblivious to the shards of glass scattered on the floor. This dream pierced his heart with pain. This was his daughter, a tiny version of herself, with a pallid complexion and dull hair. He longed to hold her once more. Countless times in his dreams, he had wished to embrace his daughter, yet every time he reached out, the dream shattered. He truly wished to see her furrowed brow and sorrowful face again. Alas, he had never succeeded. Baba, don't hit Nan. Nan isn't hungry. The little girl, mistaking his gesture as an intent to strike, recoiled. Seeing her retreat, Li Xingfeng halted his hand midair. He recalled a time when, intoxicated, he had struck his child for waking him up with her cries of hunger. Li Xingfeng, if you strike me daily, I can endure, but if you dare lay a hand on Nan, I will fight back. Wang Mengting had screamed at him once. Why hadn't she ended this monster's life with a bottle? How could he strike a child so innocent? Good people don't live long, while evildoers leave a legacy of suffering. Wang Mengting wiped her tears, gripping a knife in one hand while holding her daughter close with the other. Nan, don't be afraid. Mommy is here. I won't let him hurt you. She glared at Li Xingfeng defiantly, refusing to back down. Li Xingfeng felt a wave of disorientation. 30 years, 10 months, and 7 days had passed. Finally, he beheld her face once more. This woman, alongside their daughter, had taught him the essence of growth through their sacrifice. In this brutal and extreme manner, she had imparted the weight of a man's responsibility. At that moment, Li Xingfeng collapsed to the ground, silently weeping. This face he had yearned for over 3 decades. Mommy, don't be like Baba. Look, Baba is crying. How embarrassing. A grown man crying. Hearing the child's voice, Li Xingfeng managed a wretched smile. What a wonderful child. Yet, in his previous life, he had failed to cherish them, ultimately driving this mother and daughter to their demise. Baba, hey, raise a towel, you mustn't cry. It's embarrassing. The little one picked up a towel from the ground and timidly offered it to him. Thank you, Nan. Li Xingfeng hesitated to take it, fearing that this vivid dream would shatter the moment he touched it. Thank you? When had he, Li Xingfeng, ever uttered such words? Wang Mengting could scarcely believe her ears. In this household, he had always been the tyrant, demanding service without care for their well-being. At the slightest inconvenience, he would unleash his frustrations upon her and their daughter. He spent his days idling, either drinking or gambling, entirely indifferent to their suffering. The word thank you felt absurd coming from his lips, a mockery of its true meaning. Wang Mengting had long since lost hope for this man and this home. Perhaps she should have heeded her friend's warnings, never marrying Li Xingfeng, nor having this child. She could endure hardships, but her daughter was innocent, born into this nightmarish existence. She should have acted decisively, ending this beast's life, and, after administering poison to Nan, she would have taken herself. Perhaps this life was not worth living. The world was too cruel. Entrusting her fate to such a man was a mistake. Tears streamed down Wang Mengting's cheeks, the physical pain far overshadowed by the anguish in her heart. Chapter 3, 1983. How wonderful, they're still alive, Baba. Do not cry. Wan is being good. Let me wipe your tears. The little girl noticed that Li Xingfeng was not making any move to strike. She cautiously approached him, raised her hand, stood on her tiptoes, and gently wiped the corners of his eyes with a towel. There, Baba, no more tears. You are a good man. Her soft, tender voice and the rough texture of the towel made Li Xingfeng begin to doubt his own feelings. Was it possible that his heart longed for them so deeply that this dream felt extraordinarily vivid? Thus, after this contact, the dream did not shatter, and he did not awaken in tears. Instinctively, he embraced the little girl, holding her tightly in his arms. No, Baba, don't hit Wan. Wan is obedient. She is a good child. Please don't hit me. The little girl struggled desperately in his embrace. All right, I want to hit you. Baba will hug Wan. Baba will kiss Wan. Unable to resist, Xingfeng planted a kiss on the little girl's face. Oh, how ticklish. Baba, you are prickly, it hurts my face. The girl shyly wiped away the saliva he left behind. Baba, you need a shave. Seeing that Xingfeng did not act, her courage grew, and she said seriously. This dream felt almost too real. He glanced around the bare room once more, and at that moment, an uncertain thought arose within him. Xingfeng lifted the child, his expression complex and serious as he looked at Wang Mingting. Mingting, what year is it? What day is it? May 10th, 1983. Xingfeng, what mischief are you plotting again? Wang Mingting remained vigilant, though her knife hand had lowered because she was holding the child. Are you certain? Is it really May 10th, 1983? Xingfeng gazed at her with eager anticipation. Indeed, Xingfeng, what exactly do you want? First, give me the child. Wang Mingting raised her knife once more. May 10th, 1983. Xingfeng murmurat. This date would forever remain etched in his memory. On this day, after getting drunk and falling asleep, his daughter and wife had both ingested rat poison. When he awoke, only 2 cold corpses lay on the floor. Wang Mingting held their daughter, Lin Wan, in an embrace of relief. Both had long since lost their breath. Undoubtedly, it was this prepared rat poison that had robbed him of his wife and daughter. The ultimate reason for their desperate choice was undoubtedly the bastard that he was. He did not blame Wang Mingting. He only blamed himself for being a scoundrel. How wonderful it would have been if he had awakened sooner. Countless times over 30 years, he had implored the heavens for a chance to start anew. Yet each time he awakened, he remained the same, no matter how many people accompanied him or how well he ate and lived. He could never forget the expression of relief on his wife's face. Xingfeng swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he asked, Mingting, the medicine in the bowl on the table, you, and Wan, didn't drink it, did you? I wish I had made sure Wan didn't drink this poison sooner. Get out, I don't want to see you. Put Wan down and leave. Wang Mingting, in a frenzy, dropped the knife and snatched the little girl from Xingfeng's arms, retreating into the inner room. Why was her fate so bitter? Even in death, she could not find peace. While her own suffering was bearable, what about Wan? The child was so young, barely surviving with sporadic meals, and now she was ill and burning with fever. Wang Mingting tightly closed the bedroom door, curling up on the bed with her child. My dear, I am incapable and cannot afford your treatment. Just endure. If it becomes too difficult, I will accompany you, so you will not be alone. Upon seeing the shards of glass strewn across the floor and the furniture askew, he recognized this room, this scene. On the table, there lay a bowl with a chip. Yet, the last time he awoke, it was already the next day, and there was not even a trace of vapor left in the bowl. Despite the chaos surrounding him, Xingfeng felt an unexpected elation. Perhaps his decades-long entreaties had touched the heavens, granting him a chance to start anew. Everything was still salvageable. Clenching his fists tightly, he felt the nails dig into his flesh, oblivious to the pain. After taking a deep breath, he wiped away his tears and picked up the few bristles of a broom to begin cleaning. Let the house be in disarray. He had a fortune worth billions in his next life. Given a second chance, he believed he could provide the best life for his wife and child. He gathered the furniture, swept up the glass shards, and arranged the table, stools, and the tattered sofa with a large hole. Xingfeng rubbed his sore shoulders. Wan had mentioned being hungry. He recalled that in this dilapidated home, there were 2 cabinets, one for clothes and the other, topped with the television that Wang Mingting had brought as her dowry, contained their food supplies. However, when he opened the cabinet, it was completely empty. It seems that since our marriage, I have never really cared for them. I always ensured I was full while they went hungry, and whenever I lost at cards, I vented my frustrations on them. How truly despicable he had been. He knocked on the bedroom door, and muffled sobs echoed from within. Mingting, is there any money in the house? Wan says she is hungry, and I want to buy her something to eat. Xingfeng felt a twinge of embarrassment, having to plead with his wife as a grown man. Money? What money? You have squandered it all on gambling. Not only do we lack money, but you have also lost all valuables in the house. Woe is me. The television was my dowry. Wang Mingting, fearing to wake Nuan, hissed at Li Xingfeng in a low voice. Clearly, this man still thought of using their meager resources for gambling, showing no concern for the lives of the mother and child. Nuan was gravely ill, and they had no means to afford her treatment. How could he even consider gambling? Was he even human? Did he not possess any empathy? Li Xingfeng quietly closed the door, realizing from Wang Mengting's gaze that he had completely shattered her heart. To change the situation, he knew he must demonstrate his intentions through action. Glancing around the bare house once more, he pushed the door open, taking the first step towards restarting his life. His priority was to ensure his wife and child had enough to eat. Chapter 4. The secrets of his past life at this moment. Wang Shusheng and Wang Dage, who lived next door to Li Xingfeng's family, exchanged glum expressions. Old man, I told you not to rent the house to Li Xingfeng, but you wouldn't listen. Now what should we do? He hasn't paid rent for half a year, and we can neither evict him nor collect any money. The place has turned into a filthy mess. What should we do? Are you blaming me now? You nodded in agreement at the time, too. Who knew that Li Xingfeng, who looked so respectable, would turn out to be such a heartless scoundrel? What can we do? That girl Mingting is raising a child. How pitiful. You've seen it. I can't just throw them out. What a calamity this is. Old Wang silently lit his cigarette, as if only the acrid smell of tobacco could lift his spirits. Dear, go open the door and see who it is. Wang Shusheng rose, casting an annoyed glance at old Wang, and walked to the door, opening it. Li Xingfeng, what do you want? Wang Shunsher cast a gloomy glance at Li Xingfeng, blocking his path at the doorway without yielding an inch. Aunt, is there anything to eat at home? The child is hungry, and I wish to prepare something for him. Li Xingfeng spoke with a hint of embarrassment. In these times, distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors, especially in this type of two-building where everyone interacts as if they were one family. Something to eat? Wang Xinsher's voice suddenly rose. Li Xingfeng, have you forgotten that you owe me half a year's rent? How can you still have the audacity to ask me for food? Seeing Wang Xinsher's stern expression, Li Xingfeng began to search through his memories. Indeed, he seemed to have genuinely forgotten about the overdue rent. I'm sorry for bothering you. I will gather the rent as soon as possible and repay you. He recalled how Wang Shunsher and Lao Wang had helped him when his wife and child had passed away. In his previous life, not only did he lack the funds to pay rent, but even the money for the burial of his wife and child had come from this elderly couple. Wang Shunsher looked at him with disdain, exclaiming, at your age, why can't you support your own wife and child? Why do you choose to be a good-for-nothing? Nuan and Ming Ting don't need your concern. I will help them when it's mealtime. If you were a real man, you would find a job and work diligently. Figure out how to earn my rent first. Her face expressed an unspeakable contempt. And let me add, let's set the rent aside for now. Nuan has been sick for half a month. Ming Ting has borrowed from every household in the building, but the child is still unwell. Think of a way to get money for her treatment. With that, Wang Shunsher slammed the door shut. Li Xingfeng's hand, which had been raised a knock, awkwardly hung in midair. The reputation of his current dwelling had long been tarnished, loathed by many. Among the neighbors, aside from Bao Chai, everyone else was quite decent. Although they all greeted him with disapproving looks, Wang Mingting and Nuan had always received kindness from the community during their lifetimes. He approached Wang Xinsher's door with a sense of hesitation. In his previous life, he had often stealthily taken food from Wang Xinsher's household, sometimes a few eggs or even a chicken from downstairs. Such acts of petty theft had been frequent, shared with his miscreant friends. It was only natural that Wang Shunsher would harbor ill feelings towards him. But Nuan being sick, that thought struck him like a thunderbolt. What illness does Ming Ting and Nuan have? Li Xingfeng asked urgently. In this new life, he was determined not to lose his wife and child once again. Huh, what illness is it to you? Wang Mingting looked at Li Xingfeng with despair. Even if I told you, what could you possibly do? Well, have you ever cared for the child? Are you plotting something again? Mingting, I'm sorry, I raised my voice. It's my fault. Please, tell me what illness Nuan has. Li Xingfeng pleaded, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Sorry? I was wrong? Have you taken the wrong medicine today, Li Xingfeng? Such moral words coming from your mouth are unbelievable. Pneumonia, caused by a cold. We have no money for treatment, and it's getting worse. She is still running a fever, and might not last long. Each day is a struggle. Wang Mingting spoke without looking at him, gently covering Nuan with a blanket. Sleep now, Nuan. You will get better, and if not, Mama will come and be with you. Wang Mingting softly patted the child's back, as if hoping that sleep would ease her suffering. Cough, cough. Manga, nuan feels uncomfortable. Sleep now, sweetheart. Once you fall asleep, it won't be so hard. Wang Mingting said tenderly. I must take the child to the hospital. We have to go to the hospital. Pneumonia is not something to take lightly. Li Xingfeng exclaimed as he scooped up the child. Looking at the child's pale face felt like being pierced by a sharp knife in his heart. I will take the child to the hospital, Li Xingfeng declared again, in a state of despair, as he rushed out. But where will the money come from? Wang Mingting, sitting on the bed, wiped her tears once more, her face full of despair. Give the child back to me. Wang Mingting could hardly believe that Li Xingfeng would take the child to the hospital. She suspected he intended to sell the child for money while she was still alive. In the courtyard, Ma Baochai sat on a stool, holding a large teacup in one hand while fanning himself with the other, occasionally glancing toward Li Xingfeng's door. Hey, I must admit, Wang Mingting is quite beautiful, especially her figure. He chuckled lecherously to himself. Li Xingfeng hurriedly burst through the door and dashed downstairs. Ma Baochai noticed him and attempted to greet him. Xingfeng, let's go play cards tonight and have a drink. Upon seeing this lecherous middle-aged man, Li Xingfeng squinted his eyes slightly. Ma Baochai humph. To hell with your cards and drinks. As he passed by, he kicked Ma Baochai off the chair. In his previous life, he had been influenced by this man during his reckless years. Ma Baochai dusted himself off and, seeing the towering figure of Li Xingfeng, refrained from getting angry, knowing well that the man was a troublemaker. Hearing Ma Baochai's words, Li Xingfeng mentally noted down another offense. This man had taught others to abuse their wives and children. Today, I will remember this. In my past life, when I sought you out, you were nowhere to be found. This time, I will confront you, and once I have taken care of the child, I will settle the score with you slowly. Chapter 5. A good brother from past holding 2 sweet potatoes. Wang Shunsher was about to knock on the door when she unexpectedly ran into Wang Mingting. Girl, where are you rushing off to in such a hurry? Li Xingfeng has taken the child away. I need to get him back. What? He has taken the child? Is he planning to sell her? Wang Shunsher's voice rose significantly. With a crash, the jar in Wang Shunsher's hand fell to the ground, and she collapsed onto the floor. You must go quickly. Ensure the child is safe. Do not let that bad man take her away. Wang Shunsher and Wang Mingting jumped to conclusions. After all, given Li Xingfeng's past, it was only logical to assume he would snatch the child to sell for money. Old man, hurry and follow Mingting. That rogue Li Xingfeng has taken the child. Wang Shunsher cried out with a sorrowful expression. Old Wang picked up his smoking pipe, tucked it into his pocket, and pulled Wang Shunsher up, both hurrying downstairs. Ma Baochai, now seated again, overheard the conversation between Wang Mingting and Wang Shunsher. Watching their retreating figures, he thought to himself, good thing I didn't provoke that rogue. He is willing to sell children and has no fear of consequences. However, he pondered how Li Xingfeng had come by such a lucrative scheme. Li Xingfeng dashed down the street with the child in his arms, only stopping to catch his breath when he reached the main road. Treating an illness requires money, but where can I acquire it in such a pressing situation? Searching his mind for solutions, he recalled a few people from his past who might lend him money. Among them, one plump, dark face stood out in his memory. I will go to Huzi. He is the only one who can help me, and he is conveniently on my way to the hospital. As for Huzi's real name, he could not recall. They had become acquainted simply because Huzi had always trailed behind him since childhood. In his previous life, during the years he spent with that scoundrel, he was the only friend willing to associate with him. After he became successful, he attempted several times to assist that fellow, but was met with repeated rejections from Huzi, who threatened to sever ties if such offers were mentioned again. Yet, during his most tumultuous 2 years, Huzi was the only one who tirelessly persuaded him, repeatedly pulling money from his pocket to indulge him in a life of excess. He truly regarded him as a brother. When his wife and child took their own lives, the only person to extend a helping hand, aside from the neighbors who assisted with the burial, was Huzi. Moreover, when he left the city, Huzi presented him with his meager savings, which, although not substantial, constituted the capital for his new beginning. This led to a prolonged quarrel with Huzi's wife, Su Xiaoju. Of course, these revelations came to light only later when the two brothers shared drinks and reminisced about the past. Li Xingfeng gaspatfabili, his alcohol-depleted body forcing him to pause after only a short run. At the end of the alley, Huzi's stall awaited him. As he cradled the child in his arms, An unbearable pain surged within him. At that moment, the little girl, Nuan, had her eyes tightly shut, her small face contorted in discomfort. Her tiny hands clutched his collar. "Daddy, Nuan feels unwell, cough, cough, cough," she weakly uttered. Tears welled up in Li Xingfeng's eyes. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards his child and wife. His past misdeeds had led to the gravity of Nuan's illness being concealed from him by Wang Mengting. "Just hold on a little longer, my dear. Daddy will take you to the hospital. After you take your medicine, you will be better soon. Nuan believes in Daddy." Li Xingfeng reassured her softly while hastening his steps. "I don't want to go to the hospital. Mama said we have no money for treatment. Just let me sleep and it won't hurt anymore." Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Li Xingfeng's face. He wished he could slap himself in that moment. It was evident that Wang Mengting's decision to take her and their child's lives stemmed not only from his selfishness, but also from the despair brought on by their child's illness. Reflecting on his past, just 2 days before May 10th, he had disregarded Wang Mengting's pleas and pawned her only 2 pieces of jewelry to gamble. Perhaps the money he had forfeited was indeed meant for Nuan's medical treatment. No wonder Wang Mengting, bloodied from his abuse, had clung desperately to his clothes. He truly was a complete scoundrel, even worse than an animal. After catching his breath, Li Xingfeng resumed his run with the child in his arms. Meanwhile, Wang Mengting, in the alley, was anxiously asking passers-by, "Comrade, have you seen a man carrying a child?" He ran that way, then turned right. "Thank you." She expressed her gratitude briefly before dashing in the indicated direction. "Li Xingfeng, if you dare sell my child, I will fight you to the end. If you want me dead, then let us both perish." Wang Laon called out after her, "Girl, wait for us. You can't confront that scoundrel alone. We'll join you soon. With more of us, we need not fear him." Aunt Wang chimed in. At that moment, Wang Mengting was solely focused on finding her child, yearning to hold Nuan in her arms once again. On the other side, Huzi was washing dishes at a street stall when his wife gently tugged at him. "What is it, dear?" Huzi asked, glancing at Su Xiaoju, suspecting another customer was approaching. "ISNT that your good brother Li Xingfeng? I'm telling you, do not lend him any money this time. He has never repaid a single cent." Su Xiaoju chided, casting a disapproving look at Huzi. She had no fondness for this so-called brother-in-law, who repeatedly sought financial assistance without any intention of repayment. My dear, I'll heed your words," Huzi replied sheepishly. "You only say that, but when it comes to parting with money, you never listen," Su Xiaoju teased, pinching his waist lightly. Despite his promises, he always ended up handing over cash, and, whenever she pointed out, he would apologize profusely. She didn't mind helping, but this unreliable brother-in-law was truly too much. Huzi awkwardly wiped his hands and retrieved an unopened box of golden leaf cigarettes from his pocket. "Why are you giving him such nice cigarettes? You usually wouldn't part with them," Su Xiaoju remarked, her irritation flaring again. "Oh dear, family doesn't speak in terms of debt. Pour a glass of water for your brother. He must be sweating from running all this way." Although Su Xiaoju feigned annoyance, her actions were swift. In no time, she poured a glass of water and added a handful of high-foam tea leaves from their stall. Huzi observed all of this, giving Su Xiaoju a thumbs up. "Well done." Su Xiaoju smiled back at Huzi, tossing him a flirtatious glance before getting back to work. "I have a friend named Li Xingfeng." Chapter 6. All inquiries lead to Li Xingfeng. Before Li Xingfeng reached the stall, Huzi was already smiling, holding out a cigarette at a distance. "Brother Feng, golden leaf. Give it a try. I prepared it just for you." As he spoke, Huzi took the child from Li Xingfeng's arms and pressed the cigarette into his hand. "Huzi, I'm not here to smoke. I need your help," Li Xingfeng said, barely pausing to recognize the familiar yet foreign face. He quickly conveyed his request, leaning on his knees, gasping for breath. "Brother Feng, we're family. Speak freely about your needs." Huzi, cradling the child, discreetly glanced at his wife. Noticing her pretending to wash dishes with keen ears, he smiled knowingly. "I need to borrow some money." Li Xingfeng cut to the chase, succinctly stating his need. Huzi's eyebrows twitched, casting another glance at his wife. Su Xiaoju continued her pretense of washing dishes. "All right, Brother Feng, how much do you need?" With his wife not opposing, Huzi felt more confident. "Just give me 50 yuan. If that isn't sufficient, I'll find another way." After catching his breath, Li Xingfeng gulped down a cup of tea from the table. Clang! Su Xiaoju dropped the clean bowl back into the water bucket. Wiping her hands, She filled Li Xingfeng's cup again. Oh, sister-in-law is here. My apologies for not noticing. Brother, 50 yuan is quite a lot. Huzi sells food at his stall and only makes about 50 yuan a month. Su Xiaoju spoke while shooting Huzi a disapproving glance. Usually, she didn't mind lending him 3 or 5 yuan, but 50 seemed excessive. She didn't even mention the previous loans that hadn't been repaid. Honey, Brother Feng must be in trouble. Otherwise, he wouldn't approach me for help, Huzi said sheepishly, still holding the child. The little girl appears to be malnourished. Her hair is turning yellow. Tomorrow, let us buy some food to take to Brother Feng's home to help the child recover. Sister-in-law, I'm truly sorry. I know I've caused you both trouble in the past, borrowing quite a bit from Huzi, but this time I really need your assistance. Li Xingfeng stood up, bowing respectfully to Su Xiaoju. Wan is sick, pneumonia caused by a cold, and we must go to the hospital now. Otherwise, I fear she won't survive. Rest assured, I will repay you for any debts. With that, Li Xingfeng bowed once more to Su Xiaoju. Su Xiaoju had long stepped aside. After all, this was her husband's acknowledged elder brother, and she would not bear the brunt of the situation. However, Li Xingfeng's words sent a jolt of concern through her heart. Pneumonia was no trivial ailment. Without hesitation, she approached Huzi and gently felt the little girl's forehead. Darling, she still has a fever. Yes, I felt it too. Huzi nodded in agreement. I implore you to assist me this once. Li Xingfeng, observing the child's pallid complexion, bowed deeply to the couple once more. All right, Huzi, let us put the stall on hold for now. You go help. This is a matter of urgency. I'll take care of the rest. Su Xiaoju swiftly moved behind Huzi, untied her apron. Fenggu, the child is our priority. Let's go to the hospital together. Huzi, cradling the child, spoke anxiously. What about the money? Li Xingfeng felt a twinge of unease as he noticed the absence of funds. Rest assured, I have it all with me. The two hurried off, each holding the child as they raced toward the hospital. The medical facility was not far, a distance of less than a mile. With the men gone, the stall could no longer be set up. Su Xiaoju sighed, lamenting the misfortune. She had no intention of claiming that money. As long as the child recovered, it could be considered her husband's efforts for the month. First, she extinguished the fire in the metal stove, then began to pack up the stall gradually. Seeing the sickly child reminded her of the unfortunate sister-in-law who had followed Li Xingfeng. Alas, Su Xiaoju sighed deeply. Xiaoju, have you seen Li Xingfeng? Wang Mingting, breathless, rushed to the scene. Sister-in-law, what brings you here? Have some water first. Noticing the cup Li Xingfeng had used, Su Xiaoju turned to pour another cup. Did you see him? I'm beside myself with worry. Wang Mingting had no time to drink, her forehead glistening with sweat. He went that way. Su Xiaoju indicated toward the hospital. Sister-in-law, Huzi is carrying the child with his elder brother to the hospital for treatment. Try not to worry too much. Su Xiaoju called out to Wang Mingting's retreating figure. Huzi was not a reckless individual. He was one of Li Xingfeng's few true friends. Yet, she did not cease her pace, knowing Huzi would likely heed Li Xingfeng's words, fearful that he might be misled again. Watching Wang Mingting's silhouette grow distant, Su Xiaoju sighed and shook her head. Poor sister-in-law. She lifted the water cup, preparing to pour the remaining tea into the dirty water bucket. Girl, wait a moment. Old Wang, clutching his smoking pipe, snatched the cup and took large gulps. After finishing, he returned the cup, gasping for breath. Girl, have you seen Li Xingfeng? Oh, he went that way. To the hospital. Su Xiaoju pointed again toward the hospital. This rascal runs fast. I'm just an old man with weary limbs. Old Wang took off running again, his hunched back betraying none of the frailty of age. Su Xiaoju curled her lip, observing the old man's retreating figure before squatting down to wash the cup. Girl, have you seen Wang Ani? At that moment, Wang Ani appeared at the stall, one hand on her waist, the other supporting herself on the table, breathless. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Xiaoju interjected. They ran that way toward the hospital. Not only Li Xingfeng, but also Wang Mingting, and even that old man who didn't pay for his tea, all went in that direction. Su Xiaoju did not lift her head, merely pointing toward the hospital. She was puzzled. When had Li Xingfeng become so sought after? When had he become someone everyone chased after? What? Didn't pay for tea? Wang Ani's voice rose again. Here's 2 cents for the tea. Keep it. I'll go after them. Wang Ani promptly pulled 2 crumpled bills from her pocket and placed them on the table. 2 cents for tea? Forget it. I want tea, drink it. Moreover, the silhouette of the old man was already fading from view. Wang Ani hurriedly took off after him. Chapter 7. Those worn-out shoes. The hospital was not crowded. In these times, people endured their ailments as best they could. Li Xingfeng and the plump man burst into the hospital lobby, drenched in sweat. "Comrade, this is a hospital. Walk softly and speak gently. Do you not know?" An elderly doctor raised his hand to stop them. "Doctor, please save the child. She is ill with pneumonia." Li Xingfeng grasped the doctor's hand desperately. The doctor disdainfully pulled his hand away, discreetly wiping it on his trousers. "You claim pneumonia? Is pneumonia? Has she been examined? Where's the child? Let me see," the doctor said while retrieving his stethoscope. Huzi rushed forward, cradling the child. "Ah, this child, I remember, pneumonia caused by a cold. Did I not advise you to come for treatment sooner?" The doctor felt the child's forehead again. "She still has a fever. This is nonsense. Adults struggle with pneumonia. How can such a small child endure it? If her brain gets damaged, you will regret it." The doctor's face trembled with anger. "Stop standing there like fools. One of you go pay, and the other bring the child with me. She needs to be hospitalized. Do you understand?" Li Xingfeng nodded fervently. I understand. He then took the child from Huzi. "Huzi, you go pay first. Keep the receipt safe. I will definitely return your money." "Feng Ge, you need not say that. Your daughter is like my goddaughter. I willingly spend for her." Huzi waved his hand and followed a nurse to complete the formalities. Li Xingfeng quickly followed, holding the child. "Are you the child's father?" the doctor inquired as they walked. Yes. You should have come sooner. You've delayed for several days. I'm not sure if the child's condition has worsened. First, take her for blood tests and x-rays, then bring the results to me. I'll be in this office. Remember to say it's for Dr. Ge and mark it as urgent. The child cannot be delayed any longer. The doctor instructed while pulling out a pad and writing a note for He Yuzhu. In these times, hospitals still had some humanity. In such situations, they were willing to allow examinations before payment. Li Xingfeng took the note, holding the child as he hurried in the direction indicated by the doctor. The little girl was still burning with fever, her breath hot against his skin. Meanwhile, Wang Mengting was lost in confusion. Arriving at the intersection leading to the hospital, she asked numerous people, but none had seen the men carrying the child. Other than the direction she had come from, 3 other paths lay ahead, and she dare not gamble on which way Li Xingfeng had run. Exhausted from a day without food, she felt drained. "Sir, have you seen 2 men? One fat and one thin carrying a child?" Wang Mengting, undeterred, approached an old man squatting on the roadside smoking. "A black, stout man and a skinny fellow carrying the baby, right?" Yes. Wang Mengting nodded eagerly. The 2 dashed toward the hospital like mad, the old man grumbling. "They should watch where they're going. They knocked my pipe out of my hand and didn't even apologize." "Thank you, I'm sorry." Wang Mengting hurried away toward the hospital. Although she doubted Li Xingfeng would take the child for treatment, she trusted that the old man would not deceive her. The old man glanced at Wang Mengting, scratching his head. "This girl is in for a rough time. Thanking and apologizing all at once. What is that about?" He shook his head and walked away. Moments later, Wang Auntie and old Wang arrived at the intersection and looked around, bewildered. "Why is everyone running so fast?" "Sai, let us ask around." The 2 began inquiring for directions. Li Xingfeng, holding the child and the test results, returned to the office. "Doctor, here are the examination results." "What is the situation?" The doctor frowned, scrutinizing the documents carefully. "What do you think? Delaying for these few days has worsened the condition. We need to reduce the fever and fight the infection. Medication, intravenous fluids, and injections are all unavoidable." The child's frail body was a stark indicator of long-term malnutrition, prompting a scolding from the father, who was urged not to let the child suffer, regardless of his own hardships. The doctor hastily issued a series of orders, instructing, "This is for you. Go to the admissions office and pay first. A receipt is required to process the hospitalization." With a wave of his hand, the doctor dismissed them. "Very well." Li Xingfeng nodded eagerly, relieved that treatment was underway. At that moment, Huzi, having just completed his payment, encountered Li Xingfeng as he exited. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he glanced at the distressed Nan, who was writhing in Li Xingfeng's arms, and inquired, "Brother Feng, what did the doctor say?" "Hospitalization is necessary. The situation is serious. As long as she can receive treatment, that's all that matters. I have all the money at home. Don't worry, it's sufficient. The only priority is for the child to recover." Huzi gently stroked Nanan's withered hair. As Li Xingfeng and Huzi completed the necessary formalities and headed towards the inpatient department, Wang Mingting arrived at the hospital. "Comrade, have you seen a Wang Mingting?" she asked as she grabbed a nurse. "Oh, it's you. You're here for your child, right? She has already been admitted. Just head that way, and don't worry." The nurse recognized the woman before her. 3 days prior, during an evening shift in the rain, she had witnessed this woman, soaked to the skin, rush into the hospital with a feverish child. Dr. Ge had diagnosed the child with pneumonia, likely resulting from cold. The woman's desperate and helpless expression was etched in the nurse's memory, making it easy for her to recognize both the woman and the child, whose appearance was equally vivid in her mind: withered hair and a pale, emaciated face. Shaking her head, the nurse turned back to her duties, leaving Wang Mingting in disbelief. Li Xingfeng actually brought the child for treatment? Impossible. How could he care for Nanan? Those bruises on her body were inflicted by him. How could such a scoundrel take her to the doctor? Besides, where would he find the money? The little he earns from petty theft is barely enough for his drinking and gambling. Doubting her own thoughts, Wang Mingting followed the nurse's directions, step by step, towards the inpatient department. In the ward, Li Xingfeng stared vacantly at the two tiny shoes in his hands, one black, the other gray, both with holes at the toes. The child's clothing, patched and ill-fitting, was clearly scavenged from the trash. The nurse administering the four noticed the two empty-handed men and quickly reminded them of their need to bring supplies. Wang Mingting, like a headless fly, searched room by room, growing increasingly despondent. How could Li Xingfeng, such a scoundrel, take the child for treatment? The woman must have been mistaken. Approaching the last room, she steeled herself and entered. "Nanan, the four won't hurt. Once it's done, you'll feel better," Li Xingfeng reassured his daughter as he observed the needle in her arm. His heart aching with each drip of the four, tears streaming down his face. The suffering she endured was immense. Malnutrition had left her skeletal, making her feel weightless in his arms. "Nanan, Daddy S here, I'm here." He hurriedly adjusted the blanket around her. Finally, Wang Mingting spotted her daughter in the last room. She rushed forward and pushed Li Xingfeng aside. "Nanan, Mommy's here. You're going to be okay." She quickly assessed her child. With great difficulty, opened her eyes to glance at her mother before slipping back into a deep slumber. Li Xingfeng rose from the floor and saw in Wang Mingting the fierce love of a mother. He realized he had wronged this mother and child in his past life. Her coldness and hatred towards him were evident, yet he bore no resentment. He understood the consequences of his own actions. Packing up, there's nothing left at home except a blanket. "You don't need to concern yourself with our daughter," Wang Mingting declared resolutely. On the other side, Huzai hesitated to speak, but swallowed his words upon seeing her expression. Sighing, Li Xingfeng glanced at the two women who had consumed his thoughts for 30 years and pulled Huzai out of the room. "Brother Feng, what do we need for the hospitalization? I can have my wife bring it over." Huzai, feeling a surge of compassion for his despondent friend, struggled to find words. "Thank you, just have her bring some toiletries. As for the expenses, they're minimal. The child's well-being is what matters." Before he could finish, Huzai interrupted, insisting that he had no intention of expecting repayment. He knew too well the dire situation Li Xingfeng was in. "If you don't speak up, it's as if you don't regard me as your elder brother. Just tell me." Huzai revealed the amount needed for the prepaid hospitalization and treatment. Li Xingfeng regarded Huzai, whose weather-beaten face reflected genuine concern. It was clear that Huzai did not expect repayment, and his sincerity struck a chord with Li Xingfeng. "Huzai, lend me 10 yuan. I'll ask your wife to bring some supplies. I'll buy something for the mother and daughter." "Yes. Xiaojun can help out at home while I assist your wife," Huzai suggested as he retrieved a small pouch from his clothing. The pouch, once full, now contained just a single bill and a few coins. Without hesitation, Huzai handed over the cash. Li Xingfeng looked at the damp bill and the smiling Huzai, his heart swelling with emotion. They were not blood brothers, yet their bond felt deeper than that. Parting ways, Li Xingfeng turned left to find a restaurant, while Huzai dashed back to his stall. Meanwhile, at the intersection, Wang Laotu and Wang Ani missed their encounter with the two men. In the ward, the medication had lulled Nan Nan into a peaceful sleep, restoring a hint of color to her pallid face. Exhausted, Wang Mingting, who should have been on watch, had succumbed to slumber beside her daughter. Li Xingfeng checked the four, noting there was still a good portion left, then gently tucked Nanan's bare feet under the blanket. He walked over to Wang Mingting, urging softly, "You should eat something. I know you haven't had a meal." As he touched her, Wang Mingting instinctively flinched, bolting upright with a look of alarm. "Don't hit me," she blurted out. Li Xingfeng's gaze narrowed as he took in the bruises on her body. Who did this? He demanded, seizing her arm. I'm asking you, who did this? Wang Mengting, seemingly frozen in fear, bit her lip and remained silent. Daddy, please don't hurt Mommy. Mommy and Nan Nan are both hurt because of Daddy. The tiny voice of the child, startled awake by the intensity of her father's words, struggled to sit up. Li Xingfeng released his grip, setting the food aside and helping Nan Nan lie back down. Was it me who hurt them while I was drunk? He pondered, lifting his daughter's clothing to reveal the bruises that marred her skin. Li Xingfeng, do you see this? Even a tiger does not eat its own cubs. Yet you spare no mercy for your own daughter. Wang Mengting shot a look of hatred at Li Xingfeng once more. Her daughter is her life. If he dares to harm her again, she will fight him to the death. Upon hearing Wang Mengting's words from behind, Li Xingfeng stood frozen. Before he left Jiangzhou in his previous life, he spent most of his days in a haze, having struck her countless times. No wonder Wang Mengting looked at him with such disdain. He had been nothing short of a beast. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. With each apology, Li Xingfeng slapped himself. I'm sorry for you. Slap. I'm sorry for Nan Nan. Slap. I should never have struck you both. Slap. Su Xiaojun and Pongzi, who had just entered, were greeted with this scene. They exchanged glances, both swallowing hard. What on earth happened? The child is already hospitalized and will recover soon. Su Xiaojun broke the silence first. Sister-in-law, look at what I brought from home. Is there anything else you need? This is food from your brother. Let the child eat something first. A nutritious meal will help her recover faster. Don't you agree? Meanwhile, Huzi pulled Li Xingfeng out of the hospital room. It's fine. Huzi, for the next few days, asked my sister-in-law to help take care of my wife and child. Right now, the most pressing matter is to earn money. The advance payment for Nan Nan's hospital stay is definitely insufficient. Didn't the doctor say that there would be a refund for unused funds? Huzi scratched his head. Remember, when they say that, it usually means you will have to pay more. There is no chance of getting a refund. Under the scorching sun, Li Xingfeng and Huzi exited the hospital. To gain Wang Mengting's forgiveness and acceptance, the first step is to earn money to ensure Nan Nan's recovery. Chapter 9. Setting up a stall at the night market to sell spicy crawfish, originally planning to set up a stall on the street again. Huzi was pulled by Li Xingfeng to a small river on the outskirts of the city, several miles away. Li Xingfeng had long since devised a plan for making money, the abundant crawfish infesting Jiangzhou. This delicacy was introduced by people from the Bajie country in 1929 and had proliferated over the decades, becoming a nuisance in the area. As of 1983, no one had yet discovered a method to prepare crawfish, which could be found in abundance in fields, small streams, and marshes. Moreover, Jiangzhou had no heavy industry or pollution at this time. All wild crawfish were exceptionally delicious. Additionally, since Huzi sold food on the street, it was a perfect opportunity to teach him how to prepare and sell crawfish. Most importantly, crawfish are high in protein, tender, easy to digest, and rich in trace elements, making them ideal nourishment for the ailing Nan Nan and Wang Mengting. Having engaged in business for decades in his previous life, Li Xingfeng knew that those who dared to be the first to try something new would reap great rewards. Recalling his memories, Li Xingfeng knew that in 1983, no one in Jiangzhou sold spicy crawfish. In fact, many farmers considered crawfish mere pests and crushed them underfoot. Under the searing sun, Li Xingfeng and Huzi rolled up their pant legs, each carrying a large net bag and bending down to feel around. Within a mere afternoon, they filled several bags to the brim. Brother Feng, do people really eat these pests? Trust me, not only are they highly nutritious, but they are also incredibly delicious. Li Xingfeng loaded the last net of crawfish into a cart and sat down to rest. Also, let us not call them pests. They have a charming name, crawfish. Li Xingfeng reached into Huzi's pocket, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, and lit one for himself. This is going to be tough. In everyone's mind, these things are just bugs. Who would want to eat bugs? Oh well, we'll take it one step at a time. I have plenty of ideas for selling these. Brother Feng, let us go. It's almost time, and we need to set up for the evening. We will need to rely on tonight's sales to cover the medical expenses for the little girl. Huzi squatted at the front of the cart, slinging 2 ropes over his shoulder before lifting the handle and pushing the cart along the small path on the outskirts of the city towards the town. Illuminated by the evening glow, Li Xingfeng, cigarette in mouth, rubbed his sore arms and followed closely behind. Compared to his own body, which had been ravaged by alcohol, Huzi, though plump, was as strong as an ox. Jiangzhou in 1983 had clearly entered summer. With changes in national policy, more productive forces had been unleashed, and streetlights would remain lit until 11:30. However, it wouldn't be long before several channels from CCTV would start replaying programs, while others would flicker with static. Whenever a new television drama aired, as long as it wasn't too terrible, the streets would be noticeably less crowded. Yet, many families did not own a television. In the sweltering summer nights of Jiangzhou, the majority of citizens would carry small stools and fans, gathering in groups to chat in the shade. Young people would stroll the streets under the streetlights. Brother Feng, I usually set up stalls in 3 places. In the morning, I sell breakfast to the factory residential area. At noon, I set up where you found me, close to the construction site. And in the evening, I sell snacks in the alley next to the department store. The 2 men entered the city and went to the courtyard where Hazy lived, leaving their belongings there while they prepared to catch the crawfish. After loading up charcoal and a stove, along with their other belongings, they hurried to their stall. Arriving late, most spots were already occupied. They had no choice but to select a nearby location and quickly got to work. With 5 small tables, more than 20 small stools, and a host of supplies, they set up their stall in less than 10 minutes. Brother Feng, it's up to you now. I can't do this. Huzi poured 2 cups of water and sat on a stool to rest, waiting for customers to arrive. Wait, Huzi, how do you usually conduct business? Li Xingfeng looked at Huzi, seated at the table sipping tea, and asked in astonishment. Li Xingfeng fell silent. He began to understand why Huzi, despite his diligence and being among the first to set up a stall, had yet to strike it rich. The reason was simple. He was too timid. Looking around, Li Xingfeng noticed that not just Huzi, but everyone on the street was similarly shy. They either stood there awkwardly or sat silently, with very few daring to shout out. Immediately, Li Xingfeng took out 2 bowls, grabbed a net of crawfish, and tossed it to Huzi. Grab a brush, wash the crawfish from head to tail. Then cut off the front half. Get 20 of them ready. I'll stir-fry a pot first. All right. Huzi swiftly began to work again. Moments later, Li Xingfeng was puzzled. There were far too few seasonings. The other ingredients were manageable, but there was hardly any oil. Huzi, is this all the oil? Yes, we need to be frugal. Oil is expensive, so I usually only use a little. Huzi, engrossed in his work, didn't even look up. Oh no, I was careless. I was so focused on selling crawfish that I forgot the characteristics of this era. At this time, purchasing oil required a ration coupon unless one was willing to pay a premium. Li Xingfeng closed his eyes and searched through his memories again. In his past life, he had money, loved to eat, and especially adored crawfish, even learning a few cooking techniques from a master. Among them was a method that required little oil and had low seasoning demands. However, it placed high importance on the freshness of the crawfish. Coincidentally, these crawfish were not only wild but freshly caught, currently lively and squirming in the nets. Opening his eyes once more, Li Xingfeng verified the seasonings in his mind. They then began their preparations. Huzi observed Li Xingfeng bustling about, and he couldn't help but smile to himself. He had little faith in Feng Ji's ambition to profit from selling this peculiar insect. Having sold food from stall for several months, he considered himself somewhat of a chef, possessing a discerning eye for ingredients. From its appearance, it was clear that no one would be inclined to eat such a thing. Nevertheless, he decided to humor Feng Gu today. As long as Feng Gu could gradually improve, it was merely a day without profit. Even if it meant a month without earnings, he was willing to endure it. However, he might hear a few words from his wife. A few words here, and they were inconsequential. He was a grown man, after all, and it wouldn't cost him much. Chopped scallions, ginger, garlic, dried chili peppers, and a sprinkle of ground spices were swiftly prepared by Li Xingfeng. In mere minutes, Hazy had thoroughly cleaned 20 small crayfish. Li Xingfeng heated the oil in the wok. When the oil reached a moderate temperature, in went the scallions, ginger, and garlic. After a brief stir-fry, he added the crayfish when the oil was sufficiently hot. With each stir, an unusual aroma wafted around the stall. Crayfish, those little treasures from across the ocean, rich in protein. One of them boasted nutritional value surpassing that of an egg. Men consumed them to strengthen their bodies, while women enjoyed them for their beautifying properties. Come and take a look, crayfish. Dragon meat from the heavens, donkey meat from the earth, and crayfish that rival dragon meat. Do not miss out. As the spices were added, the fragrance intensified. Li Xingfeng began to call out to passers-by, for in business, especially in this era, one must raise their voice to attract attention. As the enticing aroma spread, coupled with Li Xingfeng's persistent calls, a crowd of onlookers gathered around the stall. Yet curiosity kept him at bay, observing the gathering crowd. Li Xingfeng shouted even more energetically. Bro, how about a serving? This is a great tonic with exceptional nutritional value. Even foreigners indulge in it regularly. He directed his words to a well-dressed man sporting sunglasses, a digital watch, a floral shirt, and bell-bottom trousers, an ensemble replete with expensive items. In such times, to wear such flamboyant attire required not only wealth, but also an open mind willing to embrace new experiences. Li Xingfeng had never misjudged people in this regard. Little boss, how much for one serving? The stylish young man inquired with genuine interest. Not expensive, just 1 yuan. 1 yuan? Yuyist. Its nutritional value exceeds that of an egg. And this serving contains 20. Do the math. Li Xingfeng continued. Moreover, as it's our grand opening, we are offering a discount for the first 3 days, after which it will be priced at 1 yuan 20. People love a bargain, and Li Xingfeng seized the opportunity to entice them further. Well, that doesn't sound too pricey. The man nodded in agreement and turned to his companion. Jiao, how about a serving? It can also enhance your beauty. Following your advice, I'll give it a try. With the approval of his companion, the fashionable gentleman raised a finger towards Li Xingfeng. Excellent, please have a seat. Huzi will serve you tea, which is complimentary for refills. In 1983, night markets were filled with tea stalls, most offering tea for just 2 cents a cup. In his previous life, after indulging in too much liquor, Li Xingfeng often found solace in a cup of tea at these stalls. Little boss, you are quite generous. Please wait, it will be ready shortly. Li Xingfeng calculated the timing. His method utilized little oil, primarily relying on boiling with water, yet it demanded precise timing. Typically, one would stew them in oil for 20 minutes, but his approach required only a minimal amount of water and 5 minutes of steaming. Just as the crayfish reached perfect doneness, he completed the sauce. As he lifted the lid, Li Xingfeng vigorously waved the lid a few times. The enticing aroma wafted out with his movements. How fragrant! It may not look like much, but it smells divine. Unable to resist, someone exclaimed, Old Li, I'll have a serving. Mom, I want to eat this. Numerous children, accompanying their parents, tugged insistently towards the stall. Indeed, quite a crowd had gathered around. Sensing the atmosphere building, Li Xingfeng swiftly plated the crayfish and served it to the customers. Try it. I assure you, it's deliciously spicy. He had confidence in his culinary skills. How does one eat this? The 2 patrons poked at the crayfish, perplexed by its shell. Li Xingfeng quickly wiped his hands, picked one from Haizi's washing basin, and began to explain to everyone present. This is a crayfish. First, we remove the pincer's twist off the head and peel the tail shell. Then, dip it in the sauce, and it's ready to eat. After enjoying the meat, you can crack the pincers with your teeth to access the flesh inside. The diners at the table mimicked Li Xingfeng's actions, gradually mastering the technique. With a satisfying crunch, they dipped the succulent meat into the sauce and savored it. Indeed, it's spicy and fragrant. The little boss has impressive skills. The flavor is exceptional. The patrons raised their thumbs in approval. Thank you for your support. Is there anyone else who wishes to partake? 1 crayfish surpasses the nutritional value of an egg. Men grow strong, women become more beautiful, and children become ever more intelligent, acing their exams. For the first 3 days, we are offering an 8 yuan discount. Each serving is just 1 yuan, after which it will return to 1 yuan 20. Little boss, bring me a serving. It's so fragrant. The child is eager. Let us try one. I want one too, as long as my child becomes smart. Yes, I want one as well, just for that perfect score. In no time, all 5 tables were filled with patrons. Seeing the crowd, Li Xingfeng ceased his calls. Haizi, with 2 stoves at his disposal, started another cooking station. With both pots working, he could prepare 4 servings simultaneously. While Li Xingfeng busied himself with the crayfish, Huzi tended to the tea for the guests. The spectacle before Huzi shattered his preconceived notions. People were willing to pay 1 yuan for a serving. He usually sold meals for 30 cents, and customers often picked and chose, sometimes even complaining. Yet today, every customer seemed remarkably agreeable. Just 20 for yuan? That's hardly any meat. As the new servings emerged from the stove, Li Xingfeng and Huzi hurried to serve them. Wow, little boss, bring me 5 more. It's so delicious. The more I eat, the spicier it gets, and the spicier it gets, the more I crave it. The speaker was none other than Diaogo, who shared a hearty laugh with those around him. In that case, bring me 6 more. We'll each tackle 3. If we eat too much, your bed might not handle it. Their laughter filled the air, and Diaogo insisted, I need 6 more. Here's the money. Keep it. Li Xingfeng quickly accepted the 7 yuan and returned to the stove. Onlookers, hearing the exchange, exchanged glances, and the men shared knowing looks. Each pair of eyes sparkled with anticipation. At 11 o'clock, the vendors near the department store had mostly dispersed, and the number of shoppers dwindled. Yet, Li Xingfeng and Huzi remained busily engaged in their work. Around their stall, there remained a portion of customers queuing. Fengge, there is still a net bag left. Looks like 10 portions. Huzi observed the crowd and hurriedly whispered in Li Xingfeng's ear. Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize after I finish these 4 portions in the pot. We will close for the day. There are no more crayfish available. Tomorrow, we shall return to this place with continued discounts. Thank you all for your support today. My brother and I appreciate it. Now, please disperse, and we will arrive punctually tomorrow. Of the last 10 portions, Li Xingfeng intended to prepare some for his wife and children to replenish their strength, while the remainder would be shared among him, Huzi, and Huzi's wife. Rest assured, we will be here. Let us go then. The pedestrians waiting by the roadside, in small groups, ambled away into the darkness. After serving the final 4 portions to the customers, Li Xingfeng slumped onto a stool. Fengge, have some water. Huzi hurriedly handed him a jug. Fortunately, Li Xingfeng was well-built and resilient. His clothes had long been drenched in sweat. In the summer heat, standing by the stove to cook for several hours took its toll. He lifted the tea jug and drank it all in one go. After consuming 2 more jugs of tea, Li Xingfeng finally regained his composure. Huzi, wash out the remaining net bag of crayfish. I will prepare something for us to eat. My sister-in-law and the children are at the hospital and surely haven to eat. After saying this, Li Xingfeng took some rice from the cart. Huzi lived comfortably. The cart had both rice and flour, all quality grains. In this day and age, few in the city could afford to eat staple food at every meal. Wash the pot and let us cook some rice. Then, we'll make a fragrant crayfish dish and use the broth to flavor the rice. It will be both delicious and nutritious. After sending off the last customers, it was nearly 11:30, and soon the streetlights would extinguish. Thankfully, the last batch of crayfish was ready. At this moment, Li Xingfeng and Huzi were extracting the succulent meat from the crayfish, placing it into several prepared lunchboxes under the dim light. Once everything was arranged and topped with a ladle of hot broth, the aroma of the meal wafted through the air. The two hurriedly packed up their stall, with Huzi pushing the cart and Li Xingfeng carrying the lunchboxes, both anxiously heading towards the hospital. Typically, Huzi wrapped up by 10. By that hour, there were few patrons left at the night market. What is the matter today? Why are we still here? On the other side, Wang Mingting wore a troubled expression. Earlier, while Su Xiaojun was watching the child, she discreetly inquired about the expenses from a nurse. The nurse informed her that, after paying 100 yuan, 20 yuan had already been spent that day. The child's illness was severe. If they waited a few more days, it would be too late. Now, only imported medication could cure the child. Although expensive, the results were effective. After a day of continuous treatment, Wan appeared to have improved significantly. However, the 20 yuan for treatment that day felt like a heavy burden. She knew that the 100 yuan was advanced by Huzi's family, barely enough for 5 days. According to the nurse, it would take at least 10 days for the child to recover. She needed another 100. Where could she possibly obtain it? Wang Mingting grasped her long braid, contemplating its potential worth. She had heard that hair salons purchased hair, and she wondered how much hers could sell for. Any amount would help, providing Wan with a glimmer of hope. The little girl, who had only eaten once that day, felt her stomach rumble. Wang Mingting instinctively glanced at the table. The porridge and eggs that Li Xingfeng had brought had already been consumed by the two of them. Now, the lunchbox was empty. Wan, wait a moment. Mama will get you something to eat. Wang Mingting grabbed the lunchbox, preparing to fetch some hot water. There was no food. Drinking more water would stave off hunger. Perhaps she could sell her hair tomorrow to ensure Wan had a full belly. After all, there were still 4 days left to figure out the medical expenses. She regretted having eaten lunch earlier instead of saving it for Wan. Alas, at the entrance, Li Xingfeng and Huzi were stopped by the hospital security guard. You two, hold on. What are you doing with that cart? It's late, and the doctors have finished their shifts. You can't go in. Li Xingfeng rushed forward. Sir, I apologize. My child is hospitalized, and my wife and sister-in-law are in the hospital watching over her. We just finished our stall and brought some food. He quickly showed the guard the lunchboxes. Bringing food at this hour? You really have some nerve. Don't you care if the adults and children go hungry? I've never seen such irresponsibility. The guard's annoyance was palpable as he spoke about the recklessness of today's youth. Sir, I understand. Please have a smoke. Li Xingfeng offered him a golden leaf cigarette. The guard accepted it, inspecting it under the light. Oh, it's golden leaf. This kid has some sense. All right. You can go in, but leave the cart here. Thank you, sir. We appreciate your help. Li Xingfeng replied, handing him another cigarette. The guard took it, skillfully tucking it behind his ear, nodding at Li Xingfeng. This young man was diligent, understanding the importance of earning a living, which set him apart from many of his peers. Li Xingfeng gestured for Huzi to park the cart in the corner of the entrance, and then both thanked the guard again, before heading towards the inpatient department. Surely, both the child and his wife were starving. Inside the hospital, the lights had already been turned off by 10:30, aside from the on-duty nurses. The corridor was empty except for Li Xingfeng and Huzi. After greeting the nurse, they proceeded directly to the innermost room, where only the light remained on. At that moment, Wang Mingting was preparing to get hot water with the lunchbox in hand. You finally arrived. Huzi, don't you usually close up by 10? Why are you so late today? Don't you know the child is in the hospital? Su Xiaojun seemed to scold Huzi, but it was directed at Li Xingfeng. Today Feng Ge and I had a great business day, so we're delayed. You must be hungry. Try my brother Feng's cooking. Today's success was all thanks to him. Huzi quickly took a lunchbox from Li Xingfeng and opened one for his wife. It smells delicious. Did your brother make this? Yes, dear, give it taste. Meanwhile, Li Xingfeng looked at Wan, who appeared to have responded well to the treatment. Her spirits had lifted considerably, her big eyes sparkling with life. Wan, Daddy is late. Are you hungry? I'm hungry. I woke up hungry. I want to drink rice soup. Why do you want rice soup? Can't you eat rice? Li Xingfeng gently lifted the child from the bed, kindly asking her. Mama said we don't have money at home, so we can only drink rice soup, and only once a day. The little girl, drawn by the aroma, sucked her fingers. Hearing his daughter's words, tears welled up in Li Xingfeng's eyes. After the death of his wife and child in his previous life, he had left Jiangzhou. Before departing, he had never cared about how they lived. Yet, he never anticipated such a life awaited them. Chapter 12, 110 yuan. A dream worth waking up for Li Xingfeng hurriedly opened one of the lunchboxes, revealing a delightful mixture of rice cooked in crayfish broth and succulent crayfish meat. The moment the box was opened, the aroma filled the air, making the little girl's mouth water. Wan, Daddy will feed you. Is that all right? Li Xingfeng scooped a spoonful of rice and brought it to his daughter's lips. I'm scared to eat. I'm afraid Daddy will scold me. I can only eat after Daddy has eaten. Despite her craving, the little girl shrank back. Hearing this, Li Xingfeng glanced at Wang Mingting. She nodded in acknowledgement. With a disdainful look directed at Xingfeng, the words hung in the air. What are you pretending for? Have you forgotten the despicable deeds you've done? The child, frightened and weeping, huddled in the corner, yet her small hands clutched a few peanuts tightly, perhaps driven by an insatiable hunger. Her face was streaked with tears. Her tiny body curled up in a pitiful manner, gazing at herself with eyes filled with grievance and longing. Alas, how could I have been such a scoundrel in the past? And do not fear, Father will not harm you. As long as you obey and eat your meals, I shall not strike you. The child remained fearful, her eyes reflecting a sense of evasion. BBA, please do not hit in. I will behave, I will eat. The little girl obediently opened her mouth, swallowing the rice from a spoon. Come, dear. Have another bite of shrimp. Awa, slow down, do not choke. The little girl, starved, hardly chewed before swallowing, her words a muddled jumble. Xingf impatiently fed his daughter. Meanwhile, Ing found herself engulfed in confusion. The man before her, Xingf, felt like a stranger. Though he wore the same casual attire, his speech and actions were entirely transformed. It was as if he had undergone a metamorphosis. Not only was he attending to the child's health, but also exhibiting gentleness and patience. Particularly, the affectionate glimmer in his eyes was unmistakable. This sudden sense of responsibility towards the child left Ing in deep contemplation. Had a bottle of liquor truly awakened him? She glanced at the iron lunchbox in her hand, and then at Ng's bulging neck, lost in thought. Should she seize an opportunity to test him again? The little girl, having eaten half, declared herself full. N is full. N cannot eat anymore. N Was today's meal delicious? "Mm, very good, very good. Then shall I prepare a meal for you again tomorrow?" "No, the family lacks money. And can drink rice soup. That will suffice." As she spoke, the little girl's gaze remained fixed on the lunchbox. When the family has money, and can eat her fill every day. 3 meals without needing rice soup. The little girl's understanding tugged at one's heartstrings. Just over 2 years old, she already grasped so much. Xingfeng fought to restrain his tears. He then set down the lunchbox and pulled out a considerable sum of money from his pocket. And look, this is the money father earned with Uncle H today. In the future, when the family has wealth, you must eat more and be obedient. So much money. Emma, BBA has a lot of money, the little girl exclaimed, astonished by the stack of bills in Xingfeng's hand. In stark contrast, Wngmt shot up from her seat upon seeing the money. Xingfeng, have you engaged in any illegal activities? I do not care what you have done, but I implore you, do not implicate the child. Despite Xingfeng's transformation, Wngmt could not bring herself to believe that he had earned money legitimately. It must have been through wrongdoing. Whether it was through theft or robbery, their family could not afford the repercussions. In this era, having a family member imprisoned would bring disgrace, and no neighbor would offer assistance to a mother and her child. With Xingfeng's past indiscretions, they had already endured enough scorn. The thought of him committing further crimes sent shivers down her spine. Nearby, Xioj and HZ were also eating while listening to the conversation. Their reactions mirrored those of Wngmt upon seeing the money. Although Xioj instinctively fixed her gaze on HZ. Rest assured, my brother truly brought this money in honestly, HZ quickly reassured, pulling Xioj back down to continue her meal. Sister-in-law, if you do not trust my brother, trust me. This money is genuinely earned by him and me. We have been busy all day and only just now sat down to eat. It was not intentional to be late. Having finished his meal, HZ placed the lunchbox on the table, handing the remaining 2 boxes to the others, before taking the money from Xingfeng. We have worked tirelessly all day, and it is only right that you and sister-in-law share in this. Wngmt remained skeptical, casting a pleading glance at Xioj. Nonetheless, her concerns lingered as she eyed Xingfeng with suspicion. Mngting, believe me, I have changed. I promise you and our daughter will not suffer any longer, and I will ensure you both live well. As he spoke, Xngfeng offered bli ng Mngt ng a spoon. This money is indeed earned by HZ and me at the stall. I am no longer the man I once was. Concerning the matter of his rebirth, he could not explain it to Wngmt. He could only hope to alter her perception through his actions. Fortunately, it was 1983, a time when societal norms had not yet become as liberal as in later years. Many women, despite their unhappiness, dared not seek divorce. A significant number of women, upon being abandoned, chose to end their own lives. In a more modern context, had he treated Wngmt and in such a manner, she would undoubtedly have taken him to court the very next day, leaving him no chance for redemption. Wngmt ignored Xingfeng, focusing instead on her meal. The lunchbox contained half rice, but what lay on the other half was uncertain. Nevertheless, it was delicious and satisfying. Since marrying Xingfeng, she and T enjoyed a full meal in ages, let alone the fine grains and unidentifiable meat currently before her. As the aroma of rice and shrimp filled her mouth, she felt a profound sense of contentment. Suddenly, a cough escaped her as she hastily swallowed, nearly choking. Just as she lifted her head, a hand gently patted her back while another held a cup. Emma nota noze. Eat slowly. If it is insufficient, there is more. First, drink some water to ease your throat. Unbeknownst to her, Xingfeng had approached from behind. Wngmt blushed and accepted the cup from him. Brother, we struck it rich. A total of 110 yuan. We sold that much in just 5 hours from 6 to 11. HZ exclaimed, excitement radiating from his face as he handed Xingfeng the money. Previously, this would have been his earnings for 2 months. While he knew they had a good day at work, he had not anticipated such a windfall. It felt as though he had awakened from a dream. I have a friend named Xingfeng. HZ is another friend of mine. Chapter 13. True Brothers. Clear accounts Xingfeng received the money from HZ, who handed it over with remarkable ease, devoid of any reluctance. Truly, he could not have asked for a better brother. Not only had HZ lent him 10 yuan today, but he had also covered 100 yuan from medical expenses. It appeared that this 110 yuan was not something HZ intended to claim for himself. HZ, let us discuss something. This money belongs to both of us. But please lend it to me for now. N's medical expenses still need covering. Can we use this for a treatment? Although HZ had made his stance clear, Xingfeng felt compelled to express these words. The little girl lay on the bed, dazed, her name stirring her from slumber, only to roll over and drift back into drowsiness. Xingfeng turned to gently cover his daughter with a blanket. Effing G, what you say is unnecessary. The profits are all yours. The bugs were caught by you, and only you know how to prepare them. I do not need a share of the money. HZ scratched his head, grinning innocently. What? Those are bugs? Ugh. Xiaojie, who had just set down her lunchbox, immediately felt nauseated upon hearing the word bugs. On the other side, Ngt, who was thoroughly enjoying her meal, shivered in response. She hurriedly spat out half of the creature in her mouth. Indeed, Xingfeng is still that rascal, making them all eat bugs. No wonder he hasn't taken a single bite since they arrived. Sister-in-law, don't listen to Huzi's nonsense. This is a type of shrimp called Xylonxia. No one eats it around here, but I believe many in Guangzhou and Fujian have started to enjoy it. Xingfeng quickly explained upon noticing Su Ziyaj's reaction. Yes. My dear wife, it's a slip of the tongue. This is Xylonxia. The nutrition of one of these shrimp surpasses that of an egg. Men who consume it become robust, women attain a fair complexion, and children achieve perfect scores. He added with a chuckle. My brother also mentioned that if a man eats this, a woman can't handle it, and vice versa. If both consume it, the bed can't handle it, haha. Hearing this, Su Ziyaj blushed, exclaiming, Really, there are children present. Huzi slyly glanced at Su Ziyaj, and seeing her pretend to drink water, he felt reassured. How about we forget the 55? The 110 is the money we, as a couple, save for our goddaughter's medical expenses. Let us just forget that as well. Huzi said earnestly. Cough. The water is too hot. I choked a bit, but it's fine, Su Ziyaj forced a smile. Even brothers keep clear accounts. I know I've borrowed quite a bit from you before, and you never asked for it back, but today is different. This ISNT pocket change. It must be repaid, and I will write you an IOU. Xingfeng disregarded Huzi's consent, grabbing a piece of paper from the table, flipping it over, and picking up a nearby pen to write an IOU. He then bypassed Huzi and approached Su Ziyaj directly. Sister-in-law, I'm immensely grateful for your assistance today, and I sincerely appreciate your understanding of my past. Please keep this IOU safe. Wife, Huzi exclaimed, urging Su Ziyaj not to accept it. This matter concerning my goddaughter is my responsibility. The IOU feels too formal. Su Ziyaj reluctantly pushed the IOU back. If you don't accept it, I want to take Huzi to earn money. Xingfeng understood that despite Su Ziyaj's fondness for wealth, she, like Huzi, had a warm heart. He couldn't let such kindness go cold. That one do. My brother, you bring Huzi along. One day of work is worth 2 months for him. You must take him. One shouldn't forget their kindness. Su Ziyaj snatched the IOU. If you accept it, I'll take him. It's settled then. Xingfeng walked over to Wang Mengting, extending his hand to give her the money. Mengting, take this money. 100 yuan is certainly insufficient for Nuan's treatment. Use part of it for you three to have decent meals, as both you and Nuan need to nourish yourselves and save the rest for her medical expenses. Don't worry, I can earn more tomorrow. After saying this, Xingfeng placed the money on the table without concern for Wang Mengting's thoughts. He then picked up the now-cold lunchbox and began to eat heartily. Let us prepare early tomorrow. Make a bit more, add 2 stoves, and buy some seasonings. By the way, I found this in the morning. There's 9. 5 yuan left. Use it to replenish the seasonings and oil. And come find me when it's ready. Xingfeng was ravenously hungry. As he devoured his meal, he didn't even glance at Huzi, simply handing him some money from his pocket. All right, I'll be there bright and early tomorrow, Huzi replied. Huzi led Su Ziyaj away. In the hospital room, the little girl, having eaten her fill, fell into a deep sleep due to the sedative effects of the medication. Wang Mengting stared blankly at the money on the table. She wasn't foolish. In fact, she had attended school and gleaned much from the conversation that evening. This money was genuinely earned by Li Xingfeng and Huzi, and he had endured considerable hardship to obtain it. Since leaving the hospital, he had barely found a moment to eat. Huzi's words seemed trustworthy. However, the stark contrast in Li Xingfeng's demeanor made her hesitant to believe it. It felt as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. How could this be? Wang Mingting glanced again at the lunchbox and then at the prominent bump on Li Xingfeng's head. She fell into a reverie once more. After finishing his own portion, Li Xingfeng continued to eat Wan's leftovers, his hunger gradually dissipating. Observing the dazed Wang Mingting and the slumbering Wan, Li Xingfeng experienced immense happiness. Wang Mingting was beautiful. They had been classmates in high school, and she was the belle of their class. Marrying her had been an unexpected consequence of a drunken night. Mingting, hand me the lunchbox. I'll wash it. He reconsidered. Never mind, let Huzi wash it. I'll step outside for a smoke. Oh, still lost in thought. Wang Mingting quickly grabbed the money with one hand and handed the lunchbox to Li Xingfeng with the other. Li Xingfeng effortlessly placed the 3 lunchboxes into a net bag and proceeded towards the hospital's emergency exit. She had initially thought he was reaching for the money, but it turned out he was after the lunchbox. She hurriedly tucked the money away close to her body, glanced at her sleeping daughter, and headed to the water room. Having Huzi wash the dishes, Li Xingfeng, you really are something. Dear readers, I'm late today. I'll update tomorrow. I need to rest. I can't hold on any longer. Chapter 14. The patient and compassionate Li Xingfeng, he was utterly exhausted today. Such strenuous labor had been absent from his life for quite some time. The fatigue from his body caused him to fall asleep as soon as he lay down. In deep slumber, Li Xingfeng held onto his daughter's small hand. The hospital had provided a military cot for him to accompany her, which he had set up for himself. Feeling reassured by the money for his daughter's treatment tucked at his waist, he surrendered to a deep sleep amidst a haze of thoughts. In the neighboring unit of the 2 building, old Wang was puffing on his pipe while Aunt Wang glared at him with exasperation. And you? Why didn't you pay for the tea? 2 cents a cup is so expensive. Are you out of your mind? Doesn't tea our home have hot water? I thought they were about to throw it away. And since I was parched, I drank it, not expecting to be charged 2 cents. Besides, you manage all the money at home. Old Wang replied defensively. Old man, should we report this to the police? Aunt Wang, lacking alternatives, could only think of that. But didn't we ask? It requires 3 days of no contact to report to the police. Old Wang sighed and glanced at Aunt Wang. If I hadn't waited for you this afternoon, I might have caught up. I'm having a hard time. That's different. We could just say Li Xingfeng is selling children, and then the police should get involved. Aunt Wang's eyes sparkled as a new idea emerged. Do you have any evidence? The police already said evidence is necessary. Otherwise, it's false reporting, which disrupts public order, and you could end up in prison too. Old Wang replied while tapping his pipe. At my age, I don't want to go to prison. That would implicate my children and grandchildren. Sigh, where could this family have gone? Aunt Wang sighed again. Let us sleep. It's late. And tomorrow morning we'll go to the intersection and keep watch. Someone will surely see them. Old Wang put down his pipe and turned to head towards the bedroom. It's the fault of that wretched Li Xingfeng for ruining my poor Mingting's life. Aunt Wang shook her head and followed him into the bedroom. The next day, when the nurse came to check on the patients, Li Xingfeng awoke. Seeing his sleeping daughter and the equally slumbering Wang Mingting, who bore a troubled expression, Li Xingfeng made a shushing gesture to the nurse. The young nurse was about to speak when she saw Li Xingfeng gesture towards the child and Wang Mingting, signaling him to follow her. You're the child's father, aren't you? Dr. Gu will come by later. Today's treatment tasks are quite substantial. Please feed the child something first. Here is a thermometer. You know how to use it, right? After measuring, fill in this form. As she spoke, the nurse handed Li Xingfeng the thermometer, form, and pen. Mingting, wake up. Li Xingfeng gently tapped his sleeping wife's hand. Wang Mingting jolted awake, instinctively curling up under the blanket on the army cot. What do you want? Her voice trembled, a reflexive response to the sudden awakening. Observing his wife's reaction, Li Xingfeng felt a pang of sorrow and helplessness. It pained him to see her so worn down, and the burden of their suffering was a weight he bore. Don't be anxious. The nurse just came in and mentioned that Wan has a heavy treatment schedule today. Please help the child wash up and give me some change. I'll buy you both some breakfast. Wang Mingting still eyed him warily. The look in her eyes, along with her expression, constricted his chest. You turn around first, she insisted. unwilling to let Li Xingfeng know where she hid the money, fearing he might suddenly unleash his primal instincts and take it. Such incidents had occurred countless times in the 2 years since Wan was born. Once Li Xingfeng turned his back, Wang Mingting quickly reached in her waistband pocket, swiftly pulled out 2 coins, and adjusted her clothing to leave no trace. Here you go. She placed the coins on the bedside. Just 20 cents? The child and you both need to eat better. Only then can Wan recover swiftly. Li Xingfeng stared at the meager coins on the bed, his expression darkening. Is this all there is? Wang Mingting stubbornly bit her lip. If I give you more, you'll just use it to buy alcohol or gamble again. I've seen through your tricks. Oof. This is a hospital. If you dare to snatch it, don't blame me for calling for help. Once you're gone, I'll deposit all the money in the hospital for Wan's treatment. Left with no choice, Li Xingfeng picked up the 2 coins and walked towards the hospital exit. So be it. He would have to go hungry again. At 6:30 in Jiangzhou City, the sky was already brightening. Passing by the hospital gate, Li Xingfeng handed a cigarette to the security guard as per usual. Pedestrians were gradually appearing on the streets. At this hour, he imagined Huzi was already near the factory dormitory, starting to sell breakfast. Sure enough, many early shift workers were lining up at the breakfast shop. Li Xingfeng glanced at the menu. Comrade, I'll have 2 bowls of congee and 2 eggs. Please pack them separately. I'm taking them away. Here are the containers. He handed over 2 food boxes. In those days, if one wanted takeout, one had to bring their own containers, as there were no takeout bags or boxes available. The child, however, remained fast asleep, her eyes still closed in slumber. His wife, Wang Mingting, was holding a basin of hot water, preparing to wash the child. Mingting, let me do it. You should eat something first. Today, I'll need your help watching Wan during her infusion. Ignoring whether Wang Mingting consented. He placed the breakfast on the table, took the towel from her hands, sat on the other side of the bed, propped up the still drowsy Wan with one hand, and gently washed her face with the towel in the other. He sat there, lost in thought as he cleaned the child's face. Li Xingfeng was quite handsome. One might even call him Jiangzhou's version of a heartthrob. The reason Wang Mingting married him was partly due to an accident and partly out of spite. Of course, his looks played a minor role, albeit a very small one. However, she had not anticipated the rapid changes in him after marriage, especially upon learning they had a daughter. His attitude towards her and Wan had transformed entirely. But what had come over Li Xingfeng from yesterday to today? He was now patient and loving, a stark contrast to his former self, who had always claimed to dislike girls and referred to Wan as a burden. After washing Wan's face, Li Xingfeng began to clean her hands. Daddy, be gentle. If you are gentle, it won't hurt Wan. He took his daughter's hand again, carefully cleaning both little hands. Wan is so brave. He didn't even say it hurt. Seeing his daughter frown at him, he hurriedly praised her. Yes, Mama said Wan is the best. You can hold back hunger and pain. Children speak innocently, revealing truths only they can articulate. Her words made Li Xingfeng's heart ache. He struggled to suppress his emotions as he grasped one of her tiny feet. Wait, Daddy will wash your feet, and then we'll have breakfast together. We have congee and eggs, okay? Congee? Eggs? The little girl's eyes lit up. Daddy, aren't we having rice soup? Isn't congee just rice soup? She asked innocently. Congee is quite similar to rice soup. Li Xingfeng quickly opened the lid for her to see. Daddy is lying. Mama's rice soup only has this little bit of rice. The little girl gestured with her tiny hands. Daddy, you can't lie. Lying is not what a good child does. She said earnestly. All right, I will listen in Wan. Li Xingfeng gazed at his daughter, unable to hold back his tears any longer. Such a small child, with hardly any flesh on her. Her hands and feet were nothing but skin and bones. Mingting, please feed Wan. I'll go pour some water. Li Xingfeng hurriedly took the basin and walked to the hot water room. Tears streamed down his face as he recalled the image of her tiny hands gesturing. A clear memory etched in his mind. It was such a small handful, hardly enough to fill a gap between teeth, and she could only have 1 meal a day. No wonder she was so frail. The seriousness of her expression pierced his heart like countless needles. I swear, I will ensure you both live the best life possible. The hospital room had gained 2 new visitors, Huzi and Su Xiaojun. Li Xingfeng looked at Huzi in astonishment. He truly did not expect Huzi to have such acumen. The little girl munched on her food while intermittently glancing at Li Xingfeng, clearly expressing her discontent. However, due to Li Xingfeng's previous authority, she dared not speak up, only making small noises of protest. Wang Mingting, on the other hand, did not give him a pleasant look, glaring at him with her big eyes. This is a hospital, and there are others here. I'm not afraid of you, she made clear. Fengge, don't worry. I've taken care of everything. Huzi urged Li Xingfeng again, pleased that his brother was finally taking responsibility for his family. This was a good start. Hey, Fengge, you need to step up. There are many issues at home, and your parents are also in disarray. Come here, let daddy hold you. Li Xingfeng opened his arms. The little girl hesitated for a long time, her eyes timid, but eventually walked over to him. So good. Li Xingfeng planted a kiss on Wan's cheek, feeling immensely happy. The little girl was beginning to accept him. This was a promising beginning. Let it start with the child. Beneath the scorching sun, two men worked bare-chested, rolling up their pants, rummaging through the mud. Their bodies were not only drenched in sweat, but also sunburned to a deep red. Huzi, I'm going to take a break. Do you have any cigarettes? Li Xingfeng lifted the reloaded net bag and hurried towards the roadside. The moment he stood up, a wave of dizziness nearly caused him to collapse. Having eaten nothing in the morning, combined with several hours of labor, he was at the brink of starvation. Within the clothing, there lies a treasure, golden leaf. Fengge, you ought to take a moment to rest. Your health seems compromised. You must consume more small crayfish to recuperate. How'd you say it? A man consumes, and a woman cannot bear it. This behavior is unacceptable. Without exertion, how can one earn a living? Upon hearing Huzi's incessant chatter, Li Xingfeng felt warmth in his heart. Had it been in the past, such words from Huzi would have undoubtedly incensed him, prompting an unrestrained reprimand. Yet now, his heart brimmed with warmth. After 70 years across 2 lifetimes, if he could not comprehend that this was concern, he would have truly squandered his second chance at life. Leaning against the wheel of a cart, Li Xingfeng produced some cool boiled water and cornbread from his bag and began to munch. Young man, what are you up to? The old farmer inquired, having observed them toiling the previous day and now returning. As he spoke, he unfastened the bag he carried to show Li Xingfeng. You caught quite a haul. How many chickens do you have at home? Although the old farmer conversed, his gaze remained fixated on the cigarette in Li Xingfeng's hand. Uncle, you try this. Li Xingfeng, not lacking in awareness, promptly offered the old farmer a cigarette. How can I accept this? It would be too embarrassing. Despite his words, his actions were swift as he readily accepted the cigarette, placing it between his lips. If you light it for me, it will save the match. Allow me, Li Xingfeng said, quickly retrieving a match to ignite the cigarette for the old man. In this renewed life, he held a reverent fear of the unseen. He dared not allow the old man to light his cigarette with another's ember, for it was said that such an act could lead to a wife's demise. Why are you here alone? Where is your wife? Li Xingfeng cautiously inquired, testing the waters. I must say, the cigarettes from your city are indeed more pleasant than our dry tobacco. I won't smoke yours for free. This bag of insects is a gift for you, though the bag itself cannot be yours. The old farmer, a straightforward man, continued to speak while sifting through his bag to transfer several small crayfish into a net. Chapter 16, Xiba and Baga. The village chief observing the old farmer's actions, Li Xingfeng began to ponder. Uncle, my name is Li Xingfeng, and I wish to discuss a matter with you. Please consider what I propose. The old man waved his hand dismissively, patting his chest as he declared, Speak freely. This territory is all part of our Zhejiang village. I am Xiba and Baga, the village chief, and my words carry weight. With this, Li Xingfeng once more offered the old farmer a cigarette. Village chief, please do not underestimate yourself, particularly as the leader of this area. In this era, village officials were not merely appointed. They were esteemed figures within the community with significant influence, especially in villages where surnames were prevalent. The village chief often doubled as the clan leader, his word holding great authority. Offending him today could mean not only losing the ability to gather insects, but also being barred from the very roads tomorrow. Li Xingfeng immediately donned a smile. You speak modestly. In my eyes, the village chief is far more significant than any city official. A village comprises 100 families, over 1,000 souls, and your guidance is essential for countless matters. Haha, you are a perceptive lad, indeed. I, Xiba and Baga, do not boast. I am well aware of everything in this area. I know who has lost a dog, who has given birth to pigs. Nothing escapes my attention. If a daughter-in-law quarrels with her mother-in-law or brothers come to blows, it is I who must mediate. The villagers call me Justice Bao. Xiba and Baga playfully patted Li Xingfeng on the shoulder. So, feel free to speak your mind. Uncle, we find this insect useful, which is why we come here daily. Rest assured, I will not impede your efforts. If anyone inquires, Simply state that I have given my consent, and you shall face no trouble. Jiang Dagua boldly interrupted, his generosity evident. Li Xingfeng, caught in a mixture of amusement and disbelief, thought perhaps he had overdone the flattery. Thank you, uncle. Please accept this pack of cigarettes. Li Xingfeng promptly pressed the cigarettes into Jiang Dagua's hands. A golden leaf, quite an expense. Boy, your family must keep many chickens to afford this. I cannot accept your generosity. Do not lead me astray. Jiang Dagua protested. Oh, uncle, if you refuse, how can I ask for your assistance? Your help is indispensable. Li Xingfeng swiftly pushed the cigarettes into Jiang Dagua's pocket. Cough, cough. It is not that I wish to accept. You insisted. Do not think that by gifting me something, I will grant you favors. I have principles. Jiang Dagua patted his pocket, then quickly stood to glance around. Seeing no one nearby, he squatted down once more. Uncle, there is no violation of your principles here. I do not seek to corrupt you. I simply wish to ask for your help. My brother and I are limited in our energy. We do not catch many insects daily and would like you to speak with the villagers on our behalf. We collect insects here for 2 yuan per cart. A cart, based on the previous night market sales, was approximately 110 jin, equating to around 110 portions. At 2 yuan per cart, it is undoubtedly a lucrative deal. Offering more may raise suspicions. Furthermore, the suburbs of Jiangzhou house dozens of villages, with the Jiang village being the largest and closest. Securing the Jiang village would solidify Li Xingfeng's plans for selling small crayfish. Even if others were to imitate him, they would have to seek crayfish elsewhere, and the time lost on the road would suffice for a drink. What? Boy, are you out of your mind? 2 yuan? You must be mad. That could buy 1.5 packs of golden leaf. As your uncle, I cannot condone such wastefulness. Jiang Dagua's eyes widened in disbelief, his reprimand echoing loudly. This good lad simply lacked common sense. Such extravagance was unacceptable, and he felt compelled to give him a proper lecture. To gather these insects, there are numerous children in the village who could easily collect 10 carts by morning. You would need to spend 20 yuan just for the insects. How much money do you possess to waste like this? Heed my advice. Buy some candies and offer a few for each cart. You and your brother can each collect 2 carts daily, perfect for feeding your chickens, ensuring they grow plump. Jiang Dagua adopted an expression that suggested he would become irritated if Li Xingfeng did not heed his counsel. Li Xingfeng, Bamusa, found that his words had once again been interrupted. Uncle, I have not finished yet. We not only collect but also require the villagers' assistance to transport them to the city for 1 yuan per trip. What do you think? With one hand on his hip and the other pointing at Li Xingfeng, Jiang Dagua's lips quivered, rendering him speechless. This lad's mind was muddled. 10 carts, combining collection and transport, would total 30 yuan daily. The wage of a city worker was merely that amount. This was madness. What kind of family could sustain such expenses? From May to September, insects abound, and how many chickens could this family possibly have? It was insufficient for such extravagance. I cannot agree. I cannot assist you with this. Jiang Dagua removed the golden leaf from his pocket, thrusting it back at Li Xingfeng, then turned to leave with his bag and hoe. Uncle, please hear me out. Li Xingfeng, exasperated, called after Jiang Dagua as retreating figure. I will not listen. I will not listen to such wastefulness. Jiang Dagua's expression darkened, hastening his steps. Li Xingfeng gazed at the golden leaf in his hand, sighing as he resumed gnawing on the cornbread. Such a straightforward man is not without his drawbacks. He is as stubborn as a mule. Upon returning home, Jiang Dagua, holding a bowl of rice, found it unappetizing, his chopsticks idly pushing the food around the plate. What are you doing? Eat your meal. Stop fidgeting. If you do not wish to eat, then do not. His wife snatched the chopsticks from him. I will not eat. I'm going for a stroll. Jiang Dagua sighed, placing his hands behind his back as he stepped outside. At noon, Li Xingfeng and Huzi were gasping under the scorching sun. Today, Huzi had borrowed a cart from somewhere, bringing their total to 2 carts. One was already filled to the brim, while the other remained half empty. Huzi was diligently pouring several buckets of water onto the cart, for as his brother Feng had said, if they did not provide water for the little crayfish, they would spoil and become unpalatable. Huzi, take a break and have something to eat. Li Xingfeng exclaimed, feeling utterly exhausted. In his memory, this body had not engaged in farm work for at least 2 years. Ever since the birth of his daughter, Nuan, it seemed he had not ventured out to earn a living, spending his days in idleness. Nevertheless, he understood his own circumstances well enough. He could not afford to falter, as both his daughter and wife depended on him for their livelihood. Kid, hand me a cigarette. A loud voice suddenly rang in Li Xingfeng's ears. The newcomer was Jiang Dagua, who was accompanied by a dozen young boys. "You little rascals, go help catch some bugs. Tomorrow, these two uncles will bring you candy." Jiang Dagua waved his hand, and the 10 children quickly removed their shoes and rolled up their pant legs to wade into the riverbank. Chapter 17. A flourishing business. Li Xingfeng hurriedly passed a cigarette to Jiang Dagua. "Uncle, thank you. But perhaps you should—" Jiang Dagua immediately waved his hand to interrupt. "Don't mention you spending money on bugs. That's wasteful. No family can withstand such extravagance. Kid, we have plenty of bugs here. From May to September each year. We can never catch them all. Trust me, buy some candy for the kids, and they will help you catch them." After delivering this stern advice, Jiang Dagua fixed a severe gaze upon Li Xingfeng. Meanwhile, Huzi, who was munching on a steamed bun, nearly choked upon hearing Zhang's words. He quickly tugged at Li Xingfeng's sleeve, his face reflecting a look of confusion, as if questioning whether such an arrangement was truly fair. A few cents worth of candy could be exchanged for crayfish that could sell for over 100 at the night market. Li Xingfeng shook his head at Huzi, indicating that this matter could not be rushed. Jiang Dagua was not someone easy to persuade. Alternative means of compensation for the children were necessary. However, defying Jiang Dagua could result in future setbacks, making a loss not worth the risk. In the brief span of their conversation, the children had already filled 2 nets with bugs. At this rate, the empty cart would undoubtedly be full within half an hour. Jiang Dagua, concerned about Li Xingfeng's spending habits, kindly reminded him again, Huangjini costs 1.2 yuan per pack. Generally, families of officials smoke less. With the help of this external support, everything proceeded seamlessly. They set up their stall in the same familiar street, choosing the old location to deepen the memories associated with it. Their stall lacked any signage, and without a fixed spot, it would be easy for competitors to replace them when imitation became rampant. "Huzi, have you remembered everything I taught you?" Li Xingfeng asked as he finished preparing the seasonings and wiped his hands on his apron, preparing to get a haircut. The summer in Jiangzhou was unbearably hot. Moreover, his long hair gave off a sense of scruffiness. In business, one must pay attention to their appearance, as people tend to trust those who seem sincere. "I've remembered it all, Brother Foam. You can rest easy." Huzi grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. By 1983, Jiangzhou had become quite prosperous, with a large population leading to a plethora of street vendors. To facilitate management, the government had designated specific areas for selling clothing, vegetables, and miscellaneous snacks. The barber Li Xingfeng sought was a few alleys away from their food stall, making it difficult to locate. Although many barbers in that era only knew a couple of styles, their skills were commendable. "Master, please give me a buzz cut." "What is a buzz cut?" "I know what a flat top is, but what's a buzz cut?" "Trim the sides and back short, leaving the top flat." Li Xingfeng quickly clarified. "Had you said so earlier, I would have understood." "Sit tight. It will be done in a few minutes." The scissors flew across his head, and by the time the vendor next door finished his cigarette, Li Xingfeng's hair was already cut. "What a handsome young man." The barber praised sincerely. "Thanks to your excellent skills, here's your payment," Li Xingfeng said, handing over a crumpled dime. "Take care." Li Xingfeng expressed his gratitude once more before heading back to the stall. The haircut took only a few minutes. Most of the time was spent searching for a place. This alley was rather secluded, with establishments either offering haircuts or shoe repairs. As the workday came to a close, the number of pedestrians passing through the alley noticeably increased. Even from a distance, Li Xingfeng spotted a crowd gathering around their stall. Many were holding lunchboxes. Both men were dressed in flashy shirts and flared pants. "Boss, you finally arrived. Your brother can't handle all this alone. Look at how many people are lined up. Please hold on. I'll attend to you shortly," Li Xingfeng exclaimed as he hastily tied on his apron. "For takeout, please come over here and everyone line up properly. Parents, keep an eye on your children." In 1983, Jiangzhou's public safety was not as reliable as in later years. After the household contract system was implemented, many idle individuals found themselves without food, leading them down a crooked path. In crowded places like this, it was easy for unsavory characters to take notice. If trouble were to arise at his stall, he would undoubtedly be summoned for a chat. "Boss, for takeouts, here's the lunchbox," a cheerful elderly woman said, handing Li Xingfeng money in a box. "Just a moment. Please, I want 2 portions, also for takeout." "I need 3 portions. My kids are waiting at home." "Everyone, thank you for your support. Please listen to me. Line up orderly, and I assure you all will get served quickly. No need to rush, and watch your children and wallets." After several calls, the crowd finally quieted down and organized themselves. Thanks to yesterday's practice, Li Xingfeng had become adept at gauging how long the food would take to cook just by glancing at the pot's water. He and Huzi each managed 2 tin stoves and 2 pots. Despite the constant flow of people on the street, there was always a line forming at their stall. Li Xingfeng collected money with one hand while handing over lunchboxes with the other, executing the motions with remarkable fluidity. During the brief moments when he wasn't cooking, Li Xingfeng made a point to run over to the nearby tea stall, ordering a cup of tea for each customer. Today's business exceeded expectations. He had initially thought he would have to shout a couple more times, yet he was so busy that he barely had time to pour water for his guests. The sweltering heat, coupled with the incessantly burning stove, had already soaked Li Xingfeng and Huzi's clothes with sweat. Nevertheless, they paid no mind, as a considerable number of customers still awaited their service. The most extravagant orders came from Diaoge and his partner, who ordered 10 portions and remained until 10:30 in the evening. One was stout, the other lean. One was dark, the other fair. Yet both were equally tall and greeted customers with wide smiles. "Brother Feng, are we sold out?" Huzi asked, wiping the sweat from his brow after placing the last 2 portions into the pot. "Uncle, I'm sorry, but we've sold out. Please come again tomorrow. I sincerely apologize." An elderly man had just reached the front of the line, grabbed his money and lunchbox, his face turning red with anger. I'm sorry. Come back tomorrow, and I'll give you an extra portion as an apology." "How does that sound? Now that's more like it. You know how to conduct yourself?" The old man sighed as he walked away. After bidding farewell to the last customer, Li Xingfeng collapsed onto the ground, utterly fatigued. Although he had sold for over 5 hours, the exhaustion was palpable. However, many were merely observing yesterday, and today the queue has just begun to form. The ingredients prepared today exceed those of yesterday by more than double. The workload is similarly more than twice as much. Chapter 18. My surname is Xia, and my given name is Diao. In the Tongzi building, Aunt Wang and Old Wang wore troubled expressions once again. Today was yet another day without any gains for the two of them. "It's all your fault. Why were you so drowsy? Had you not slept until 10 o'clock? We might have already found that girl Mengting by now." Aunt Wang felt a surge of anger at the thought. It was agreed that they would inquire at the crossroads early today. Yet, who would have thought they both slept past 10? At my age, after running around so much yesterday, it's perfectly normal to struggle to rise. Besides, you overslept as well. Old Wang huffed in agreement. "Regardless, it's your fault. If you hadn't silenced the alarm, would I have overslept?" I can certainly hear Aunt Wang's tirade. Old Wang fell silent. Reasoning with this woman was futile. Alas, without finding Mengting, we cannot locate Li Xingfeng and the child. What shall we do? We shall look again tomorrow. If we still cannot find them, we will have to report to the police. Tonight, we must retire early to rise early tomorrow. Bang! Old Wang slammed his pipe on the table, interrupting Aunt Wang's complaints. All right. Recovering his energy, Li Xingfeng began rummaging through the cart. "Brother, it's all gone. Everything has been sold out. Not a single portion remains," Huzi lamented. "Did I not tell you to save some? At this hour, you have sold everything. What will Wan eat? What will Mengting eat? What will your wife eat? There is a handful of rice left. Shall we make some rice soup?" Huzi retrieved a small handful of rice from the cart. "No way. I promised Wan that I would ensure she eats well. I cannot let her drink rice soup again. Stop standing there foolishly. Hurry and check the street to see if anyone is still selling food." Thinking of his daughter's frail face and the gestures she made, Li Xingfeng felt a pang in his heart. Yes, brother, wait for me here. Little boss, have a smoke? Don't be anxious." The one speaking was Diaoge, who handed over a cigarette as he spoke. "Thank you, Diaoge. It's still Hongtom Mountain. You regard me highly." Li Xingfeng picked up a piece of charcoal with his tongs to light it. "Little boss, you jest. The earnings from your night's work allow for a Hongtom Mountain without any trouble. I roughly calculated, and tonight you will at least take in this amount," Diaoge said, holding up 3 fingers. "What do you think, little boss? I am not mistaken, am I?" Though Diaoge wore a smile, his eyes were filled with mischief. "Diaoge, if you have something to say, please say it directly." Li Xingfeng took a sip of water from the jar, staring directly at Diaoge, his gaze unwavering. In his past life, he had risen to the status of the wealthiest in Jiangzhou, encountering all manner of situations and people. "Little boss, my surname is Xia, and my given name is Diao. Everyone is kind enough to call me Diaoge. Today, my intentions are twofold. Firstly, to befriend you, and secondly, cough. Cough, cough. Upon hearing this introduction, Li Xingfeng nearly choked on his water. What did you say, Diaoge? Li Xingfeng cast a sympathetic glance at the flamboyantly dressed man. A name like that is not something just anyone can command. Secondly, I would like to ask you to teach my cooks how to prepare this so-called crawfish. Diaoge positioned a stool and sat down beside Li Xingfeng, draping a hand across his shoulder. This thing is everywhere in the countryside, primarily used to feed chickens. Am I wrong? Diaoge wore a look of certainty. Li Xingfeng removed Diaoge's hand from his shoulder and scrutinized the man carefully. This is a talented individual. They began selling last night, and today he has already figured out the source. Such level and vision are rare. However, why had he not heard of someone with such an acute commercial instinct in his past life? Glancing at Diaoge, Li Xingfeng realized that this matter could no longer be concealed. The only option now was to maximize his profits. Diaoge, since you are aware of the source, it is merely a matter of a few days of contemplation. Why come to ask me? Li Xingfeng inquired earnestly once more. Little boss, to be frank, this method incurs the lowest cost and the fastest speed. In business, it is all about time and cost. Moreover, I trust you will not refuse me. Diaoge snapped his fingers. With a swish, the dozen or so people at the stall stood up in unison. Sit down, everyone. Don't frighten our benefactor. Diaoge waved his hand, signaling for the group to resume their meals. So, little boss, will you consider it? This time, Diaoge's tone and gaze were laced with a hint of menace. Li Xingfeng picked up the stool, sitting opposite Diaoge, his eyes fixed on him. Am I to be intimidated? Shall you test that? At the same time, Li Xingfeng's hand subtly moved toward the knife on the table. Cutting off someone's financial path is akin to slaying their kin. You have heard this, have you not? Li Xingfeng gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury as he stared at Diaoge. Ha ha ha, how amusing. You are threatening us all alone. Diaoge laughed, breathless from amusement. If you think I jest, you may try it and see whether you or the knife is faster. After all, I have but one life. It is an exchange, and I will not lose out. Li Xingfeng's gaze sharpened as it swept over Diaoge's throat. Bang! Diaoge snapped his fingers once more. Li Xingfeng's grip on the knife tightened involuntarily. He did not genuinely wish to resort to violence. He merely intended to send a signal that his business could not be surrendered so easily. Otherwise, in the future, others would emulate today as Diaoge, effortlessly seizing his business through the same means. With a swish, the dozen people stood up again, and not only that, they were brandishing stools. What are you doing? You're scaring the little boss. Everyone sit down. Business is something to discuss slowly. Though Diaoge said this, his eyes remained fixed on a knife in Li Xingfeng's hand. At this distance, if Li Xingfeng were to strike, there would be no escape for him. It would certainly cost him his life. He felt a twinge of fear. He was not merely a throwaway life. Jiao, leave it to me, little brother. Don't be nervous. Let's put the knife down first. He realized this young man was genuinely prepared to take action against him. The female companion, named Jiao, immediately handed over a wallet. Without hesitation, Diaoge pulled out a thick wad of cash from his bag. In the underground world, loyalty and adherence to rules are paramount. As long as you provide me with the recipe, this money will be yours. What do you say? Li Xingfeng glanced at the thickness of the cash in Diaoge's hand and smiled broadly. In truth, he was sweating internally. He was not one to take a life. All his bravado and willingness to risk it all were merely acts. Looking at the money, Li Xingfeng conceived a new idea. Diaoge, let us not discuss money for now. As for a stall like mine, I wish to know how many you plan to open. With your investment, you surely seek more than the small-scale operations of my brother and me. Certainly, little brother, don't take offense at my bluntness. With your kind of makeshift setup, I could easily set up over a dozen stalls in one night. Give me 2 days, and I will ensure there are stalls of mine throughout the night market of Jiangzhou within a reasonable range. So, little boss, are you worried that I will take your secret recipe and steal your business? Rest assured, I can guarantee that my people will not set up stalls on this street. Li Xingfeng observed Diaoge's fervent promises and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. This is a prime opportunity. Failing to seize, it would be a disservice. It has come to me willingly. This business will inevitably spread throughout the streets, rather than delay. Let us commence with you. After all, you approached me in this manner to negotiate business, and there is no need for me to adhere to moral codes. Li Xingfeng promptly accepted the money from Diaoge, smiling with delight. Similarly, Diaoge also broke into a joyful smile, akin to that of a cunning old fox. Li Xingfeng's eyes sparkled with sincerity and innocence as he extended his hand, which Jiao Ge readily grasped. Li Xingfeng, a pleasure to collaborate. Sha Jiao, a delightful partnership indeed. Li Xingfeng felt a twinge of offense as his lips twitched slightly. Feng Ge, I encountered a fellow villager selling meat, procured some, and even salvaged a few wilted vegetable leaves. What do you think? Sounds good. Go buy 2 packs of Hongta Mountain cigarettes and a bottle of liquor. I wish to have a good chat with Jiao Ge. Hu Zi observed, the two beaming with happiness, bewildered. He set down his food and scratched his head before scampering away. Chapter 19. My apologies, Zhang Di, borrowing your name for a moment. In truth, Li Xingfeng was aware that once he divulged his methods to Jiao Ge, the latter would not be as honorable as he claimed. Tomorrow, this street would likely see Jiao Ji's stall, perhaps even right next to the brothers. Having navigated the tumultuous seas of commerce for decades in his previous life, he had witnessed too many who greeted warmly but stabbed in the back. Jiao Ge, how about I consider your 300 as a franchise fee? Li Xingfeng musha, observing Jiao Ge with amusement as he silently calculated. Franchise? What does that mean? Jiao Ge had never encountered this term before. The concept of a franchise was simple. It meant that this business would be entirely entrusted to him, and he could set up wherever he wished, albeit with certain restrictions. Jiao Ge produced a cigarette and offered it to Li Xingfeng. While he was not particularly knowledgeable about business, he possessed a knack for recognizing lucrative opportunities and scheming to claim them for himself. Little brother, you've already accepted the money, and before it's even warmed up, you're telling me there are restrictions? Jiao Ge's gaze turned menacing once more. Jiao Ge, please don't be angry. Allow me to explain. This business, as you can see, is visible to others as well. However, none have reacted as swiftly as you. Li Xingfeng began to flatter Jiao Ge subtly. You're correct in that regard. My stall is so expansive, and so many brothers depend on me for sustenance. It is due to my keen eye for wealth and insatiable nose for profit. Suddenly, Jiao Ge found Li Xingfeng somewhat more agreeable. The previous incident of him being threatened with a knife faded from his mind. Li Xingfeng gave Jiao Ge a thumbs up. So Jiao Ge, have you considered that Jiangzhou is quite small, and what if others begin to follow suit? That is quite simple. I have many brothers. If they were all as sensible as you, it would be manageable. But if they do not comprehend, my brothers would not merely be sitting here to feast. At that point, some might end up with consequences they did not foresee, and then it would be them handing me the money. Jiao Ji's words carried an ominous weight. Yet, Li Xingfeng understood all too well that this was still a veiled threat. Jiao Ge, the restrictions I mentioned are the solutions. Please, let me explain. Since I began this business, I have already conceived a resolution. A glint of cunning flickered in Li Xingfeng's eyes. The so-called franchise means we will erect signs at each stall, and I have already devised a name. Malayua. This is Malayua number 1, Jiangzhou. You can set up as many as you like, with names following sequentially. Number 2, number 3, and so on. Just imagine, how would our fellow villagers perceive this scene? After finishing, Li Xingfeng took a sip from his cup. What else could they think? The average person would surely assume that so many stalls belong to the same owner, providing far more assurance than others. I would prefer to purchase from such stalls. They must be more trustworthy. Jiao Ge nodded along, his eyes lighting up. With this approach, others will undoubtedly struggle to compete. I can even find some people to create disturbances, and they will leave on their own accord. Brilliant, brother. Henceforth, Jiangzhou shall be solely under my dominion. Li Xingfeng cast a surprised glance at Sha Jiao, realizing that Jiao Ge was truly beyond redemption. Indeed, you are right. If you do not prosper, it would be unjust. Li Xingfeng showered him with flattery once more. Of course, I have a firm grip on the underground of Jiangzhou. Jiao Ge beamed with pride. This young brother is astute, and his words are delightful to hear. In our 4 districts of Jiangzhou, each has alleys where such snacks are sold. When the time comes, you can set up stalls in prime locations. We need not overdo it. Just 2 or 3 in each alley, and we can monopolize the market for small lobsters. When others wish to intervene, they will find only the broth left for them. Is that not so? Upon finishing his statement, Li Xingfeng eagerly lit a cigarette for Jiao Ge. Indeed, you are correct. While others remain oblivious, we shall seize the opportunity and capture all business. What is that saying again? Jiao Ge furrowed his brow, appearing to struggle with his words. Walk the path of others so that they have no path to walk. Li Xingfeng hurriedly interjected, providing the phrase. Yes, that's it. Look at my brain. The words were on the tip of my tongue, yet I couldn't recall them. Ha ha ha. Jiao Ge slapped Li Xingfeng's arm with delight. Li Xingfeng suppressed the pain, grinning as well. Little brother, you have yet to enlighten me about the profits involved. That is what I am most concerned about. After sharing a laugh, Biaoge inquired seriously, this is the crux of the matter. Though he was brash, he was not foolish. If the profits were unsatisfactory, he would seize the business, and the 300 would need to be returned. Now that we have reached the crux, Biaoge, this is precisely what I wish to discuss. A serving of lobster sells for 1 yuan. The cost to produce it is about 50 cents, plus roughly 10 cents for the seasoning. Thus, one could profit about 40 cents per serving. Biaoge, you are well aware that this product is primarily found in the countryside, often used as feed for chickens. Li Xingfeng delivered this statement with a calm demeanor, all the while gauging Biaoge's reaction. Biaoge frowned. That cost seems rather high. Those things are generally crushed and fed to chickens. I have inquired about this. Since you have inquired, you should understand that the farmers' fields are their lifeblood. They will not allow you to enter freely. Moreover, these creatures dwell in the mud, making them difficult to catch. Biaoge's brow furrowed deeply as he took a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaled slowly, suppressing his displeasure. He continued, you are right. I have dealt with villagers before. Those folks are quite united and challenging to manage. Upon hearing this, Li Xingfeng felt a sense of reassurance. Well then, little brother, if my stall opens without this small lobster, how would I make a profit? Earning 40 cents per serving means 3 servings could yield a person's wages, which is quite feasible. Li Xingfeng had been waiting for this affirmation. Brother Jokai, my apologies. Viang da guo, Viang da ye. I shall borrow your name for a moment. Do you know Dejiang village? The village head, Jiang de Gua, is my indirect relative, and he provides me with these goods. You mean that old fellow Jiang de Gua? I know him. He is the village head of Dejiang village, and also the clan leader of both Dejiang and Shaojiang villages. Biaoge remarked with a face full of disdain. Chapter 20. Childhood Gestures. Observing Jiao Ji's expression, Li Xingfeng felt a renewed sense of stability. He hastily asked Biaoge, is there some misunderstanding between you and my uncle? Ah, it's an old story. Your uncle, well, I won't hold it against him. After all, those villagers did not gain any advantage from me back then, so let us not dwell on it. Jiao Ji's face showed signs of discomfort. Li Xingfeng felt reassured. This Biaoge clearly had endured some misfortune at the hands of Jiang Yi and his kin. Since you are aware of my uncle, this matter becomes more manageable. If you wish to expand fully, a single cart like mine would surely be insufficient. We would need to venture into the countryside for procurement. Li Xingfeng once again extended a cigarette to Biaoge. This time, declined with an expression of displeasure. Are we unable to bypass that old fellow? Can't we source from other villages? 30 kilometers away. Do you think my brothers and I have lost our sanity? Li Xingfeng gazed at Biaoge with a look of grievance. I'll see what can be done. Although productivity has been liberated, transportation remains under state control. You might have the means to purchase a small car for personal use, but try transporting goods on your own. The state allows street vending, yet there are certain items you dare not touch. Furthermore, without an introduction letter, even money won't secure a vehicle for transporting goods. This is classified as planned resources. Does that mean my business cannot be established? Biaoge cast a stern glance at Li Xingfeng, his accent noticeably more pronounced. Biaoge, please don't be angry. It's not that it can't be done. Isn't that my uncle? I'll speak to him. I assure you there will be no issue. However, we need to. Li Xingfeng's fingers rapidly rubbed together. You have many stalls in a significant volume, so I certainly cannot accept just this little. I must provide my uncle with some benefits, and he must assist you in making money. What do you think? With a sharp clap, Biaoge struck Li Xingfeng's arm once more. Well said. That old man still needs to help me profit. Not just him, the entire village must assist me in earning. However, I have one condition. Under no circumstances should you mention us in front of Jiang Dagua, as I did not treat them kindly in the past. Biaoge snapped his fingers again towards Jiao. Li Xingfeng, you will not assist for free. Starting tomorrow, I will establish 20 stalls, each with a cartload of goods. You are solely responsible for managing that old man Jiang Dagua. You will surely receive your due reward. After saying this, Biaoge handed Li Xingfeng a wad of cash. This is 300 yuan. Your stall will also belong to me from now on. For every gene of small crayfish, I'll pay you 50 cents. One cart will yield roughly 1 yuan, and 20 carts will amount to about 20 yuan. Though it may not match your street vending profits, it's still considerable. After this proclamation, Biaoge boldly placed a foot on a stool. Do you agree? or do you oppose? Diao Ge, this amount is too little. My stall earns 70 to 80 yuan a day without issue, Li Xingfeng replied, standing to face Diao Ge. Ha, little brother, trust Diao Ge. I possess ample means to ensure you don't sell even a single unit. Young man, do not emulate your uncle Jiang Dagua's stubbornness. Diao Ge gazed at Li Xingfeng, who appeared hesitant, and erupted into boisterous laughter. Feng Ge, the cigarettes are bought, Hometown Mountain brand, along with some liquor, Ergua too, Hu Zi shouted, breathless. Li Xingfeng shot a glance at Hu Zi in the distance, and extended his hand towards Diao Ge once more. Diao Ge, from now on, my brother and I will dine under your wing. With a forceful pat on Li Xingfeng's shoulder, Diao Ge exclaimed, ha, wise choice. Following Diao Ge guarantees a life of indulgence. Li Xingfeng's lips quivered slightly. Diao Ji's habits were indeed peculiar. His arm felt numb from the repeated slaps. Dia Yi, to whom should I share my crayfish recipe? Upon hearing this, Hu Zi immediately set down his work. What? Feng Ge, are you planning to teach them this skill? How will we make a living then? Have you lost your senses before even drinking? Li Xingfeng offered a wry smile to Hu Zi. Feng Yi, are you being threatened by them? Fear not. I, Hu Zi, have never backed down from a fight. As Hu Zi spoke, he brandished a kitchen knife, slapping it against the chopping board. Diao Ge raised his hands in surrender and nodded towards Li Xingfeng, then poured himself a glass of liquor. Your brother, you must handle yourself. This bitter smile was intentional. The performance was over. Unbeknownst to Hu Zi, he feared it might jeopardize their plans. But Li Xingfeng was aware of Hu Zi's vulnerabilities. As he observed the agitated Hu Zi, Li Xingfeng turned his back and extended a single finger. They both engaged in a grand game, with Hu Zi following behind him, reminiscent of their childhood brawls. One finger signaled no fight, indicating retreat. Two fingers indicated a fight, regardless of the outcome. In that moment, Li Xingfeng was uncertain if Hu Zi could still recognize the gesture, having not used it in so long. Hu Zi, let us prepare the meal, shall we? I will explain later. Li Xingfeng shook his finger, reminding Hu Zi once more. I'm not afraid of you. I'll listen to my Feng Ge, not intimidated by your numbers. Hu Zi muttered under his breath and resumed his work. In truth, Hu Zi had recognized the gesture immediately, but was uncertain, as Feng Ge had not used it since he turned 13. 6 years had passed, and both of them had started families. Yet today, this gesture resurfaced. Regardless of the reasons, he trusted Feng Ge, who had never let him down since childhood. In their youth, during fights, when outnumbered, Feng Ge would always protect him. That had never changed. Come, Diao Ge, let us drink to express my gratitude for your generosity. Li Xingfeng raised a glass towards Diao Ge. After downing the drink, Diao Ge looked at Li Xingfeng and then at Hu Zi. You two truly are like brothers, both fond of wielding knives. I must say, in business, harmony breeds prosperity, little brother. Li Xingfeng nodded vigorously, aware that Diao Ge was far from embodying such a principle. I, Li Xingfeng, can discern people well. The crucial aspect is that the production cost is significantly higher than you claim. The oil usage is practically free. If I hadn't seen you still selling, I would have thought you had fled after incurring losses. Oh, Diao Ge, how can you expose someone's shortcomings? Young brother, just share the secret with me. A similarly flamboyantly dressed woman looked at Li Xingfeng with eager anticipation. All right, no problem. Li Xingfeng began to explain in detail. From how to prepare the crayfish to the precise proportions of seasonings, oil temperature, cooking time, and water content, thoroughly covering it twice. Chapter 21. Good times. Diao Ge departed with Jiao Jiao, having instructed his subordinates to take away a cart. Diao Ge had paid, and Li Xingfeng did not intervene. Naturally, Diao Ge also provided him with an address to which he should deliver the small crayfish daily, with cash payment upon delivery. As he left, he patted Li Xingfeng's shoulder once more, cautioning him not to let Jiang Dagua know. For Li Xingfeng, this was perhaps the best outcome. In this renewed chapter, the only trustworthy ally remained Hu Zi, with just the two of them, opening an additional stall or reducing one held little significance. With too few people, productivity was limited. Feng Ge, you haven tea, yet explained why you are handing the business to others. Under the streetlight, Hu Zi followed closely behind Li Xingfeng, pulling another borrowed cart. Yesterday, you asked me what would happen if someone imitated us. Are you no longer worried? Li Xingfeng flicked away the cigarette, but responding evasively. It dawned on Hu Zi that his livelihood could also be at stake due to Li Xingfeng's decisions. To clarify, Li Xingfeng pulled out a wad of money, exactly the 300 Diao Ge had given him the second time. clarify your intentions. Otherwise, I will not accept this money. Though Hu Zi's gaze was fixed on the cash, he hesitated to reach for it, aware that his own stall barely garnered a few dozen yuan. Hardly enough to match that amount. Li Xingfeng then produced another stack of cash. This is the payment for your goods, and this is for my crayfish recipe. Accept it. Li Xingfeng stuffed the money into Hu Zi's pocket. What then? What shall we do moving forward? Hu Zi realized this money was a one-time transaction. However, selling small crayfish could stretch until the end of September. In the future, Feng Ge will guide you to earn even more money. You will understand tomorrow. Hu Zi observed Li Xingfeng's retreating figure, choosing not to voice further concerns. I am Li Xingfeng. What is your name? I am Hu Zi. Have they bullied you? Call me Big Brother, and I shall avenge you. Li Xingfeng exclaimed as he pulled him up with a firm grip. Yes, yes, Big Brother, they took my food, Hu Zi said, his eyes brimming with tears. Remember this. Come, Big Brother will help you take revenge. On that fateful day, Li Xingfeng was brimming with confidence, although in the end, both of them ended up beaten to a pulp. It was the time when he was told to run, yet he stood his ground. After receiving another scolding from the little nurse, Li Xingfeng and Hu Zi arrived at the ward. Standing at the door, Li Xingfeng faintly heard a melodious song. The voice was beautiful, singing Teresa Tang's Tian Mimi. The singer must be Wang Mengting, who had always loved to sing in his memory. Yet, he had not heard such a voice for a long time, throughout his 32 years in a past life and 2 in this one. A woman with such a tragic fate sang the sweetest of songs. Feng Jie, Gomein. Hu Zi boldly pushed the door open. The singing abruptly ceased. Do not be upset. Do not be upset, my sworn brother, my sworn brother. Li Xingfeng immediately donned a smile and followed Hu Zi into the ward. Inside, Nanan was rolling on the bed, refusing to sleep. Mama, I want to listen more. I'll sleep after. The little girl clung to Wang Mengting's arm, rolling around in a playful manner. Upon seeing Li Xingfeng enter, she instantly sat up. Bubba, Nanan, do you miss Daddy? I brought you some delicious food. Your godfather Hu Zi made you braised pork. The little girl's eyes sparkled at the mention of the dish. Her big eyes were fixed on the lunchbox in Li Xingfeng's hand. Mengting, have you and the child, along with Xiao Ju, eaten? We apologize for arriving late today, but starting tomorrow, it should not be so late. I will be able to spend more time with you and the child. Li Xingfeng hurriedly opened the lunchbox and took out a spoon. We've eaten on time. My sister-in-law went to buy the food. This gentle side of Li Xingfeng left Wang Mengting somewhat flustered. Baba, it smells so good. The little girl tugged at Li Xingfeng's hand with a pitiful expression, her eyes fixed on the meat in the lunchbox. She appeared utterly adorable. Li Xingfeng quickly selected a piece of lean meat and fed it to Nanan. Is it tasty? Tell Daddy what you had for dinner tonight. It's delicious, delicious. This morning we had porridge, and for lunch we also had porridge, and for dinner, still porridge, the little girl mumbled. Li Xingfeng looked at Wang Mengting in confusion, for he had given her all the money yesterday. Wang Mengting felt a bit shy under his gaze and quickly looked down, softly saying, I asked the doctor. Nanan's daily medication costs about 20 yuan, which will total around 200 yuan, so I kept 2 yuan and saved the rest in the hospital. Li Xingfeng nodded. This approach seemed reasonable. However, with 2 yuan in hand, it was unnecessary to subsist solely on porridge. The child was still young, and she needed nourishment, as did you. You both should eat better. Do not worry about money. I will find a way, understood? As he spoke, Li Xingfeng pulled out a handful of cash from his pocket. Hu Zi, count the money and see how much we have today. Well, I haven't eaten all day either, Hu Zi said, his mouth full of oil as he spoke, pulling out the money from his own pocket. You eat first, I'll take a little. Big brother, you must eat something as well. You haven't eaten all day. Don't ruin your health. Su Xiaojun's eyes sparkled upon seeing the money. She had been waiting for this moment. As soon as she stepped out this morning, Hu Zi had been boasting about how much they could earn today. It seemed they had indeed made a sizable sum. She carefully sorted the money into piles, separating the 1 yuan and 10 yuan notes. Big brother, a total of 322 yuan, half for the family. This is 161 for you. Sister-in-law, please keep this money safe. Su Xiaojun quickly divided the money into 2 piles, pushing half over to Wang Mengting. Looking at the pile of money on the hospital bed, Wang Mengting felt her vision blur. What was Li Xingfeng up to? Suddenly, he had changed, not only being kind to Nanan, but also so proactively giving her money to manage. He appeared to be a devoted family man, which she found hard to accept. Put away, Mengting. At that moment, Li Xingfeng was starving as well. He opened another lunchbox containing the wilted vegetable leaves that Huzi had scavenged. Baba, why aren't you eating meat? Unbeknownst to him, the little girl had taken the spoon herself, getting food all over her face. Come, Baba, have a piece of meat. Is it good? She asked, her face full of anticipation. Li Xingfeng took a bite. Delicious. Give Baba another bite, will you? Li Xingfeng wore an expression of pure delight. Sure, sure. The little girl picked the largest piece from the lunchbox, scooping it out for Li Xingfeng. Ah, what a wonderful daughter. How I did not cherish her in my past life. He thought. Nan, hasn't T-Mama eaten yet? Li Xingfeng quickly reminded. Chapter 22 at this moment. Diao Ge was filled with immense pride. The little girl rummaged through the lunchbox for quite some time before digging out another sizable piece. Mama, yat met. It's so delicious. Nan held up the spoon in one hand while carefully moving closer to Wang Mengting. Wang Mengting hastily sat up and opened her mouth to receive it. Mama, is it good? It's delicious, Nan. You eat. Mama, I isn't tea hungry, Wang Mengting said, wiping her daughter's greasy mouth with a towel. Seeing Wang Mengting care for Nan while feeding her, Li Xingfeng began to tackle the wilted vegetable leaves in his lunchbox. They were neither particularly tasty nor bad, merely filling his stomach. Huzi, noticing that Li Xingfeng had only the vegetable leaves, quickly divided his braised pork, giving half to him. Wife, give the IOU to big brother. This money is for you. Huzi, too busy eating, then remembered he had a wad of cash in another pocket. Why is there so much money again? What is this for? Su Xiaojun curiously pulled out a crumpled IOU and casually tossed it into the pile of money on the bed. Then, she took the cash from Huzi's hands and began counting. This is 300 yuan. Where did this money come from? And it's all brand new, sequentially numbered. Su Xiaojun glanced at Huzi and then at Li Xingfeng. She knew Huzi was honest and only had brute strength. If he had the entrepreneurial mind, he would have been prosperous long ago. It must surely be Li Xingfeng's idea. Huzi was too engrossed in his meal to pay Su Xiaojun any mind about selling the stall. He had no idea how to explain it. Big brother, what is this money for? Su Xiaojun asked out of curiosity. Likewise, Wang Mengting, while feeding her child, perked up her ears. She genuinely feared that Li Xingfeng and Huzi would engage in some nefarious activities. It was one thing for herself to be reckless. She could not allow Huzi to be led astray. Li Xingfeng swallowed a mouthful of food, took a sip of water from the jug, and after calming himself, began to speak. Huzi, today's food was a bit salty. Sister-in-law, keep this money securely. Setting up Huzi's stall cost only a few yuan. And today we sold it to a sucker. This money is from the sucker. After speaking, Li Xingfeng took another sip from the jug. He did not notice that Wang Mengting's face had turned crimson down to her neck. This jug belonged to her, and her daughter's jug was right next to her. Yet, he insisted on using hers. Big brother, are there more suckers like that? I could find someone to set up a stall in a day. Su Xiaojun's eyes sparkled as she stared at Li Xingfeng. How much does it cost to set up a stall? It can sell for 300. Wei struck it rich. Such an absurd situation. This time was merely good fortune. Su Xiaojun nearly amused Li Xingfeng, genuinely believing there were more suckers out there. On the other side, in the courtyard of Biao Ji's residence, more than 20 individuals had gathered. Meanwhile, by Jiao Jiao's side, the remaining 20 people congregated. Jiao Jiao, indeed, embodied a certain essence. It appeared that the young man was wise enough not to provoke us. If he dared to cross us, without Biao Ge having to utter a word, I would surely have him disarmed. Clearly, this was Jiao Ji's stronghold, and these individuals were his loyal subordinates. Everyone, focus on your tasks, Jiao Jiao instructed. Prepare the dishes and bring them to me. The sweltering heat, compounded by the consumption of ample alcohol, compelled Diao Ge to shed his shirt, exposing his bare torso. Once Jiao Jiao completed a dish, she promptly served it to Diao Ge. Just as she stepped down from the stove, another man approached and began to prepare food. Following the lead of the head sister, Diao Ge, this is worth 600 yuan. Are we really letting those two young men have it so cheaply? You promised me cosmetics and clothing that have yet to be purchased. A woman lamented, nestling against Jiao Ji's arm. I have no intention of paying. But did you not see those two country bumpkins? They dare to wield knives. Diao Ge glanced at his subordinates surrounding the stove and whispered to Jiao Jiao. I had intended to wait until today passed, then seek an opportunity to employ our old methods to undermine his business. However, that lad is actually related to Jiang de Gua. Jiang de Gua, How infuriating. Have you forgotten the losses we suffered a couple of years ago? The mere mention of Jiang de Gua instilled a sense of dread in Jiao's eyes, as if recalling some unpleasant memory. Of course, I remember that old fool. But 600 yuan is rather excessive. She complained. Jiao remained insistent. Diaogo lit a cigarette, savoring each puff. These two brothers, one a scholar and the other a warrior, particularly that Li Xingfeng, should not be underestimated. He possesses both courage and intellect. His idea for a franchise is quite commendable. We could potentially capture the entire market of Jiangzhou. One stall can yield a profit of 50 yuan in a single night. With 20 stalls, that amounts to a profit of 1,000 yuan nightly. Would you not agree that this expenditure is worthwhile? Though Jiao felt the sting of the 600 yuan, she nodded in agreement upon hearing Diao Ji's reasoning. What he did not disclose was that when Li Xingfeng had held a knife to his throat, he had genuinely felt fear, especially under the dim lights where Li Xingfeng's penetrating gaze was all too vivid. Others might have been too far to see, but he was merely a meter away, facing him directly. One was brave, the other astute. Looking at the useless individuals surrounding him, Diao sighed in resignation. The disparity between individuals can sometimes be greater than that between humans and dogs. It was fortunate that he had the discernment to assess people accordingly. Otherwise, he would have long since faltered. If anything were to go awry with his subordinates, they would scatter like frightened rabbits. By the way, what was that lad shop called? Mapo Doufu? Diao smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten this crucial detail. Diao it's called Ma La Yuhua. With stores numbered from 1 to 20, Jiao replied, peeling shrimp for Jiao while pouring him a drink. Indeed, the name is rather clever. Just imagine, a daily income of 1,000 yuan. In 10 days, we'd be millionaires and could finally ride a Jialing motorcycle. Jiao burped contentedly, squinting as he sipped another glass of wine, the image of Li Xingfeng resurfacing in his mind. Had he not appeared with his men, that money would likely have been pocketed by that young man. Thankfully, I discovered in time. Regardless, Diao felt a sense of superiority in this game. In Chapter 23, Wan created trouble. In the hospital room, Li Xingfeng finally finished his meal. Wan had eaten only a small portion and was unable to continue. Under Li Xingfeng's encouragement, the remaining braised pork found its way into Wang Mengting's stomach. Huzi, wash the bowl. I'm stepping out for a smoke to settle my stomach, Li Xingfeng said, gathering the leftovers and handing them to Huzi. Brother? Huzi hesitated to accept, but instinctively reached out. What do you mean? You won't let sister-in-law wash, but you want me to do it? Is it because I don't smoke? You all continue your conversation. I'll wash. Su Xiaoju deftly took the lunchbox from Huzi's hands. When out in the world, how can we have our men doing the dishes? There is no such custom. Wife, I'll accompany you, Su Xiaoju said, stepping out of the hospital room, with Huzi following closely behind. Perhaps due to overeating or the late hour, Wan began to feel drowsy. The little one sat on the hospital bed, nodding off while clutching Wang Mengting with one hand and grasping her clothing with the other. Mengting, put the money away. I'm going out for a smoke. It was all right. Ever since they began treating Wan, Wang Mengting had refrained from berating him, which was a promising development. Although she still acted indifferent towards him, he believed he would eventually warm her cold heart. In the emergency exit, a delicate face flickered in and out of view under the dim light of a cigarette. At that moment, exhaustion washed over Li Xingfeng, leaving him achy all over. The prolonged 15 hours of labor had taken its toll. Fortunately, all his efforts were worthwhile. Compared to his previously pallid complexion, he now appeared much healthier and rosier. Children grow and absorb well. With slightly better nourishment over 2 days, the changes were already evident. No rush. I haven't finished speaking. Please wait a moment. Blood brothers must settle accounts clearly. Even the best of brothers can encounter issues if things are muddled. It's not that I doubt Huzi and Su Xiaoju, but human nature falters in the face of self-interest, particularly when those interests exceed their understanding. He did not wish to test Huzi with memories from a past life. He knew Huzi could withstand trials. Yet, it was not worth the trouble. Diao is setting up 20 stalls selling crayfish throughout the city tomorrow, which will require about 20 carts of crayfish daily. Let me finish. I plan to purchase them. Tomorrow, we will approach Jiang de Gua. Diao Ji's price is 5 yuan per jean, while I intend to offer 2 yuan per jean. I know, Fengge. Is it not too steep? Huzi looked at Li Xingfeng with disdain, but he quickly composed himself, adopting a serious demeanor as he listened to Li Xingfeng. After finishing his explanation, Li Xingfeng pulled out a bundle of cash he had kept hidden for quite some time and extracted a bill from it. This 10 yuan covers a day's transport costs. If we acquire 20 carts, approximately 3,000 jin at 1 yuan per jin, that totals 300 yuan. Are you contributing financially or physically? Li Xingfeng fixed his gaze on Huzi, awaiting his decision. You're a fool. Your brother is trying to help you make money. And you're still pondering. Su Xiaoju chided Huzi, then quickly retrieved a stack of money from her pocket, counting it out. My brother, with a cost of 310, half for each family, amounts to 155 for hours. Count it. Su Xiaoju's speed in handing over the money was astonishing, as if she feared Li Xingfeng would refuse. All right, I will take 70% of this business, and Huzi will receive 30%. I guarantee you will earn more than today. Do we have an agreement? Although Li Xingfeng posed it as a question, he effortlessly tucked the money away. On one hand, he trusted Huzi, and on the other, he recognized Su Xiaoju as a perceptive individual who understood the stakes. After Huzi and Su Xiaoju departed, Li Xingfeng pushed all the money towards Wang Mengting. Mengting, please keep this. I'll need 320 yuan prepared for me tomorrow morning. The extra 10 yuan is for a gift for the village chief. After saying this, Li Xingfeng found 2 stools, pushed them together, and lay down. He was utterly exhausted. Wang Mengting had been in a daze while Li Xingfeng conversed with Huzi and his family. She too was curious about how Li Xingfeng could earn over 100 in a single day. Did he and Huzi really traverse 30 miles daily? Furthermore, did they spend several hours in the fields catching crayfish? It seemed implausible. After their marriage, Li Xingfeng had not lifted a finger around the house. Previously, all the chores, big and small, had fallen upon her shoulders. Not only that, whenever money ran low, Li Xingfeng would come to her for more. If she refused, he would either hit her or create a scene at her workplace. That was how she lost her previous job. Wang Mengting bit her lip, but continued to tuck the money away. Suddenly, a loud snoring erupted in the hospital room. Mama! The little girl was also awakened by the noise. Mama, it's thundering. I can hear the thunder. The little girl mumbled sleepily, her words unclear. Wan. Don't worry, it's not thunder. It's just your father snoring. It will be all right soon. Wang Mengting hurriedly got up, grabbed a pillow, and approached Li Xingfeng. The snoring grew increasingly loud. The little girl, confused, sat up with her disheveled hair and vacant eyes, then turned to look in the direction of the sound. The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she sounded. Wah, Daddy is bad. Daddy want tea letting Wan sleep. Daddy is bad. Wah. The little girl was now in a fit of morning crankiness. What's wrong? Wan? Upon hearing his daughter's cries, Li Xingfeng jolted upright. Bang! In a stroke of misfortune, he collided with Wang Mengting, who was preparing to place a pillow under his head. Wang Mengting gasped and fell to the floor. The little girl's cries abruptly ceased. It seemed she had caused a ruckus, and her parents had bumped heads. After a couple of sniffles, the little girl disregarded her tears, quietly lay down, and turned her back, curling herself into a little ball. You can't see me. Are you all right? I didn't mean to hurt you. Li Xingfeng rubbed his forehead and extended his hand toward Wang Mengting. Wang Mengting rolled her eyes at him and got up on her own. You can sleep on the caregiver's bed. You can't sleep on the bench. Your snoring is too loud and woke Wan. So, you intend to use my pillow for me? In a new day, Li Xingfeng awakened during the nurse's rounds. Prior to this, Wang Mengting had already risen and was now washing Wan's face with a towel. After putting on his shoes, Li Xingfeng went to the washroom to wash his face and rinse his mouth. The toiletries brought by Su Xiaojun were limited, lacking his own. He had been managing with what he had for the past 2 days. After today, he must visit the department store. As he reached the door of the ward, he heard a commotion inside. Aunt Wan is much better. She has stopped coughing. Initially, we expected her to stay for 10 days. But the doctor said she could be discharged in 4 or 5 days. Were Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang here? Li Xingfeng opened the ward door and was greeted by 3 uniformed police officers. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Old Wang chuckled awkwardly. You've come for rent, right? Surely, you and T call the police for that. In Li Xingfeng's memory, the elderly couple was not miserly. In his previous life, they had not only helped him bury his wife and daughter, but had never even mentioned rent. You are Li Xingfeng, correct? We received a report stating that you are a human trafficker and that you have disappeared with your daughter and wife for 3 days. If someone had been missing for 3 days, they could file a case but it appeared to be a misunderstanding. Since that is the case, we shall take our leave. One of the older officers turned and left after stating their purpose. However, when he spoke, Aunt Wang involuntarily trembled, and Old Wang glanced out the window. The weather is quite nice today. Old Wang chuckled. Uncle Wang, Aunt Wang, when I took the child out, didn't T. Mingting tell you? Li Xingfeng looked at Wang Mingting with a resentful expression. A human trafficker? How could you two think of such a thing? How much of a scoundrel must I be to commit such an act? You can't blame Mingting for this, given your previous scoundrel tendencies. It would be entirely impossible. Just ask the neighbors in the building. Who would believe you? Although Aunt Wang spoke, she dared not look Li Xingfeng in the eye. This was indeed a rash conclusion. Old man, it's all your fault. You were the one who reported to the police. Aunt Wang turned and began to scold Old Wang. Li Xingfeng bore no ill will toward the elderly couple. They were acting out of concern. Aunt Wang was right. He had indeed been a scoundrel in the past. Well, Uncle Wang, Annie, have you eaten? I'll buy you breakfast. Mingting can lend me some money. Huh? Asking Mingting for money again? How can you ask for money without working? This topic made her furious. She had hoped that Li Xingfeng would bring their child for medical treatment and had even cut his long, unkempt hair. She expected some change, but he was still the same. Mingting, listen to Annie. Don't give him money. Let him starve. All the money should go toward treating the child. Aunt Wang, holding the child, stood protectively in front of Wang Mingting. Old man, come here. We'll stand right here and see if he dares to hit anyone. Under Aunt Wang's stern gaze, Old Wang still stood in front of the two women, casually pulling out the smoking pipe from his waist. Wan, look who has come. I brought you big meat buns and porridge. Huzi, bouncing into the ward, was greeted by this tense scene. Brother Feng, what's going on? Aren't these two old folks Brother Feng's neighbors? The elderly couple looked nervously at Brother Feng. Oh, pulling out a smoking pipe at your age? Aren't you afraid of straining your back? Auntie, uncle, it's not as you think. All the money is earned by him, and he entrusted me with it, including the money for Wan's treatment. It's all from Li Xingfeng. If Wang Mingting remained silent any longer, Old Wang might take the pipe to strike Li Xingfeng. She had secretly checked last night, and the bump on the back of Li Xingfeng's head had yet to subside. Yes, all the money is earned by Daddy. Every night, Daddy brings back lots of money and delicious food. Wan illustrated with her hands, so much money, a lot. The little girl's voice caused Old Wang and Aunt Wang to feel increasingly embarrassed. Well, since Huzi brought food, let us eat first. Li Xingfeng took the initiative to break the awkwardness. Old Wang stepped aside again, turning his face toward the window. That day, he felt as though his face had been utterly humiliated. Aunt Wang took the two lunchboxes from Huzi and turned to feed Wan. Wang Mingting noticed that Huzi and Su Xiaojun had come in but did not start eating. Instead, she turned to take out some money. She had already divided the money the night before. Here, 320 yuan for you. After Li Xingfeng accepted the money, she hesitated for a moment and pulled out 2 wrinkled bills. Take these 2 yuan to buy something to eat. If you don't eat for a day, your body will wear out. Mingting, are you out of your mind, giving him so much money? Aunt Wang finally noticed that Wang Mingting was referring to 320 yuan. Auntie, this is for Li Xingfeng's business. Wang Mingting hurriedly explained. Old lady, don't worry so much. Shally has changed. Can't you see that? You're being short-sighted. Old Wang, holding his smoking pipe, left the ward. He was afraid of being called by his wife again. Today, he felt utterly humiliated. Oh, all right then. Aunt Wang looked at Li Xingfeng in astonishment and turned back to continue feeding Wan. Wang Mingting saw that Li Xingfeng had not accepted the 2 yuan, so she simply placed the money on the bed. Under the sweltering sun, Li Xingfeng set off once more toward Dajiang village with Huzi. In contrast to their previous endeavors, this time the two did not pull a cart. Instead, Huzi carried 2 packs of cigarettes and some candies. Having set out early, they arrived at Dajiang village around 8 o'clock. After offering a piece of candy, a local child guided them to the doorstep of Jiang Dagua. Just as Li Xingfeng was about to knock, he encountered Jiang Dagua, who was headed out. Why are you 2 brothers not catching bugs in the river ditch? What brings you here? Jiang Dagua glanced at Li Xingfeng and then at Huzi, who was carrying the items. Is this for the children? Have you gone mad buying so much? 2 spendthrifts. Come on in. Jiang Dagua ushered them into the house. Wife, pour some water. We have 2 young men visiting. Upon entering, Jiang Dagua took out his smoking pipe. Speak, what brings you here? Are you asking the children to catch bugs for you? That's easy. Just give them some candy. and they'll do it. As he spoke, he retrieved 2 packs of Hometown Mountain cigarettes from his bag. At that moment, Jiang Dagua's eyes nearly popped out. Hometown Mountain, a pack costing 1 yuan. Good heavens, that's even pricier than Golden Leaf. Chapter 25. The principal Jiang Dagua, Li Xingfeng, placed the 2 packs of cigarettes on the table and pushed them toward Jiang Dagua. Uncle, regarding the bug catching, we need your assistance. We require 20 carts daily, and they need to be delivered to the city. Jiang Dagua raised an eyebrow, casting a disapproving look at Li Xingfeng. Are you trying to test the officials with this? Young man, that's excessive. I can accept 1 or 2 packs. But these 2 packs of cigarettes are worth a month's wage for a worker in the city. I cannot accept this. Do not attempt to corrupt me. If the villagers find out, how can I continue as their leader? Upon hearing Jiang Dagua's response, Li Xingfeng did not feel discouraged. Having dealt with him twice, he understood Jiang Dagua's character quite well. He was a man of integrity. Without hesitation, Li Xingfeng opened 1 pack of Hometown Mountain, took out 2 packs, and pushed them back to Jiang Dagua. This is a token of respect from us. It is not intended to be a bribe. Nevertheless, Jiang Dagua continued to smoke his pipe, scrutinizing Li Xingfeng and Huzi. At least you 2 understand propriety. I, Jiang Dagua, am not only the village chief, but also the patriarch of Dajiang and Shaojin villages. How could 2 packs of cigarettes corrupt me? Let me enlighten you. Once Jiang Dagua began speaking, he went on for half an hour. Li Xingfeng nodded and smiled, occasionally adding compliments. Jiang Dagua's aged face beamed like a blooming chrysanthemum. I seem to have a kinship with you, young man. I cannot quite explain it, but I find you quite likable. You should not doubt it. However, I do not fancy your companion here. Upon hearing this, Huzi awkwardly scratched his head. He felt as if he had been caught in the crossfire. The problem was, unlike his brother, he had no talent for flattery. He had spent years focusing on physical strength, while his brother had honed his eloquence. Today, his perception of Li Xingfeng shifted. He realized how adept he was at charming the old man. Indeed, you speak wisely. I do not know why, but I also enjoy conversing with you. Listening to your life experiences feels enlightening, clarifying my path in life. You are like a guiding light, illuminating the way for us brothers. Such a lengthy string of words flowed effortlessly from him. One was bold enough to speak, while the other nodded in agreement, their cheeks betraying no hint of embarrassment. If business were conducted this way, it would be exceedingly challenging. Jiang Dagua, pleased with himself, waved his hand dismissively. It is not as grand as you claim. However, heed my words. After my father's passing, I became both the village chief and patriarch. I understand matters better than you young men. Do you not agree? Li Xingfeng promptly offered another pack of Hometown Mountain. What you say is truly insightful. With your guidance, our brothers are sure to thrive. Another round of flattery, incomprehensible to Huzi, brought a flush of joy to Jiang Dagua's face. You are quite the agreeable young man. It has been a long time since I have had such a delightful conversation. Now, my dear nephew, what is it that you truly seek? Whatever it is, I promise to assist you today, Jiang Dagua declared, placing his tea jar down and thumping his chest in assurance. Still on the matter of bug catching, Li Xingfeng had not finished speaking when Jiang Dagua interrupted him. 20 carts daily, delivered to the city? That is a trivial matter. There are countless little rascals in the village, and they are at the age where they are more nuisance than help. As I mentioned before, if you provide some snacks daily, it will be much easier. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Dagua continued, if you were asking for 2 or 3 carts, I could help you deliver them with just a pack of cigarettes as a token. However, for 20 carts, even with my status, some financial compensation is necessary. Considering the distance of 30 li, which takes about an hour by donkey cart, he suggested, how about 2 dimes? The current hourly wage is 1 dime. And I add an extra dime, which I need not explain further. I am sure you understand. Li Xingfeng nodded. He comprehended Jiang Dagua's intentions fully and had initially planned to offer 1 yuan. Uncle, I understand, even if it costs an extra dime. The villagers will not forsake this opportunity. Exactly. You are quite perceptive. It seems you have taken my words to heart. Now, let's not delay. I will assist you with the bug catching. Bring your cigarettes and candies along. Jiang Dagua set aside his pipe, took a pack of Hometown Mountain, and left the house. Humming a tune. At the drying field in Dajiang village, Jiang Dagua sat on a large rock, while dozens of villagers gathered around him, sitting on the benches they had brought. As Jiang Dagua finished speaking, the crowd began whispering among themselves. Uncle, may I interject? Li Xingfeng leaned in close to Jiang Dagua's ear and whispered. Yes, speak your mind. Lay out any demands clearly. Jiang Dagua nodded, finding Li Xingfeng quite agreeable. Dear friends and fellow villagers, please allow me to clarify what my uncle has not fully expressed. Li Xingfeng boldly stepped in front of Jiang Dagua. After discussing with my uncle, I realized that catching these bugs is rather time-consuming. Therefore, I am willing to pay for the bugs, which are plentiful in the fields. Pay for bugs? Is your nephew out his mind? Laughter erupted among the villagers, their expressions revealing a mix of sympathy and amusement. Jiang Dagua, irritated, tapped Li Xingfeng on the head. You foolish boy, do not start acting silly again. Catching bugs is not a big deal. The children helped catch them yesterday and came to collect their candies. Jiang Dagua hurriedly changed the subject, fearing Li Xingfeng would insist on paying for the bugs. 2 yuan for a cart? Are you mad? That would be 40 yuan for 20 carts a day. We cannot be so wasteful. Seeing Jiang Dagua's expression, Li Xingfeng decided not to press the issue further. He would explain the financial aspect to the villagers later. Chapter 26. Success. The endeavor of collecting small crayfish in Dajiang village ultimately proceeded smoothly. The villagers were reluctant to participate, mainly because they wished to leave the opportunity to earn some money for the poorer families. Earning 6 yuan in a month was significant, and those from better-off families felt embarrassed to seize that chance. Through this, Li Xingfeng observed the unity and integrity of Dajiang village. Such purity of spirit may only be found in this era. However, in this time, most families possessing carts and donkeys were relatively well off. Thus, this lucrative opportunity fell to those villagers who had the means. Near noon, Li Xingfeng, with a notebook in hand, was recording the accounts, while behind him lined up 20 carts, several already filled to the brim. At that moment, Huzi was pouring water from a bucket onto the carts. In the roadside ditch, dozens of young boys were bent over, diligently searching for insects. Once the candies they had brought were distributed, this group of young lads eagerly dashed into the ditch. After approximately an hour, it seemed that they had gathered quite a haul. Li Xingfeng nodded slightly and waved to Huzi. I sketched a table in my notebook, noting the names of the 20 individuals delivering goods for us, with a monthly settlement. If anyone arrives, you simply mark it down. Understood. But what about those who do not come? With 20 carts each day, none should be missing. For those absent, inquire among the others if anyone is willing to substitute, and add their names at the end. Li Xingfeng handed the notebook to Huzi and proceeded to greet the villagers delivering goods, offering them cigarettes. The men of the village were genuine. Once the Red Tower cigarettes were shared, Li Xingfeng quickly became one with them. Initially, he had envisioned this profitable venture as a means to support the struggling families in the village. However, due to the limitations of donkeys and carts, it was mostly appropriated by those in better circumstances. The affluent thrived even more, while those in hardship saw no change in their plight. As the village chief and patriarch, he felt inadequate. Hastily shoving a mouthful of noodles into his mouth, Jiang Dagua stepped outside with his smoking pipe. Dajiang village boasted over 100 households. During the communal dining days, every family lived similarly, struggling to fill their bellies. After the land distribution policy was implemented, within a mere year, life transformed dramatically. Families with numerous members received more land, and thus improved their circumstances first. Conversely, those without strong laborers and limited land, such as widows and orphans, saw their situations deteriorate. Puffing on his pipe and with hands behind his back, Jiang Dagua unconsciously wandered towards the spot where Li Xingfeng was collecting crayfish. At that moment, dozens of young boys were queuing in front of Li Xingfeng. The candies had all been distributed, yet both Li Xingfeng and Huzi felt a pang of guilt for the 20 carts of crayfish acquired in exchange for sweets. Form an orderly line, and those who misbehave shall be dismissed tomorrow. No cutting in line, and the older ones should not bully the younger ones. Once the boys lined up as instructed, Li Xingfeng retrieved a handful of cash from his pocket. Listen carefully. Today, each of you will receive 20 cents. Remember, starting tomorrow, for every net you use, you will earn 20 cents. I will return to collect more. The more you catch, the more you earn. Even the smallest children grasped the concept of money, not to mention the boys before him, their eyes fixated eagerly on the cash in Li Xingfeng's hand. When Jiang Dagua arrived, Li Xingfeng and Huzi had already set off with their convoy. Along the way, the children sprinted frantically back to the village. Most of them rushed into the local convenience store. In 1983, Jiangzhou was not as expansive as in later years. Although it was a city with a considerable population, it lagged far behind in urban development compared to future times. While this area was urban, it bore a striking resemblance to rural decay. The wealthiest part of Jiangzhou was undoubtedly the North District, where both his in-laws and parents resided. Currently, he and Fatty lived in the bustling West District, while the East District was notorious for its chaos, attracting all manner of unsavory characters due to its poverty. In his previous life, after resolving matters concerning his wife and daughter, Xingfeng had fled Jiangzhou overnight. Thus, this was his first visit to the East District. At this moment, Diao Ge was anxiously pacing. 20 vendor carts had already been positioned, and the crew for the crayfish was in place. Yet it was well past midday, and Xingfeng and his brother had not arrived as promised. Diao Ge, do you think those two brothers have run off with the money? Jiao, now lacking her usual bravado, frowned. If he dares to take my money and flee, I'll ensure he regrets it. Though he spoke bravely, Diao Ge was internally apprehensive. After all, he had essentially stolen someone else's business, despite ultimately paying them 600 yuan. He had no intention of inquiring on the streets. Who would dare to abscond after receiving Diao Ji's money? The more he pondered, the more frustrated he became, lighting a cigarette to ease his agitation. 600 yuan could easily be recouped by those two brothers within a few days of vending. If it were him, he would have likely bolted. Moreover, those two were acquainted with Jiang Dagua. If they truly ran to Dazhang village to hide, he would have no recourse. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Is this Sha Jiao's residence? Is Jiao Ge home? This is Xingfeng. Just as Jiao Ge was lost in thought, the long-awaited knock arrived. Jiao, go answer the door. I knew no one in Jiangzhou would dare to play tricks on me. Hearing the knock, Jiao dashed outside. Sister Jiao, where's Diao Ge? I brought goods from the villagers. Upon seeing Jiao at the door, Xingfeng quickly greeted her. She was, after all, the most significant opportunity he had encountered since his rebirth. Despite her age, she still presented herself with a flair that commanded respect. And Xingfeng maintained an outward demeanor of utmost politeness. Diao Ge is waiting for you inside. Although speaking to Xingfeng, Jiao's gaze had already traversed over him, counting the 20 carts. Each cart was filled to the brim with crayfish. Cool. Follow me to the backyard, where we will weigh them. After that, you can find Diao Ge. How about this, Sister Jiao? You and my brother can handle the weighing, and I will go find Diao Ge. After saying this, Xingfeng exchanged a knowing glance with Huzi. Huzi nodded and led the villagers to the backyard. In the living room, Diao Ge looked displeased as he regarded Xingfeng. Sincerely apologis, Diaye. Understanding the notion of not striking a smiling face, Xingfeng approached Diao Ge, almost as if he were a relative. Diao Ge continued to glare at him. He had suspected that this young man might have fled with the money. Xingfeng, I thought you had run off with the cash. Diao Ji's tone was rather hostile. How could I? It's just that my uncle has been somewhat troublesome, and without his presence, the villagers do not heed my words. Fortunately, things turned out well. Xingfeng said no more and simply poured himself a glass of water from the table. Oh, what trouble is that old Jiang Dagua causing now? Did he not instruct you not to mention my name? Upon hearing Jiang Dagua's name, Diao Ji's voice involuntarily rose in volume. Diao Ge, he is still my uncle. You should not speak of him in such a manner, especially in front of me, as a younger relative. Observing Diao Ji's nervousness brought a smile to Xingfeng's face. Hearing Xingfeng's comment, Diao Ge sank back into his chair. He had thought that Jiang Dagua was forbidding the catching of crayfish. The agreed price is 50 cents per gene. 1 cent is yours, and 50 cents belong to the villagers. How much does he want to raise it? Diao Ge quickly calculated in his mind. According to his earlier plans, today's price would be 1 yuan per portion, increasing to 1 yuan and 20 cents the following day. By tomorrow, the profit margin could be controlled to 70 cents. Xingfeng remained silent, merely extending 2 fingers toward Diao Ge. An additional 2 cents? That's acceptable, no problem. I agree. Diao Ji's face brightened with joy. 2 cents was insignificant, far from his bottom line. Xingfeng shook his head again. No, Diao Ge, I mean 20 cents. My uncle is the patriarch of 2 villages. Do you honestly believe that 2 cents would suffice to appease him? In order to capture these pests, half of the villagers found themselves unable to work. By noon, each person had managed to catch just over a pound. My uncle remarked that the pay was 7 mao per person, comparable to the wages in the city. After Xingfeng finished speaking, he casually picked up a cigarette from the table and lit it. 8 mao appeared to be the bottom line for Diao Ge. While the price of 7 mao would place him in a somewhat awkward position, though not excessively so. With a loud slap, Diao Gu slammed his hand onto the table, causing the water cups to topple. 7 Mao. How dare you ask for that? If we give you 7 Mao, what will our brothers eat? Should we survive on the northwestern winds? Li Xingfeng quickly approached Diao Gu, righting his water cup and pouring him another glass. Diao Gu, calm down. This 7 Mao price is only being offered out of respect for me. You know how my uncle is. He would demand a full kwai, the wage of a formal worker. Li Xingfeng's assertion was indeed accurate. Currently, the formal workers in the factory earned about 1 kwai or 1 kwai 2 Mao per day. 7 Mao was merely the wage for temporary workers. So, what if we went to another village to gather supplies? Diao Ji's eyes flickered. 7 Mao was already very close to his threshold. His bottom line was a daily income of 1,000. To maintain that with the cost price of 7 Mao, they would need to sell everything daily. Even if they agreed, the losses incurred along the way would be considerable and not worth it. Observing Diao Ji's demeanor, Li Xingfeng felt reassured. Diao Gu was not genuinely angry. It was all an act, primarily aimed at driving down the price. After lighting a cigarette for Diao Gu, he took one for himself. Diao Gu, you see this business? If we make a ruckus on the first day, the second day there will be a high demand. With 20 stalls, each selling 200 portions, just calculate how much you stand to earn. Why quibble over a few Mao? Diao Ji's eyes began to glint with interest. Selling 4,000 portions in a day at 3 Mao each would yield 1,200, and now he could earn nearly 4 Mao per portion. If he then distributed 2 kwai to each of his 20 underlings, he would still profit significantly. Perhaps, within 10 days, he could become a millionaire. Maybe he could even buy a Jialing motorcycle in no time. With a forceful slap on the Xingfeng's shoulder, Diao Gu exclaimed, "All right, I agree. But you must ensure a daily supply. However, at 7 Mao, you two brothers one team make any profit. Here's the deal. I'll give you both 10 kwai each per day." As Diao Gu spoke, he retrieved a bag from the cupboard and pulled out 3 stacks of money in front of Li Xingfeng. "This is my last savings. This stack is 1,000. The payment for today's goods." After saying this, Diao Gu handed Li Xingfeng 2 crisp, new bills. Following his statement, he ignored Li Xingfeng. Jiangzhou City has hundreds of thousands of people. Selling 4,000 portions is not difficult at all. He could sustain such a business for 4 months, accumulating untold wealth. His elementary school math skills were utterly inadequate for this calculation. In summary, the profit would be immense. Diao Gu, the scale is set. Jiao entered the living room with Huzi through the back door. How much? 4,200 Jin. Here's the tally. Jiao handed the list to Diao Gu and sat down to massage his shoulders. Hearing Diao Gu glanced at the money on the table, his fingers swiftly moving beneath. A new idea emerged in his mind. Jiao, what's the total for 4,000 Jin at 7 Mao each? Diao Gu, that would be 2,007. Diao Gu laughed and playfully tapped Jiao's nose. Smart girl. I thought it was 2,008. With a resounding clap, 2 stacks of money were placed before Li Xingfeng, followed by Diao Gu, counting out 700 and placing it in front of him. Brother, this is all there is. Is that all right? Li Xingfeng smiled slightly, tossing his cigarette but into his water cup. Diao Gu, I don't want the money. I'll take the goods. Diao Gu was on the verge of final outburst, but was clearly trying to assert his authority. Who do you think you're bullying? This door is not one you can enter or exit at will. Diao Gu extinguished his cigarette and approached Li Xingfeng, speaking imperiously. Chapter 28. The location of the gambling den in the face of Diao Ji's renewed threat. Li Xingfeng remained unyielding. Huzi, seeing this, stepped beside Li Xingfeng, defiantly staring at Diao Gu. Hey, let us all calm down. We're just doing business. No need to harm our relations. Diao Gu, little brother, please sit. Jiao immediately reached out, pulling both men to their seats. I have 20 brothers in my backyard, Diao Gu stated bluntly. Oh, what a coincidence. I have 20 uncles outside, all seasoned farmers who have worked for decades. They could be quite heavy-handed. With only 2 men in the room, Li Xingfeng provocatively looked at Diao Gu, leaning back in his chair. You've said it, and now how can I back down? Seeing Diao Ji's face redden with frustration, Li Xingfeng continued, Diao Gu, you agreed to the terms, and now you are changing them as soon as it's time to pay. That's not fair. Diao Ji's face grew even redder. Li Xingfeng was not holding back. Diao Gu was too cunning in his dealings. One cannot always concede, or who knows what other tricks might emerge in the coming months. Oh dear, little brother, I miscalculated. It should be 2008. No blame on Diao Gu. Jiao interjected, seeking to mediate. This business cannot fall through. It is a rare opportunity. Yes, I can't read or count, so I must rely on Jiao Jiao. Little brother, don't be angry. Jiao Jiao, please calculate for him how much it should be. My mistake, I'll recalculate. 4,000 Jin. Jiao Jiao quickly jumped in. But before she could finish, Li Xingfeng interrupted. It's 4,200 Jin. The tally must be shown to my uncle, Jiang Dagua. Jiao Jiao looked up at Diao Ge, who furrowed his brow and nodded at her. Little brother, it's 4,200 Jin, totaling 2,904, correct? After Jiao Jiao finished speaking, Diao Ge counted out 24 new bills and pushed the money across the table to Li Xingfeng. Little brother, this time it's correct. Please count it. Diao Ge's face was now dark enough to drip ink. Huzi. Li Xingfeng pointed to the money on the table and then to Diao Ge's bag. Huzi immediately grabbed the bag from in front of Diao Ge, stuffing the money into it. Jiao Jiao tugged at the bag. Let go. Huzi snatched it back. Having grown up with Li Xingfeng, he knew better than to show weakness at this moment. Diao Ge, may our collaboration be fruitful. We shall meet again. Without hesitation, Li Xingfeng hoisted the bag and exited through the back door. Outside the back door, a group of men gathered, smoking the cigarettes Li Xingfeng had given them, their eyes occasionally glancing toward the entrance. The village chief's foolish nephew had instructed them to wait until he emerged before leaving, as he had something to discuss. Upon seeing the two men exit, the crowd quickly surrounded them. Kid, can we leave now? Kid, is there anything else? Are you delivering a message from the village chief? Li Xingfeng halted, surveying the uncles before him. Uncles, we've only taken up about an hour of your midday break. Everything will proceed as agreed. At the end of the month, everyone will be paid. Of course, for those with difficulties at home, my brother and I could settle up immediately. Indeed. Is there anything else? If not, we'll be on our way. And please don't call me uncle. I'm Jiang Dafu, only 23. Although you're the village chief's nephew, it's not incorrect to call me uncle based on our age. Ha, we're off. The crowd hurriedly mounted their donkey carts, each heading back in the direction they had come. Li Xingfeng ran his fingers over his closely cropped hair, feeling unexpectedly buoyant. Brother Feng, what shall we do next? Huzi asked, his bag in hand, a broad smile illuminating his face. This bag of money represented their earnings for the day. He possessed a 30% share, and without needing to calculate, he was aware that he would receive nearly 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan. It would take him 2 years of early mornings and late nights at the street market to earn that amount. Yet, by following Brother Feng, he had secured it in just a single morning. Are you not hungry? Naturally, we will eat first, then attend to a matter, Li Xingfeng replied. Deep within, he had been harboring an unresolved issue that now demanded his attention. Recalling his memories, he remembered that his family owned a television set, a part of Wang Mengting's dowry. Due to gambling debts, he had been ensnared and lost 1,000 yuan. On May 10th, the television was forcibly taken as payment. Their television was a cherished Panda brand. In 1983, although the television was not worth 1,000 yuan, it was an item that money could not easily procure. Ordinary families lacked the necessary tickets and industrial coupons. While television prices ranged from 300 to 800 yuan on the black market, even the cheapest secondhand television was priced at 600 yuan, solely due to the required tickets and industrial coupons. After a simple lunch, Li Xingfeng guided Huzi through the alleys of the West City. Brother Feng, where exactly are we heading? You've been leading me around for an hour, Huzi complained. Li Xingfeng paid no heed to Huzi's grievances. Having been reborn, he had shed his former vices of gambling and excessive drinking after leaving Jiangzhou. Likewise, the memories of his past indulgences in Jiangzhou had faded from his mind. Consequently, he possessed only a vague recollection of the gambling venues he had frequented, lacking precise details. Speak up, Brother Feng. We could ask someone for directions. As he observed Li Xingfeng lost in thought with his eyes closed, Huzi grew anxious. If we cannot inquire, I will ponder it further. After all, it has been decades. Li Xingfeng resumed his mental search. What? Decades? Huzi wiped the sweat from his forehead. Brother Feng, take your time. I'm going to buy a soda. Baby Yang. Do you want one? Li Xingfeng furrowed his brow, surveying his surroundings. This was perplexing, according to his past memories. The very gambling den that had deceived him was located in this vicinity. However, the specific entrance remained hazy in his recollection, only remembering a distinctive sign on the door. Brother Feng, soda. Brother Feng, I heard a voice while buying water. It sounded like your neighbor Ma Baokai. Where? In the store? The transformation in his previous life had been largely influenced by Ma Baokai. It was all too easy to fall into bad habits. Within a matter of days, he had followed Ma Baokai into petty theft, drinking, and gambling. I'm not entirely sure. I can't confirm it. The back room of the store was quite noisy, and there was a voice that resembled Ma Baocai's. Huzi's vivid memory of the person who had led Brother Feng astray was evident. Although he expressed uncertainty, he was fairly confident that the voice from the back room belonged to Ma Baokai. Li Xingfeng once again closed his eyes, delving into his memories. Store Ma Baokai. Yes, that must be it. In his recollection of gambling there, he could recall various hawking sounds. Initially, he had assumed it was merely street vendors and paid little attention. Upon reflection, however, he recognized that the sounds of purchasing differed greatly from those of selling. The back door of the gambling den must connect to a store. Let us go confirm this. You buy a few more bottles of soda from the store. We can't be the only ones drinking. Suddenly, Li Xingfeng changed his mind. Moreover, carrying such a sum of money, it was unsafe for just him and Huzi to approach. Huzi, what is it, Brother Feng? Huzi halted, gazing at Li Xingfeng. Remember, act as if you don't know me, but pay attention to my signals. Li Xingfeng patted Huzi's shoulder, handing him the bag of money. He was a familiar face here, unlike Huzi. If he were recognized upon entering, the store's watchful eyes would likely identify him. He couldn't afford to take that risk, nor could he jeopardize Huzi. With his head lowered, Li Xingfeng swiftly passed by the store. The young man selling goods inside was lounging in a chair, engrossed in a novel. Li Xingfeng quickly glanced at him. He recognized him as one of the underlings of the gambling den's boss. Turning a corner, Li Xingfeng halted his pace. He could proceed no further. He had spotted the lookout for the gambling den and was now certain of its location. With his hands clasped behind his back, he shook a finger in a silent signal. Huzi picked up his change, holding the bag in one hand and the drinks in the other, trailing behind Li Xingfeng at a distance. They walked far from the alley until they reached the main street, where Li Xingfeng finally paused to wait for Huzi. Brother Feng, what are you up to? This feels like a spy rendezvous. Huzi found Brother Feng's actions increasingly perplexing. Do you see that store ahead? Go in and buy something. Distract the owner so that he doesn't see me. I'll follow behind and make a phone call. Huh, what should I buy? Huzi struggled to comprehend Brother Feng's intentions. Anything will do. Just act as if you don't know me. Off you go. Li Xingfeng waited for Huzi to walk several meters ahead before he gradually followed. The gambling den he was targeting was the largest in Jiangzhou City. The venue spanned over 200 square meters, with a front entrance and several key intersections monitored by lookouts day and night. The secret entrance to the den was located within that store. To operate such a large gambling establishment clandestinely in Jiangzhou City, the owner wielded considerable influence in the entire West District. At the very least, he had numerous informants in this area. In 1983, it was a critical period for a crackdown. Once alerted, these individuals would slip out through the back door, traverse a small alley, and emerge onto the street, effectively scattering. In his previous life, a year after leaving Jiangzhou, Huzi had called to inform him that the very gambling den that had brought him to ruin had been raided by the police. The amount involved was staggering, exceeding 1 million yuan, and several criminal leaders had been apprehended. Later, Huzi had even sent him a newspaper featuring photos of the trials, some of which included individuals he had encountered before. Notably, he vividly recalled the person responsible for cheating at the gambling table, as he had lost so much due to a combination of intoxication and being duped by these conspirators. Gambling is often a game of deceit, where the remaining player is either a victim of familiarity or a pawn waiting to be harvested. Seeing Huzi enter the store, Li Xingfeng lit a cigarette. In this era, stores with telephones typically displayed signs detailing call rates. Boss, I'd like to make a short-distance call. Oh, a short-distance call costs 50 cents per minute. If it's less than a minute, it's still charged as a full minute. Hey, big brother, what exactly do you want to buy? Please clarify. Observing the owner engrossed in conversation with Huzi, Li Xingfeng seized the opportunity to pick up the phone on the counter and dialed. In 1983, there was number 110 emergency hotline. To report something, one had to call the police directly. The earliest 110 system was established in Guangzhou in 1986. However, Li Xingfeng had read that newspaper multiple times, and though it was ultimately lost during a move along with family photos, the Jiangzhou City report number remained etched in his memory. Hello, is this the Jiangzhou City Public Security Bureau's Criminal Investigation Division's Anti-Organized Crime Office? Li Xingfeng lowered his voice. Yes, who is this? The busy Captain Xingfeng had just locked the office door when the phone rang. "May I inquire if you're Captain Xingfeng?" The newspapers from years past reported that it was indeed Xingfeng who unraveled the intricate underground gambling case. Therefore, even if given the chance to start anew, Li Xingfeng would only dare to place his trust in Xingfeng. The audacity of operating a casino so openly within the city limits left Li Xingfeng skeptical of the absence of substantial backing. "I am Xingfeng. Do you require assistance? If so, please share your location, and I shall arrange for patrol officers to assist you." A tinge of displeasure stirred within Xingfeng. He wondered when his office number had been leaked. Recently, he had been inundated with calls, and, as a public servant, he felt compelled to endure the trivial concerns of others. Issues such as stolen eggs from one's home or clothes pilfered from a line had become a frequent burden. He was already overwhelmed with responsibilities. The Bureau had been responding to directives from higher authorities to launch a campaign against organized crime, leaving him with little time to rest. And yet he was bombarded with these trivial matters, deepening his frustration. What were the local patrol officers doing? "How can you prove you are Xingfeng?" Li Xingfeng's subsequent question left Xingfeng momentarily stunned. "Prove? Must I provide proof? I am the distinguished captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade and the director of the Anti-Organized Crime Office." "Huh. If you have nothing else, I shall hang up. My actions require no validation. I carry within me a sharp blade to eradicate all injustices in this world." Upon hearing this, Li Xingfeng clenched his fist. It was hard to believe such juvenile rhetoric came from the lips of a distinguished officer. Yet that very quote was documented in the article. It was Xingfeng's steadfast motto for decades, a guiding principle for the Jiangzhou public security system in their unwavering fight against tyranny and their commitment to safeguarding the people's property. "I believe you. What follows is of utmost importance. Please keep in your heart." Chapter 30. The arrest operation at this moment. Xingfeng set aside any doubts regarding the authenticity of the call and swiftly retrieved a pen and paper from his desk. The voice on the other end suddenly made him realize that this might be an opportunity. "Captain Xingfeng, there exists an underground casino located in Erdeo Alley, Xiqing District, Jiangzhou City, covering approximately over 200 square meters. Have you noted that?" Li Xingfeng's voice was deep and authoritative. "Noted. Is there any additional intelligence?" Xingfeng's interest was piqued. Regardless of the veracity of this information, he was prepared to take decisive action. It had been nearly half a year since the higher-ups had conveyed their directives, yet the Criminal Investigation Brigade had achieved nothing significant during this time. There are 24-hour sentries at several key entrances to Erdeo Alley. Additionally, numerous local businesses in proximity serve as their informants. According to my investigation, the monetary involvement in this casino exceeds 1 million. Upon hearing this, Xingfeng clenched his fist. Although he had begun to take the situation seriously, he had not anticipated its complexity and severity. Over 1 million in his jurisdiction was a staggering thought. He rapidly jotted down the critical information and spoke again. "Comrade, which department do you serve? Please ensure your safety." Xingfeng understood that the detailed information provided indicated that the individual on the other end was likely risking their life to gather intelligence. It was plausible that they were an undercover agent within the enemy ranks. Judging by the information provided, this was an organized and disciplined criminal syndicate. The challenges of undercover investigations against such a group were evident. "Rest assured, I will safeguard myself. At the entrance of this casino, once it opens, 2 portraits of Guangong will be affixed upside down. When closed, they will be displayed right side up. Furthermore, the rear entrance of the casino leads into a store. There is but one store in all of Erdeo Alley, and you will discover this upon investigation." While Li Xingfeng continued speaking, his gaze remained fixed on the figure of Huzi within the room. At that moment, Huzi raised a finger, signaling him to retreat. It seemed Huzi could no longer hold out. "Comrade, what is your name? Such valuable information warrants recognition in my report." These details were too precious to allow the brave undercover officer to suffer in silence. He must be acknowledged for his efforts. Li Xingfeng initially thought to respond with "I am Chao Yang Chuanzhou." However, with a quick change of thought, he lowered his voice and replied, "I am a Bao Chai." With a click, Li Xingfeng immediately hung up the phone. "Boss, here are 2 coins for you at the counter." As the boss emerged, Li Xingfeng placed the coins down and swiftly exited the shop, blending into the crowd. Just as Xingfeng was about to speak, the line went dead, causing his already taut nerves to tighten further. Had they been discovered? Or was something amiss? He dared not dwell on the possibilities. Relaying such intelligence while trapped in a perilous situation required immense courage, as the risk of exposure was ever present. Any minor misstep could endanger the lives of undercover operatives. Xingfeng wrote the name Baochai boldly on the paper. Inside the shop, the boss hurried to the front desk, seeing the 2 coins. He let out a sigh of relief and proceeded to dial several numbers on the landline, noting the call duration, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Where did this person go? Why did they leave so hastily without receiving change? Then, the boss turned to Huzi. Big brother, what do you want to buy? You've been mumbling for ages, and I have no clue what to retrieve for you. It's a bit embarrassing to ask, but it's for my wife. It's for when she has her days. Huzi struggled to maintain his composure. His face flushed as he uttered this phrase. You should have said so earlier. Can this be displayed openly? If you had mentioned it earlier, I would have fetched it for you right away. The shopkeeper rolled his eyes at Huzi, turned, and disappeared into the back room. In under a minute, he returned with a black bag. Knowing you men care about appearances, I packed it discreetly in a black bag so no one can see. That'll be 1 yuan. Take it carefully. Huzi nodded gratefully and promptly paid, clutching the bag in one hand and the black bag in the other, disappearing into the throng. At a distance on the street corner, Li Xingfeng waved at Huzi from tea stall. Huzi, with a face full of discontent, handed the black bag to Li Xingfeng. Brother, I bought this for you. Take it. Li Xingfeng casually accepted it, about to open it, but Huzi quickly pressed his hand down. Brother, let us check it out in a less crowded place. It's not appropriate here. I fear others might think you're a pervert. The more Huzi insisted, the more curious Li Xingfeng became. In a flash, he opened a corner of the bag. With a lifetime of experience spanning over 70 years, Li Xingfeng's face turned crimson. He silently tied the bag shut and pushed it back towards Huzi, now understanding Huzi's earlier expression. Let us just put in the bag. Meanwhile, at the Public Security Bureau, Xingfeng furrowed his brow, one hand gripping a pen while the other held the map of Jiangzhou City, scribbling and sketching incessantly. Additionally, he frequently glanced at the blank sheet beside him, where the name Baochai stood out boldly. After a considerable time, Xingfeng finally clarified his thoughts. He had replayed the entire arrest operation in his mind countless times and was now confident in its flawless execution. Subsequently, Xingfeng exited his office and made his way to the Anti-Organized Crime Task Force office. Clap, clap, clap. Xingfeng clapped his hands, causing all his colleagues to cease their work and turn to face him. According to the intelligence provided by our informant, a significant underground casino is operating in Jiangzhou City. To ensure the success of our arrest operation, no one is permitted to leave and all external communications are suspended. I will handle all coordination with relevant departments. Now, everyone, take a break to recharge. I will explain the mission details before we depart. We must successfully execute the upcoming arrest, because this intelligence was obtained by the special agents at the peril of their lives. After speaking, Xingfeng disconnected all the phone lines in the office and removed all the landlines. He then locked the door of the special task force with a key. This information was provided by frontline agents who risked their lives. He had to ensure that he struck true and that no intelligence would leak from him. Once he completed all his tasks, Xingfeng closed his eyes and mentally simulated the capture process once more. The key to an evening operation was to eliminate the adversary's intelligence network and to scatter his own people, sending them in batches to the designated location. Meanwhile, the so-called special agent Xingfeng referred to his leisurely shopping at the mall with Huzi. In this era, understanding the market is fundamental to making money. Once the business of crayfish became successful, he would hand it over to Huzi to manage. With hundreds of thousands of people in Jiangzhou, unless they could fill the streets and alleys with crayfish stalls at the outset, someone would inevitably come to imitate them in the future. Diao Gu was the first, but he would certainly not be the last. As living standards rose daily, the number of crayfish stalls would only increase. In the department store, the prices remained high. After perusing the shop, Li Xingfeng left empty-handed after acquiring the information he sought. Feng Gu, are you not buying anything? Huzi exclaimed. You spent the entire afternoon just following your big brother around. You're not even a woman. Why do you love shopping so much? No, I'm not done shopping. Where are you off to now? To buy things, of course. We need to head to the alleys. The prices in the mall are exorbitant. We work hard for our money. We can't be foolish about it. A ready-made piece of clothing costs dozens of dollars. It's insane. Chapter 31. Buying clothes for my daughter after strolling through the alley. Li Xingfeng stopped in front of a stall selling children's clothing. A small floral dress hung prominently in the center of the stall. Its style and size were perfect for his daughter, Nana. Boss, Could you take that little dress down for me to have a look? Li Xingfeng asked, pointing to the dress. What a keen eye. It's the last one. The stall owner, an older woman, beamed with delight upon noticing a customer interested in her goods. She immediately donned a warm smile and became exceedingly enthusiastic. While examining the dress, Li Xingfeng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He wasn't blind. He could see that a stack of similar dresses was hidden beneath the stall. With such a large opening, how could he fail to notice? As he scrutinized the craftsmanship and felt the fabric, he inquired, "How much is it?" His daughter was still wearing a dress that Wang Mingting had altered from her own top. Although it covered her, it lacked comfort and style. It appeared to have been worn for quite some time, having faded and now looking quite dingy. After spending several days together, it was clear that his daughter had a fondness for beauty. "Young man, I must say you have a discerning eye. This dress is from a large factory in Guangzhou, made from natural fiber fabric. Given the heat in Jiangzhou, wearing this in the summer will not only allow for breathability, but also feel cool against the skin. Therefore, you get what you pay for. This dress is 25 yuan, and I guarantee you won't regret it. Shall I wrap it up for you?" Li Xingfeng nodded, realizing the owner was partially correct. "Boss, although this fabric feels cool to the touch and is breathable, it should be synthetic polyester, right? There's a loose thread here. I can tell just by smelling it. Natural fibers and polyester are vastly different in price. The simplest way to distinguish them is to find a loose thread and burn it. Natural fibers emit a scent reminiscent of animal pelts, while chemical fabrics give off a synthetic odor." The stall owner seized the dress. "Young man, I didn't realize you were such an expert. What price do you propose?" "I'll wrap it up for you. For 2 dresses and a pair of little sandals. The total came to 25 yuan. Li Xingfeng handed over the shoes and the other dress to the stall owner. Noticing the owner's exaggerated expression, he understood that she still had a profit margin, perhaps quite a significant one. In his previous life, he had also started from selling at street stalls. If he were truly losing money, he would simply pack up and ask customers to leave without uttering another word. "Boss, we are both in business. We both know whether it's profitable or not. Just a little less profit, so wrap it up." Li Xingfeng smiled and firmly settled on the price. "All right, consider me your friend. Come back here to buy again next time. I specialize in children's clothing." The stall owner swiftly wrapped the 2 dresses and sandals. "Huzi, pay up." Huzi handed over the money while carrying the bag of clothes. "Fengge, you're so skilled at bargaining. Help me pick out a few items for Su Ziajol." Huzi scratched his head a bit sheepishly. "You made quite a bit today. It's time to buy something nice for your wife. Do you know your wife's size?" Li Xingfeng found it hard to believe that this rough man could remember such details. He didn't even know Wang Mengting's size himself. "How would I know? Just look and guess." Huzi shook his head. "These stalls are mobile. Who knows where they will set up tomorrow? If we buy something unsuitable, there will be no place to return it. Let's finish work early tomorrow and go to the hospital so that Wang Mingting and Su Ziajol can pick out their clothes themselves. Does that sound good?" "All right." The 2 of them hurried toward the hospital. Today marked the 3rd day. In the morning, the nurse came to inform them that they would be checking Nana to see how much her condition had improved. If she was better, there would be no need for further foretreatment. Nana's small hands were slightly swollen from the high-intensity foretreatments over the past few days. Though Li Xingfeng felt pained, there was little he could do. The illness was not his to bear. He could only pray for Nana's swift recovery. At the hospital entrance, the familiar gatekeeper was still there. "Hey, come, have a smoke." "Oh, it's you 2 brothers. Is the little one still in the hospital? It's been 3 days, hasn't it?" The elderly man took the cigarette and examined it. Hongta Mountain. It seems business is good lately. It's all right. Thanks to the country, business is doing well. We appreciate you keeping the door open for us these past few days." Li Xingfeng quickly took out a match to light the old man's cigarette. For convenience, he and Huzi had been using the back door managed by the old man. The back door was reserved for medical staff, so they were somewhat of an exception. "Ha! You know how to sweet talk. Go on in and see your child." After bidding farewell to the gatekeeper, Li Xingfeng and Huzi made their way directly to the ward. Inside the ward, their daughter was already asleep, while Wang Mingting sat by the bed, seemingly lost in thought. Su Ziajol was sound asleep on the caregiver's bed. Seeing Su Ziajol sleeping, Huzi rushed over. "Wife, why are you still asleep? You were supposed to help your sister watch the baby, and here you are, napping." "Oh, I was just resting a bit. I take the morning shift, and my sister watches in the afternoon. It's hard not to get sleepy watching the foredrip all the time," Su Ziajol replied, rubbing her face, then climbed out of the caregiver's bed to make space for Huzi. "Mingting, weren't you supposed to have a checkup today? How'd it go?" What did the doctor say? At that moment, Nana was breathing evenly, but due to the heat, she was sweating profusely. Li Xingfeng quickly picked up a small fan provided by the hospital and gently fanned her. As the cool breeze flowed over her, the furrow in his daughter's brow gradually relaxed. Mengting? She had been contemplating the changes in Li Xingfeng over the past few days and the impact these changes had on the family and their child. This morning, as my daughter received her injection, she cried once again. Normally, she would call for her mother, but today she unexpectedly said, "Daddy, I want Daddy." Regarding today's examination results, what did Dr. Gu say? Dr. Gu mentioned that the situation is quite favorable and that there would be no need for an intravenous infusion tomorrow. He asked whether we would like to continue the hospitalization or come every day for injections. Wang Mingting and Li Xingfeng, despite engaging in conversation, both kept their eyes fixed on their daughter. Which option would expedite her recovery? Would staying in the hospital facilitate a quicker healing process? Unconsciously, Wang Mingting sought Li Xingfeng's opinion. Upon hearing her words, Li Xingfeng nodded and then handed her the fan. "You can fan our dear girl while I handle the discharge procedures." "All right." Huzi occasionally stole glances at him, clearly intrigued. "Ahem, Huzi, the two of you divide the money. All right? I'll take care of the discharge formalities." Chapter 32. Departure of the dear girl after completing the discharge procedures. Li Xingfeng made his way from the inpatient department to the outpatient clinic. "Dr. Gu, I am Li Nanan's father. I have just finalized the discharge procedures and have come to obtain the medication." In the office, Dr. Gu was sipping tea while reviewing the medical records. "Please take a seat. I will explain your child's condition." Li Xingfeng nodded and settled into a nearby chair. Nanan's condition was initially serious. Using ordinary medication, while cost-effective, would not guarantee results. Over time, it would subject the child to considerable suffering. Therefore, I opted for special medication, and, as you know, she ceased coughing that same day. Do you understand this? Dr. Gus set down the medical record and spoke solemnly to Li Xingfeng. The daily medical expenses amounting to several dozen yuan are not feasible for everyone. He had encountered numerous patients who, despite recovering from their ailments, later approached him with complaints regarding medication costs. "Thank you, Dr. Gu." Li Xingfeng nodded once more. Observing Li Xingfeng's comprehension, Dr. Gu nodded in response and continued. "We have added 2 more types of special medication today and yesterday. Given Nanan's young age and fragile health, we even included nutritional supplements. Thus, do not perceive the cost as excessive." Li Xingfeng nodded in agreement. There was little choice. The medical profession is highly specialized, and even if he had been reborn, he could only acquiesce. However, Dr. Gu was correct. It was indeed expensive. Wang Mingting had already spent over 200 yuan in total at the hospital, and within 3 days, they had already incurred expenses of 100 yuan. This amount was equivalent to 3 months' wages for an ordinary worker. The remaining 100 yuan was not refunded to Li Xingfeng, as it was reserved for Nanan's special injections, each costing 10 yuan. I have reviewed the examination results. Everything appears excellent. I recommend against hospitalization. For such a young child, hospitalization not only causes them distress, but also burdens the adults. Li Xingfeng accepted the prescription and stood to bow to Dr. Gu. "Thank you, Dr. Gu. You have saved my daughter's life." These words came from the depths of his heart. This doctor had taken the risk of administering superior medication without fully comprehending their financial situation. As he spoke, Li Xingfeng grasped Dr. Ji's hand and discreetly placed several large notes into it. Pneumonia is not a trivial ailment in this era. Special medication may not even be available in many smaller cities. Dr. Ji's willingness to provide such treatment truly demonstrated his dedication to the child's well-being. Dr. Gu raised an eyebrow, sensing the touch in his hand, and subtly tucked it into his coat. "Thank you, I understand." Li Xingfeng exited the doctor's office with a prescription, ensuring the door was securely closed behind him. Dr. Gu resumed his focus on the medical records. Wang Mingting remained stunned, as did Su Xiaojun. 3 stacks of money lay before them. "Put it away. The procedures are complete, and we can discharge her. But we must still come for daily injections." "No, what are you two doing with so much money?" Su Xiaojun exclaimed, expressing her disbelief. While she would have accepted a sum of 1 or 200, this amount far exceeded her comprehension, and she was hesitant to take it. However, Huzi, being somewhat reticent, was unable to articulate a response after much questioning. He only mumbled about what he had done with Li Xingfeng that day. They understood the process, but how they could earn so much remained a mystery to them. One stack of money was tossed to Su Xiaojun, while the other two were given to Wang Mingting. The young girl, still in a daze, turned her back to Li Xingfeng, clearly reluctant to wake. Daddy bought you a little dress and new shoes. Come on, try them on. Upon hearing this, the little girl immediately turned her head, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she fixed her gaze on Li Xingfeng. A little dress and new shoes. Li Xingfeng promptly retrieved the dress from his pocket. Do you like it, dear? Yes, it's pretty. Is it for me? The girl's eyes brimmed with anticipation. Yes, it is for you, dear. Your new outfit. The little girl clung to Li Xingfeng's sleeve, climbing off the bed to stand before him, examining the dress he held up against his chest. But I'm dirty. I haven't bathed. And I'll get the dress dirty. Her voice trailed off, and in the end, she buried her head into Li Xingfeng's embrace, feeling embarrassed. Haha, it's all right. Daddy bought you too. We'll wear this one today, and if it gets dirty, we'll switch to the other. Li Xingfeng produced another little dress from his bag. Which one do you want to wear first? Both dresses were beautiful, and the little girl couldn't decide. She held one in each hand, glancing back and forth, torn between them. Mama, help me choose. I can't decide. Seeing her joyful expression, Wang Mingting couldn't help but smile. Grabbing one of the dresses, she said, Let us wear this one today. The other we can save for tomorrow. Okay, Mama, please help me change. The little girl exclaimed, standing on the bed and then turning to look at Li Xingfeng and Huzi's family. Daddy, you and Godfather and Godmother go outside first. She felt shy. Ha ha ha. Huzi, let us step outside. Sister, please help Mingting get ready. We'll wait for you downstairs. After Li Xingfeng finished speaking, he packed the 2 stacks of money and the other dress into his bag, then took Huzi and left the ward. In truth, there was little to organize. Regardless of the reason, like most ordinary individuals, Li Xingfeng planned to discard everything in the ward after discharge. Brother Feng, let me put this in your bag. I secretly asked in the ward, and my wife has already had her period this month, so you can take it. Huzi, taking advantage of Li Xingfeng's inattention, grabbed a black plastic bag and stuffed it into the bag. Am I all right? Li Xingfeng fixed a stern gaze on Huzi, but in reality, he was sifting through his memories. In his previous life, when he left Jiangzhou, communication was limited, and Huzi's few attempts to contact him remained vivid in his memory. However, within that recollection, there was nothing that he felt had been concealed from him. Brother Feng, don't look at me like that. I didn't intend to keep anything from you. Huzi felt uneasy under Li Xingfeng's scrutiny. Before this, even if I had told you, you wouldn't have been able to help. It would likely have only complicated matters. Li Xingfeng's gaze was sharp, causing Huzi, a grown man, to lower his head. Chapter 33. Matters of Parents. Li Xingfeng patted Huzi on the shoulder. Huzi's thoughts were often simplistic, and the reason he had concealed information from him was undoubtedly because he believed that Li Xingfeng would be unable to assist. Now that he had chosen to speak, it was clear that he trusted Brother Feng to handle any situation effectively. Huzi nodded. That's right. Although I don't quite understand how you operate, I believe you will find a solution. Upon hearing this, Li Xingfeng remained silent. In a past life, it seems that I was truly unaware of this matter. On May 10th of that year, my wife and daughter tragically took their own lives with poison. With the assistance of our neighbor, Lao Wang and Wang Shenxi, as well as Hu Zai, I managed to handle the aftermath. Such a significant event could not possibly be concealed from my parents. Meanwhile, my elder brother, Li Xinghai, expelled me from our home with a broom. In the heat of the moment, as I endured the blows, I paid no heed to the situation at home. Now, reflecting on that scene, I recall my mother's troubled expression and my elder brother, Li Xinghai, clenching his fists tightly. At that time, I believed he was merely angered by my actions. In hindsight, it appears that something grave had occurred at home. Had I been more observant, I would have noticed that my sister-in-law, my father, and my younger sister, Li Xingyi, were all absent. Huzai, was my father hospitalized? Yes, the old man was injured. His arm and leg were broken, and he is currently in the hospital. Given this, it seems my sister-in-law was at the hospital tending to my father. Let's do this. It's quite late now. Tomorrow, after we finish our errands, we will go visit. All right, Brother Feng, you become better. The old man and elder brother will surely be pleased. Huzai scratched his neck, grinning widely. After leaving Jiangzhou, aside from receiving calls and letters from Huzai, I had also received a letter from home, but that was a month after I departed. The letter was from my father, containing a brief message to inform me that I had been expelled from the Li family and that our father-son relationship had been severed, primarily due to the passing of my wife and daughter. At this moment, Wang Mingting emerged with our daughter, Wan Wan. Behind them, Su Xiaojun carried 2 basins filled with towels. I approached Wang Mingting, scooped up our daughter, and handed her the black bag. I'll hold the child. You take the bag. Let's buy some good food for dinner tonight. Wan Wan, how about we have fish for dinner? The little girl, dressed in a new dress and sandals, squirmed in my arms, looking adorable. Fish is also meat, right? All right, what else do you want to eat? I rubbed my face against hers. Daddy is prickly. I also want candy. Can you buy me a piece? The little girl clutched my collar with hopeful eyes. Wan Wan wants candy? You must ask Mama. All the money at home is managed by Mama, and Daddy has no money. I made a pitiful expression. Mama, Wan Wan wants candy, just a tiny piece will do. The little girl gazed at Wang Mingting with an equally pitiful look. You can only have one. Too much candy will hurt your teeth, Wang Mingting replied, glancing at the 2 of us. The family left the hospital, chatting and laughing together. At the entrance of Dajiang village, Jiang Dagua sat on a stone, smoking his pipe. Though he found Hongtan Mountain cigarettes fragrant, he preferred the robust flavor of dry tobacco, which he had smoked his entire life. To him, the taste of a puff of dry tobacco was worth more than a stick of Hongtan Mountain. At the foot of the stone where Jiang Dagua sat was the river where I used to catch crayfish daily. In the river, 2 boys accompanied a little girl who was no more than a toddler. As the village chief, Jiang Dagua immediately recognized the 3 children. They belonged to Widow Qin from the northern end of the village. He could not recall her original name, only that she had married into Dajiang village 10 years prior. When her husband was alive, they lived quite well, but after his death, her situation worsened. Now, as a single woman tending to a mere acre of land while raising 3 children, without support from the village during the mid-year and year-end, it was a struggle just to have enough to eat, let alone anything more. Jiang Dagua knocked the ashes out of his pipe and ground it under his foot. Dabing, what are you and Xiaojiang doing out here with your sister instead of at home? After observing the children for a while, he still could not discern their activity. The older boy, Jiang Dabing, gestured to indicate their relative sizes. Jiang Dagua blinked. A net costs 2 dimes, and with 20 nets, they could yield a cartful. Worth 4 yuan. The younger boy, Jiang Xiaojiang, spoke next. The smallest child, Jiang Xiaohua, no bigger than a small doll, followed her brothers as they pulled weeds. Jiang Dagua tucked his pipe into his waist, removed his shoes, placed them on the stone, and then joined them in the river. This rascal, Li Xingfeng, has indeed taken to bribing. He refuses to heed advice. Jiang Dagua felt a mixture of love and resentment towards Li Xingfeng, realizing he could not stop this trend. Once initiated, it would only continue with money. Otherwise, no one would help with the catch. On the other hand, this approach indeed allowed impoverished families in the village to earn some income, which was beneficial for the villagers. He could not obstruct it. You 3 can catch bugs, but with these weeds rooted so deeply, I'll have to step in. Jiang Dagua rolled up his sleeves and bent down to assist the children with their weeding. Chief, what are you busy with? Need a hand? It was Jiang Dafu, a peer of Jiang Dagua. Oh, I see. These little rascals are clever. They know the bug collectors are coming tomorrow and are preparing in advance. Jiang Dafu first loaded the bulrush onto the donkey cart and then placed the toddler on the cart. The other 2 boys, agile as monkeys, climbed up without any assistance. Hold on tight. Let us go. He gently patted the donkey's rear, and it set off again. Jiang Dagua rinsed his feet in the water, then returned to shore, put on his shoes, and walked back to the village, humming a tune. This could be considered a contribution to the village's income. Surely it was better than leaving behind a deceased father. Chapter 34. Buying meat in a narrow alley. I held Muan Wan in my arms while Wang Mingting followed behind, carrying the bag. Trailing us were Hu Zai and Su Xiaojun. As we walked, I noticed something unusual. Wang Mingting kept her head lowered, and on several occasions, she nearly bumped into me when I stopped. Observing the passers-by, and then Wang Mingting, I understood. Wang Mingting felt out of place among them. It was not merely a matter of social awkwardness. Her attire was outdated, remnants from our wedding 3 years prior, now faded and patched. Both pairs of shoes revealed her toes, making her appear as though she had fled from hardship. In stark contrast, my own attire, a crisp white shirt, flared trousers, and polished leather shoes, was immaculate. I could not help but shake my head, reflecting on my past indiscretions. While my family faced turmoil, I squandered time gambling and drinking. I suppressed the guilt swelling within me and paused at a stall selling women's clothing. Wang Mingting nearly collided with me once more. Wan Wan, you have 2 new outfits and new shoes. Let us choose a couple of nice pieces for Mama, shall we? I said gently, watching as our little girl played with the flowers on her new sandals. Yes, let us buy Mama a new dress. She looks beautiful in dresses. The little girl's eyes brightened with the thought. Wan will choose for Mama. She is the smartest child and will surely pick a dress that Mama loves. Yes, yes. The little girl nodded vigorously, peering around while nestled in my embrace. At that moment, Wang Mingting felt shy and somewhat embarrassed. She understood my intention and knew I was not buying her clothes out of disdain. Li Xingfeng, perhaps we should buy some fabric instead. I can borrow Wang Xinxi's sewing machine and make them myself. Ready-made garments are too expensive. As a woman, how could she not desire beauty? Every day, as she scavenged through discarded vegetable leaves, she secretly listened to the prices, aware that a single dress could cost dozens of yuan. In those days, when she could barely afford to eat, how could she possibly spend money on such luxuries? Though Li Xingfeng has changed over the past few days and has earned a considerable sum of money, it is indeed a substantial amount for her. However, having grown accustomed to hardship, she remains reluctant to waste. Thus, making her own clothes not only saves money but also allows for beauty, embodying the essence of frugality. Mingting, do purchase a couple of pieces. Trust me, Li Xingfeng urged, freeing one hand to pull Wang Mingting closer to the stall. Taken aback by Li Xingfeng's firm yet gentle tone, Wang Mingting momentarily hesitated, lowering her gaze, even forgetting that Li Xingfeng was holding her hand. The young girl was dazzled by the array of choices, finding every piece appealing, yet she hesitated to make a decision. Boss, please take down that dress for me. Mingting, what do you think of this style? What size do you need? Li Xingfeng and her daughter, Wan held up the dress, with the little girl winking playfully at Wang Mingting. Oh dear, shopping for clothes is a task best left to us women. You men should step aside. It's quite shameless. Su Xiaojun and Huzi arrived late, having been to the neighboring stall to buy vegetables. That evening, they planned to gather for dinner at Li Xingfeng's home. Step aside. Discussing women's sizes in front of you big fellows is simply inappropriate. Su Xiaojun playfully shoved Li Xingfeng and Huzi aside. Sister-in-law, do pick out a couple of nice outfits for my wife. Wife, what size shoes do you wear? There are sandals over there. Let me choose a pair for you. Li Xingfeng's words made Wang Mingting's face flush again. How could he be so bold, openly asking such a private question in front of everyone? Big brother, go buy some meat. I'll ensure your wife looks stunning here, don't worry. Before departing, Li Xingfeng gestured towards Wang Mingting's bag, implying there was money inside, and not to be frugal. Wang Mingting bit her lip, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Come on, Brother Feng, do you not trust my wife's taste? Everything I wear is chosen by her, so rest assured. Seeing Huzi in his oversized shorts and tank top, Li Xingfeng felt a twinge of concern. All right then, Li Xingfeng recognized that he had been a bit too forceful. Wang Mingting was already shy, and his earlier actions must have made her feel even more awkward. Shall I buy meat while you get fish? Huzi carried only vegetables. His love for small animals had reached a point where he could not go a meal without it. If he felt this way, it was needless to say that his wife and daughter shared the same craving for meat. Boss, how much for the meat? Fatty is 80 cents. Lean is 65 cents. Do you prefer fatty or lean? I'll take the lean, $2 worth, and what about those bones? To his surprise, there were spare ribs at the stall, which happened to be one of Li Xingfeng's favorite dishes. As for the bones, if you buy a bit more meat, the bones are free. There is hardly any meat left on them, the stall owner said as he cut a piece of lean meat for Li Xingfeng. No fatty at all. What? You said it yourself. It's not that I'm not giving you some fatty meat. You simply don't want it. The vendor looked at Li Xingfeng with a puzzled expression. Daddy, fatty meat is delicious, his daughter exclaimed, eagerly wanting the little bit of fat the vendor offered. Realizing it was 1983, a time when people were often short on oil in their diets and thus craved fatty meat, it explained why fatty meat was more expensive than lean. Wan, listen, Daddy. The lean meat I prepare tastes even better than fatty meat. Does it taste as good as crayfish? Of course. Upon hearing this, the little girl's eyes sparkled once more. Young man, if you don't want the fatty meat, those bones are a gift. How would you like them cut? The vendor wore an expression that suggested his sincerity had been wasted. Even your little girl knows that fatty meat is delicious. How could you, as her father, not understand? Following Li Xingfeng's instructions, the meat vendor quickly chopped the bones and packed the lean meat into a bag, handing it over to Li Xingfeng. After Li Xingfeng departed, the vendor placed the set-aside fatty meat into a bag behind him. The bones were originally meant for his own child to gnaw on. Yet unexpectedly, this man preferred bones over fat, truly an unusual choice. Nevertheless, it mattered not. His child would be in for a treat that evening. In May, the evenings in Jiangzhou lingered longer, and by 6 o'clock, most people had finished work. The narrow alley bustled with activity as Xingfeng held his child, with Huzi trailing behind, carrying an assortment of bags. Reflecting on the scene at home before they left, it was nearly empty save for a quilt. Essentials like firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea had all been purchased. After nearly 2 hours of shopping, Xingfeng had gathered a good amount of items, while Huzi had become a relentless packhorse. However, despite this, they still awaited Wang Mingting and Su Xiaojun at the designated meeting spot. Wan clung to Xingfeng's neck with one hand while enjoying a tonghulu with the other, seemingly having forgotten her ever-present mother. Regardless of the era or a woman's age, shopping can be a daunting task. After 2 hours, Xingfeng had changed arms numerous times while holding Wan. And even Huzi, a tall and robust man, was sweating profusely from exhaustion. Let us go have a cup of tea and wait a little longer. Although Xingfeng felt a surge of frustration, he managed to keep his emotions in check. They found a stall at the corner, where the two settled into a seat. Xingfeng promptly placed his daughter on a chair and shook out his numbed arms. Huzi set down the mountain of bags, wiped his sweat, and downed the tea the vendor had poured for him in one go. After resting for half an hour, Xingfeng and Huzi finally spotted the two women, Wang Mingting and Su Xiaojun, each carrying 2 bags. All done? Xingfeng asked gently. Yes. Wang Mingting nodded, her cheeks flushed. Meanwhile, Su Xiaojun handed her bag to Huzi and turned to drink from his cup. You should drink some water as well. It's been a long time, and it's so hot. Xingfeng offered his cup to Wang Mingting. Her face reddened again. She understood his implication about their lengthy shopping trip. After enjoying some tea and settling the bill, Xingfeng, holding his child, led Wang Mingting and Huzi towards the tenement where he lived. Upon entering the tenement, the aroma of cooking wafted from every home. The tenement of 1983 was exceedingly simple, with each household occupying a small space, typically consisting of only 2 rooms. Xingfeng recalled a family of 5, 2 adults and 3 children, crammed into less than 30 square meters. Thus, as they approached the tenement, he saw neighbors cooking in the hallways. The cacophony of cooking sounds mingled with the scent of food, permeating the entire building. This was the charm of the tenement. Neighbors could gauge one another's living conditions by the meals they prepared. Those frying food with oil were likely well off, while those boiling vegetables often faced tighter budgets. As neighbors noticed Xingfeng carrying his child with Wang Mingting following behind, most merely glanced before returning to their tasks. Some even chose to ignore Xingfeng's greetings. He bore no ill will. After all, he had a notorious reputation, well known for gambling and drinking. The fact that the neighbors did not turn away upon seeing him was already a sign of improvement. This was likely thanks to Aunt Wang and Uncle Wang from next door. Xingfeng gently nudged the door with his shoulder, and it swung open. Upon entering, the scene remained unchanged. 2 cabinets, a dining table, several stools, and a distinctive fabric sofa from that era. From these furnishings, it is evident that when Xingfeng and Wang Mingting wed, their family background must have been quite affluent. Not only were all essential pieces of furniture present, but there was also a television set. Such conditions, not to mention in a 2 building, were enviable throughout the vicinity. Yet, this once coveted home had been reduced to bare walls after 2 years of turmoil. Xingfeng set the child down and brushed his buzz cut, grateful for his foresight in acquiring all the necessary items. Otherwise, a skilled homemaker would find it difficult to prepare a meal without ingredients. Mingting, you take care of the child while I prepare dinner and showcase my culinary skills. Xingfeng rolled up his sleeves, accepted a bundle of items from Huzi, and proceeded down the corridor. The cooking area in their home was also in the hallway, adjacent to Aunt Wang's stove. Apart from a single pot, there was nothing else on the stove. Xingfeng smirked, concluding that Wang Mingting and their daughter could only manage to boil simple dishes. Knock, knock, knock. Aunt Wang. It's Xingfeng. Coming. Aunt Wang appeared at the door with a bowl in hand, her expression one of reluctance as she regarded Xingfeng. Aunt, may I use your stove? You know my situation. I haven't had the chance to buy anything yet. Go ahead, but make sure to clean the stove afterward. Aunt Wang's tone remained stern. With that, she shut the door with a thud. Even through the door, Xingfeng could hear her murmuring. He raised an eyebrow and turned back to his tasks. Aunt Wang was indeed sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. Before long, the aroma of cooking wafted through the two building as Li Xingfeng, sweating profusely from the heat, especially in this stifling environment, called out, "Huzi, serve the dishes. Braised fish." Coming. Huzi tossed aside the rag in his hand and took the plate from Li Xingfeng. Braised ribs, braised meat, stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers, stir-fried asparagus. With 5 dishes prepared, Li Xingfeng wiped the sweat from his brow. In a short span of cooking, he was drenched in perspiration once more. Their family typically dined late. And at this moment, every household in the two building had already finished their meals, including Aunt Wang and Old Wang, who were fanning themselves with one hand and holding their stools with the other as they enjoyed the cool evening air downstairs. Who is cooking meat upstairs? They must be making a fortune to afford such a feast. From the aroma, it must be at least 4 dishes, right? With meat and fish, and all stir-fried? What they eat is none of your business. Mind your own affairs. Aunt Wang shot a glare at a neighbor. These people, when Wang Mengting's family was struggling, she came to them for help, but they never offered a hand. Now they are envious. What is the matter? Are their hardships greater than that of Wang Mengting? Aunt, I made extra braised meat. Should I bring you a plate? Li Xingfeng called out from the corridor. Ah, Aunt Wang replied hurriedly. Aunt Wang, Uncle Wang, I have an extra plate of braised meat. Can I bring it to you? Keep it for yourselves. The girl needs to eat more to grow. Aunt Wang stood up and waved her fan at Li Xingfeng. Although the braised meat smelled divine, she and Old Wang were at an age where an extra bite made little difference. Meanwhile, Huzi dashed downstairs in a flurry. You chubby boy, the meal is ready. Why aren't you eating? Aunt Wang stopped him. Aunt, I'm going to buy some locks and light bulbs. The bulbs at home have burned out. Huzi grinned at Aunt Wang. As dusk descended, the improvement in Li Xingfeng's family's diet became a hot topic among the residents of the two building. Many neighbors speculated that, as Aunt Wang suggested, Li Xingfeng must have earned money through dubious means. They found it hard to believe that a family could suddenly afford such lavish meals within 2 days. Just from the scent, this dinner could have cost several days' wages. This was certainly not a dual-income household. How could they manage such extravagance? Aunt Wang couldn't be bothered to engage with them. She had witnessed Wang Mengting paying a substantial rent, likely over 100. As long as the income was legal and not from selling children, these people were simply idle. Aunt Wang and Old Wang chose to ignore them and headed upstairs, especially since Li Xingfeng had brought them a plate of braised meat. Under the night sky of Jiangzhou City, Xingfeng sat in his office, reassessing his thoughts. Apart from those on duty, only their criminal investigation team remained active. However, at his request, everyone maintained a hushed demeanor. Many colleagues were unaware of their presence in the office, assuming that everyone had locked up and gone out on duty. The equipment for today's operations had already been collected promptly. After changing into plain clothes, Xingfeng grabbed a bag of gear and unlocked the door that had been secured all day, closing the conference room door behind him. Clap, clap, clap. Xingfeng clapped his hands to rouse his subordinates. Everyone, wake up. It's time to change into plain clothes. Once you're ready, sign for your equipment. He set the bag on the table. A quick-witted young man immediately opened it to inspect the contents. Bulletproof vests, handguns. Real bullets, not rubber ones or stun guns. Are we in such danger this time? Better safe than sorry, Xingfeng replied, lighting a cigarette and watching his colleagues change. He approached the tactical whiteboard, awaiting their readiness. After a moment, he surveyed the room. Based on informant intelligence, the involved amount exceeds 1 million and is tied to an organized, disciplined gang. Therefore, we must be prepared. I do not want any loose ends. If necessary, we may need to fire. After delivering his instructions, Xingfeng scanned his colleagues once more. Let us begin assigning roles. Xiaoming, you and Xiaoli will form one team. Half an hour later, Xingfeng addressed his colleagues. Did everyone hear me clearly? Loud and clear. Let us move out. Ensuring nothing goes awry. The group exited the police station, quickly blending into the crowd, dispersing into smaller units. In Li Xingfeng's humble abode, 4 glasses of alcohol were placed before them. To celebrate Wan's discharge from the hospital, Li Xingfeng raised his glass. However, Wang Mengting stared at her glass with concern. She was not incapable of drinking, but she was apprehensive that Li Xingfeng might become intoxicated and lash out at her and their child. Daddy, can you please not drink? Wan is scared. The little girl, with a face full of fear, gazed at the glass in Li Xingfeng's hand, her voice trembling. Her words drew the attention of everyone present. Wan, Why don't you want Daddy to drink? Li Xingfeng reached out to smooth her hair, but she instinctively recoiled, then buried her face in Wang Mengting's embrace. Reluctant to speak. Then Daddy won't drink. Wan, will you eat nicely? Upon hearing this, the little girl turned her head, her large eyes shimmering with tears. Oh dear. Wan, don't cry. Daddy will pour out the alcohol. Li Xingfeng hurriedly disposed of the alcohol into the trash can, signaling Huzi and Su Xiaojun to do the same. They promptly emptied their glasses, with Huzi even tossing the bottle into the trash and taking it outside. Wan, look, there's no alcohol left in the house. There's none on the table or anywhere. Daddy, please don't drink. Don't hit Mommy and Wan. Wah, Daddy, it hurts. Wan is in pain. The little girl cried out in distress. Wang Mengting, while soothing her child, cast a complex glance at Li Xingfeng. Had it been before, she would have glared fiercely at him, but at this moment, her emotions were in turmoil. This scoundrel had truly poured out the wine. Huzi, go to the infirmary and buy some medicine to invigorate the blood and reduce bruising. Li Xingfeng noticed the bruises on his daughter's calves beneath her skirt, undoubtedly the result of his previous drunken behavior. Buy more, he insisted, clenching his fists as his daughter's heart-wrenching cries gnawed at his conscience. He was indeed a thoroughgoing scoundrel. With a sharp slap, he struck his own face as Huzi stepped out. The sound was crisp, and under the light, his left cheek visibly reddened. The sound startled the little girl in Wang Mengting's arms, causing her to shiver. Daddy, don't hit Mommy. Wan 1T cry anymore. Wan 1T cry. Don't hit Mommy. The little girl struggled to rise from her mother's embrace and sat on her small stool, afraid to look at Li Xingfeng. With tiny hands, she picked up her chopsticks and buried her head in her bowl of rice. Wang Mengting shot Li Xingfeng an annoyed glare, as if questioning what had possessed him this time. Wan, stop crying. Daddy didn't hit Mommy. Look, Mommy is fine. Daddy was just swatting a mosquito. You don't believe me? Look. The little girl trembled and raised her head, tears still glistening on her cheeks. Mommy is here. Mommy will pick fish for you. The reactions of both the child and his wife left Li Xingfeng feeling suffocated. He decided to put down his chopsticks and stepped outside for a smoke. The moment he stood up, the little girl jumped in fright from her stool and dove back into Wang Mengting's arms. The scene in the room made Su Xiaojun feel very uneasy. Sister-in-law, I'll go buy some drinks. I'll be right back. Once outside, Su Xiaojun patted her chest, took a deep breath, and shook her head as she descended the stairs. She knew that Li Xingfeng had been a rogue before, but she never imagined he could frighten a child like this. How much suffering had Wan endured, and how much had her sister-in-law suffered? Such cruelty. Brother Feng, I brought the drinks. All right, come in and eat. We've been waiting for you too. The soda was Bei Binjiang, a brand that both Wan and Wang Mengting had previously enjoyed, so the child should not reject it. Wan, shall we drink soda? Li Xingfeng asked cautiously. In the 20 minutes he spent smoking outside, Wang Mengting had been comforting the child. Although the little girl had stopped crying, her eyes still glistened with tears. Upon seeing the soda in Li Xingfeng's hand, she gently nodded. Chapter 37. A warmth emerges inside the brightly lit casino of Erdeo Alley. Ma Baokai was grinning widely. With one hand holding a cigarette and the other moving the mahjong tiles, he glanced at his hand and subtly touched his nose. This was a way to communicate, effectively indicating to the other two players at the table what he desired. Among the 4 players, 3 were mere pawns, while the one sitting next to him was a lucrative target. This target, like Li Xingfeng, was someone Ma Baokai had brought in. He was essentially a subordinate of this casino, tasked with luring unsuspecting fools into gambling. This unsuspecting fool had already consumed quite a bit of alcohol before arriving and was now thoroughly confused, having lost a significant amount under the reasonable cooperation of Ma Baokai and his companions. At that moment, he was sweating profusely, intensely focused on the tiles, resembling someone desperate to win. So, brother, have you decided what tiles to play? You've thought about it long enough to smoke a few cigarettes. How much longer do you need? While Ma Baokai spoke, his hands were discreetly exchanging tiles with another person under the table. Once the exchange was completed, he grinned. The game was set. It was merely a matter of waiting for this foolish player, akin to Li Xingfeng, to make his move. Under the collusion of the 3 players, no matter what he played, they would all win. For some reason, the mere thought of Li Xingfeng unsettled Ma Baokai. He felt a premonition that something was bound to happen today. However, after surveying the casino and noticing the owner and several skilled cheaters still present, he felt somewhat reassured. The operation had already commenced, and Xingfeng checked his watch. His team was in position, and the cooperative brothers had also taken their places. Beneath the night sky, Erdeo Alley had become shrouded in darkness. Several spies from various casinos were smoking in the night, their cigarette butts glowing intermittently. With only 5 minutes until the operation commenced, Xingfeng adjusted his breathing. The encirclement had formed, and as long as they took out the lookout, there would be no obstacles to the arrest. 5 minutes later, Xingfeng made a gesture to initiate the action, and those following him moved swiftly. After a few muffled grunts, all the lookouts were apprehended, and, throughout the process, not a single shout was heard. The external support team took away the lookouts, and Xingfeng signaled for all participants to draw their issued equipment. The SWAT team soon scaled the walls, incapacitating the spies stationed in the courtyard before opening the main door. As they entered, the bright lights and noisy sounds within met them. Ma Baokai wiped the sweat from his forehead. Everything in this casino was perfect except for the heat. For some reason, even though he had won a considerable sum from this foolish player during this round of mahjong, Ma Baokai felt restless. He was extremely agitated and lit another cigarette. The sharp smell of smoke was the only thing that could suppress his discontent. This fool had already lost all his money and borrowed a significant amount from the casino owner. Judging by the chips, he must have around 5,000 left. 5,000. If he wins this, he could earn 50 in commission from the casino owner. This fool's resources were more abundant than Li Xingfeng's. The mere thought of Li Xingfeng led Ma Baokai to consider Wang Mengting. How could such a beautiful girl end up with someone like Li Xingfeng? Although she usually wore ragged clothes, it was evident that she had an attractive figure. Ma Baokai shook his head, casting aside his chaotic thoughts, and focused intently on the game. Just as he was about to draw a tile, several smoke bombs and flashbangs shattered through the windows. The sound of breaking glass was drowned out by the cacophony of the casino. After a few explosions, teams of armed police stormed into the casino. "Everyone get down," was the last thing Ma Baokai heard before being knocked unconscious and handcuffed. 10 minutes later, police sirens echoed throughout Jiangzhou's Xiqing district, the sound carrying far and wide. "Brother Feng, did you hear the sirens? It sounded like police sirens just now," Huzi said, simultaneously patting his belly while tackling a piece of rib. He, like Li Xingfeng, relished ribs. After finishing, he reached for another piece. "Uncle is all gone." The little girl fixed her gaze on the ribs in the bowl, her tone pitiful. Among all the dishes on the table, the little girl also adored ribs, but with her milk teeth, she could only eat slowly and couldn't compete with Huzi. Su Xiaojun picked up her chopsticks and struck Huzi's hand, then placed a piece of meat in his bowl, saying, "You're a grown man, and you're still fighting with a child? Can't you see your older brother hasn't touched the ribs?" "Hey, no, uncle, save 2 pieces for Wan. She eats little. Just 2 pieces will do." The little girl was still learning to use chopsticks, only able to poke at the food. As she spoke, she poked a few pieces of ribs in Huzi's direction. The innocent words and actions of the child made everyone in the room laugh. Huzi's face turned red from embarrassment. Li Xingfeng gazed out the window. He too had heard the sirens just now. It seemed that Xingfeng was indeed taking action. How swift. After all, Li Xingfeng's previous state was largely due to Ma Baocai's efforts. Is it that having come into wealth, one seeks to associate with MBOCI for gambling and drinking? F.Ing, are you referring to that shifty-eyed fellow? MBOCI is indeed a person of whom HZ has some recollection. HZ, setting down his chopsticks, looked at LXNGF-ing with utmost seriousness. F.Ing, even with wealth, one ought not to mingle with MBOCI. The trouble you faced previously stemmed from following his lead. No, you are overthinking it. My concern lies solely with MBOCI's potential betrayal. After 2 years of reckless behavior, he must take responsibility. I fear tonight's operation might expose him, LXNGF-ing replied, also laying down his utensils. However, W-ing-M-N-G-T-ing, HZ, and XCOJ were left in a state of confusion upon hearing this. Did you not ask me about the sirens earlier? I heard them, and I know what they were after. The situation unfolded thus. Those present at noon were his wife, a childhood friend, and his sister-in-law, no outsiders. He believed these individuals would keep his secrets. LXNGF-ing meticulously recounted the events of the afternoon. Moments later, he concluded his narrative along with his speculations regarding the operation. "So, when I purchased sanitary napkins this afternoon, you were making an anonymous tip?" Hajzi exclaimed, utterly astonished. "Did so many events transpire today?" Why do I feel as though I was involved, yet somehow detached? Xioj quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Indeed, the television is a part of MNGTing's dowry, but I've been to that casino, and it is teeming with thugs. It would be perilous for HZ and me to venture there with such a sum of money. At least you possess some conscience. Blinang MNGT no remark. Feeling less troubled about the dowry after hearing LXNGF Ng's explanation. This man now held a daughter and a home in his heart, a promising beginning. If only LXNGF Ng could maintain this course, then the television's presence would be inconsequential. During these few days, she had felt love and hope. Yes, love and hope. The world seemed to have warmed. HZ slammed his palm onto the table. Shaw, you have managed to send both the casino owner and MBOC to prison. The group stared at HZ in disbelief. Even N fixated on him. Indeed, must you be so slow to react? Xioj was at a loss for words regarding her rather dim-witted companion. You do not comprehend. You were not involved in the afternoon's operation. G conducted it with a mysterious air akin to liaising with spies. HZ felt a touch of pride, having participated in the afternoon's endeavor. Yet, G, why did you not leave your name? Such a significant achievement, if known, would enhance your reputation in this area. Xioj was utterly exasperated with HZ's inability to think critically, pointing out that the fear of any loose ends made it clear that as informants, they would certainly face retribution. The others rolled their eyes at him, ignoring his comments as they continued to play with the little girl. G, regarding DOG's encroachment on our business, why do you not retaliate? You are so clever. Surely you have a strategy. If we were to establish 20 stalls ourselves, how much could we earn? Certainly more than we currently do. Nevertheless, he remained oblivious to the matter of DOG. One must separate matters. Although DOG has taken our business, we still earn a decent living. LXNGF Ng handed N to W Ng MNGT Ng and earnestly addressed HZ. Though policies have relaxed, permitting everyone to set up stalls, when word of inspectors arrives, do we not all hastily pack up and flee? HZ nodded, acknowledging its truth, albeit noting that luck had favored them in recent days. I even provided him with an idea. His 20 stalls, each named Ly Uhu, attract ample attention. How could they not draw the scrutiny of the inspectors? Upon hearing this, HZ grasped the key point and regarded LXNGF Ng with disdain. G, you are indeed an old coin. You've earned the money. But should the inspectors come and trouble arise, it will be DOG who faces the consequences. As he spoke, HZ gave LXNGF Ng a thumbs up. But wait, G, if DOG encounters trouble, who will we sell our crayfish to? If one day we discover that we cannot operate, we will cease to receive goods the following day, which means losing thousands in a single day. And this matter is far from over. I have more to share. Time passed swiftly. The little girl was satiated and weary, nestling her head in NGT Ng's embrace and ignoring the others. Well then, HZ, let's call a night. I will change the locks while you tidy the bowls and stove. Elix NGF NG stood, stretching, and casually picked up the tools HZ had bought, squatting at the door to begin repairing it. Hey, why must it be me? It was unclear when it became his duty to clean up after meals. W and MNGT Ng shot a disapproving glance at LXNGF Ng, perplexed by his request for HZ to wash the dishes. Is this your home? How can you ask HZ to do the dishes? Yedanashche oyot. Please keep an eye on NNN. I shall wash the dishes. HZ, do not listen LXNGF Ng. Put that down. And I shall handle it. Nay, sister-in-law, I shall assist HZ. Upon hearing LXNGF Ng suggest HZ do the dishes, Xioj felt a surge of joy. This was a clear indication that LXNGF Ng regarded HZ as family. At the hospital, this was his home, and allowing HZ to wash dishes was a sign of treating him as one of their own. She recognized that LXNGF Ng was astute. As long as HZ remained by his side, great fortune awaited them. In this room of 3 adults and 1 child, their combined wits paled in comparison to LXNGF Ng's. He seemed to possess at least 800 clever thoughts. Xioj promptly stood and began to assist HZ in tidying up. The meal had been consumed entirely, and these young individuals, barely 20, had little fat on their frames. Given such a delightful feast, they had indulged heartily, even using rice to soak up the soup. Had they not prepared an ample amount, they might have found themselves wanting. Everyone busied themselves. Ing carried an into the inner room, where the little girl was already nodding off. Let the child sleep in there. Xingfeng continued repairing the door lock while HZ and Xioj moved in and out, cleaning up. The house lacked a bathroom and kitchen. HZ, once everything is in order, please boil 2 kettles of hot water. Understood. Epnoze. Wngting paused, pondering why every task seemed to fall to HZ, as though he were a servant. With a sigh, she took 2 thermoses and headed outside. With HZ and Xioj's assistance, the house was tidied up quite nicely. The 2 cabinets were stuffed to the brim with food and necessities. This grown man, always engaged in such menial tasks, made Xingfeng think that the home was finally taking shape. All right, I understand. Fawao, epnoze. Farewell, sister-in-law. Vedup nothe emma notet. Bidding HZ and Xioj farewell as they exited. Upon re-entering the house, it was just she and Xingfeng left, both exchanging silent glances. Mngting, wake in and up and give her a wash. You 2 go ahead first. I will keep watch outside. Having said this, Xingfeng took a stool and a cigarette and stepped outside. Mngting, watching him leave, fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, feeling somewhat uncertain. Under the dim light, Mngting's face gradually flushed. Xingfeng strolled downstairs with the stool in hand. Most of the neighbors in the tenement had already retired for the night. In 1983, entertainment options were scarce. After dinner, if any household had a television, it would typically be filled with guests. However, at this hour, television programs had already concluded. If one did not sleep soon, hunger would soon follow. In Xingfeng district, few families were affluent, and most would typically have only 2 meals a day, 1 hearty meal and 1 thin porridge. Thus, the sight of Li Xingfeng's family indulging in a sumptuous meal late at night truly opened the eyes of many. Such extravagance was indeed excessive. In truth, a number of individuals harbored feelings of envy. Aunt Wang and Old Wang had decided to leave simply to avoid hearing the derogatory remarks directed at Li Xingfeng by this group. Upon descending the stairs and reaching the corner, a figure nearly collided with Li Xingfeng. Pardon me. Under the moonlight, Li Xingfeng discerned the identity of the individual. It was Li Yongting, the wife of Ma Baochai. Ma Baochai was 5 years older than Li Xingfeng, yet Li Yongting appeared to be of a similar age to him. As per his recollection, Ma Baochai had mentioned that Li Yongting's family was not well off. She married Ma Baochai because her brother, a compulsive gambler, ultimately sold her to Ma Baochai for 30 yuan. In Chapter 39, Family Matters, Li Yongting cast a disdainful glance at Li Xingfeng, her eyes brimming with contempt. In her view, he was not only a delinquent, constantly gallivanting with Ma Baochai, but he also emulated Ma Baochai's abusive behavior towards his wife and children. The children were still so young. The reason she endured daily beatings was that Ma Baochai resented her for not bearing children. Had she given birth, perhaps the situation would not have escalated to this point. The 2 passed each other in a fleeting moment. Ignoring Li Xingfeng, Li Yongting made her way home. At this hour, the lights in her house remained unlit, suggesting that Ma Baochai was still engaged in gambling. Her home was not significantly better off than Wang Mengting's. At least Wang Mengting's family had once enjoyed some affluence after marriage, whereas her own had always been in dire straits. Extracting a sweet potato from her pocket, she poured herself a bowl of hot water and began her meager dinner. Meanwhile, in the most remote farmhouse of Dejiang village, an oil lamp flickered. Although the village had been electrified, only a few households opted to illuminate their homes at night, as electricity was far more expensive than kerosene. Under the dim light, Widow Chin set aside the net bag she had woven and rose to the yard to fetch a handful of dried bulrushes. On the bed, her 3 children, 2 large and 1 small, were already asleep. Today, the family had fortuitously enjoyed a hearty meal. The 2 children had used their earnings of 40 cents to buy a small quantity of rice from the village shop. The aroma of the fine grain brought her to tears. Ever since their father had passed away, they had not had a proper meal. At the village shop, a pound of rice cost 20 cents, and 1 required ration tickets as well. Being so impoverished, they could only drink water, lacking the necessary tickets. It was evident that the shop owner took pity on their situation and did not demand the ration ticket. A bag of worms could fetch 20 cents, which felt like a gateway to a new world for her. She was in dire need of money. With little land to cultivate and having completed the farm work, she contemplated whether to take her children along to catch worms tomorrow. Casting another glance at her sleeping children, Widow Qin quickened her pace. Having fallen to such depths of poverty, maintaining dignity seemed futile. She resolved to muster the courage to accompany her children to catch worms for sale. Otherwise, they would have to rely on the villagers' charity again. However, over time, the villagers had grown weary of their plight. Alas, a scornful gaze is no feast. Downstairs, Xingfeng idly swatted mosquitoes, having endured the wait for quite some time. In the room, Wang Mingting had already bathed herself and their daughter. Then, as per their usual routine, she carried a blanket outside. Ever since their daughter was born, she had scarcely slept in a proper bed. The child had been particularly fussy and would cry incessantly. One drunken night, Xingfeng had thrown her and the baby out. Since then, she had not slept in a bed. After bathing, she dressed their daughter in a new little dress and faced a dilemma. She had no night clothes and typically slept in her clothes. After careful consideration, Wang Mingting opted to wear the new dress she had purchased that day, which had cost 25 yuan. It felt luxurious to the touch and comfortable to wear. Once dressed, Wang Mingting stepped outside and waved to Xingfeng below. Xingfeng, noticing Wang Mingting's flowing hair, ascended the stairs with a stool. Under the light, Wang Mingting appeared fair and beautiful, exuding a captivating fragrance. I shall handle it. The basin and bucket were also newly acquired, and Xingfeng poured water into the drain in several stages. Mingting, go inside and sleep. You and the child sleeping on the sofa is hardly appropriate. Xingfeng had already noticed that the child was sleeping on the sofa when he entered. The child will wake during the night and disturb you. In the dim light, Wang Mingting squinted, realizing it was getting late and fatigue was setting in. It's fine. You and the child go in first. I will join you once I finish washing. Having boiled ample hot water, Wang Mingting saved half for him. Xingfeng promptly poured the water into the large basin and began to undress. Are you going in too? Upon hearing that Xingfeng intended to join her, Wang Mingting, who had initially risen, instantly reclined back onto the sofa. Observing this, Xingfeng scratched his head in confusion. What did this mean? Was he not permitted to sleep there? Should I sleep on the sofa tonight? He tentatively inquired. All right. Wang Mingting left the blanket for Xingfeng and, cradling the child, retreated into the inner room. After closing the door, Xingfeng heard the sound of the latch. What did this mean? Were they not a married couple? Was there an issue with sleeping together? Setting aside his questions, Xingfeng commenced his washing, having not done so for some time. Sweat had left salt crystals on his skin. After finishing, he washed his clothes and hung them by the window. By morning, they would be dry. As for the clothes that Wang Mingting and their daughter had discarded, he crumpled them up and casually tossed them out while pouring water. He knew Wang Mingting would be reluctant to part with them. Subsequently, Xingfeng extinguished the light and sank into a deep slumber on the cramped sofa. The next day, before dawn, the crowing of roosters awakened Xingfeng. Whose rooster was it, disturbing everyone's sleep? After several exhausting days, he had finally managed to sleep soundly. And the dream of his daughter, growing from a tiny bundle into a lovely young lady, played in his mind. From the inner room, Wang Mingting emerged, recalling that she had once pilfered eggs from the neighbor's chickens. Have you forgotten? Seeing Wang Mingting awake, Xingfeng had no choice but to rise. Yi Feng, are you up yet? I brought breakfast for you, your sister-in-law, and my goddaughter. Outside the door, Huzi called out loudly. Xingfeng felt a rush of frustration. He had witnessed Huzi's early rising habits, which rivaled even Aunt Wang's chickens. Let us get moving. Wang Mingting approached the window and handed Xingfeng his trousers and shirt. What about the dirty clothes that Wan and I changed out of? Wang Mingting searched the room, but found no trace of the clothes from yesterday. It's morning. I plan to wash them. Xingfeng donned his clothes and opened the door for Huzi. Standing at the doorstep, Huzi held breakfast while Su Xiaojun yawned widely. Mingting, since Su Xiaojun is here, you two can keep each other company. Remember to watch over the children when you go out. Xingfeng divided the buns and then took Huzi out. Upon descending the stairs, Aunt Wang was feeding the chickens. Auntie, you're up early. Yes. I came to see if they have laid eggs. If I wait too long, I fear some little rascal will steal them. Xingfeng, feeling awkward, remained silent as he hurriedly led Huzi away. In Chapter 40, Widow Qin's 4 yuan, Li Xingfeng and Huzi walked towards the Jiang village, facing the rising sun. In those times, transportation was limited. Unlike the future, where cars were ubiquitous, many journeys relied either on foot or by bicycle. As of now, there are only a few motorcycles in Jiangzhou City. Yesterday's earnings were entirely given by Li Xingfeng to Wang Mengting, leaving him with just over 200. Even if he didn't have enough, Huzi foolishly handed him another 160 yuan in the morning, claiming it was his investment for the day. Before 8 o'clock, the two of them had already arrived at Dazhong village. At this moment, several donkey carts were parked by the roadside, led by Jiang Dafu. Dafu, you all arrived quite early. Come, let's have a smoke. As per our usual custom, let us distribute the cigarettes first. Usually, he would take charge of this, but this time he entrusted the task to Huzi. This fellow seemed to only let loose in his presence. Outside, he appeared somewhat shy, merely nodding in response to others. It's not that we wanted to come early. It's mainly because the children at home are making a fuss. They say 2 dimes for a net full of insects? Jiang Dafu inquired. Indeed, it's 2 dimes for a full net. I will pay the children right away for whatever they catch. The village head is my uncle, and the insects I collect are sold in the city, so I cannot take advantage of the village. Furthermore, this also provides an additional income for the villagers, which ensures my uncle's reputation remains intact. Jiang Dafu gave Li Xingfeng a thumbs up. He regarded this nephew of the village head as a man of integrity, much like his uncle. Li Xingfeng lit a cigarette for Jiang Dafu, but his gaze wandered towards the riverbank, where a woman had appeared. Dafu, why is there an adult here? Isn't she busy in the fields? She has done for the day. That is Qin Guafu, who married into Dazhong village. Her husband passed away, and life has been difficult for her. I'm asking for leniency on her behalf, so please don't chase her away. Jiang Dafu understood that the money Li Xingfeng was distributing was meant for the children and hurriedly explained to prevent any misunderstanding. Look, I welcome both adults and children, but we only have 20 carts each day. Those who catch quickly will earn more, while those who are slower will earn less. I'm just concerned about what the villagers might say. Li Xingfeng expressed his concerns. If this continued, an adult could easily make 2 yuan from him. Rest assured, in our Dazhong village, with over 100 households, we can accommodate this. Otherwise, all of us young and old will be down there catching insects ourselves. Jiang Dafu assured him while gesturing towards the carts. All of these were caught by Qin Guafu and her 3 children. They've collected 5 nets, while others have also contributed. You and your brother should keep track for later settlement. Seeing this, Li Xingfeng ceased his idle chatter, picked up a prepared pen and notebook, and began recording the catches alongside Huzi. When Li Xingfeng and Huzi arrived, Qin Guafu had already noticed them. She recognized these 2 brothers as the village head's nephews, aware that the arrangement was for the children to earn money. However, her circumstances were dire, so she had brought her 2 older boys and a baby to the riverbank early. As their eyes met, she feared Li Xingfeng might send her away. However, as time passed without any action, her apprehension eased. Time flew by, and by nearly 10 o'clock, all 20 carts were filled. At some point, Jiang Dawa also arrived at the riverbank. Children, that's enough for today. We won't catch anymore. We will return tomorrow. I will read out names, and then one by one, come up to collect your money. Jiang Xiaoyu, 3 nets, 6 dimes. Jiang Jinhai, 3 nets, 6 dimes. As names were called, most children joyfully jumped with excitement upon receiving their money. In this era, regardless of whether a family was affluent or impoverished, there was no tradition of giving children pocket money. Those from well-off families used their earnings to buy snacks at the village shop, while those from less fortunate backgrounds handed their earnings over to their parents. One by one, the children came to collect their money. However, Qin Guafu's children were not called for a long time, causing her to clench her fists. Indeed, were adults being excluded? Their family had caught 20 nets, with the majority being her contribution, while her 2 children only caught 8 nets. Although her catch might not count, the children's certainly must. Last one, Jiang Dabin. 20 nets, a total of 4 yuan. Upon hearing the amount announced by Li Xingfeng, Qin Guafu's tense body relaxed. She was so overwhelmed that she didn't even bother wiping her sweat, immediately collapsing to the ground and patting her child's shoulder, signaling him to go collect the money. Is Jiang Dabin here? Come collect your money. If you don't collect today, we'll be leaving soon and you'll have to wait until tomorrow. Li Xingfeng, while chatting with Jiang Dafu, already knew which child Jiang Dabin was. "Uncle, I'm here, I'm coming. I've been squatting for too long. My legs are numb. Just wait a moment." Jiang Dabin quickly called out. "Ha ha ha." Laughter erupted among the crowd. "Huzi, take the money over." "Wait, I still have 3 candies left that I didn't give to the little one. Make sure to give them to that little dumpling." Li Xingfeng referred to the baby among the 3 children. This little dumpling appeared to be about the same age as his daughter. Huzi took the money and candies and handed them to Jiang Dabin, saying, "Kid, the candy is for your sister. Don't fight over it." "Okay, thank you, Uncle Huzi." Jiang Dabin and Jiang Shaojun both bowed to Huzi. Huzi smiled broadly, scratching his head in a goofy manner before heading up the riverbank. Jiang Dagua, who had been watching from behind for a while, nodded in approval at the scene. Indeed, these 2 nephews from the city are commendable, although they are still buying insects. They are genuinely providing benefits to the impoverished families in the village. Most of the children catching insects today come from less fortunate households. That nephew should come earlier next time. Arriving at nearly 8 o'clock is unacceptable. Young man, be a bit more diligent. Do you understand? After finishing, Jiang Dagua walked away, humming a tune, clearly in good spirits. "Hey, Uncle, it's a quick journey of over 10 miles for us brothers," Li Xingfeng remarked to Huzi, surprised by the old man's lecturing once more. "Feng Gu, shall we head out after splashing some more water? The carts are loaded and the money is settled. The sooner we sell, the more at ease we will feel." "All right, you handle it, and once it's ready, we'll set off." Li Xingfeng nodded at the 20 donkey carts. After receiving the money, Jiang Dabin turned to his mother. "Mom, this is money. 4 yuan for you." He then extended his other hand, revealing 3 candies. He immediately unwrapped one and put it in his sister's mouth, then gave one to his brother, while keeping the last for himself, intending to save it for his sister to have later. Qin Guafu looked at the 4 yuan in her hand, tears streaming down her face. The village head and his nephews were truly good people. This offered her family a new lease on life. "I understand, Mom." Qin Guafu watched the departing donkey cart convoy and once again walked down to the riverbank. This money could sustain her for 4 months, and for the first time, she felt hope for her life. It was as though she had boundless energy. Chapter 41. Diaoge has his merits. As Li Xingfeng and Huzi rode the donkey cart towards the city, a crowd had gathered in Diaoge's courtyard. These individuals were the cooks Diaoge had recruited for the crayfish, all of whom had previously been his companions. Today, they had come to collect their wages. In the courtyard, Diaoge, bare-chested, sipped tea, while Jiao busily wrote and sketched in a notebook. "Diaoge, the accounts are settled. Last night's business was good. Everything sold out, totaling 200 yuan, after deducting costs. All right, distribute the money to the brothers." Diaoge interrupted Jiao before she could finish. This woman can be clever at times, yet at other moments, she seems to lack common sense. How much have we earned that she can openly discuss it in front of this crowd? If they were to discover the truth, would they not rebel? I glanced at the money you all submitted. Everyone seems to have sold about the same amount, with no one particularly outstanding. Therefore, each person will receive 2 yuan this time. Brothers, let us work diligently. By the end of the month, that amounts to 60 yuan. This income is comparable to that of a level 5 machinist in a factory. Moreover, you all work a maximum of 5 hours a day. Upon reflection, even a level 5 machinist does not earn as much as you do. Jiao is distributing the money, while Diaoge begins to paint a rosy picture for his younger brothers about the future. If Li Xingfeng were present, he would surely be amused. This is merely an exercise in wishful thinking. The more effort you put in, the faster your boss, will change my car. Jiao, distribute 40 yuan to the brothers. Do we still have 200 in profit? It seems we are left with only 160. Diaoge emphasizes the figure with a hint of intensity. Jiao glances at Diaoge in surprise, quickly lowering her head to conceal her reaction from the others. "I calculate, 200 minus 40 leaves us with only 160, Diaoge." In an instant, Jiao comprehends Diaoge's intention. "Brothers, as agreed, we will raise the price starting today to 1 yuan and 20 cents per portion. For the highest seller, there will be a reward of 1 yuan the next day." "Understood, Diaoge." The people in the courtyard remain oblivious to the scheme between Diaoge and Jiao, each receiving 2 yuan, and are utterly delighted. The reason they have chosen this life of hustling is simply due to a lack of job opportunities and insufficient capital to start a business. Their following Diaoge is motivated solely by the pursuit of wealth. Without profits, who cares about your identity? After receiving their money, they quickly disperse. Jiao Ge has been exhilarated since last night. After closing shop, the brothers submitted their earnings based on their individual sales. A total of 200 yuan, netting him a profit of 200. This is without any price increase. Tonight, with the price raised to 1 yuan and 20 cents, he expects to earn even more. At this moment, he wishes for Xingfeng to bring in 40 trucks. After expanding last night, business has been exceptionally prosperous. Doubling the sales of 40 trucks should pose no difficulty. Riding the Jialing motorcycle will be a matter of just a few days. Jiao, go inside and count the money, and prepare the payment for Xingfeng. It should be nearing noon, and he ought to be arriving soon. Looking at the pile of money on the table, Jiao beams with delight, her face wrinkling with joy. As noon approaches, Jiao finally counts all the money. Since each portion costs 1 yuan, most contributions are in small change. Thus, there are 42 bundles of money on the table, each quite thick. Bang, bang, bang. Diaye, are you there? It's Xingfeng. Upon hearing Xingfeng's voice, Jiao Ge leaps up. Jiao, quickly go welcome our benefactor. After last night's trial, Jiao Ge has unwavering confidence in the crayfish business. Jiao opens the door, and Jiao Ge pours a glass of water for Xingfeng. Once the water is ready, Jiao Ge scratches his head, noticing the money on the table, and returns to fetch a black bag. He estimates that Xingfeng will likely arrive empty-handed, as that foolish brother of his is probably expecting to take away a bag. As expected, when Xingfeng enters, his hands are indeed empty. Sister Jiao, my brother is at the back door waiting to weigh the catch. I know. I will go over now. Jiao darts through the living room and heads to the backyard. Jiao Ge, yesterday's business was quite good. You seem to be in high spirits. I presume you made a considerable profit. When Xingfeng speaks, his tone and expression carry an undertone of complaint. That hint of grievance makes Jiao Ge feel as if the temperature has dropped by 2 degrees. When a man is aggrieved, even Jiao would struggle to keep up. Jiao Ge carefully ponders the implication of these words. It seems that Xingfeng and his brother have visited the stall yesterday. Jiao Ge, today's price is 1 yuan and 20 cents, so you should be earning even more. Moreover, today's catch of crayfish is significantly greater than yesterday's. Upon hearing this, Jiao Ge understands the underlying message, especially with Xingfeng's eyes fixated on the money on the table. He realizes that the brothers have lost their stall, and their daily income of 20 yuan has diminished considerably. Such is human nature. Upon seeing others earn more, envy inevitably arises. However, he cannot openly engage with Dejia village at this moment, as both Xingfeng brothers are indispensable. Without further ado, Jiao Ge takes a bundle of money and places it into the black bag. Brother, this bundle amounts to 100. You have helped me earn, so I cannot neglect you. Fair enough? Seeing Jiao Ge's generous gesture, Xingfeng is somewhat taken aback. Such generosity exceeds his expectations. Yet, he quickly grasps Jiao Ge's intention. This Jiao Ge fears that the brothers might withhold supplies. Brother, do not think it too little. I will give you 100 every day. Upon hearing this, Xingfeng feels a twinge of guilt. This person does possess some charm. He had initially devised a backup plan, intending to betray Jiao Ge at the appropriate moment. However, he never anticipated that Jiao Ge would be so astute. It seems this person has his merits. He shouldn't be dismissed entirely. Perhaps a gentle reminder is in order? Having said what needed to be said, the rest is left to fate. Xingfeng offers Jiao Ge a cigarette, then takes a sip of his tea and says, Jiao Ge, there are some matters I must mention beforehand. What is it? Your uncle has raised the price again? Before Xingfeng can finish his sentence, Jiao Ge interrupts him. Not at all. I've already discussed this matter with my uncle. From May to September, Dejia village will exclusively supply you. What I want to convey is, Jiao Ge, previously my brother and I were just engaging in minor squabbles, but now you have expanded to 20 stalls. While policy changes have occurred, I still fear that you might attract unwanted attention. Jiao Ge patiently listens to Xingfeng's concerns. He wonders what the issue might be. Young brother, you may not be aware, but if any situation arises, I will receive news immediately. I can guarantee there will be no problems. And this is a promise I can make with confidence. Let's hope so. With that, Xingfeng refrains from further discussion. He has said all that needs to be said. If you are so confident, what more can I add? Although the policy has been liberalized, the overarching system remains one of planned economy. The tall tree attracts the wind. One can only hope that Jiao Ge as you claim. We'll have informants to give you early warnings. Subsequently, Li Xingfeng shifts the topic and continues conversing with Jiao Ge. Before long, Jiao enters through the back door with Huzi. Jiao Ge, my young brother has brought in 5,000 gene, even more than yesterday. Great. Let us get the brothers to pack the money. Jiao Ge points to the money on the table and then to the black bag. Chapter 42. Family Matters. Shortly thereafter, Li Xingfeng and Huzi exit Jiao Ge's house, with Huzi carrying the black bag. The bag is bulging, containing 36 bundles of money. 100 yuan comes from Jiao Ge's reward, while the remaining 500 yuan is today's payment from Jiao Ge. Huzi, today's total is 600. You could take 200. At that time, I suggest you contribute 100, and I will contribute 200 as payment for tomorrow's goods from Dejia village. Brother Feng, we earned so much today. Huzi, slow to comprehend, looks bewildered. Observing Huzi's dazed expression, Li Xingfeng cannot help but smile. This simpleton has his own kind of fortune. In his previous life, although Huzi did not amass great wealth, he lived quite happily. He and Su Xiaoji later had 3 children. Due to exceeding the birth limit, they were fined twice, once 800 yuan and once 2,000 yuan. Each time he was fined, he would call Li Xingfeng to vent his frustrations. However, on the other end of the line, the happiness in the tone was something that Li Xingfeng envied. In his previous life, although he did not remarry, he had contemplated the idea of having a child. Yet, it seemed that the heavens had conspired against him. No matter how wealthy or successful he became, he was unable to have a child. Huzi remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. His knowledge of the situation was limited, having heard it from others. Upon returning home, he found Wang Mengting and Su Xiaojun busy, perspiring profusely. The two were not cooking, but were instead cleaning the house with cloths in hand, wiping windows, sweeping floors, mopping, and changing bed linens. Subsequently, they emerged from a room with a basket filled with fresh greens. Wang Mengting, adorned in a new dress, appeared flushed from the heat of labor, looking utterly enticing. When she noticed Li Xingfeng's intense gaze, as if it could devour her, she hurriedly lowered her head. We didn't tea by any meat. Li Xingfeng's voice was gentle, almost tender. Yes, we need to be frugal. Wang Mengting replied softly. Rest. I will handle dinner. You've worked hard all morning, he said, taking the vegetable basket from his wife and then the bag from Huzi, handing the black bag to Wang Mengting. You and Xiaojun go inside and divide the money. Remember to set aside 300. That should cover our expenses for the next few days. Understood. For some reason, Li Xingfeng's unexpected tenderness made Wang Mengting feel flustered. Especially these past few days, it seemed that whenever this man was present, he could make the best choices in any situation. Seeing his wife and Su Xiaojun enter the house, Li Xingfeng turned to Huzi, saying, Go to yesterday's meat stall and buy some meat. Get plenty. I plan to cook a large meal today and send some to my parents and elder brother as well. Remember to ask the vendor for spare ribs. The mention of food, particularly spare ribs, sent Huzi racing downstairs. He had 160 yuan in his pocket and wished to spend every last bit on meat. Brother Feng's cooking is simply delectable. No wonder he is my elder brother. Aside from his height, he excels in every aspect. Just as Huzi rushed downstairs, a sudden gasp echoed from within the house, but it quickly fell silent. Su Xiaojun peeked out her head and, upon receiving a discreet signal from Li Xingfeng, closed the door and began counting the money with Wang Mengting. For lunch, Li Xingfeng prepared a large pot of rice, abundant vegetables, generous portions of meat, and a hefty serving of spare ribs. The 4 adults and 1 child inside savored the meal with delight. They were undoubtedly heading to visit his family. A procession of individuals carrying lunchboxes and fruits made their way towards Li Xingfeng's home in the northern district. Just before leaving, he pondered for a moment and instructed Wang Mengting to take all the money from the house. Just in case there were any unforeseen expenses, he wanted to contribute. In Jiangzhou, within the family quarters of the Jiangzhou machinery factory, the atmosphere was somber. Li Xingfeng's elder brother, Li Xinghai, wore a frown of concern. What a calamity! Mother, what is the word from the factory? Why were all 3 of us dismissed? The factory claims your father operated improperly, leading to his own injury and causing a co-worker to lose a leg, which has stirred public outrage. As a result, they had no choice but to terminate our entire family, replied Li Xingfeng's mother, Jiang Xiuqin. They're talking nonsense. My father has been a worker for decades and has operated machinery for years. How could he possibly have made a mistake? This is slander. Li Xinshai respunda, agitata. Having lived with Li Baoguo for several decades and raising 3 children, 2 of whom were already married, she understood that her husband was being wronged. However, in a matter of life and death, the factory only sought to quell the unrest. Mother, what about Dad in the hospital? How does the factory justify the incident where workers broke his leg? What else can they say? The troublemakers weren't even employees of the factory, so they claim it's beyond their control. Jiang Xiuqin felt increasingly helpless. The factory had placed all the blame on her husband, and the brother of the injured co-worker had stormed into the hospital, breaking Li Baoguo's leg in return. The root of the issue lay in the factory's unjust punishment. Yet, as mere workers, they were powerless. No one would believe them. Now, their entire family had been dismissed and lost their jobs. With her husband still lying in the hospital, they were worried the factory would not cover the medical expenses. We need to find work elsewhere. Your father is in the hospital, and we cannot afford to let the money run dry. Jiang Xiuqin declared, her mind set on finding a solution. She had given up on seeking justice. All she wanted was for her husband to recover swiftly. Li Xinghai extinguished his cigarette and crumpled the empty pack, tossing it into the trash. It was evident he was struggling to suppress his anger. Bang, bang, bang. If they dare come here to cause trouble, I'll fight them. Li Xinshai exclaimed, grabbing a knife from the kitchen. Xinghai, are you out of your mind? In this situation, if you hurt someone, what will happen to Li Feng, to your father, and to me? Put the knife down. We are all victims here. Hearing Jiang Xiuqin's words, Li Xinghai clenched his fists, took a deep breath to calm his fury, and retreated to the kitchen to set the knife aside. Creak! The door opened from within. Guomin, Jiang Xiuqin, who had managed a forced smile, felt a wave of relief upon seeing the group before her. Among them was the troublesome second son, Li Xingfeng. As long as they were not there to cause chaos, that was sufficient. In Chapter 43, Li Xinghai's temper flares. In Jiang Xiuqin's memory, after marrying, Li Xingfeng had moved out. While he was childless, he often visited with his wife. However, after learning that Wang Mengting had given birth to a daughter, he seemed to transform, abandoning work to indulge in drinking and gambling. A few times when she secretly slipped money to Wang Mengting, she discovered the injuries on her daughter-in-law. It was then she realized this scoundrel was abusing his wife and child. Furious, she had nearly taken a stick to Li Xingfeng. She could not fathom how someone could fall so far so quickly. In just 2 short years, he had deteriorated to this extent. The reason she had withheld the family's troubles from Li Xingfeng was that she knew it would be futile. He had become a lost cause. Mother, it is so good to see you, Li Xingfeng exclaimed, setting down his belongings and enveloping Jiang Xiuqin in a warm embrace. Tears streamed down his face. After his parents severed ties with him in his previous life, he had sought them out in Jiangzhou several times but had never found them. He had inquired among factory workers, but whenever he did, they claimed ignorance about his parents' whereabouts. Eventually, due to mismanagement, the factory closed and many workers were laid off, making it even harder for him to trace his parents. Seeing his mother again, 32 years of repressed emotion surged forth like a flood. Xiaofeng, what is wrong? Mother is well. Why are you acting so irrationally, crying like this? Although she knew Li Xingfeng was a rogue, he was still her child, and Jiang Xiuqin gently patted his back. This child has become a father, yet still cries. How absurd. All right, stop crying. Let everyone in. Li Xingfeng wiped his tears, past his mother, and his gaze fell upon the man behind her. It was his elder brother, Li Xinghai. Brother. Li Xingfeng rushed over, intending to embrace him. Get away. Li Xinghai hurriedly intervened to stop Li Xingfeng's actions. Observing his irritable elder brother, tears welled uncontrollably in Li Xingfeng's eyes, cascading down with a smile. This was his brother, the one with a fiery temper, whose eyes could not tolerate even a speck of dust, and who was akin to a firecracker, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. Despite his relentless verbal jabs and frequent physical reprimands towards him and Huzi, this was still his brother. What kind of madness was this, crying and laughing all at once? Have you eaten? If not, I can prepare something for you. Yes, I have eaten, brother. Li Xingfeng wiped his tears. Yes, I have eaten, Haige. Although Huzi had grown taller than Li Xinghai, he remained deferential in his elder brother's presence. At that moment, everyone had entered the house. Li Xingfeng turned and lifted his daughter. Wan, call grandma, call uncle. Grandma. The little one's voice was soft and endearing. This utterance of grandma lightened Jiang Xiuqin's worries considerably. Uncle. Upon hearing this address, Li Xinghai's lips broke into an uncontainable grin. Looking at the child, his heart ached. And then he glanced at Li Xingfeng, perplexed as to why, with a beautiful wife and a child, they could not lead a harmonious life. Mother, brother. This is my wife, Wang Mengting. Once again, Li Xingfeng earnestly introduced his wife and child to his mother and elder brother. Li Xinghai pulled Li Xingfeng aside, exclaiming, "Get lost. As if I wouldn't know you. Are you out of your mind? Who's he? Su Xiaojun, come sit down. Ignore him. He is just being irrational. You all sit. I'll prepare something for you." Li Xinghai shot a fierce glare at the still grinning Li Xingfeng and strode towards the kitchen. In Li Xinghai's eyes, Li Xingfeng was likely suffering from the effects of alcohol. Typically, when he spoke to Li Xingfeng like this, Li Xingfeng would certainly retort, sometimes leading to a physical scuffle between them. However, this time was peculiar. Despite Li Xinghai's outburst, even when tugging at him, Li Xingfeng did not retaliate. He merely smiled through his tears, his gaze laden with an excess of affection. "Brother, stop fussing. I brought food from home." Li Xingfeng tugged at Li Xinghai's sleeve, reminiscent of his childhood. "What did you possibly have brought from home? Don't try to deceive me." Li Xinghai shot another glare at the unusually docile Li Xingfeng. "Who's he? Bring out the lunchboxes. Let brother heat them up. Hand me the fruit. I'll wash some for everyone." Inside, their mother was cradling her granddaughter, both making silly faces at one another. Upon hearing this, Huzi quickly retrieved 6 lunchboxes from a cloth bag and handed them, along with the fruit, to Li Xingfeng. Huzi felt somewhat intimidated by Li Xinghai, who was several years older than both him and Li Xingfeng. During their childhood, he and Li Xingfeng often found themselves at the receiving end of Li Xinghai's reprimands after a scuffle. Hence, he held a lingering fear of this elder brother. Li Xinghai skeptically accepted the lunchboxes, weighing them in his hands. They were not empty. He then opened one, revealing braised pork. He opened another. It was also braised pork. He continued to open 2 more, discovering braised bones. "Brother, the remaining 2 are vegetables, all made by me for lunch. You and mother can just heat them up and eat. You heat the rice, and I'll wash the fruit." Jiang Xiuqin had also taken note of the lunchboxes. Although the household was currently burdened with tasks, they were not lacking in food. She intended for Li Xinghai to fill the lunchboxes. With such a lovely granddaughter and a dutiful daughter-in-law, they must not go hungry. As for the scallywag Li Xingfeng, she decided to disregard him. Now that he was a father, she had fulfilled her duty. However, Jiang Xiuqin did not anticipate that the lunchboxes were indeed filled with food, and it appeared to be quite generous. With Su Xiaojun and Huzi still present, she refrained from inquiring further, opting to suppress her curiosity. Li Xingfeng's parents were both employees of the Jiangzhou machinery factory. The current residence was allocated to them by the factory. This house was significantly larger than Li Xingfeng's previous tenement, approximately 50 square meters, featuring 2 bedrooms and a living room, along with a bathroom and kitchen. Such accommodations were typically reserved for cadre families or factory employees. In the kitchen, Li Xinghai sequentially heated the dishes in a pot, while Li Xingfeng washed the fruit on the other side. "Brother, I heard there has been trouble at home. Is there anything I can do to help?" Li Xinghai's somber demeanor caught Li Xingfeng's attention. He knew his brother well. Despite his explosive temperament, he was undeniably responsible, committed, and deeply loyal. This demeanor suggested that something troubling was weighing on him. "By the way, where's our sister? Why haven't I seen Li Xingyi?" "Oh, she has been preoccupied these days. I let her stay at a classmate's house." "Don't worry about that. With your elder brother here, what is there to be concerned about? Just focus on your own life, and let me give you a piece of advice." Before Li Xinghai could finish, an intense knocking reverberated through the house. "Jiang Xiuqin, I know you're in there. Come out." A voice called out, accompanied by the knocking. Chapter 44. The binding begins. Li Xingfeng frowned. It was midday, and the neighbors were around. Who dared knock like that? It was clear they were looking for trouble. Such commotion would undoubtedly cast a negative shadow over his parents. Narrowing his eyes, Li Xingfeng reserved his good temper for those closest to him. He would not extend any courtesy to troublemakers. The likes of Ma Baokai and the casino owner were living proof. Setting down the fruit, the pent-up fury from his 32 years in business surged forth. "Jiang Xiuqin, I know you're in there. Get out. This matter isn't settled yet." The intruder grew increasingly arrogant. Li Xinghai stepped past Li Xingfeng and exited the kitchen first. Upon emerging, Li Xingfeng saw his mother's worried expression, with his daughter Wan frightened and hiding in her mother's embrace. Each knock sent Wan trembling. Both mother and Wang Mingting were trying to soothe the child. Witnessing all this heightened Li Xingfeng's unwillingness to forgive the intruder outside. He immediately signaled Huzi with a glance. Huzi promptly rose from the sofa and followed closely behind Li Xingfeng. The moment Li Xinghai opened the front door, a man barged in. "Oh, quite the gathering here. I knew you all would be present. Now, let us discuss how you plan to compensate. This isn't over. My father is still lying in the hospital. If we don't receive compensation today, the three of us aren't going anywhere." Li Xinghai clenched his fists tightly, desperately suppressing his rage as the veins on his neck bulged. Meanwhile, Li Xingfeng quickly recalled the three individuals before him. The one in front was Huang Yukai, followed by Huang Yuliang and Huang Yoxing. These three brothers were not of good character, akin to his previous acquaintances, troublemakers. They were recognizable because their parents were also employees of the Jiangzhou machinery factory, and they had attended the factory's affiliated school together. In their school days, they had even fought. "Get lost!" Li Xinghai let out a furious roar, barely containing his emotions. We want to leave without the money." "Oh, your family is doing well. I can smell the braised meat." Huang Yukai taunted, shoving Li Xinghai aside as he attempted to push his way further in. Li Xingfeng swiftly turned his head, signaling Huzi with a glance and gesturing with 2 fingers. Huzi pinched his nose, licked his lips, and nodded in understanding. Brother Feng was signaling that they should not hold back and to strike hard. Li Xingfeng and Huzi had learned a vital lesson from their childhood experiences. In a confrontation, one must strike when the opponent is unprepared and seize the initiative. Without hesitation, Li Xingfeng seized Huang Yukai by the hair and forcefully yanked him downwards, following which he delivered a knee strike to Huang Yotsai's face. In Jiangzhou City, there were many who dared not provoke Li Xingfeng. Yet the trio of Huang Yukai was not among them. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Huang Yukai immediately crumpled. Li Xingfeng's strike was measured, enough to leave one momentarily disoriented without inflicting any life-threatening injury. This is purely fictional and should not be emulated. Subsequently, Li Xingfeng dragged Huang Yukai into the living room. Upon exiting the kitchen, he spotted Wan nestled in her mother's embrace, blissfully unaware of the violence unfolding. "Mengting and Xiaojun, please take my mother and the child to the inner room. You need not concern yourselves with the rest." Meanwhile, Huzai, a towering figure, swiftly subdued Huang Yuliang and Huang Yoxing with a few slaps. He then hoisted the 2 slender brothers into the room as well. Li Xinghai gaped at the scene before him, his heart sinking. "This is bad. My brother is in trouble." This was Li Xinghai's immediate reaction, a sentiment echoed by Jiang Xiuqin. "My youngest son is in deep trouble. Huang Yukai is bloodied. He could end up in prison." Jiang Xiuqin's finger trembled as she pointed at Li Xingfeng. "Mother, wife, sister-in-law, take the child into the inner room. I will handle this." Li Xingfeng observed that the others in the living room had yet to react, and his tone inadvertently grew stern. The commanding presence, cultivated over 32 years in business, emanated from him. Su Xiaojun and Wang Mengting were startled from the sofa by Li Xingfeng's authoritative voice. They exchanged glances and swallowed hard. "Huzai, big brother, bind these 3. Trust me, I can manage this." Crouching on the floor, Li Xingfeng shot a piercing look at Wang Mengting and Su Xiaojun. Wang Mengting hurriedly took the child from her mother-in-law, cradling Wan protectively. "Mother, trust Xingfeng. He has changed. Believe in him." After speaking, she took the child into the inner room. Su Xiaojun then assisted her mother Jiang Xiuqin into the bedroom. Though Jiang Xiuqin was visibly anxious, her forehead beaded with sweat as she muttered, "This is a major crisis. Huzai, big brother, take off your shoelaces and bind these 3. And while you're at it, gag them." Huzai executed Li Xingfeng's orders with unwavering resolve. "Xiaofeng, this is not right. You're committing a crime. I can help you take the blame. You can serve 15 days and get out, but if you bind them, it won't be a matter of just 3 to 5 days." Li Xinghai gulped, realizing this was akin to kidnapping. Has Xiaofeng lost his mind? He rushed to prevent Huzai and Li Xingfeng from proceeding. "Big brother, trust me, everything will be fine. I have connections who will protect me." Li Xingfeng glanced at his elder brother, whose subordinates were becoming increasingly diligent. "Never mind, big brother. You stay here and watch over mother to ensure nothing goes awry. I will handle this with Huzai." With his elder brother complicating matters, Li Xingfeng and Hu Zai wasted no time in shoving Li Xinghai into the bedroom and shutting the door. At that moment, Huang Yukai and his brothers writhed like worms in the room, their muffled cries barely audible. Witnessing this, Li Xingfeng delivered another kick. "Brother Feng, all is well, what's next?" Hu Zai licked his lips. He thrived in the thrill of a fight. Yet these three brothers were disappointingly compliant, having submitted after just a couple of slaps, not daring to utter a sound. First, a thorough beating is in order. No need for courtesy. They've come to our home to cause trouble, and I must teach these brothers a lesson. Li Xingfeng mounted Huang Yukai and cracked his knuckles, ready to unleash a flurry of punches. After a considerable time had passed, the three brothers on the floor remained silent, cowed into submission. Only then did Li Xingfeng approach Hu Zai, motioning for him to lean closer. As Hu Zai listened to Li Xingfeng's words, his eyes gradually lit up. He gave Li Xingfeng a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother Feng, no wonder my wife says you are full of cunning, with over 800 schemes. You are truly devious. I'll take care of it right away." Li Xingfeng patted Hu Zai on the shoulder before exiting. The bedroom door was locked tight by Li Xingfeng and Hu Zai from the outside, while Li Xinghai pounded furiously on the door. Jiang Xiuqin wept silently. After a prolonged bout of knocking, Li Xinghai slumped against the door, declaring, "Mother, do not worry. I will ensure Xiaofeng remains safe. Once I open the door, I will release the three of them. Should imprisonment be necessary, I will take Xiaofeng's place, but the family will have to rely on you all." Su Xiaojun and Wang Mingting exchanged glances, then burst into laughter. They were unaware of the changes in Li Xingfeng and mistook him for the same ruffian he once was. "Auntie, Hu Zai's older brother, you must trust Li Xingfeng. He is now full of cleverness and will not suffer losses." Su Xiaojun eagerly shared the recent transformations in Li Xingfeng's character and the matters he had handled with great fervor. Chapter 45. Li Xingfeng has earned merit. There must be no slip-ups. Li Xingfeng stepped outside, intending to make a phone call. Before taking action, he had already devised a plan for how to handle the situation. The call was meant for Xingfeng. Though he had not anticipated needing this connection so soon, the moment had arrived. Exiting the family quarters of the Jiangzhou machinery factory, Li Xingfeng approached a nearby small convenience store. "Young man, need to make a call?" "Yes." Li Xingfeng picked up the receiver, preparing to dial. "Local calls cost 50 cents. Long distance $1. You understand, right?" "I do." Li Xingfeng nodded and pressed the phone number. At that moment, Xingfeng and his entire criminal investigation team were bustling about. The recent apprehension operation had proceeded remarkably smoothly, thanks to intelligence provided by the special forces. Not a single individual present had escaped. None of his subordinates had sustained injuries. Although they had not uncovered the purported millions mentioned by the special forces, they did seize over 600,000 in cash, and alarmingly, also 5 firearms. Xingfeng felt fortunate for having notified the armed police. Had it been just his 12 men, they would have struggled, even against those 5 guns. "Captain Qin, we found Ma Baokai." A young man excitedly rushed to report to Xingfeng. "Where's he?" "Let me there." Xingfeng immediately set down his teacup and followed his subordinate into the interrogation room. Moments later, he emerged, disappointment etched on his face. Although the individual was indeed named Ma Baokai, he was not the informant they sought. This Ma Baokai was not only a professional gambler, but also a low-level operative in the gambling circuit, spineless and quick to confess all details without prompting. Most crucially, his voice bore no resemblance to that of the informant from the special forces. Xingfeng recognized that the informant had likely employed some form of disguise. Yet Ma Baocai's voice was far too different. Returning to his office, Xingfeng stretched his neck, forcing himself to focus. A significant amount of work lay ahead for him and his team. Ring, ring. This is Xingfeng. As he reviewed the interrogation records, he answered the phone. "Captain Qin." "Hello. Was the intelligence I provided accurate?" Li Xingfeng lowered his voice once more. Xingfeng leapt from his chair, exhilaration coursing through him. This was the voice he had been eagerly awaiting. Although uncertain if the special forces would contact him again post-mission, he answered, "Comrade, this is Xingfeng. The intelligence you provided was exceptionally comprehensive. The apprehension operation last night was remarkably successful, with not a single person slipping through our fingers." Xingfeng excitedly reported to the intelligence officer about the achievements of the previous night. "That's good, Captain Qin. I need your help. I have encountered some trouble. Comrade, please ensure your life's safety. Safety is of utmost importance. Moreover, If you require assistance, it is my duty to help." Upon hearing such words from the officer, Xingfeng's heart leaped into his throat. Was the officer in danger? Only those engaged in such professions truly understand the peril faced by intelligence officers, who often confront difficulties alone. The need for assistance signifies an urgent situation. "Captain Qin, bring 3 people. I will wait for you at the entrance of the mechanical factory residential building in Jiangzhou City." Li Xingfeng then hung up the phone. "Uncle, give me 2 packs of cigarettes, Hongta Mountain. How much is it?" The old man leisurely retrieved 2 packs of cigarettes for Li Xingfeng and then slowly counted out the change. Li Xingfeng tucked the 2 packs under his arm and found a shady spot at the entrance of the residential area to await Xingfeng. Inside, Huzi chuckled softly. He had already followed Li Xingfeng's instructions to damage the door lock and staged a burglary scene. After completing these tasks, Huzi opened the bedroom door, where Li Xinghai had been leaning against it, nearly toppling over when the door swung open. Brother Feng said that the police will arrive shortly. "We will insist that it was a burglary, and we subdued them. Do you all understand?" Huzi cared little whether the others comprehended his words, then animatedly recounted the story. It began with Huang Yukai shouting loudly at the door. At that moment, Li Xinghai had opened a crack, and they assumed only he was home, thus forcing their way inside. Sister-in-law, Brother Feng, said to give me 200 yuan to put in Huang Youcai's pocket. "Oh," Wang Mengting responded, as if she had heard an ancient tale, then turned to retrieve 2 bundles of cash from her black bag and handed them to Huzi. "Have you all remembered? These 2 bundles are what your 3 brothers robbed from your sister-in-law. So in the end, it was the 3 of you who subdued them. They did not expect that there would be you and your elder brother at home." Su Xiaoju finally pieced together her thoughts and inquired again. Huzi nodded with a smile. "Brother Feng's plan is truly cunning. It is all aimed at getting them locked up. Aunt, your elder brother, see, I told you Li Xingfeng is clever. You didn't believe me, but do you now? Just follow Li Xingfeng's instructions later." Jiang Xiuqin and Li Xinghai exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. For now, they had no other choice. In the bedroom, Su Xiaoju, fearing exposure, began coordinating their testimonies with the adults. Li Xingfeng extinguished his cigarette, but, noticing a police car approaching, it must be Qin Feng. Standing at the entrance, he waved from a distance. Qin Feng naturally saw him. Could this be the mysterious intelligence officer? After the capture mission, he had inquired of many people, all of whom claimed that no intelligence officers had been dispatched. Qin Feng parked the car and got out. "Hello, comrade officer. I am Qin Feng." For the first time in 2 lifetimes, Li Xingfeng met the real Qin Feng. The last time he had seen this person was in a newspaper sent by Huzi. "Greetings, Captain Qin. My name is Li Xingfeng. I am not an intelligence officer. I am merely a good-hearted citizen. According to your words, I should be considered your informant, Captain Qin." Li Xingfeng shook Qin Feng's hand firmly. His intentions deeply understood in that moment. Qin Feng instantly grasped the meaning behind Li Xingfeng's words. There were no intelligence officers. It was all the credit of Captain Qin. In fact, there was no need for Li Xingfeng's name to appear in the reports. This young comrade implied that he did not seek accolades. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, questioning why he had been summoned if no credit was sought. Was it merely to discuss the distribution of accolades? He hadn't even allowed his 3 subordinates to exit the vehicle. "Captain Qin, it's like this. My home was burglarized, and the robbers are already under my control. Would you like to come up and take a look?" Li Xingfeng's words startled Qin Feng. A burglary was a serious matter. "Do they have weapons? Are you injured?" As he spoke, Qin Feng turned Li Xingfeng around, scrutinizing him carefully. This was someone who could lead to significant achievements. There could be no slip-ups. Chapter 46. My father is wrong. Li Xingfeng spread his arms, helplessly complying with Qin Feng's inspection. "Are you really this serious about your work?" "Indeed, Captain Qin." The 3 intruders believed that only my elder brother and my mother were at home, so they barged in. Upon seeing money in the house, they began to rob us. My elder brother then fought with them, while my friend and I were in the kitchen preparing dinner. Hearing the commotion, we rushed out and helped my brother subdue the assailants. As he spoke, Li Xingfeng led Qin Feng toward the yard. Qin Feng waved his hand, signaling the others in the car to follow. "Let us go check the situation upstairs first." Qin Feng gestured for Li Xingfeng to lead the way. Upon reaching the apartment, Li Xingfeng glanced at the scene. Huzi had prepared everything well. Qin Feng looked up and noticed the violently damaged door lock, frowning slightly. One of the young men behind him took a photograph of the lock before entering the house, where they found the 3 individuals tied up. Qin Feng exchanged glances with Li Xingfeng, but Qin Feng smiled meaningfully. He understood what Li Xingfeng was up to. As a seasoned officer with years of experience in criminal investigation, a quick scan of the room gave him a rough idea. These three had likely come to cause trouble for this lad. However, accusing them of burglary was perhaps a bit excessive, especially given the amateurish nature of the scene. Xingfeng could spot a multitude of flaws with just a glance. Li Xingfeng, come with me. Xingfeng's expression darkened as he pulled Li Xingfeng into the bathroom. In the cramped space, the two men stared at each other. Li Xingfeng seemed to be silently pleading. Will you help me? Xingfeng replied, your framing is too much. Li Xingfeng shoved 2 packs of cigarettes into Xingfeng's hands, but Xingfeng refused to take them. The two remained in a standoff for quite some time. After a moment, Xingfeng coughed lightly. I will take the people away. At most, they will be detained for 15 days. Don't pull this kind of stunt again. Clean up your house and come to the station later to give a statement. Watching the three being led away, Li Xingfeng noticed that Xingfeng lingered at the entrance. He understood that Xingfeng had something to say to him. The 200 yuan on them was placed there by you. Wasn't it? Your staging methods are too immature. Do not let it happen again. And give me the cigarettes. Xingfeng held out his hand for the money while demanding the cigarettes. Li Xingfeng chuckled as he handed the 2 packs to Xingfeng. Captain Xin, you said you didn't want them. Xingfeng shot him an annoyed glare. Regarding the gambling case, my brothers and I haven't slept since last night. I can't resist smoking any longer. Let us go. You owe me a meal. With that, Xingfeng descended the stairs. The remaining individuals exchanged bewildered glances at Li Xingfeng, particularly Huzi, who stepped closer to Li Xingfeng and asked Brother Feng. I set everything up as you requested. How did it go? Did we get caught? Caught. They noticed right away. Bring your wife and go back to the kitchen to reheat the food. Huzi was clearly not suited for meticulous tasks. As 3 young men escorted the Huang brothers downstairs, one approached Xingfeng. Master, this crime scene is ridiculous. Xingfeng nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. 3 or more individuals constitute a gang. Am I correct? Yes. The young man replied, nodding. Li Xingfeng received an extravagant gift, leaving Xingfeng with no choice but to maneuver within the confines of the rules regarding these few individuals. All right. Master, please give me a cigarette, Hongta Mountain. I thought you didn't accept gifts. The young man eyed the Hongta Mountain with envy. Although his salary was decent, he contributed most of it to his family and hesitated to indulge in such fine tobacco. Long live the master. This brother here is one of us. Haha. I understand now. Master, you can rest assured. The jeep drove off into the distance. Inside, Li Xingfeng and Li Xinghai were tidying up the room. It wasn't particularly messy, as the scuffle had ended before it truly began. Just as they finished cleaning, Huzi and Su Xiaojun emerged with the meal. The dishes were brought by him, while the rice was merely steamed buns reheated. Brother, it's time to eat. Li Xinghai took the chopsticks, but then set them down again. Xiaofeng, I heard from my sister-in-law that you've made some money. I have a favor to ask. Can you lend me some? After the commotion at noon, Li Xinghai noticed a change in Li Xingfeng. As a child, Li Xingfeng was boisterous. As he grew older, he became fond of fighting, and after marrying, he calmed down somewhat. However, with the birth of Li Nannan, he transformed into a completely different person. He had encountered many versions of Li Xingfeng, but this composed version was entirely new to him. You've grown up, haven't you? Li Xinghai began to eat with his head down. Li Xingfeng smiled. His elder brother Li Xinghai was strong-willed, and for him to ask for help indicated that it was a matter of urgency. Brother, you're treating me like an outsider. Yes. Haiga treats Huzi like an outsider too. Huzi chimed in. Elder brother, you and mother should eat first, then tell me what has happened at home. From the moment he entered, Li Xingfeng sensed something was amiss. His younger sister had gone to a classmate's house, which was understandable. But where had his sister-in-law and father gone? Meat. Little Nannan was suddenly tempted. She shouldn't be hungry, having just eaten not long ago. The fright she had earlier vanished upon catching a whiff of the meat. Wang Mingting picked up her chopsticks and fed a piece of meat to her daughter, who beamed with delight. After the meal, Li Xinghai packed the leftover dishes into a lunchbox and then into a net bag. Xiaofeng, you must be curious about what has happened at home. Come, let us go to the hospital to see Dad. I'll explain on the way. Which hospital? His daughter had just left the hospital, and now his father was there. They should have crossed paths. Ah, it's the Factory employee hospital. The entire family descended the stairs in a flurry, heading towards the factory hospital. Along the way, Li Xinghai recounted the events at home word for word to Li Xingfeng. Li Xingfeng's teeth ground together in anger. His father, Li Baogua, was a senior technician at the factory having earned the title of model worker for 3 consecutive terms. How could there have been an operational error? Brother, there must be something wrong here, Li Xingfeng declared, his fists clenched resolutely. Yes, Xiaofeng, I know. But we are powerless, especially now that our entire family has been dismissed from the factory. With a sigh, Li Xinghai continued, I'm borrowing money from you because Dad can't be admitted to the factory hospital, and we don't have enough money for his treatment. After saying this, he let out a heavy sigh. Chapter 47. Father left at the hospital entrance. Li Xingfeng pondered silently. He knew his father, Li Baohua, all too well. Honest, stubborn, and hard-working, he always took on the toughest tasks without complaint. An operational error was impossible. His father had a habit of maintaining a work diary, meticulously recording every detail of his day's work. After decades as a technician, an operational error? That was preposterous. He documented the procedures and precautions for the equipment daily. A seasoned worker like him could operate the machines with his eyes closed. Furthermore, the last equipment update at Jiangzhou Machinery Factory had occurred 5 years ago. There had been no errors then. How could there be any now? There must be something hidden that no one knew about. With over 30 years of experience navigating the business world, Li Xingfeng quickly organized his thoughts. His father must have been framed. Brother, did Dad say anything to you? At this, Li Xinghai grew even angrier. No, Dad was working overtime when the incident occurred. He was taken to the employee hospital immediately after the accident, and my mother, your sister-in-law, and I rushed to the hospital upon hearing the news. But we were blocked by the factory's security from entering the ward, as they claimed the cause of the accident was suspicious and only allowed one person to care for him outside the ward during the investigation. Your sister-in-law was left behind. Upon reaching this point, Li Xinghai's emotions flared up once more. During the factory's investigation over the past few days, the Huang brothers had come to stir trouble every day. Even worse, earlier that morning, the factory summoned their mother and declared that the investigation concluded that Dad's operational negligence caused injuries to his colleagues and himself. Not only that, but the factory also dismissed the 3 of us, claiming it was to quell public outrage. Ha ha ha, Li Xinshai lauga bitarli. He was seething with rage. Xiaofeng, what kind of world is this? It's a hospital. The security guards left, and people barged in right after. Isn't it ridiculous? I suspect it was the Huang brothers who did this. Hearing his brother's words, Li Xingfeng clenched his fists in fury, then suppressed his emotions once more. Anger would not solve anything. Brother, how is father? Despite his anger, Li Xingfeng was more concerned about his father's condition. The factory hospital had also stated that since they were no longer employees, the factory would no longer cover expenses, demanding that they settle the medical fees. Upon hearing this, Li Xingfeng quickly turned a glance at his mother. Indeed, his mother, Jiang Xiuqin, was also shedding tears. Their parents had worked at the factory their entire lives, always steady, and such a significant event had never occurred before. Everything about this incident felt suspicious. Had Li Xingfeng been present at the time, it would not have unfolded this way. There was clearly something fishy going on within the factory. However, at this moment, it was too late to say anything. Huzi, find a card. We're transferring father to another hospital. I don't trust the employee hospital. Huzi nodded, handed the black bag to Su Xiaojun, and dashed off. Brother, our immediate priority is to get father to a good hospital for proper treatment. Li Xingfeng wasted no time, scooping up Nan and sprinting ahead. The employee hospital was not far from the family dormitory, situated between the dormitory and Jiangzhou Machinery Factory. At the hospital, Li Feng was outside, wiping her tears. Upon receiving notice from the factory about Li Baohua's dismissal, the hospital promptly demanded payment from Li Feng. However, she had no money, not even enough to make a phone call. The doctor, seeing this, unceremoniously ordered security to remove Li Baohua from the hospital room. No amount of pleading from Li Feng would change the outcome. At that moment, Li Baohua lay on a stretcher, which was placed in the shade outside the hospital. He appeared utterly haggard, groaning in pain. Li Feng wiped away her tears while tending to sweat. Within minutes, the group arrived at the hospital. As Li Xingfeng and Li Haifeng entered, they were met with this sight. Li Xingfeng, carrying Nan, was breathless from running and was about to rush into the hospital. He set Nan down and grabbed Li Xinghai's arm. Brother, don't go in. Help me lift Dad out first. Sister-in-law, please take care of Nan. Li Xingfeng moved to one end of the stretcher, signaling for Li Xinghai to take the other end. Gritting his teeth, Li Xinghai shot a resentful glance at the hospital. As they bore the stretcher out of the hospital, Li Feng cradled her daughter, Nuan, closely, trailing behind the 2 men. Just as the brothers emerged from the hospital, they encountered Jiang Xiuqin and others who had hurried to join them. Mom, Dad was thrown out of the hospital room by those brutes when Xiaofeng and I arrived. Dad was lying at the entrance. Li Xinghai lamented, tears streaming down his face despite his robust demeanor. Jiang Xiuqin felt as if struck by lightning, her world spinning in disbelief. How could they do such a thing? Old Li has devoted his entire life to the factory. Her agitation escalated, her anger boiling over as her faith shattered. The factory's heartlessness was a harsh revelation to her senses. Wife, support my mother. Li Xingfeng, noticing his mother's distress, called out urgently. Wang Mingting, quick to react, steadied Jiang Xiuqin. Mom, you must hold on. You're the only adult left in the family. You cannot fall apart now. If something happens to you, what will we, your children, do? With their father already down, they could not afford to lose their mother as well. Li Xingfeng and Li Xinghai carried their father towards the street, while Wang Mingting assisted Jiang Xiuqin, who wiped her tears as she walked. Sister-in-law Li Fang, along with her daughter Wanwan and Su Xiaoju, fanned their father in desperation. Where is Huzi? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Su Xiaoju muttered while fanning. He's here. The cart is coming. Huzi sprinted from a nearby alley, pulling a cart with the speed of the wind. Quickly, place Uncle on a cart. Which hospital are we heading to? Despite being drenched in sweat, Huzi was too focused to notice. To the one where Wanwan is being treated. I trust Dr. Zhang's skills. Once Huzi saw the patient settled, he took off with the cart. He sped ahead, while the group hurriedly followed. Slow down. The patient can't handle such jostling. Su Xiaoju yelled as she ran after him. Yet, Huzi seemed to possess boundless energy, racing ahead with fervor. Mingting, take care of Mom and the child. Go slowly. My brother and I will head over first. Hand me the bag. Wang Mingting, her face flushed from exertion, nodded at Li Xingfeng and passed in the black bag containing their money. If the funds are insufficient, we have more here. You go ahead, that donkey Huzi. Su Xiazu Gomlai, Budita. Chapter 48. The factory's problematic attitude. When Li Xingfeng and Li Xinghai arrived at the hospital, Huzi was waiting at the entrance with the cart. Why aren't you going in? Brother Feng, the gatekeeper, is assisting us in calling for help. You know how it is with carts. They're not allowed inside. All right, leave the cart. Let's carry my father inside. Old Li Baowu grimaced in pain, his face pale and drenched in cold sweat. Upon entering the hospital lobby, they collided with the security guard and Dr. Ge. You? Dr. Ge instinctively inquired upon seeing Li Xingfeng. Leave it to me, don't worry. We need to take him to the examination room. Follow me. After Li Baowu was taken into the examination room, Dr. Ge instructed the nurses, then closed the door behind him, leaving the others outside. Understood, thank you. Li Xingfeng had just spoken when the examination room door swung open. Pay up. We need full-body x-rays. No time to waste. Dr. G's tone was urgent and stern, indicating the gravity of the patient's condition. All right. Li Xingfeng handed the black bag to Huzi. Take this and pay 1,000. Hurry. He then led his brother into the examination room, where they carefully transported Li Baowu. Hello, full-body examination, as instructed by Dr. Jiang, urgent. Having been through this before, Li Xingfeng knew precisely what to say. Then don't dawdle. Bring him in and help undress the patient. Outside, Wang Mingting and the others hurried towards the hospital. Wanwan was surprisingly quiet, not causing a stir. Before the x-ray results were available, the nurses prepared a transport bed for Li Baowu, who lay in the hallway. Li Xinghai paced anxiously in the corridor. The x-rays are ready. Take them to Dr. Ge. Li Xingfeng grabbed the results and, disregarding hospital protocol, dashed into Dr. G's office. Dr. Ge, he exclaimed, clutching the x-rays. Dr. Ge examined them as he gestured for Li Xingfeng to enter his office. Once inside, Li Xingfeng closed the door. What is my father's condition? This is not our first encounter. I will be brief. The injuries on your father are clearly the result of a beating, and it was one-sided. Hearing this, Li Xingfeng clenched his jaw, veins bulging on his forehead. Currently, your father has multiple contusions, 3 fractured ribs, a dislocated left arm, and a broken right leg. Each revelation struck Li Xingfeng as if he were being hammered in the chest. How much suffering had his father endured? Most critically, apart from the injury to the right leg, the other injuries had evidently gone untreated for about a week, with no stabilization of the fractures, which posed a serious risk. The injury to the right leg was recent, with minimal fracturing. Dr. Ge patiently explained each detail to Li Xingfeng. He withdrew his hand from his pocket and took Dr. G's hand. I am entrusting you. I have no one else to rely on. A roll of cash quietly exchanged hands. Dr. Ge then patted Li Xingfeng on the shoulder. Rest assured, we will use the best medications to alleviate your father's pain. I will prepare the paperwork for you to handle the formalities. Very well. Li Xingfeng exited the doctor's office with the paperwork in hand. He handed the documents to Huzi for the admission process, while he and his brother pushed their father, observing as Dr. Ge escorted him into the operating room. When Jiang Xiuqin, Wang Mengting, and the others arrived at the hospital, Li Baowa had already been inside for some time. Huzi was waiting for them at the entrance. His words allowed Jiang Xiuqin to finally breathe a sigh of relief. She could see her husband's ashen face, racked with pain. It's all right. Everything will be fine, she reassured herself, wiping away her tears. Just as she spoke, Jiang Xiuqin fainted into Wang Mengting's arms. Oh no! Huzi exclaimed in shock. Doctor, someone has fainted. Hurry! The hospital lobby became a flurry of activity. Hours later, both Li Baowa and Jiang Xiuqin lay in the same hospital room. Wang Mengting and Li Feng, the two daughters-in-law, tirelessly fanned the elderly couple. In May, the temperature in Jiangzhou approached 30 degrees. Li Xingfeng cast another glance at the ward, where his father, Li Baowa, was swathed like a rice dumpling. A cloud of gloom hung over him. He recalled Dr. Ge's words clearly. His father's injuries were the result of a beating, not due to any mishap with equipment. Moreover, another injured individual, according to his brother, was Huang Youcai's father, who had suffered a broken leg. After surgery, Li Baowa's fractures had been corrected, and he was now under the influence of medication, peacefully asleep. Li Xingfeng felt it was inappropriate to disturb him. The most pressing concern remained the factory's attitude. Both had been injured, yet Huang Youcai's father was unharmed, while his own parents had been dismissed from the factory. How utterly absurd. Past experiences had taught Li Xingfeng that this matter was far from over. The factory would likely continue to target their family. The adage about leaving a line for others to follow was nonsense. Once enmity was declared, it would be relentless, especially for individuals like them, who had nothing to lose. It is not as simple as it seems. Sometimes it can be resolved with just a few words. Dismissing the factory workers should merely be the initial step. Li Xingfeng pulled his elder brother, Li Xinghai, out of the ward. The two brothers lit cigarettes in the hospital's fire escape. Elder brother, there is something that you and sister-in-law must attend to immediately. Li Xinghai looked at his younger brother in confusion. With their parents in the hospital, what could possibly require urgent attention? Was it a matter of insufficient funds? Today, the hospital expenses had been managed by Huzi, and he had no idea how much had been spent. However, from the nurses' conversations, he gathered that the medication for their father was quite costly. Xiaofeng, if you need money, I have some. Mother insisted I bring it. There's just over 100 left. Li Xinghai hurriedly stuffed the cigarette into his mouth and reached into his pocket. Chapter 49. Although I'm a doctor, I am still the hospital director. Li Xingfeng firmly pressed down on Li Xinghai's hand. Brother, it's not about the money. What I am about to say, you must simply execute without questioning why. Do you understand? The authoritative tone and piercing gaze of Li Xingfeng prompted Li Xinghai to instinctively nod. I will have Huzi accompany you. Let him take the items to his home first. Do you comprehend? Li Xingfeng's eyes were sharp and serious, seeing his brother's grave demeanor. Li Xinghai could not help but nod in agreement. Then, you and sister-in-law need to act quickly to sell the house. Did you hear me? This last statement left Li Xinghai quite alarmed. Although their father was receiving treatment and was no longer in critical condition, the notion of selling their home was daunting. Was the medical expense so exorbitant that it necessitated such a drastic measure? Many workers at the factory lacked housing. Li Xingfeng was intent on limiting losses. When facing adversity, one must first mitigate damage before having the capital to retaliate. If one were to crush an adversary, it must be done thoroughly. In fact, the factory operated precisely on this principle. He did not recognize this family, yet they were dressed in the factory's uniforms. Brother, you must hurry. Seeing his elder brother still smoking, Li Xingfeng became agitated. How could he not grasp the gravity of the situation at this juncture? His loud voice startled Huzi, who rushed over. Gafeng, what is going on? Li Xingfeng waved his hand. Huzi, you will accompany my brother to take care of matters. Bring the cart. From his younger brother's series of actions today, Li Xinghai realized that Li Xingfeng had changed, even if he did not understand the reason. Regardless of perspective, today's actions by Li Xingfeng were trustworthy. Li Xinghai snatched the cigarette from Li Xingfeng's pocket. Fine, I will heed your words, but I expect an explanation later. Moments later, only Li Xingfeng, Wang Mengting, and Wan Wan remained in the ward. The little girl, feeling drowsy, nestled in Li Xingfeng's embrace. Yet, Li Xingfeng buda furuwa bro. Their father had not awakened, and he had too little information to act upon. Undoubtedly, their father had discovered something that threatened certain interests. However, the adversaries had assessed that their father's knowledge was limited. Otherwise, the situation would not be resolvable with mere physical confrontation. If their father were fully aware, the opponents would likely wish to silence him. The enemy was not only lurking in the shadows, but had also managed to dismiss his entire family, suggesting a powerful backing. The Jiangzhou Machinery Factory was a state-owned entity. To dismiss an employee, there had to be significant wrongdoing on their part, and numerous procedures, including multiple signatures, were required. The swift issuance of the dismissal documents indicated that the opponent's identity was not ordinary. He had transferred his father to another hospital, fearing a second assault. Mengting, take care of Wan Wan. If there are issues, consult Dr. Ge. I need to visit the Public Security Bureau this afternoon. Wang Mengting took the child from Li Xingfeng's arms. What do you need to go to the Public Security Bureau for? Given the current situation, I'm alone here, and I fear I won't manage. As he spoke, Li Xingfeng planted a kiss on his daughter, Wan Wan's cheek. The little girl sleepily opened her eyes, Baba, before burying her head back into Wang Mengting's embrace, drifting off again. Are you going to file a report? You haven't done anything wrong, have you? Wang Mengting asked, her face filled with concern. Although troubles persisted at home, things had ultimately improved, all thanks to the man before her. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Mengting continued to see Li Xingfeng as her pillar of support, just as she had when they first married. It's nothing. I need to report to the police. Filing a report is a standard procedure, and I must inquire about how those three brothers are being handled. Rest assured, I will take care of it. Li Xingfeng ruffled Wang Mengting's hair and playfully tapped her nose. This affectionate gesture caused her to stiffen momentarily. Li Xingfeng left the ward, not heading directly to the Public Security Bureau, but instead visiting Dr. Gu's office. Inside, Dr. Ge was still reviewing medical records. Li Xingfeng found it curious. The hospital was nearly empty, with hardly any patients, yet there were so many records to examine. Injury report? I have never written one in my years of practice. However, upon seeing Li Xingfeng, Dr. Ge nodded, as this young man was one of his most valued clients. Before long, Dr. Ge completed a detailed injury assessment report and handed it to Li Xingfeng. Take a look. Will this suffice? Li Xingfeng quickly scanned it. Dr. G's writing was exceptionally detailed, even specifying the amount of force required to inflict such injuries. Li Xingfeng gave Dr. Ge a thumbs up in approval. With this document, a charge of intentional injury would be inescapable. However, he wondered if the assailants from this morning were indeed the Huang brothers. No, what had he said? He was the hospital director. Without further ado, Li Xingfeng withdrew his hands from his pockets and grasped Dr. G's hand. The two men stood hand in hand, exchanging knowing smiles. Director Ge, I am Li Xingfeng. I appreciate your assistance. Dr. Ge took the assessment report and headed outside, his aged face beaming like wildflowers in bloom. Ah, Director. No wonder simply mentioning his name allows one to cut in line. That 200 yuan was well spent. Li Xingfeng had firmly established a friendship with Dr. Yi. He meticulously reviewed the report again, ensuring it was flawless. Once the seal was stamped, it became the hospital's official document, necessitating caution. Xiaozhang, come here. Doctor. Ge called to a young nurse. What is it, Dr. Ge? Xiaozhang was a new graduate assigned to the hospital this year. Initially, she had been intimidated by Dr. Ge, as he was the director, but over time, that apprehension faded. Dr. Ge maintained no airs of authority and preferred to be called Dr. Ge rather than director. Chapter 50, Captain Qin. Xiaozhang, did the medical and hospitalization fees for the two elderly patients admitted this morning go unpaid? The young woman nodded yes. They have no money to pay. You saw their situation. Dr. Ge nodded. Here, this is 310 yuan. Please deposit it into the accounts of the two elderly patients. Their medication must not be interrupted. They are advanced in years and lack children or relatives, which is quite pitiful. Xiaozhang took the money, shaking her head as she left. In her view, Dr. Ge was a good man, perhaps too good. There were many patients in the hospital who could not afford treatment, and Dr. Ge often took it upon himself to admit some of them, covering the costs out of his own pocket. Most of these patients were elderly individuals with no family or support. Xiaozhang sighed again. worrying that doctor. Go might have to come to work wearing sunglasses the next day. Old Go, I'm not criticizing you. Only your wife can tolerate you like this. Anyone else would have left long ago. The speaker was Nurse Wang Mei, who had clearly overheard Dr. Ji's conversation with Nurse Xiaozhang. Lo Ye, why do you only take care of the elderly and not the children? After all, children are the hope of the future. Wang Mei found this matter quite perplexing. Both are acts of assistance, so why not extend a hand to the children? The elderly are often left alone and helpless, while children are still young and have their parents to rely on. Moreover, you all understand the importance of nurturing children, yet the elderly are often neglected. If I choose to pay attention to them, what is wrong with that? Go Baojun walked away with an air of pride. Who said no one cares for them? The two elderly individuals have our nursing station, keeping them company. We can't let you do all the good deeds alone. Wang Mei's words brought a smile of delight to Go Baojun's face. A daily act of kindness, how gratifying. Upon returning to the doctor's office, Go Baojun handed the report to Li Xingfeng. I'm older than you, so I'll call you Xiaoli. Here, the report. If you need me to testify or anything, I am here for you. Li Xingfeng expressed his gratitude once more and then exited the hospital. Hailing a taxi outside to head towards the Public Security Bureau. In 1983, Jiangzhou had both buses and taxis, and driving a taxi was a highly coveted profession in that era. It could even be considered quite impressive. The driver could choose whom to pick up, and there was little you could do if they decided not to take you. Complaining was futile. There was no avenue for grievances, and no one would pay heed to your plight. The driver was a young man of average appearance, sporting slicked-back hair. Upon seeing Li Xingfeng enter the vehicle, he seemed somewhat disdainful. Taking a taxi was quite expensive. The short journey to the Public Security Bureau cost Li Xingfeng 3 yuan. When he reached for his money, the young man finally spoke. I didn't expect you to dress so simply yet be wealthy. Brother, if you ever need a ride, just give me a call. He scribbled a pager number for Li Xingfeng. If Li Xingfeng lacked funds upon arrival, it was of no concern to him. To his surprise, Li Xingfeng pulled out a thick wad of cash, clearly amounting to at least 100 yuan. With a smile, Li Xingfeng accepted the note and paid the fare before turning to enter the Public Security Bureau. He was well aware of the taxi culture in that era. They primarily catered to the affluent, while ordinary folk hesitated to spend that kind of money. After all, it was merely a matter of walking a few steps. The Red Army completed their long march on foot, didn't they? Taxi drivers often ignored those who appeared less than prosperous unless they visibly displayed cash. Upon entering the Public Security Bureau, Li Xingfeng found himself wandering in the bustling lobby like a headless fly. The bureau was extremely busy due to the gambling incident, with the entire department cooperating with the criminal investigation team. Many had been working diligently since the morning and had even skipped lunch. Excuse me, could you direct me to Captain Xingfeng's office? Li Xingfeng inquired, stopping a passing individual. He ascended to the second floor, but remained thoroughly bewildered upon arrival. Just then, Xingfeng emerged from the restroom and spotted the disoriented Li Xingfeng. Come, let us head to my office. Xingfeng clapped Li Xingfeng on the shoulder. Wait, Captain Qin. Why are there no nameplates on the offices in your bureau? Li Xingfeng asked. The nameplates are all on the first floor for public reception. Our second floor is for administrative purposes. What do we need nameplates for? To facilitate your attempts at corruption? Besides, some areas on the second floor are for interrogations while others are for temporary detainment. What is the point of nameplates? To aid others in their investigations? Xingfeng explained, his words flowing effortlessly. In the office, Li Xingfeng sat across from Xingfeng, who tossed a report onto the table before him. Take a look at this. It's the action report from the gambling operation. I want to thank you on behalf of my brothers who worked tirelessly under me. You don't seek credit, yet they will receive their due share. Li Xingfeng eyed the report skeptically. Captain Qin, am I really allowed to see this? If I say you can see it, then you can. No need for further discussion. The intelligence is provided, and you have the right to know. Xingfeng was clearly embellishing the truth. The notion of a right to know seemed far-fetched. Li Xingfeng refrained from taking the report. He was unconcerned with it, believing that Xingfeng would ensure that those responsible would face the necessary consequences. Captain Qin, I'm here to make a statement and also inquire about Ma Baochai's situation. In truth, he intended to hand over the injury report to Xingfeng, but was uncertain if Xingfeng would assist him. After all, in later reports, Xingfeng was depicted as a person of integrity, seemingly lacking the flexibility to bend rules. However, Xingfeng's subsequent actions shattered Li Xingfeng's preconceived notions. He pulled out a prepared statement from his drawer and handed it to Li Xingfeng. We've already prepared the statement. Take a look, sign it, and leave your thumbprint. I was going to do it for you if you were too busy, but I didn't expect you to actually show up. Li Xingfeng couldn't help but think that this was quite impressive. No wonder he could rise to such a position of authority in Jiangzhou's law enforcement. Immediately, Li Xingfeng grabbed the document from the table and began to scrutinize it. The statement was thorough, detailing the time, place, and sequence of events in meticulous detail. However, the Huang brothers, originally described as having committed a burglary, were now framed as violent debt collectors. Li Xingfeng signed his name and pressed his thumbprint onto the paper. Captain Qin, how long can they be detained? For violent debt collection, under current policies, they could be held for about half a month. We've interrogated those three brothers, and they've committed numerous petty crimes. After their initial detention, they can be charged with disturbing public order for another half month. Xingfeng smiled as he looked at Li Xingfeng. Brother, don't say I didn't help you. Within the bounds of the law, I'll ensure they are held for a month. Is that fair enough? Chapter 51. I bring you merits. Although Xingfeng had exposed the situation at his parents' home, Li Xingfeng was quite satisfied with the outcome. Having spent decades in business in his previous life, he understood that professional matters should be entrusted to professionals. Thus, he handed the injury report to Xingfeng. Captain Qin, I need to trouble you for another favor. Xingfeng nearly spat out the water he and yet swallowed. You really aren't shy, are you? Do you take me for someone who can be easily swayed? I pride myself on my integrity. I've already made an exception for you. Xingfeng glared at Li Xingfeng, refusing to accept it. Li Xingfeng remained silent, knowing that if one could make an exception once, they could likely do so again. After a prolonged standoff, Xingfeng reluctantly accepted the injury report from Li Xingfeng. This is the last time, understood? He shot another piercing glare at Li Xingfeng before examining the document. After a considerable time, Xingfeng finally spoke. Who is Li Baoguo? My father. Xingfeng nodded. Tell me the situation. It's quite evident that this was intentional harm. If you don't come to an understanding, under the current stringent policies, the other party likely won escape unscathed. Do you know who they are? Also, could you refrain from bringing me these trivial matters? I'll have my apprentice handle this for you. Xingfeng casually tossed the injury report back to Li Xingfeng. Captain Qin, I'm here to bring you merits, not to trouble you. Li Xingfeng organized his thoughts and began recounting the recent events at home to Xingfeng in precise detail. As he spoke, Xingfeng's expression shifted from relaxed to serious. After a lengthy recount, Li Xingfeng finished his story. Throughout his narration, he maintained an outsider's perspective, deliberately avoiding personal emotions that might cloud Xingfeng's judgment. Li Xingfeng, never mind, I'll continue calling you Shaoli. However, the intelligence you provided is rather sparse. From your description, it seems your father is either completely unaware or only possesses limited knowledge. Otherwise, his life might be at stake. The other party acted out of mere suspicion, indicating they are likely ruthless individuals. Not only that, but at Jiangzhou Machinery Factory, individuals often possess considerable influence, having both enforcers at their disposal and the ability to command the hospital and security department. Such a person is not ordinary. After Xingfeng finished speaking, he picked up a hometown mountain cigarette from the table. This is indeed a hot potato. Jiangzhou Machinery Factory is one of the most prominent establishments in Jiangzhou City. Most importantly, it is akin to a small society, complete with its own schools, hospitals, and even a security department with certain law enforcement powers. The incident involving Li Baoguo is no mere brawl. It represents a faction of nefarious forces within Jiangzhou Machinery Factory. Qin, are you troubled? Regrettably, I should not have accepted your report or allowed you to recount the entire incident. Xingfeng felt a wave of agitation. Such malevolent forces undoubtedly fall within the purview of the current investigation. However, Jiangzhou Machinery Factory is a formidable entity. Xiaoli, your family is also part of Jiangzhou Machinery Factory. You should understand that while it may not be a den of tigers and dragons, it is still a solid fortress, virtually impenetrable. Li Xingfeng has indeed delivered a formidable challenge. Yet, this challenge is fraught with difficulties. Mishandling it could lead to disastrous consequences. Now, it hinges on how much Li Xingfeng's father, Li Baoguo, knows. This is the sole breakthrough point at present. As for the other injured party, they have likely been silenced by the opposition. Otherwise, only the Li Xingfeng family would have been expelled from the factory. The report remains with me. I shall escort you to the hospital. The most apparent breakthrough lies with your father. I hope he knows something. Xingfeng took the cigarette and car keys, leading Li Xingfeng out of the police building. The complexity of this matter, along with its implications, is of utmost importance. He did not intend to bring his apprentice along. A slight misstep could lead to his downfall in this struggle. The ruthlessness of the opposition sent a chill through him, even as the head of the criminal investigation team. You, my friend, when someone causes a ruckus at your home, you contemplate framing them with a burglary charge, and yet you have not retaliated? This is certainly out of character for you. Xingfeng teased Li Xingfeng while driving. Of course I did. I came to seek your help. As a mere citizen, I cannot contend with these malevolent forces, so I had no choice but to expedite the sale of the house allocated to my brother. Li Xingfeng shrugged nonchalantly. Xingfeng quickly grasped the underlying strategy. Ha ha, you, my friend, are quite resourceful and not one to be trifled with. Li Xingfeng's maneuver of selling the factory's property to its own employees is indeed intriguing. Li Xingfeng glanced at Xingfeng in surprise, wondering how low his sense of humor could be. It is quite normal. My father was injured and expelled from the factory, and someone must bear this loss. The factory clearly intends for my parents to leave Jiangzhou City. I am inherently obstinate. I refuse to leave and will confront them instead. Hearing this, Xingfeng was somewhat taken aback. Li Xingfeng typically handled matters with finesse, appearing far from naive. Qin, every person has their Achilles heel, and mine is my family. The dragon's Achilles heel, touch it and one shall perish. Such a dragon's Achilles heel, my friend, you should comprehend the severity of this matter without needing further elaboration. These enforcers are no different from bandits. Do not act recklessly. Gather any useful information and report back to me, understood? Li Xingfeng nodded. Having spent decades in commerce, he left Jiangzhou alone and ventured into the world, encountering all manner of experiences, both light and dark. During the early stages of capital accumulation, he faced countless life-threatening situations. Therefore, he knew precisely how to proceed. Moreover, he had only one life, which was precious. There was no need to confront those adversaries head-on. If he could leverage their power against them, that would be ideal. The jeep rolled into the hospital, and Li Xingfeng led Xingfeng to the ward. They had wasted considerable time at the police station, and it was now mealtime. Upon entering the ward, his elder brother Li Xinghai and sister-in-law Li Feng were also present. Their mother had regained consciousness, while their father remained asleep. According to Dr. Go, their father Li Baowa had not received effective treatment in the week prior and had been relying solely on his own resilience. After receiving treatment, it was evident that his father felt significantly better. His furrowed brow had relaxed, and he no longer groaned, able to sleep peacefully. Chapter 52. Father Li Baowa, upon seeing Li Xingfeng enter, Li Xinghai immediately approached him, handing him a black bag. Xiaofeng, the house has been sold, but due to time constraints, it did not fetch a high price. Li Xingfeng did not take the bag. Brother, keep that money. Tomorrow, buy a house in Jiangzhou. Our father and mother cannot be without a place to stay. Make it spacious. If the funds fall short, let me know. I still have some money. Wang Lingting's black bag contains nearly 4,000 yuan, as your elder brother Li Xinghai has seen. You haven't told me why you sold the house. Li Xinghai's question drew the attention of everyone in the ward. Xingfeng approached Li Xinghai and shook his head. Indeed, the prodigy is Li Xingfeng. Not everyone at this age can discern the intricacies of the situation. Just listen to Li Xingfeng. If you lack the insight, focus on getting the job done. Xiao Li, wake your father. Everyone else, please leave the ward. Xingfeng spoke assertively. Qin, they're all family. Do not worry, nothing will leak out. Seeing Li Xingfeng's determination, Xingfeng decided not to press further. Very well, this is your elder brother. Let him stand guard at the entrance. When you leave the hospital, I trust that those with ulterior motives will have reported your movements. Brother, heed Qin's advice and go. Li Xingfeng nodded toward his elder brother Li Xinghai. Li Xinghai scratched his head and exited the ward. Even if he were irate, he understood that the individual before him was a police officer, and he dared not express his anger. Sister-in-law, it is mealtime. Why not fetch money from elder brother to buy some food, something nutritious? Do not buy from me and Qin. After we finish here, we will go out to eat. Oh, and remember to get some fruit. Money is not an issue for the family. Li Feng nodded and left the ward. Given the current family situation, everyone was unwittingly orbiting around Li Xingfeng. Wang Mingting glanced at Li Xingfeng and discreetly exited the ward with her child. Although Li Xingfeng claimed they were all family, he still had everyone else leave the ward. Li Xingfeng approached his father, taking a damp cloth to wipe his face. Strictly speaking, it had been over 30 years since Li Xingfeng had seen his father. This was the first occasion in over 3 decades that he earnestly observed his father. Feeling the coolness on his face, Li Baowu slowly opened his eyes. Xiaofeng, is that you rascal? Li Baowu's voice was hoarse and dry. Ah, Dad, lie still. Let me get you some water. Li Xingfeng hurriedly took a spoon and fed his father Li Bao with some water. Dad, this is my friend, Xingfeng, the captain of the criminal investigation team. You need to collect your thoughts and explain the situation to Captain Qin. After drinking a few more sips of water, Li Baowu turned his head away. This gesture indicated he had had enough to drink and, more importantly, that he did not wish to discuss matters concerning the factory. He had spent over 20 years at Jiangzhou Machinery Factory and had developed a strong attachment to it. Moreover, the Jiangzhou Machinery Factory itself resembles a small society, where Li Baowu has spent his entire life, seldom stepping outside the confines of its vicinity. Father, you, mother, and my elder brother have all been dismissed from the factory. They no longer want you. Li Xingfeng's words left Li Baowu feeling suffocated. He struggled to rise from the hospital bed, refusing to believe the grim reality. Xiaofeng, I cannot accept this. Call your elder brother to me. I am one of the few senior technicians in the factory. You must not heed these rumors. They cannot possibly dismiss me. Despite his fractured ribs and the protective brace on his body, Li Baowu endured the pain but could not muster the strength to rise. Old man, what Xiaofeng says is true. Our entire family has been let go by the factory. This was spoken by Jiang Shouqin, who shared the same hospital room. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke, lamenting the years they had devoted to the machinery factory. This is impossible. I, Li Baowu, have dedicated my life here. Even if I lack achievements, I have certainly contributed. The over 50-year-old Li Baowu wept like a child, although he had navigated the vast seas of commerce. Li Xingfeng found himself at a loss. This emotional hurdle was one only his parents could overcome. Observing the situation, Xingfeng exited the ward, with Li Xingfeng following closely behind. His time spent with his parents was markedly less than that of his elder brother, given the current predicament. He needed his elder brother to console their father. Elder brother, go in and comfort our father. Once he is calmed down, summon me and Captain Qin. Li Xinghai nodded in agreement. The two brothers found themselves in the fire escape, each with a cigarette in mouth. Xiao Li, now you understand the complexities surrounding the Jiangzhou Machinery Factory, don't you? Frankly speaking, Jiangzhou Machinery Factory is a self-contained society, comprising everything one can imagine. Many of the older generation have seldom ventured beyond its gates. Regardless of the factory's shortcomings, outsiders are not permitted to voice their opinions. Now you comprehend the magnitude of this dilemma. Xingfeng's words plunged Li Xingfeng into silence. He recognized the truth in Xingfeng's assertions, yet vengeance must be sought. No fortress is impervious. The only means to breach it lies in infiltrating from within, does it not? Xingfeng unceremoniously interrupta Li Xingfeng. Xiaoli, do not be so naive. Infiltrating from within is not as simple as it seems. Another victim, the father of the Huang Yukai trio, was easily bought off through various means. Li Xingfeng ceased to speak, aware of the validity in Xingfeng's reasoning. Xingfeng's words carried a deeper meaning, implying that their law enforcement personnel could not infiltrate under the guise of investigation. The factory, while large and bustling, housed many unfamiliar faces. Carelessly seeking information could easily lead to detection. If the hidden forces behind the scenes were alerted, they would retreat into the shadows. Concealment is not an issue. However, if they were to retaliate against his parents, how would he manage? With the adversaries lurking in the shadows and him in the light. A single misstep could lead to endless repercussions. Captain Qin, it's akin to a gambling den. I will gather intelligence while you handle the operations. What do you think? After a moment of contemplation, Li Xingfeng resolved to take this risk. This vendetta must be avenged. In his previous life, his parents had likely been coerced into leaving Jiangzhou, and it was probable that they had been forced to flee while his father was still recovering from injuries. Xingfeng extinguished his cigarette. You need not worry. They serve as a second point of attack. If they fail to provide me with a clear account, I have ways to ensure they do not leave. In his heart, Xingfeng thought that this would yield significant merit. Unlike the previous opportunity that had been handed to him, this one promised to be far more intriguing. He relished challenges such as these. Chapter 53, The Anomalous Blueprints. After a considerable time, Li Xinghai summoned the two back into the hospital room. In the ward, both father and mother had dried their tears. Having devoted their lives to the factory, the sudden dismissal felt like a thunderclap to these elderly individuals. Father, just recount the events of that day, truthfully, Li Xingfeng encouraged, observing his father's lingering days. A week ago, there was an urgent task at the factory. Just before the end of the day, the workshop director asked Old Huang and me to stay back for overtime. Due to the complexity of the part, only the two of us, as senior technicians, were designated by the director to handle this task. However, the specific part was not disclosed until the end of the day, as the director did not provide us with the blueprints. Li Bao paused, closing his eyes to recollect the details. After a moment, he continued. It was only after all the workers had left that the director finally brought the blueprints. As technicians, it is essential for us to review blueprints. Yet this time, it was peculiar. The director divided the blueprint in half before us and sternly instructed that we could not share or borrow from one another. Moreover, we were to operate at separate workstations. With the blueprints halved, the final product remained elusive. Lacking confidence, I yearned to discuss the matter with the director, suggesting an exchange for a brief review. However, he harshly refused, insisting we adhere strictly to the blueprint specifications. Subsequently, I began working according to the given instructions. The precision required for this part was military grade. I was assigned 7 components, each requiring 10 units. Upon reaching the 5th component, I noticed an anomaly, though I cannot be certain. Thus, I crafted all the components according to the measurements, and, while the director was outside smoking, I seized the opportunity for a rudimentary assembly. It was at that moment I realized I was not working on ordinary parts, but rather components for firearms, specifically for a handgun. However, without access to the complete blueprint, I could only speculate to this extent. To validate my suspicions, I approached Old Huang's workstation. A dispute ensued over the blueprints. I attempted to seize them, but Old Huang resisted, leading to a physical altercation wherein his leg was caught in the machine's arm. I was then enveloped in a sack and assaulted by several individuals, after which I lost consciousness and awoke in the factory hospital, arriving at this moment. Throughout this account, Xingfeng had been furrowing his brow, diligently recording notes. Can you confirm that those were indeed components for a handgun? Xingfeng's tone was grave, acknowledging the seriousness of the matter, which far exceeded his initial assumptions. He had anticipated that it was merely a case of misappropriation within the factory. He had not foreseen the utilization of the machinery factory's specialized roles for firearms manufacturing. Li Bao fell silent once more under the weight of this revelation. Father, given the gravity of the situation, please speak candidly. With Captain Qin here, what do you have to fear? Li Xingfeng was acutely aware of the perilous nature of the situation. I understand. I transitioned from a military factory to the machinery factory. Before my tenure here, I was engaged in the production of military equipment. The reason I sought the blueprints was simply that a glance would reveal the type of firearm I was tasked to create. Thus, I could ascertain from the few components in my possession that they were indeed parts for a handgun, specifically for one that utilizes 9mm ammunition. Li Bao's tone was resolute. Father, you have previously worked in a military factory? I had no idea. Li Xingfeng exclaimed in astonishment. We are all bound by confidentiality agreements, secrets that we shall never disclose. I have never shared anything with your mother, and my records will not reflect this either. I believe this is the reason they dare to involve me in this matter. Upon hearing this, Li Xingfeng and Xingfeng exchanged glances. If what Li Bao said is true, then the peril of this situation is far more severe than anticipated. Xingfeng frowned, biting down on his molars. Li Xingfeng, you must withdraw from this matter. I even intend to assign someone to protect your father. Li Xingfeng shook his head. Captain Qin, if you send someone for protection, it may alert them if they begin to investigate. I suggest instead that you have a few subordinates disguise themselves as patients and stay here. This way, they can offer protection while also letting the adversary lower their guard. Should anyone come to probe, you will be able to track them down. Xingfeng gave Li Xingfeng a thumbs up, impressed by his adeptness. You are quite the talent, my friend. Would you consider joining me? I can arrange a position for you. Xingfeng closed his notebook and tucked it into his pocket, increasingly pleased with Li Xingfeng. Despite lacking professional experience, he displayed a remarkable talent for strategic planning. Li Xingfeng nodded. Captain Qin, I had intended to invite you to dinner, but let us save it for another time. Xingfeng waved his hand. Next time, it will be my treat. If you manage to resolve this issue, I may even receive a promotion. With that, he departed, waving once more. After Xingfeng left, Li Xingfeng sat beside his parents' hospital beds, lost in thought. Reflecting on his father's account, he replayed all the circumstances in his mind. Both he and Xingfeng suspected that Lao Huang had been compromised, indicating that this entire affair was misguided. Lao Huang must have been an operative for the opposing side long before now. Yet why involve his father? He remained perplexed. Dad, you mentioned Lao Huang. He's also a skilled technician, correct? If he is aligned with the enemy, why would they need to involve you? Upon hearing Li Xingfeng's query, Li Baoga, already feeling a mix of emotions, retorted, You little rascal, have you not inquired about the skills within the Jiangzhou machinery factory? Do you truly think that others possess the capability to produce what they requested? Only I can achieve that level of precision. The other skilled workers would falter after a few attempts. Li Xingfeng nodded, realizing that this explained the entire situation. Throughout the day, Li Baoguo was astonished by the transformation in his son. He was well aware of his son's previous reckless behavior, yet he never anticipated that in times of crisis, his younger son would emerge as the family's pillar of strength. Though he winced in pain, he remained lucid. From now on, let's heed your brother's advice. Li Xingfeng's actions today were deliberate and resolute. Losing a job is inconsequential. Selling the house is merely a matter of practicality. He still possesses skills and strength. It is not the end of the world. Xiaofeng, you little scamp, go fetch your elder brother, your wife, and my granddaughter. I want to see them. Having come to terms with the situation, Li Baoguo's mood began to lighten. Turning his head, he noticed his wife, Jiang Xiuqin, still shedding tears, and remarked, Crying again? You're no child anymore. If it weren't for our 2 kids, what would you do? Every time something happens, you just cry. Your hair may be long, but your knowledge is short. Jiang Xiuqin sprang from the bed upon hearing Li Baoguo's words. Oh, so you're feeling better and now have the energy to argue with me? Huh? Go ahead, then. Li Xingfeng, observing his parents' quarrel, couldn't help but smile. Elder brother, wife. Dad wants to speak with you. Hearing the commotion from the hallway, Li Xinghai and Wang Mengting quickly entered the hospital room. Xiaofeng, Xiaohai, you 2 step aside. You know nothing, and I wish to see my precious granddaughter. Wan was in a sleepy haze, struggling to open her eyes at the sound of Li Baoguo's voice. Hey, this unruly Xiaofeng has a child. She must have inherited her mother's good genes. Li Baoguo's words made Wang Mengting blush. Isn't it time you 2 were hungry? Prepare something for me and your mother to eat quickly. I want to spend some time with my granddaughter. With great effort, Li Baoguo shifted his body, the pain causing veins to bulge on his forehead. Nevertheless, he made room for the little girl on the bed. Wan, can you call me Grandpa? Wang Mengting whispered in her daughter's ear as she finally woke fully. Yes, call Grandpa. Li Baoguo beamed, his face wrinkling with joy, nearly losing his molars in the process. Mama, what is Grandpa? The little girl, having seen her grandparents only a few times since birth, looked at Li Baoguo with innocent curiosity rather than familiarity. What is Grandpa? Grandpa is your father's father. Li Baoguo explained, straining his neck. Father's father? ISNT that, big poop? The child mumbled, chewing on her finger. No, you just call me Grandpa. Come here. Let Grandpa see you. The exchange between daughter and father caused Li Xingfeng and Li Xinghai to burst into laughter. You 2, stop laughing and get me some food quickly. While Li Baoguo spoke gently to Wan, he was far less courteous with Li Xingfeng and Li Xinghai, raising his voice. Realizing this was merely a tactic to send them away, Li Xingfeng pulled his elder brother's sleeve, signaling him to step outside. In the hospital's fire escape, Li Xingfeng offered his brother a cigarette. Elder brother, how much did the house sell for? 3,000. I could have gotten 4,000, but since you wanted a quick sale, that's all I could manage. You have no idea. There are many interested buyers. Many employees at the factory are looking for housing. If you had given me 2 more days, I could have sold it for 4,005. Li Xingfeng smiled and nodded. My foolish elder brother for 1,005? You must be joking. This money is to cover our father's medical expenses. You and your wife should hold on to it. Tomorrow, take some time to visit the school and arrange for our sister's transfer. After pausing for a moment, he continued, If anyone from the factory or school inquires, just say our parents are hospitalized and cannot care for her, so she will stay with relatives out of town until our father is better. What? Are you out of your mind? You want to transfer our sister? What do you mean? Selling the house and transferring her. Are we not planning to stay in Jiangzhou? Li Xingfeng desired this very reaction from his elder brother. If he perceived it this way, others would likely think the same. As long as they believed this, they would be temporarily safe. Remember, You must leak the news of our father's hospitalization and make it specific. Do you understand? At this moment, Li Xingfeng spotted Xingfeng's jeep, indicating that the reconnaissance personnel he had arranged were already in position. Xingfeng had dropped off 3 young men before driving away again. Li Xingfeng surmised that Xingfeng was busy orchestrating the investigation. Furthermore, given the involvement of firearms, this was beyond Li Xingfeng's realm of influence. He could only mislead the adversary and lower their guard. The actual confrontation would rely on Xingfeng. Li Xingfeng ignored his elder brother's questions, knowing that once everything was resolved, his brother would comprehend the situation. Speaking too much now would only hinder his brother's effectiveness. The elderly man's forehead glistened with sweat from the pain, yet he maintained a cheerful smile directed towards the young girl. Wang Mingding undoubtedly resonated with her words. Upon seeing his arrival, the old man's gaze softened considerably. Baba. Li Xingfeng lifted his daughter into his arms. The father, Li Baohua, was on the verge of losing his beard to his daughter's playful tugging. I'm hungry. Wan is hungry. I want to eat meat. I want ribs. The little girl had come to realize that being with her father meant there would be meat to enjoy. Before Li Xingfeng could speak, his father, Li Baohua, interjected. Did you not hear that your granddaughter is hungry? Just stay here with me. The eldest can watch over me. The rest of you should leave. Xiaofeng, take care of your mother and sister-in-law. Li Baohua's stern gaze bore into Li Xingfeng. Understanding his father's intent, Li Xingfeng nodded. This matter involved significant implications, and the family's safety was paramount. It would be best to minimize visits to the hospital. Old man, let me stay and take care of you. Jiang Xiuqin, having spent a lifetime with Li Baohua, understood her husband's words all too well. Li Baohua closed his eyes momentarily. Jiang Xiuqin did not want their children to bear any risks. If any ill-intentioned individuals were to intrude, at the very least, the children should remain unharmed. They were aged, and their days were few. It mattered little to them. No way. Dad, I can't feel at ease with you like this. Upon hearing this, Li Haifeng immediately became anxious. No matter what, it must be done. From now on, listen to your brother when it comes to matters. Refrain from your temper. Li Baohu scolded, reprimanding Li Xinghai once more. Mom and Dad, I made chicken soup to nourish you. Li Baohua and Jiang Xiuqin shooed the crowd out of the hospital room as if they were swatting away flies. Chapter 55. More meat? Just as they exited the hospital room, they encountered Huzi and Su Xiaojun, who were laden with a multitude of items. Huzi, what are you doing with all these things? Fengge, I brought vegetables. We're coming to your house for dinner tonight because you cook deliciously. My wife brought the items for hospitalization. Thankfully, I didn't heed your advice and discard them. They come in handy now. While speaking, Su Xiaojun efficiently placed all the necessary living supplies for hospitalization into the room. Subsequently, the group marched out of the hospital. In the corridor, they met 3 individuals, the very one Xingfeng had brought to his parents' home earlier that day. The 3 subtly acknowledged Li Xingfeng before settling into the room next to Li Baohua's. Did you see that? Exclaimed Li Xinghai, noticing the trio clad in patient gowns. Act as if you don't recognize them. Don't ask why. You're no longer a child, and I refuse to explain. And you all, did you hear? Act like you don't recognize them. Li Xingfeng's gaze was sharp as he fixated on the individuals before him, articulating each word deliberately. Upon exiting the hospital, Li Xingfeng felt as if the air had become sweet. He stepped out, traversing the streets and bustling alleys, with his daughter, Nuan, perched on his shoulders. The little girl, grasping one of her ears in each hand, was filled with wonder. Her liveliness gradually returned as she curiously glanced around, her playful antics reddening Li Xingfeng's ears. Her laughter lifted the heavy gloom that had settled upon everyone's hearts. Upon returning to the tenement, the hour was late, and neighbors were gathered in groups, chatting merrily. Aunt Wang was feeding the chickens in the corner, while old Wang took advantage of the daylight to engage in a game of chess with fellow residents. Observing the lively group ascend the stairs, the neighbors began to gossip. Did you see that? They brought meat. Indeed, but I reckon they lack funds. All they bought was lean meat. Lean meat is hardly desirable. Fatty meat is far more appetizing. Ha ha ha, keep talking. You wouldn't even get a piece of meat. Once home, Li Xingfeng busied himself in the kitchen. The weather in Jiangzhou was sultry, yet the locals had a penchant for spicy food. Today, Huzi had procured a plethora of chili peppers. As the peppers met the hot oil in the pan, the aroma quickly permeated the tenement. With the addition of meat, The enticing fragrance wafted throughout the space. Goodness, they're eating meat again. With oil and chili, stir-fried meat is simply delightful. What business does Li Xingfeng engage in to afford such lavish meals every day? My mouth is watering just thinking about it. While the adults engaged in conversation, they still managed to exhibit restraint and did not shamelessly solicit food. However, the children in the tenement were a different story, surrounding Li Xingfeng with wide, eager eyes fixed on the pot of meat. Upon seeing their children rush over, the adults could hardly contain them. With so many kids gathered, Li Xingfeng couldn't possibly distribute all the food from the pot. He wasn't that generous. Besides, during his more reckless days, Wang Mingting had often sought food from the neighbors. Aside from Aunt Wang and Old Wang, no one had ever lent a hand. In this era, everyone was scrimping and saving, each calculating their resources meticulously. To put it bluntly, everyone was rather self-serving. Of course, this was not their fault. Such was the nature of the times. Before long, with Hu Zi's assistance, Li Xingfeng swiftly prepared the meal. The family gathered around the table, ready to indulge in the bountiful dinner before them. Once again, 5 dishes filled the table, as the family members were all hearty eaters. Even the slender Wang Mingting and Su Xiaojun had impressive appetites, unlike some women of later generations who could be satisfied after just a few bites. The lights of Li Xingfeng's home shone brightly, and the occupants enjoyed their food and drink. Meanwhile, the voices of dissent against Li Xingfeng echoed from below. What's the big deal? Let the children have a taste. What's wrong with that? I've never seen such stinginess. Exactly. My child is so small. How much can they eat? Bang. Old Wang tossed his chess piece aside in frustration. What's wrong, Old Wang? Are you backing out because you think you're losing? Nonsense. Just listen to what they're saying. Old Wang picked up his smoking pipe, filled it with tobacco, lit it, and, after taking a puff, he leisurely replied, They aren't eating much. You know how much your boy can eat, don't you? That little rascal eats more than I do. Besides, when Wang Mingting brought in Wan seeking your help, did any of you extend a hand? Did you offer even a single sweet potato? Or a little flour? If not, then keep your mouth shut. What they eat has nothing to do with you. Stop being so bitter. If you have the ability, earn some money and let your children eat well. One could almost feel the embarrassment on behalf of the others as Old Wang continued his tirade. Well, you know our situation. You're aware that we barely feed ourselves, let alone have anything left to lend to Wang Mingting. A rather plump woman of considerable age countered. Enough already. I believe that some families lack money and food, but I do not believe you, Zhang Suifeng. You're as plump as can be, and your son is too. Don't tell me you're short on provisions. You live in the best conditions in this building. Indeed, we are genuinely impoverished. You're just pretending to be poor. I heard that Wang Mingting sought your help several times. Why didn't you lend her anything? It's clear you're just afraid she won't be able to repay you. You have no sympathy at all. Exactly. Their essay saying that goes. The wealthy are heartless. Yes, that's exactly it. Zhang Suifeng spat as she ascended the stairs. Aren't they all condemning Li Xingfeng? How'd it come to be about her? Besides, her family's good fortune was due to her husband as hard work. He was out early and returned late, earning their living through business. These Navi residents of the tenement probably had no idea that setting up a stall outside could yield more profit in a month than a regular job. Unlike Zhang Suifeng's family, another neighbor keeping an eye on Li Xingfeng was Li Yongting. This was rather unusual. Although Ma Baokai was also a ruffian, he often resorted to violence against her. Chapter 56. Ma Baokai's wife in this courtyard. If one were to discuss who had the closest relationship with Ma Baokai, it would undoubtedly be Li Xingfeng. However, the man was still occupied with his meal, making it inappropriate for anyone to visit him at this hour. Li Yongting sat by the window, waiting patiently. An hour slipped by, and she began to feel discomfort from sitting too long. Why hadn't anyone emerged to wash the dishes? The adults in the room had already finished their meals, but the little girl, possessing only her first set of baby teeth, took longer to eat. Everyone was there to keep her company at the table. The young girl was quite protective of her food, aware of her slower pace. She had Li Xingfeng scoop a little from each dish on her plate as soon as the food was served. Burp, Daddy burp, Mama burp, I can't eat anymore. Despite her bowl still containing a few pieces of meat and ribs, the little girl chewed with delight, her face smeared with grease. Although she would hiccup and her small frame would sway slightly, she remained fixated on the morsels in her bowl. These past few days had been sheer bliss for her. Her father had not indulged in alcohol, nor had he resorted to violence against her or her mother. Moreover, he had prepared delicious meat dishes for her, unlike before, when they had only one meal a day, consisting merely of rice soup. The adults in the room watched the adorable little girl and couldn't help but smile. It seemed she was aware of her messy appearance, shyly attempting to bury her head in her mother's embrace. Yet, Wang Mingting gently refused her, as the girl's face was covered in oil, and her newly purchased dress would be ruined if it got stained. Married to Li Xingfeng for 3 years. This was her first new outfit. Li Xingfeng rose, retrieved his washcloth from the washing stand by the door, and wiped his daughter's face clean. He then pulled out his cigarettes. Well, I trust you're full from the meal I prepared. Big brother. Why don't you and Huzi discuss who will wash the dishes? I'm stepping out for a smoke. Li Xingfeng was the first to exit the door. Hey, I bought the ingredients, and even though I don't smoke, I'm just going out for a breath of fresh air. Huzi followed closely behind. Little sister-in-law? Li Xinghai looked questioningly at Wang Mingting, perplexed as to why it was the men washing dishes in Li Xingfeng's household. Li Feng playfully tapped Li Xinghai's arm with her chopsticks. What's wrong with washing a few dishes after such a delightful meal? The 3 of us still have the child to care for, and I can at most help tidy up a bit. Li Xinghai scratched his head, pondering how 3 adults could manage a single child. It seems you all simply don't want to wash the dishes. His scrutinizing gaze swept over everyone once more. Wang Mingting lowered her head, feigning an interest in wiping her daughter's face with a towel. Su Xiaoju busied herself with combing the little girl's hair. Perhaps it was the delicious meal that had left them all feeling overly full, rendering them almost immobile. Li Xinghai sighed again, rubbing his stomach. He too was reluctant to move. He had eaten his fill. After 26 years, this was the most delectable meal he had ever enjoyed. When had Xiao Feng learned to cook so well? In the dimly lit room, once Li Yongting noticed Li Xingfeng and Huzi had stepped outside. She set down the half-eaten sweet potato in her hand and followed them out. As dusk fell, few people remained below. One characteristic of this era was that everyone would retire to bed before dark, not for any particular reason, but to take advantage of the light to wash up and save on electricity. Despite the prevailing tradition of families having only one child, many households prior to that often had 2 or 3 children. Given that meager wages could barely sustain a family, the prospect of filling their stomachs was often a distant dream. Xiaofeng, are we still going to stall to see Diaoge tonight? Huzi and Li Xingfeng engaged in light conversation as they descended the stairs. Li Yongting, observing the pair of them, spoke up. Li Xingfeng, may I inquire about something? Following closely behind, she had already caught Li Xingfeng's attention. Sister-in-law, what is it? This woman, petite and delicate, seemed to blend into the shadows of the night. Li Yongting found it difficult to comprehend. Li Xingfeng had cut his hair short, giving him an entirely different aura. Previously, when Li Xingfeng and Ma Baokai had been reckless, he would often visit the house to see Ma Baokai, but he had never been so courteous to her. He had even been quite rude, often cursing without hesitation. Upon hearing her speak, Huzi instinctively glanced at Li Xingfeng, then turned his back to Li Yongting. Huzi was not one to fabricate falsehoods. Li Xingfeng noticed Huzi's reaction as well, but found himself at a loss for words. Oh, your husband? I reported him, and he is currently enjoying tea at the Public Security Bureau. What a joke. Wouldn't that woman be out for his blood? It was evident that despite Ma Baokai's shortcomings, including his violent tendencies towards Li Yongting, she still regarded him as her husband. What is up, sister-in-law? I've been busy with business alongside my brother these past few days, and haven't seen Ma Ge. You know our situation. The child is ill, and I must earn money. I can't rely on Ma Ge's skills to make a living through gambling. Li Xingfeng's words left Li Yongting feeling embarrassed, as if she wanted to turn and flee. Li Xingfeng drinking, gambling, and maltreatment of his wife were all lessons learned from Ma Baokai. Wang Mingting was well aware of this prior history. At this moment, she felt her cheeks burning with shame. Li Xingfeng nodded, his gaze still inquiring. I understand your apology, but is there anything else you wish to discuss? It's fine if you don't apologize. I've already sent him in. Well, Li Xingfeng, could I ask you to help me inquire about Ma Baokai's whereabouts among his associates? You're the only person I know. I don't know anyone else. Ultimately, Li Yongting managed to express her difficult request. Sure, I can help you inquire tomorrow. Sister-in-law, do you have any other matters to address? The implication in Li Xingfeng's tone was unmistakable. Their conversation had reached its conclusion. No more, thank you. Please do help me look into it. After expressing her gratitude, Li Yongting hurriedly left, almost as if she were fleeing. For reasons unknown, Li Xingfeng's expression made her extremely uncomfortable, as though he were pitying her. Though his words were impatient, his gaze was filled with compassion. As Li Yongting ascended the stairs, Li Xingfeng pulled Hu Zi a little further away. Xiaofeng, will you truly help her inquire? Isn't Ma Bao Kai already behind bars? Hu Zi, having been closely involved in the matter, questioned. Just let her know that the largest casino in the Xiqing district has been shut down by the police, and Ma Bao Kai is likely to be sentenced. Let this unfortunate woman find her release sooner. We would have done a good deed. Chapter 57. Master Wu Jianguo, Li Xingfeng, and Hu Zi were downstairs, digesting their meals while engaging in conversation. Meanwhile, Xingfeng was so occupied that he barely had time to eat. Following the testimony of Li Xingfeng's father, Xingfeng arranged for surveillance before promptly interrogating the Huang brothers. After over 2 hours of cross-examination, he found no useful information from the Huang brothers. They remained tight-lipped, unwilling to divulge any information. Exiting the interrogation room, he instructed his subordinates to take the suspects into custody before pulling out a cigarette and leaning against the corridor window to smoke. Although the information provided by Li Baoguo was somewhat useful, it was not particularly significant. Should they proceed to arrest the workshop director and the father of the Huang brothers, it would undoubtedly alert the mastermind, allowing them to escape. This would mean that all leads would be severed. This is tricky, he exclaimed, his voice resonating with frustration. Xingfeng immediately turned, tossing aside the cigarette butt. Report. However, he stopped mid-sentence, signaling to the newcomer to speak in the office instead. The corridor was bustling with personnel, including colleagues coming and going, along with gambling offenders continuously emerging from the interrogation room. Could you please pick up the cigarette for me? Taking just a couple of puffs, and then discarding it seems rather wasteful, does it not? I shall await you in the office. You would do well to consider carefully what you wish to convey to me, for otherwise, whether I choose to smoke or not shall be the least of your concerns. The individual who approached possessed a shock of white hair and appeared to be around 50 years of age. After making his point, he gestured towards Xingfeng with his hand. Very well, master, you may proceed to the office first while I prepare some tea for you. Xingfeng promptly retrieved the cigarette but from the ground, dusted it off, and placed it back between his lips. Smoking is harmful to health. This is merely a narrative necessity. Please do not imitate. This old man, did you not mention that smoking is prohibited in public spaces? The elder entered the office and immediately settled himself into Xingfeng's chair. He glanced at the lunchbox on the table, disregarding the fact that it belonged to Xingfeng, and began to eat voraciously. Master, please enjoy your tea. After graciously presenting the tea with both hands, Xingfeng stood respectfully to the side, akin to a schoolboy before his teacher. The elder took a few bites, satisfied his hunger, then patted his pocket. Without hesitation, Xingfeng produced a Red Tower Mountain cigarette from his pocket and lit it for the elder. Master, smoke this. It's a fine choice. Red Tower Mountain. The elder inhaled sharply, and in an instant, a quarter of the cigarette was consumed. He then scrutinized the cigarette in his hand, raised an eyebrow, and remarked, "How many times must I reiterate? Do not address me as master in the office. Call me director." Reporting to Director W. Xingfeng has significant news to disclose. Xingfeng approached the elder, saluted, and stated, "Speak plainly and do not hesitate. Do not assume that just because you have cracked a major gambling case, you can order me about. I would not dare." Xingfeng quickly pulled up a chair and sat opposite. Master, there is another new case, one of considerable severity and complexity, and I find myself at a loss. Firstly, I wish to report the information I have gathered, and secondly, I seek your guidance. Director W.G. Ngu regarded Xingfeng, his brow furrowing with concern. He had personally mentored Xingfeng, and thus was acutely aware of his capabilities. Over the years, few cases had stumped Xingfeng to such an extent. Stop blinking at me. Provide me with all the information you have. W.G. Ngu retrieved a notebook from the table, took out a pen, and fixed a serious gaze upon Xingfeng. Master, it all began with a gambling case, the details of which were relayed to me by one of my informants, a man named Xingfeng. The office was soon enveloped in a haze of smoke as Xingfeng continued to relay his narrative while W.G. Ngu diligently recorded notes. After a brief interlude, Gu set down his pen, his expression now significantly graver. If Ogu is not lying, we are dealing with 10 handguns here. This could be a case that shocks the entire nation. Silence enveloped the office as both men contemplated the gravity of the situation. Gu's furrowed brow suggested a deepening concern. Up to this point, every action taken by Xingfeng had been judicious. This case could not be approached rashly. Your concerns are valid, and your actions appropriate, but they are insufficient. After a moment of contemplation, Gu finally broke the silence. Upon hearing his mentor speak, Xingfeng straightened in his seat. What is it that criminals fear most? They dread being under our scrutiny. Therefore, why not inform them that we are too occupied to monitor them, thereby inducing a false sense of security? Only then can your undercover operatives in the hospital make their move. Otherwise, your subordinates accompanying Ogu out of the hospital may not even have a chance to wait for him. Thus, tomorrow, reach out to the press and radio stations to publicize your gambling case, arranging for a 15-day follow-up report. Within 3 days, they will realize that you are preoccupied with the investigation of the gambling case. Concurrently, you must not merely wait for developments at the hospital. Deploy your personnel. For if you cannot infiltrate the Jiangzhou machinery factory, surely you can disguise yourselves as factory workers for reconnaissance? Even if resources are limited, cast a wide net first and strike while the iron is hot. However, do not act against key individuals who have been exposed just yet. Rather, observe their movements first. As Xingfeng absorbed this wisdom, his eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, the old adage rings true: experience brings wisdom. Gu's strategies, both overt and covert, were laid out with utmost clarity. Following Gu's lead, Xingfeng began to articulate his own thoughts. In Jing village, night had completely enveloped the surroundings. Unlike later times, when every village was illuminated and connected by roads, Jing village, despite having electricity, had few who utilized it so late at night. Gu wiped the sweat from her brow. The 2 older children were already nestled in bed. Leaving her with a single young one, she decided to take the kerosene lamp outside, attracting mosquitoes to the light. Today, Xingfeng had helped her gather a substantial amount of cattail, enabling her to weave 30 nets. She understood the implications of Xingfeng's assistance. The village was well aware of the situation. Yet, she was acutely aware of her circumstances and did not wish to burden Xingfeng. She knew that marrying him would assure a prosperous life. After glancing back at her children, she resolved to have a candid conversation with Xingfeng the following day. For the sake of her 3 kids and to avoid complicating Xingfeng's life. While Gu pondered her thoughts, her hands worked diligently, swiftly completing her task. Meanwhile, Xingfeng found himself in a predicament. However, the matter of finding a place to sleep remained a challenge. Staying in a hotel was out of the question. During this era, one required a letter of introduction to stay at a hotel. Without it, one would be ignored completely. His sister-in-law and Ing had no issue sleeping in the inner room with their children. But he and his elder brother had only one sofa. How could they manage? The entire building faced housing shortages, and he considered himself fortunate. Upstairs, a family of 2 adults and 3 children were cramped into a space of merely 20 square meters. Xiaofeng, you take the sofa. I will push the stools together and make do. I said as he moved the furniture, aligning 4 stools against the wall and laying a prepared blanket over them. He then began to sit on the stools and take off his shoes. Oh, brother, have you stepped in something unpleasant? I sheepishly scratched his head. He had been suffering from athlete's foot for years. On days when he did not sweat, it was manageable, but once he did, the odor was unbearable. During summer, if he did not wash his feet, he was not allowed to enter the house. Brother, I now understand why our father forbade you from keeping vigil at the hospital. With that odor, he would likely hop out of the ward. I felt increasingly embarrassed. He pointed to the slippers at Xingfeng's feet. Xingfeng quickly leapt onto the sofa and tossed the slippers to Xinghi. Brother, they are yours now. I shall purchase a new pair tomorrow. There is a faucet downstairs. Once you rinse them, please ensure to close the door and lights. I shall rest now. Having said that, Xingfeng covered himself with a small blanket and closed his eyes, surrendering to slumber. He had been rising early and returning late, often traveling several dozen miles each day, and by nightfall, he was utterly exhausted. Before drifting off, Xingfeng replayed the events surrounding his father's situation in his mind. He instinctively knew that this matter could not be resolved by Qnfing. The adversary was cunning. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The crowing of a rooster awakened Xingfeng early the next morning. Wing, could you enlighten me as to why you insist on raising chickens at the foot of the building? Enraged, Xingfeng hurled a pillow at his brother. What's wrong? What's wrong? Startled, I tumbled from the stool. No more sleeping, brother. It's time to rise and get to work. What? I glanced out the window, noting the dawn had barely broken. Is it already time to rise? Previously employed at Jiangzhou Mechanical Factory, he would typically begin work at 8:30 in the morning. He generally awoke at 8, took his time getting ready, and would leisurely stroll through the factory gates right on time. He would then prepare a cup of tea and saunter to the workers' lounge, where he and his colleagues would indulge in breakfast while engaging in lively banter. However, it had been quite some time since he had risen at 6 o'clock. Indeed, working at the factory was quite comfortable. Alas, he was now without a job. Li Xinghai sat on the ground, shaking his head as he endeavored to adjust to the early hour. Meanwhile, Li Xingfeng was getting dressed. He and his elder brother had slept outside, and if they did not rise, their sister-in-law and Wang Mingting would feel too embarrassed to leave the bedroom. After dressing, Li Xingfeng patted his face to wake himself up a bit more. As expected, Huzi would soon appear at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Rise and shine. I brought you buns. Today's filling is made of cabbage, tofu, and oil residue. Fengge. Haigo, are you awake? Indeed, he could not resist the urging, and just as he thought of it, Huzi was already at the door. Seeing that his elder brother was also dressed and tidying up the bedding, Li Xinghai opened the door. Outside, Huzi and Su Xiaojun were munching on buns. Sister-in-law, aren't you working today? Li Xingfeng inquired, surprised to see Su Xiaojun every morning. Oh, I don't have to. Huzi makes good money. When we were selling at the market, we earned over 50 yuan a month. It's enough for both of us. And we can even save some. Li Xingfeng nodded, taking a bun from Huzi's hands and ushering the two inside. He then grabbed a bucket and his toiletries and headed downstairs. Downstairs, Aunt Wang was squatting by the chicken coop, rummaging around. Good morning, Aunt Wang. Have the hens laid any eggs today? Yes, too. Why? Do you want some? Aunt Wang scrutinized Li Xingfeng with suspicion. It shouldn't be a problem. You've been eating meat every day. Are 2 eggs really that important? No, I was just asking. Didn't you mention that eggs keep going missing? They haven't disappeared in the past few days, have they? Li Xingfeng wiped his face and began brushing his teeth. Since the day Wan was hospitalized, none have gone missing. It's quite strange. Don't let me catch that thief. If I do, I'll have old man break his legs. Aunt Wang cursed as she headed upstairs. Li Xingfeng shrugged. After all, as long as he didn't take them, no one in the neighborhood would dare steal. Everyone was a neighbor, and such behavior was simply unthinkable. After finishing his morning routine, Li Xingfeng carried a bucket of water upstairs for Wang Mingting and his sister-in-law. Upon entering the room, he found both Wang Mingting and his sister-in-law, Li Feng, already awake, but he did not see his daughter in Wan. She's still sleeping. The child is growing and needs her rest. Wang Mingting instantly understood that Li Xingfeng was looking for the child. Hearing her words, Li Xingfeng quietly opened the bedroom door, revealing his daughter sprawled across the bed, her head tilted and a small blanket covering her as she slept soundly. He gently tidied her hair and placed a soft kiss on her forehead before stealthily exiting the bedroom. Since the child was still asleep, the adults in the room spoke very little. Huzi, ever straightforward, stood at the door with a bag of buns, signaling to Li Xingfeng that they could set off. Li Xingfeng nodded and pulled his elder brother downstairs. Hey, Xiaofeng, why are you pulling me? Didn't you ask me to help your sister transfer schools? Li Xingfeng ignored his brother and turned to his sister-in-law, Li Feng, and Wang Mingting, saying, Wang Mingting nodded, understanding that Li Xingfeng was going to catch crayfish. Currently, the crayfish sold in Jiangzhou at night came from Li Xingfeng and Huzi. Chapter 59. When 100 yuan a day seems insufficient on the road out of the city, the 3 men walked side by side. Li Xingfeng intended to do this work with his elder brother twice before handing it over entirely to him. Although it was just 1983, Jiangzhou boasted a population of several 100,000 and several sizable state-owned factories. Jiangzhou Mechanical Factory was one of them, housing over a dozen workshops, each employing thousands of workers. With both his elder brother and parents out of work, the family could not afford to be without an income. Furthermore, considering his elder brother's temperament, he would never resort to selling goods on the street. Big brother, the work that Huzi and I are doing is exceptionally simple. Not tiring at all. Today you can watch Huzi and me, and tomorrow you can join him while I take a break. The earnings from this work would be shared with Huzi, as they had already agreed upon. Promises made to Huzi could not be altered, regardless of their familial ties. They must adhere to the rules. At worst, he could find his elder brother another lucrative job. Besides, the family needed at least one income, especially since their parents were aging and required his elder brother's care. Huzi, the 100 yuan a day that Jiaoge provides could be considered your elder brother's salary. What do you think? Huzi shook his head. That doesn't seem right, Feng Ge. We earn quite a bit in a day. Giving your elder brother only 100 seems a bit excessive. Li Xinghai was still absorbed in the notion of earning 100 yuan a day. However, upon hearing Hughes's comments, he was even more astonished. 100 yuan a day was not much. Their father, Li Baohua, a senior technician at the factory, earned only 100 yuan a month. As a mid-level technician, he received a mere 50 yuan per month. When did 100 yuan a day become insufficient in Hughes's eyes? Li Xingfeng frowned, fully aware that Huzi would respond this way. Having lost his parents at a young age, Huzi had been raised by his sister and grew up eating at Jiangzhou Mechanical Factory, often relying on Li Xingfeng and Li Xinghai for sustenance. Thus, Huzi regarded them as his elder brothers. However, matters could not be calculated in such a simplistic manner. Huzi, the inception of this endeavor began when we started selling goods. That was the initial phase of our entrepreneurial journey. Now that this business has stabilized, we can proceed methodically. Think about it. In the beginning, we had to do everything ourselves. Now we don't need to do it all personally. Wait a moment. 100 yuan a day is quite a high wage. Do you both have some misunderstanding about salaries? Li Xinghai felt a headache coming on. If it weren't for the fact that one was his biological brother and the other was like a son to him, he would have thought they were merely putting on a comedic performance. How absurd that 100 yuan was considered insufficient. Moreover, these words came from Hughes's mouth. Yet, the seriousness in Hughes's expression made him pause. All right, Huzi, let's settle this. We'll give your elder brother 100 yuan a day. Li Xingfeng did not expect Huzi to understand. Perhaps the prospect of making thousands daily made Huzi uneasy about such a sum. Nevertheless, even in 1983, not everyone in business could earn money. The crayfish trade was merely an exception, not the norm. In this era, most who ventured into business sold items they no longer needed, akin to college graduates in later years selling off unwanted belongings. Alternatively, those with a skill, like the savvy ones who knew to procure goods from coastal cities for resale, were already considered astute entrepreneurs. At the same old place, when Li Xingfeng and the others arrived, the crowd had long been waiting. During this time, every household was not faring particularly well, and many had numerous family members. To fill their stomachs, they had little in the way of dietary restrictions. Creatures like loaches and eels, commonly found in rice paddies, were often consumed by the villagers themselves. Li Xingfeng had also inquired about such local specialties, as they presented a profitable avenue. Restaurants in Jiangzhou also sought these items. However, the results were minimal. Eels and loaches, though meaty, were met with resistance in earlier years, but by Li Xingfeng's generation, people had become less picky. As long as there was something to eat, they would consume it, leading to the rapid disappearance of these local specialties around Jiangzhou. The retention of the small lobster, or 11OL-11, can be attributed solely to its striking resemblance to insects. Brother, follow Huzi to register. Huzi grasped Li Xinghai's arm, introducing him to the villagers while explaining the rules. The lead cart was still in the capable hands of the robust man, Jiang Dafu. Dafu, come have a smoke. Why do you look so listless today? Through several days of acquaintance, Li Xingfeng recognized Jiang Dafu as an amiable individual. Generally, Jiang Dafu greeted others with a smile. Yet today, he wore an expression of despair, a sight Li Xingfeng had never witnessed before. Jiang Dafu accepted the cigarette expressionlessly, gazing at Li Xingfeng with an expression of inner turmoil. Li Xingfeng remained patient, discerning that Jiang Dafu was likely facing some difficulties. If he were to voice his troubles, while Li Xingfeng might not be able to provide assistance, he could at least offer advice. Yet, he wouldn't pry if not prompted. Do you think women's thoughts are peculiar? After finishing a cigarette, Li Xingfeng assumed Jiang Dafu would remain silent. Unexpectedly, he finally uttered a remark. Dafu, have you heard this saying? The wise do not enter the waters of love. But for you, I would gladly abandon my wisdom. After saying this, Li Xingfeng shook his head and departed, clearly indicating it was a matter of the heart, something he felt utterly incapable of addressing, having never truly understood himself. In his past life, he had lost his wife and children, and his parents, elder brother, and younger sister had severed ties with him. A solitary existence. In this life, while all had yet to be lost, circumstances remained far from favorable. Although Wang Mengting appeared to accept him on the surface, he could still perceive the despondent distance and indifference in her demeanor. He was still mending his own fractures, hardly in a position to guide others. As he followed the narrow path into the village, he soon spotted the village chief, Jiang Dagua. This nominal uncle had been visiting to settle accounts these past few days. Hands clasped behind his back. What was the meaning behind this? Was he concerned that the brothers might abscond without payment? Quite amusing. He was certainly a clever man. Regardless, Jiang Dagua was a competent village chief. Chapter 60. Just some rough men with faces like latrines. The sun rose swiftly, and the morning's refreshing air lasted only a moment. Soon, 20 carts filled with small lobsters were already brimming. Jiang Dagua leaned closer to Li Xingfeng, occasionally glancing at the accounting book. This subtle gesture did not escape Li Xingfeng's notice. He was worried Li Xingfeng might engage in deceit. The children were so preoccupied with catching them that many quickly forgot the quantity they had captured. He visited every household involved in the lobster catching. Gaining a general understanding of the situation, the least successful child had earned 80 cents in just a few hours that morning. Subsequently, he instructed the village accountant to tally the accounts, fearing the day's earnings might exceed 100 yuan. These three brothers were quite wealthy. Regardless of their wealth, it was his duty as village chief and clan leader to ensure the villagers' income surpassed what it had been under his father's leadership. Otherwise, when he eventually stepped down, his father would surely chastise him. With the demonstration from yesterday, the children were now familiar with the rules. They understood that the three uncles from the city preferred orderly lines. As per tradition, the distribution of money commenced. Those called by name were stepped forward. Li Xingfeng handed the accounting book back to his brother, signaling him to begin. Huzai produced a bundle of cash, and, as Li Xinghai read off names, he distributed the money accordingly. With over 100 children, the distribution was completed in mere minutes. When Li Xinghai reached the final name, he hesitated to utter it. The reason was clear. This child had caught an extraordinary number, amounting to 6 yuan. What a concept! This child's catch in a week could equate to a month's wages for a mid-level technician at a factory. Brother, read it, Li Xingfeng urged. On the roadside, Widow Qin noticed that her child's name had not yet been called and clenched her fist. Did these brothers think their catch was excessive? Were they beginning to regret their efforts? After all, they could earn several yuan in just one morning, a sum that city workers could hardly match. However, with the village chief present, she felt assured. After all, he was undoubtedly on her side. Holding her youngest daughter tightly, she glared at the three brothers. Xiaofeng, isn't this last amount a bit too much? Li Xinghai struggled to comprehend. The child, Jiang Dabing, was being awarded 6 yuan, which seemed absurdly high. This amount was nearly 6 times what others had earned. Li Xingfeng shook his head, indicating that it was justified. After all, the entire family had participated in catching lobsters. Immediately, he took the accounting book from his brother's hands. Jiang Dabing, 6 yuan, and let us reward him an additional 50 cents. Widow Qin let out a sigh of relief. Whether or not there was a reward mattered little, but she placed great importance on the fruits of their labor that morning. This was the result of her hard work alongside her children. It served as a lesson for them. No matter how difficult life may be, they must rely on their own hands to earn a living. From tomorrow onwards, after collecting your money, do not leave. You will find this uncle beside me to collect food. He will bring candy for everyone from the city every day. Understood? Candy? From the city? Not that plain sugar, right? The bolder children began to inquire. Yes, city fruit and milk candies. Li Xingfeng nodded in affirmation. Uncle Li, why wasn't tea there any today? I wanted some today. The child who spoke had presumably spent all his earnings at the village shop. A swarm of children, upon hearing about the candy, erupted in joyous celebration. Of course, some astute children lingered behind, forming small groups to pull reeds from the banks. Jiang Dabing's impressive catch could be attributed to his family's early preparation with nets and the fact that they had many helping hands. Hadn't the little ones been assisting with the nets? The villagers of Dajiang were simple folk, akin to rough men with faces turned away from the latrine. Li Xingfeng's actions served two purposes: to win the children over and to showcase his efforts to Jiangdagua. This seemingly trivial uncle displayed his feelings openly, clearly concerned about the villagers' income. Jiangdagua seized Li Xingfeng's arm, exclaiming, "Child, are you out of your mind? Collecting over 100 yuan daily for catching insects and buying candy for the children. This is not advisable." Despite Jiangdagua's stern tone, his weathered face broke into a cheerful smile. This nephew was considerate. As the village's income rose, who wouldn't sing his praises? Jiangdagua felt a swell of pride, recognizing that he was succeeding as the village chief. "Uncle, it's merely a small matter, just a few coins. Besides, what's wrong with providing for the children?" He added, "By the way, for the drivers participating in the transportation, I'll give each a cigarette weekly. I want to show favoritism to the children. What do you think?" Jiangdagua shook his head vehemently, insisting, "Oh, such extravagance. I think a collective cigarette will suffice. Let us skip the Hongta Shan." Li Xingfeng chuckled as he handed the accounting book back to Jiangdagua. "Uncle, keep the book with you. Just have Dafu bring it to me every morning. The hour grows late, and the heat may cause the insects to perish. I must take my leave." Jiangdagua hesitated briefly, but ultimately accepted the book. "Very well. Don't delay your journey. You all should hurry. Everyone must heed my nephew's commands, understood? Rest assured, village chief." "Understood." Li Xingfeng climbed onto Jiang Dafu's donkey cart, leading the way as the first vehicle to depart. On the roadside, Widow Qin carefully tucked the 6 yuan and 50 cents into her waistband. Over the past 2 days, she had earned 10 yuan. How should she spend it? She found herself in a quandary, not due to an excess of money, but rather a shortage, as there were numerous demands for funds at home. She decided to reserve 3 yuan for her eldest to serve as his tuition. In previous years, she had managed to delay paying the tuition as long as possible, but ultimately, she had to scramble from house to house to gather the required funds. After setting aside 3 yuan, she still needed 75 cents to settle the village's debts. However, the debts were substantial. Last night, she had perused her ledger and discovered that she owed the village a total of 107 yuan. Perhaps she could repay 5 yuan first and use the remaining 2 yuan to buy some food for the family. The children followed her, often going hungry, their frames as thin as reeds. "Mother, take care of little sister while I pick some reeds. We can earn more that way, up to 6 yuan a day." Jiang Dabin, having unwrapped a candy he had saved from the previous day, popped it into the mouth of his younger sister, Jiang Xiaohua. The little girl savored the candy, her eyes squinting with joy. Jiang Xiaojiang tugged at her brother Jiang Dabin's sleeve. "Brother, do you have any candy for me?" Jiang Dabin smiled gently. "There are 3 pieces. I ate 2 yesterday, and this one is left. You're a boy, so you should have less candy. Be obedient." Jiang Xiaojiang shot a disgruntled glance at his elder brother. "What? Just because I'm a boy? I'm not a child?" Widow Qin gazed at her 3 children and smiled contentedly. Life was indeed beautiful. Chapter 61. He should retire from his misdeeds at this moment. The old man was beaming with vitality, as if a gust of wind was beneath his feet. There were over a dozen impoverished households in the village, the kind that could barely afford a meal each day, where today's sustenance meant there might be none for tomorrow. However, from the recent developments, it appeared that this year there would be no impoverished families left in the village. The 10 or so struggling families had recorded an income of at least 2 yuan today. 2 yuan could buy 10 pounds of provisions. Mixed with sweet potatoes and cornmeal, a family could eat for a week. Jiang Dagua felt a swell of pride. As the village head and clan leader, he believed he was perhaps the most successful in history, having led the villagers to fill their bellies. Jiang Dagua hummed a cheerful tune, his spirits soaring. On the road, Li Xingfeng recounted to his elder brother Li Xinghai the tale of his first encounter with Huzi. Li Xinghai shook his head repeatedly. The thought of the factory made his heart sink. Thankfully, he had not arranged for Xiaofeng to be involved. Otherwise, their entire family would have been dismissed. Now, the family's expenses rested solely on Xiaofeng's shoulders. As he observed the cheerful demeanor of his younger brother, Li Xinghai felt a mix of emotions. His elder brother felt inadequate. With family matters in disarray, they had to rely on their 2 younger siblings. However, he had not anticipated the changes in his brothers. During the series of unfortunate events, Li Xinghai felt a quiet desperation. With their father trapped in the hospital and unable to provide guidance, and their mother too gentle and unwell to offer any advice. The burden of the household unexpectedly fell upon him. Yet, his own efforts hardly qualified him as the head of the family. His ability to adapt paled in comparison to that of his younger brother, Xingfeng. Had it not been for Xingfeng's presence, he could not fathom how matters would have unfolded. After Xingfeng fell asleep the previous night, he found himself wide awake, contemplating their father's situation. He eventually realized that their father had been abandoned by the factory. Not only that, the factory intended to expel their entire family from Jiangzhou. Thus, his younger brother's frantic efforts to sell the house and transfer their sister to another school were all aimed at thwarting the factory's plans. The donkey cart swayed and rattled, finally arriving at Jiao Ji's home around 11 o'clock. In an era devoid of watches and mobile phones, people possessed a unique skill. They could discern the time by observing the position of the sun. As per usual, Huzi went to the backyard for weighing, while Xingfeng accompanied his elder brother to Jiao Ji's living room. Jiao Ge had already prepared tea for Xingfeng. The previous night, his stall's business had thrived, selling all 20 stalls at a price of 1 yuan and 20 cents, the crayfish trade flourishing remarkably. After that night, Jiao Ge lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, while Jiao beside him had already drifted into dreams, her expression radiating joy. He understood the source of her happiness. Not only had they made money, but they had also established a legitimate source of income. After years of navigating society, Jiao Ge finally discovered that conducting lawful business could indeed be lucrative. Had he previously taken a wrong turn? He had always believed that illicit endeavors were far more profitable than legitimate ones. After all, honest work only earned a meager wage. The underhanded routes required no management. One simply needed to be more ruthless, crueler, and more unscrupulous than others, and they would willingly hand over their money. Yet, throughout those years of earning ill-gotten gains, he had never experienced a night of sound sleep. From the very first time to countless occurrences thereafter, he had gradually grown accustomed to the illicit lifestyle, finally achieving some semblance of peace. But that night, with the hard-earned money in hand, he found himself restless once more. The feeling of earning honest money granted him a sense of tranquility. Perhaps it was time for him to retire from his misdeeds, to rely on this business and lead a stable and secure life, providing a safe home for the woman by his side. Perhaps he should go with Jiao to obtain their marriage certificate and, someday, start a family. That night, Jiao Ji's thoughts were tumultuous as he contemplated many things. In that moment, as he looked at the cheerful Xingfeng, he felt an indescribable sensation. To him, this younger brother was genuine, embodying a sense of returning kindness for grievances. Little brother, you've arrived. I prepared the money for you. Upon noticing that Xingfeng had brought an additional person, Jiao Ge poured another cup of tea. Thank you, Jiao Ge. Allow me to introduce my elder brother, Xinghai. When I am busy, he handles the accounts with you. My elder brother and Huzi both have rather fiery tempers, so please be patient with them. Xingfeng accepted the tea while introducing his brother to Jiao Ge. Jiao Ge nodded. It's true. Among the three of you, you and your brother bear a strong resemblance, while Huzi differs slightly. After speaking, Jiao Ge retrieved a black bag from behind the cabinet and handed it to Xingfeng. This contains 5,000 jin, plus an extra 100 yuan for your expenses. Please verify it. Jiao Ge opened the bag in front of Xingfeng. And remember, don't come empty-handed next time. This is the last bag. Xingfeng accepted the bag and casually handed it to his elder brother. Brother, just check the money. No need to count it, I trust Jiao Ge. Xinghai stared at the money in the bag, feeling somewhat at a loss. The man before him, Jiao Ge, did not appear to be of good character. How could there be so much money in the bag? Was the crayfish business Xiaofeng was involved in illegal? Or was Jiao Ge simply a fool? How could he give so much for the little over 100 yuan worth of crayfish? Xingfeng, seeing his brothers in action, sighed and snatched the bag back. He had forgotten to mention to his brother that the crayfish was sold to Jiao Ge at 70 cents per jin. Jiao Ge, how was business last night? You must have raised prices. Did you earn quite a bit? Xingfeng asked casually. However, Jiao Ge pondered this statement, wondering if Jiang Dagua was aware of their price increase and might be inclined to raise his own. Haha, not bad. An extra 2 cents profit per jin. Yesterday's pure profit was 2,000 yuan, which is acceptable. Despite his inner musings, Jiao Ge relayed the truth to Xingfeng, for he could not conceal the profits from this venture, having partially acquired it from others. Xingfeng nodded and gave Jiao Ge a thumbs up. May you prosper. Our Dajiang village will also benefit from this prosperity. It's a good thing. The more you earn, the better we can enjoy meat soup, right? Upon hearing this, Diaogu sighed with relief. As long as there was no price increase, all would be well. If the price were to increase by another dime, he could grit his teeth and accept it. Chapter 62. Younger sister Li Xingyi. Li Xinghai observed his brother conversing animatedly with Diaogu, and his mind began to churn once more. The conversation revolved around a daily profit of 2,000 yuan. What Diaogu was unaware of was that Li Xingfeng had been devising ways to manage the profits Diaogu made the previous day. Yesterday, Diaogu sold goods worth 6,000 yuan, and today he received 6,000 jin at 70 cents per jin. Diaogu would spend 4,200 yuan on purchasing, plus 100 for transportation, totaling 4,300 yuan. After deducting the operational costs, Diaogu would net around 1,500 yuan. What a joke. If Li Xingfeng were to start over, could Diaogu truly earn more than him? In reality, Li Xingfeng's estimation was not far off. Jiao Ji's profits were indeed limited. Moments later, Jiao Jiao entered through the back door with Huzi. Diaogu, little brother has brought over 6,000 jin of goods. Little brother, for the sake of your sister, could you round off the total? It would make accounting much simpler. Jiao Jiao's face was beaming, her laughter causing her to tremble with joy. Without a moment's hesitation, Diaogu retrieved 600 yuan from behind the counter and placed it into the bag. Diaogu, I bid you farewell. From now on, my elder brother will deliver goods to you daily. Li Xingfeng hoisted the bag and led Li Xinghai out through the back door. In the corridor, Jiang Dafu and his companions were still waiting for Li Xingfeng. Upon seeing him emerge, they turned their vehicles towards the small shop. After visiting 7 or 8 small shops, Li Xingfeng finally gathered 20 packs of Tuanjia cigarettes and purchased 2 packs of Hongdashan for the village chief, Jiang Dagua. Lastly, he fulfilled his promise to the children regarding the candies. Children place great importance on promises. If the candies promised today were not delivered, it was likely that they would not be as diligent in catching insects tomorrow. Elder brother, you must remember to buy candy for the village children. Throughout, Li Xingfeng kept Li Xinghai by his side, as his elder brother, despite not voicing it, always regarded him with suspicion. Li Xingfeng understood that he had behaved recklessly for too long, and his elder brother still had reservations about him. Thus, by bringing his elder brother along, he aimed to clarify everything. Naturally, his elder brother would comprehend that Li Xingfeng was no longer the scoundrel he once was. During the shopping, Li Xinghai's eyes were wide with disbelief. Li Xingfeng and Huzi were spending money extravagantly. Who lives like this? They had just eaten meat yesterday, and now they were indulging again. Moreover, they were only consuming lean meat, shunning any fat. The owner of the butcher shop regarded them as fools, and even Li Xinghai, as the elder brother, felt that they appeared foolish, rejecting fat in favor of bones. Though Li Xingfeng's ribs were delicious, they could not squander money in such a manner. Bones contain only a few morsels of meat. A large slice of fatty meat, with a single bite, sizzles with oil. How delightful. He simply could not comprehend it. Upon returning home at noon, the house was bustling with 4 women, 3 adults, and 1 child. Younger sister Li Xingyi, donned in the uniform of Jiangzhou Mechanical Factory High School, sat sulking on the sofa. With her lips pursed, she wore a displeased expression. The 3 older women were at a loss for how to handle her. Since leaving school, Li Xingyi had maintained this demeanor, clearly feeling both aggrieved and somewhat angry, harboring a belly full of frustrations. Upon seeing Li Xinghai enter, Li Xingyi sprang up from the sofa, startling the little girl playing nearby. Elder brother, you need to talk to sister-in-law. Today while I was in class, sister-in-law went to school to arrange my transfer. Why is there a transfer? Give me an explanation. The 3 children of the Li family had predominantly inherited their father's temperament, characterized by a poor disposition. Li Xinghai gazed at his little sister, who was making a scene, uncertain of how to address the complexity of the situation. However, he knew that Li Xingfeng had his reasons for taking such actions. Well, I can't explain it to you. You should ask your second brother. Li Xinghai pulled Li Xingfeng over. I have already surrendered to you. You know what kind of person your second brother is, don't you? Although you haven't achieved much, the most reckless one is still your second brother. Are you really going to listen to him? Mentioning the second brother only fueled Li Xingyi's anger further, as he was considered a disgrace to their family. How could she possibly have such a second brother? Younger sister, what are you saying? Apologize to your second brother. Li Xinghai scratched his head awkwardly. His younger sister had been spoiled and was acting recklessly. Regardless, Li Xingfeng was still family, sharing the same parents. Where was the respect for elders? Gazing at his aggressive younger sister stirred emotions within Li Xingfeng. This was the first time he had seen his younger sister since his rebirth. Among the family members, Li Xingfeng's memories of his younger sister were the most vague. He knew she had a bad temper, but that temper was only directed at their two brothers. At home, she was a good child towards their parents, and at school, she was well-behaved. In his recollections, Li Xingyi excelled academically, consistently ranking first in her class and among the top 3 in her grade. According to her teachers, she was destined for university. In 1983, she should be in her 3rd year of high school. After losing contact with his family in the future, he naturally lost track of his younger sister as well, and he had no idea if she had been accepted into a good university. However, considering the factory style of operation, their family being expelled from Jiangzhou City meant that she would likely be forced to withdraw from school as well. Seeing that Li Xingfeng remained silent, fixating his gaze on her, Li Xingyi asked, "What is it? Did I say something wrong? Is it false that the second brother abused his wife and children?" Although he was her second brother, Li Xingyi was unafraid of Li Xingfeng in the slightest. However, why was Li Xingfeng looking at her with such deep emotion? How was she supposed to continue her anger? Still staring? Keep staring, and I'll poke your eyes out. The little girl, barely as tall as Li Xingfeng's knee, clung to his leg, tilting her head to ask, "What is it, second brother?" The little girl's question disrupted the atmosphere in the room. "Well, younger sister, I will explain the specific reasons during lunch. I need to go prepare the meal now." Li Xingfeng picked up his daughter, Nuan, and rubbed his large face against her small one. "Nuan, what else would you like to eat? Ask your godfather to buy it for you. Daddy will cook for you, all right?" The little girl's eyes sparkled as she looked at Li Xingfeng, and after pondering for a moment, she said, "Daddy, I want to eat fish." "All right, whatever Nuan wants is fine." Apart from soda and candy, he and Huzi had purchased everything else. Li Xingfeng placed his daughter into Wang Mengting's arms and then set the black bag he was carrying down on the table. "Wife, there are receipts in the bag. You and elder brother can settle the accounts. Elder brother's wages are 100 yuan a day, and from now on, he will collect the money for goods from you. Huzi and I will take care of your meals." Wang Mengting nodded in response to Li Xingfeng. She initially intended to say something, but ultimately swallowed her words. Chapter 63. Aunt Wang's Reminder. Li Xingfeng was well aware of his younger sister, Li Xingyi's temperament. No matter how gentle she was with others, whenever it came to him and their elder brother, she would always find something to pick at and provoke them. As a child, she had been an adorable girl. How had she grown up to be so confrontational? Fortunately, Li Xingfeng chose to ignore her, pushing her aside. The house was small, crowded with 6 adults, 1 adolescent, and the small child, Nuan, making even standing feel cramped. Li Xingyi was now 17, so she could be considered a half-person, as one must be 18 to be legally recognized as an adult. Wang Mengting handed the child to sister-in-law Li Fang, then retrieved a notebook from the grain cupboard beneath the television cabinet. Originally, there had been no such ledger, but Li Xingfeng suggested that it would be prudent to have one to avoid any future disputes that could harm their relationship, as even brothers ought to keep clear accounts. Wang Mengting suddenly realized that Li Xingfeng was remarkably diligent, seemingly a far cry from the unreliable scoundrel he once was. She and Su Xiaojun cleared the teacups from the table. "Little sister, can you count money? Help your sister-in-law count the cash." Before that bottle shattered, even a few cents felt like a luxury to Wang Mengting. Struggling to make ends meet while caring for her child, she sought odd jobs. But whether from large or small employers, none would hire her. The rationale was simple. "I hired you to work, not to babysit." Yet now, her heaviest daily task was counting money, sorting it into different denominations, and binding stacks of 100. Aside from food and drink, her greatest expense these days was rubber bands. Meanwhile, Li Xingyi shot an angry glare at Li Xingfeng, then pinched her elder brother's arm. "What do you mean? You said we could talk during dinner, but now you can't?" She felt as though he treated her like a child. Despite her boldness, she feared confronting Li Xingfeng, knowing her second brother had a history of domestic violence. In the background, her sister-in-law, Wang Mengting, and Su Xiaojun were unbinding the rubber bands from the cash. "Wow, so much money," exclaimed Li Xingyi, as she had barely counted a few stacks before the table became overcrowded. Wang Mengting and Su Xiaojun exchanged smiles, recalling their own astonishment upon first witnessing such a sum. "Elder brother, this pile of cash is your salary for today. Close the door and draw the curtains. We wouldn't want the neighbors to see." Li Xingyi nodded, but did not take the money, instead following orders to secure the door and windows. "Sister-in-law, today doesn't count," Li Xingfeng stated. Starting tomorrow, we will calculate the wages. Wang Mingting promptly crossed out the 100 yuan noted for her elder brother. Well, elder brother can help count the cash too. Inside the room, a group began counting money while Li Xingfeng commenced preparing dinner. As for Huzi, he naturally went out to buy soda and milk candies for his adopted daughter, Wan. As noon approached and work hours ended, residents of the tenement began to return home, with children and adults bustling about in the corridors. Passers-by would glance at Li Xingfeng, murmuring, "Look at him, feasting on meat again. What business does he have that makes so much money? It can't be illegal, can it?" The neighbors grumbled as they ascended the stairs, their words laced with disdain. Li Xingfeng chose to ignore them. He understood human jealousy. Of course, most parents would not heed their complaints. Being able to fill their stomachs was already a blessing. Who were they to be picky? Li Xingfeng, eating meat for every meal? It was Aunt Wang who spoke, their kitchens adjoining. The elderly woman held 2 eggs and a basket of leeks, likely intending to stir-fry them. "Aunt, my wife and child are frail. They must eat well. Especially Wan. You know how tiny she is. She's never had enough to eat." Aunt Wang smirked. "Well, at least you have a bit of conscience. Caring for your wife and child. But you can't eat meat at every meal. What about your finances?" The neighbors are starting to talk. As Aunt Wang glanced around cautiously, she leaned in to whisper to Li Xingfeng. He couldn't help but smile. "Aunt, what do they care? I haven't taken anything from them. I merely offer a daily aroma of meat for free. What could possibly displease them?" Aunt Wang shot him a disapproving look. How brazen. The children in this building pester their parents for meat. Yet how many can actually afford it? Everyone's living on a tight budget. Only that fat woman on the top floor can indulge in such feasting, and even she does it in secret, afraid of being discovered. But you flaunt it openly. Little Li, don't take it amiss. Your actions could sour neighborly relations. As she spoke, Aunt Wang began picking leeks. "Aunt, besides you and Uncle Wang, do I have any other neighbors in this building? When I was in trouble, no one helped Mingting except for you." Li Xingfeng believed in reciprocity. If one did not lend a hand in times of need, they should not expect favors without merit. This sentiment pleased her. Although he chatted, his hands moved swiftly, crushing garlic, slicing ginger, and chopping scallions before heating oil in the pan. "Aunt, there are plenty of ribs today. I'll bring you a plate shortly." After a couple of meat purchases, the butcher had come to recognize both Huzi and Li Xingfeng. In the butcher's mind, these two were oddities, preferring lean meat over the fatty cuts that others sought. Thus, the butcher reserved the less desirable ribs for Li Xingfeng, leading to an abundance of ribs each time. The butcher's peculiar gaze was not lost on Li Xingfeng. Soon enough, they would understand that fatty meat would become undesirable, and ribs would be worth their weight in gold. With a sizzle, oil erupted in the pan, and the fragrant aroma of seasoned meat began to waft through the tenement. Without needing to mention the flavor, neighbors cooking in the building recognized the sound. It signified that Li Xingfeng was preparing meat. Aunt Wang leaned closer to the pan, inhaling the delightful scent. "Little Li, my husband and I are too old to chew on too much. Just give us a little. I see there's a crowd at your place today, so focus on feeding them. We'll just sample the flavor." Noticing Li Xingfeng crouched over a bucket cleaning fish, Aunt Wang hurriedly assisted him. "Oh, by the way, Little Li, I need to prepare you for something." Li Xingfeng raised his head in suspicion, wondering if she needed his help. "Well, my husband and I are planning to sell our house shortly. Both of our sons are in the capital and have urged us to move there to help with the grandchildren. You know how busy both families are with work. There's no time to care for the kids. Now that they're school age, we need to look after one each." They even sent us photos of the grandchildren in the letter. I can hardly contain my excitement. Aunt Wang's face lit up with joy, her happiness shining through as she spoke of her grandchildren. Chapter 64. It seems the old man wants to appear in a dream. Li Xingfeng set the cleaned fish on the cutting board and added a bit of water to the pot. The elderly couple had already left Jiangzhou. As some neighbors remarked, they've gone to the capital to take care of the children. Thinking back, the timing seemed just right. It must have been recently. "Aunt, have you decided when you will leave? My husband and I, aside from our ancestral home, only have these 2 rooms. Once sold, we will leave. This afternoon, my husband will post notices. But don't worry. We will wait until Mingting finds a new place before selling to anyone else." Li Xingfeng nodded, knowing that Aunt Wang and Old Wang were kind-hearted people who would never rush them out. After all, they had not only refrained from demanding overdue rent for over half a year, but had also helped care for Mingting and Wan. "Aunt, I plan to look for a house this afternoon to settle my brother's family. Rest assured, I will act swiftly ensuring neither the sale of your house nor your trip to the capital to see your grandchildren is delayed. This child had been living there for over 3 years. She had witnessed his transformation from bad to good, and then from good to better. There had been several occasions when this scoundrel had returned home intoxicated, leaving Wang Mingting and the child bruised and battered. Little Li, you must live steadily from now on and treat your wife and daughter well. You were far too reckless before. Do you understand? Aunt Wang firmly grasped Li Xingfeng's arm, her demeanor serious and earnest. The last time Aunt Wang exhibited such an expression was during a previous encounter. Rest assured, I will ensure that my wife and children do not suffer, Li Xingfeng assured her, thumping his chest with conviction. However, Aunt Wang's words carried a deeper meaning, suggesting that when the two elderly folks depart, should he misbehave in the future, his wife and children would likely be left unattended, urging him to contemplate this matter carefully. As neighbors, her concern for him was already quite generous. Aunt, when you and Uncle move to the big capital, if you have some spare funds, it might be wise to purchase a few properties to leave for your grandchildren, he advised, given the kindness that Aunt Wang's family had shown him in times of need. Li Xingfeng felt it necessary to offer such reminders. Observing Aunt Wang's puzzled expression, he elaborated, I believe it would be prudent to buy homes near reputable schools, especially since both children are approaching school age. This way, it would facilitate their education in the future. Even when they grow up, it would serve them well, alleviating any concerns regarding their marriages. The thought of housing prices in the big capital made Li Xingfeng's scalp tingle. A single house in the county could barely afford a restroom in the capital. Aunt Wang slowly nodded, contemplating Li Xingfeng's words. You are right, Xiaoli. With the current state of transportation and our inability to ride bicycles, coupled with the fact that both our grandchildren are still young and we are unfamiliar with the capital, it would indeed be advantageous to buy a home close to the school. Your suggestion is quite sound. However, our funds may fall short, and I need to discuss this with my husband. We might need to sell our ancestral home in Jiangzhou. Aunt Wang, known for her decisive character, promptly set down the leeks she was holding and rushed inside to confer with her husband. Old Wang was leisurely listening to the radio in the living room, occasionally taking a puff from his pipe. Old man, I need to discuss something with you. Aunt Wang interrupted, turning off the radio. Old Wang glanced at her helplessly. Could you perhaps cook first? I only had an egg for breakfast and am starving. After another puff from his pipe, he pondered the implications of selling their ancestral home. If the old man downstairs were to learn of it, would he perhaps send a dream to him? Reflecting further on Aunt Wang's words, Old Wang concluded that this idea was not without merit. Life is about pursuing wealth. At our age, with the earth nearly up to our chins, holding on to it serves little purpose. I will heed your advice. The ancestral home is merely a sentiment, but we must look forward. Our time is nearly at an end, and we live for our children. Let's tidy up the ancestral home this afternoon. We should keep a few mementos. Subsequently, Old Wang turned the radio back on, though he began to smoke at a much quicker pace. As long as you agree, when your father sends a dream, do not let him come looking for me. This is your idea. Aunt Wang joyfully exited to prepare the meal, coughing and choking on the smoke. Old Wang was taken aback by how agreeable she was. Aunt, are you done so soon? The pork ribs in the pot were already stewing. Li Xingfeng divided them into 2 portions, keeping the larger one for himself and handing the smaller one to Aunt Wang. You see, Old Wang is quite open-minded. I must tell you, although our ancestral home in Jiangzhou is a bungalow, it boasts a prime location and spacious rooms. Xiaoli, this is too much. We cannot possibly eat all this. Aunt Wang protested, but was unable to resist Li Xingfeng's insistence and took the plate inside. Li Xingfeng, tilting his head, contemplated Aunt Wang's words. The ancestral home was not only large but plentiful. Was this not fortuitous? He was indeed considering finding a property to settle his elder brother and father. Just as he had a thought, a voice called from downstairs. Feng Yi, Feng Yi. The items for the dry daughter have arrived. Huzi shouted, panting heavily. Li Xingfeng did not even look up, then bring them up. Hurry, it's taking too long. Help with the cooking. Huzi felt a surge of frustration. 3 boxes of drinks. 30 bottles in a box. At least take a glance and lend me a hand. Gritting his teeth, Huzi bit down on a bag of sugar and struggled to carry the 3 boxes upstairs. As Huzi climbed, Li Xingfeng was busy stuffing seasonings into the fish's belly, planning to steam it today rather than braise it. Li Xinghai was somewhat confused. It was just cooking. How could it be such hard labor? Leaning against the stairs, Huzi watched as Li Xingfeng dashed away like a gust of wind, feeling utterly speechless. I thought you were here to help me, but you ran off? Is it too much to ask for a big brother to lend hand? Just one box wouldn't be too much, would it? You're not incapable of lifting. Sighing, Huzi prepared to ascend the stairs again when Li Xingfeng and Li Xinghai appeared. Li Xinghai helped Huzi carry the sugar and drinks into the room, while Li Xingfeng continued to cook nonchalantly. As they passed each other, Huzi's glum expression was something Li Xingfeng chose to ignore. Stop dawdling, bring the ribs inside, wash the potatoes, and then julienne them. Huzi, now increasingly disheartened, emerged from the room to assist. Li Xingfeng flashed a grin at Huzi, knowing he was easy to please. Come on, don't leave just yet. You've worked hard. Have a piece. Li Xingfeng grabbed a rib from the bowl and stuffed it into Huzi's mouth. How is it? Tasty? Huzi quickly chewed through the crispy bone and swallowed. Delicious. He then grinned widely, carrying a bowl of ribs into the room. Inside, Li Xingyi was on the verge of losing her mind. The three of them had been counting money for half an hour. Sister-in-law, we've gone through it 3 times. Surely that's enough. She pushed the money forward, signaling Huzi to place the ribs in front of her. Huzi stepped in, immediately drawn in by the aroma. Is this even something a person can cook? Chapter 65. This is not acceptable. Wang Mengting and Su Xiaojun each organized their respective piles of money. Li Xingyi eagerly took the bowl from Huzi, the scent of the ribs intoxicating her. Without even washing her hands, she grabbed a rib from the bowl, ready to eat. Aunt, the little girl Wan, nestled in Li Feng's arms, called out pitifully. Usually, when the ribs were served, she would be the first to receive a piece. But it seemed today Aunt did not intend to grant her that privilege. Aunt, Wan timidly called again, the little girl on the verge of tears from longing. Little sister, what are you saying? Let the child eat first. Li Xinghai admonished, lightly tapping Li Xingyi's hand with his chopsticks. No way. Who's to say I'm not a child? I'm not even 18. I'm still a child. Li Xingyi made a face at her elder brother and promptly popped the rib into her mouth. Mom, Aunt won't let me eat. Aunt is mean. Can we not have Aunt anymore? The little girl's eyes shimmered with tears, seeing Wan about to cry. Li Xingyi quickly grabbed a rib and stuffed it into Wan's mouth. Oh dear, you're still so little. Can you even chew this? Wan nodded, wrapping her tiny hands around a rib and gnawing at it, the tears fading away quietly. In the adjacent room, Aunt Wang and Old Wang were enjoying their ribs and buns. To be fair, Li Xingfeng's culinary skills were commendable. The braised pork from before and today's ribs were truly delicious. Aunt Wang concurred with Old Wang's sentiments. Let us have this for lunch. I want to prepare any vegetables. Let Xiaoli take care of it. As you wish. Old Wang focused intently on the ribs on his plate, secretly thinking that Li Xingfeng's skills surpassed his own by far. Li Xingfeng ladled the fish from the pot, announcing, Tiger, serve the dish, steamed sea bass. Aunt Wang called from the doorway. Xiaoli, the chives and eggs are yours to prepare. Your uncle and I will manage with the pork ribs. Oh, all right, Annie. Tiger, please pick the chives. Why is it always me? I'm just a tool. Tiger, a robust man, standing nearly 6 feet tall, squatted at Li Xingfeng's feet to begin picking the chives. Half an hour later, Li Xingfeng and Tiger finally sat at the table, only to find that half of the pork ribs had already vanished. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Tiger and I endured nearly 40 degrees while cooking, and you all are here sneaking bites? Li Xingfeng expressed his displeasure at the family's lack of patience. What's wrong? I was just eating with your daughter. Do you have a problem with that? Li Xingyi shot back defiantly at Li Xingfeng. With a sharp clack, Li Xingfeng slammed his chopsticks down on the table, instantly radiating an authoritative presence that made everyone sit up straight. After a moment's consideration, Li Xingyi turned her head away, thinking, even though my brother listens to you now, don't think you can teach me a lesson. Sighing, Li Xingfeng shook his head, knowing that his younger sister's attitude was directed solely at him and their elder brother. Let us eat. He took a small bowl and served a portion to his daughter, Wan, followed by a piece of pork rib for Wang Mengting. Only then did he begin to eat. Seeing this, the others joined in. After the meal, Li Xingyi waited in vain for an explanation from Li Xingfeng, who wore a smile for everyone except her, causing her demeanor to darken. By the end of the meal, her mood had almost plummeted to the floor. Once satisfied and full, Li Xingfeng set down his chopsticks and surveyed the room. Who is on dish duty today? Tiger? That seems unfair. He has been running around all day. Perhaps it should be my elder brother? Just as Tiger, who had just set down his chopsticks, noticed Li Xingfeng's gaze shift away from him. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed he was off the hook for dish duty today, much to his hidden delight. Meanwhile, Li Xinghai, seeing Li Xingfeng's unwavering stare, quickly picked up his chopsticks to push around the uneaten rice in his bowl. I haven't tea finished yet. You can't expect me to wash the dishes. Unbeknownst to the men's thoughts, Su Xiaoju noticed Nuan had also finished and set down her chopsticks, prompting her to begin gathering the dishes. "Oh, wife," Tiger exclaimed, startled. "I'll help you clean up, but you wash the dishes at noon, and my elder brother will handle the evening's dishes." Li Xingfeng nodded in satisfaction. It was best when everyone acted of their own accord to avoid him needing to call them out. He promptly retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, stepped outside, and leaned against the hallway to smoke. Tiger, feeling deeply aggrieved, began to clear the table, never anticipating such sudden betrayal. Meanwhile, Li Xinghai, who had just felt fortunate to avoid dish duty, was dismayed upon hearing he was assigned to the evening. Why is it that in the Li family, the men wash the dishes? Where did this family tradition come from? This cannot stand. I must address this. After finishing a cigarette, Li Xingfeng knocked on Aunt Wang's door. "Xiaoli, what is the matter? Come in." Aunt Wang had just finished eating and was tidying up the table. "Auntie, Uncle, I heard your old house is for sale. Can I take a look? I'm considering buying a house myself." His words caused both elders to raise their eyebrows. Real estate is not a trivial matter. Houses nowadays fetch several thousand for a set. Seeing Aunt Wang speaking so candidly made old Wang nod with satisfaction. "Don't worry, Annie. There's money. My elder brother sold the old house and is now looking for a new one." Li Xingfeng refrained from mentioning the astonishing sums he earned in a day, as that would certainly raise eyebrows. Getting ahead by one step makes you a genius. Getting ahead by 2 steps makes you a madman. "All right, just wait a moment. We'll take you to see it." The assurance of wealth alleviated Aunt Wang's concerns. After all, she had been neighbors with Li Xingfeng for many years, so she trusted him to buy the house. The lunch boxes contained fish soup, chicken soup, and pork ribs. These boxes contained not only food, but also his profound guilt and longing for his parents. "Sister-in-law, this is the meal I prepared for my parents. You four take Nuan for her vaccination this afternoon and bring the food along." Wang Mingding looked puzzled. What else does Li Xingfeng have planned for the afternoon? "I'm not worried now, but I'm curious about what he is busy with all day, especially in the afternoon, considering he finished his business in the morning." "Xiaoli, are you ready?" Aunt Wang's voice called from outside. "Elder brother, Tiger, come with me." Li Xingfeng pondered for a moment. "Elder brother, stay and watch the house. There is enough money here. Keep an eye on things while Tiger and I step out." Li Xingfeng suddenly understood why Aunt Wang had advised him to be discreet, to hide his wealth. In this era, security was far from what it would become in later years. If he were too ostentatious, he would inevitably attract unwanted attention. It was indeed necessary to have someone to watch over the home. Beneath the bright sun, Li Xingfeng and Tiger followed Old Wang and Aunt Wang toward the eastern district of Jiangzhou City. Chapter 66. An unusual neighbor, even from Li Xingfeng's perspective in a later time. The planning of Jiangzhou City was commendable. The entire city was divided into 4 districts. The eastern district, where they currently resided, was highly renowned. This was due to the fact that the entire power apparatus of Jiangzhou City was located in the eastern district. After the era of war, numerous government institutions were established in this area. Given Jiangzhou City's population of several hundred thousand, the eastern district remained relatively intact compared to the other districts. In contrast to the bustling nature of other areas, this place was much quieter. Of course, the current eastern district was not as developed as the other districts. The northern district was an industrial housing area, the western district was a commercial zone, and the southern district was one of the earliest urban villages in the country. The eastern district was only marginally better than the southern district. Both the northern and western districts were reconstructed. Only the southern and eastern districts bore the scars of war. "Xiaoli, after 2 more streets, we'll reach the ancestral home. Let me tell you, although the eastern district may not seem impressive now, our ancestral home was once in high demand." Aunt Wang was concerned that Li Xingfeng might perceive the eastern district as too underwhelming, particularly since other districts boasted blocks of modern apartments. While the eastern district also had buildings, the tallest was only 4 stories high. Their ancestral home was still the traditional courtyard style. "Xiaoli, you're also from Jiangzhou. When the government was first established, officials attempted to buy our ancestral home. At that time, my father refused. But later we heard that the entire row sold for quite a good price. Those houses were eventually used to house officials and their families. Perhaps if you buy my ancestral home, You might end up as neighbors with a government official. Aunt Wang signaled for old Wang to elaborate on the ancestral home. Shaoli, our ancestral home has been passed down since the Qing dynasty, and the reason it has remained unoccupied is simply because it's too large. This house once housed a provincial governor, a high-ranking official. Li Xingfeng raised his eyebrows in surprise. Come now, Jiangzhou City may be a provincial capital, but old Wang, claiming a provincial governor once lived there, is quite a stretch. During the Qing dynasty, a provincial governor was responsible for a province's civil affairs and finances. In modern times, one would not dare to presume such connections. Even Ma, who thrived on the patronage of women, would not dare to act arrogantly in the presence of such a high-ranking official. They would need to sit properly. Uncle Wang, if what you say is true, then this house must be quite remarkable. Your ancestors must have been officials to reside in such a fine abode. Just a stroke of luck, merely a stroke of luck. My ancestors were merchants. They purchased it from someone else. Old Wang did not delve further into the details of their history, and Li Xingfeng refrained from asking too many questions. However, Auntie Wang was exceedingly pleased with old Wang's assistance. After all, the old man possessed considerable knowledge. As they engaged in casual conversation, the four of them finally arrived at the ancestral home as described by old Wang. The location of the ancestral residence surpassed mere good. It was indeed exceptional. It lay merely 2 streets away from the heart of the East District, the Jiangzhou municipal government. Upon entering the alley, Li Xingfeng spotted a small automobile parked near the entrance of the ancestral home. The license plate was not the only striking aspect. The model itself startled Li Xingfeng significantly. An Audi 100. It was neither an old Hongqi nor an old Jeep, much less an old Santana, but an Audi 100. If it had been an old Jeep, Li Xingfeng would have found it unremarkable, as many units now utilize such vehicles. The old Santana was even less surprising, considering that most taxis on the streets were from that very series. Yet the outdated Audi 100, viewed through contemporary lenses, appeared rather unattractive. However, it was not an object meant for mere aesthetic appreciation. It symbolized status and prestige. Glancing at the license plate, he noted it read Jiangzhou 0003, the third-ranking license plate in Jiangzhou province. Its owner was something Li Xingfeng dared to speculate, though the author refrained from articulating. Auntie, uncle, do you know who lives next door? Old Wang shot a displeased glance at Li Xingfeng, stating, I told you it's the ancestral home. After the children left, it hasn't been cleaned at all. I haven't been to the East District in years. How would I know who lives here? I have no acquaintances in this area, as my wife and I seldom venture this way. Li Xingfeng nodded in understanding. It appeared that old Wang's residence might indeed have once been occupied by a provincial governor. After passing the car and walking approximately 30 meters, they arrived at old Wang's courtyard. This courtyard, like the adjacent one, was independent. A rusty padlock hung on the gate. Old Wang fumbled for his keys, struggling for quite some time to unlock the door. Old man, are you all right? If you can't do it, let me try. You're becoming increasingly useless. Opening a lock is such a challenge, Auntie Wang remarked, pulling old Wang aside and taking over. A few minutes later, she turned back to the others, looking a bit embarrassed. The lock hasn't been used in a long time and is rusted. The key broke inside it. Should we find a hammer to break the lock? Who do I ask for a hammer when I don't even know these people? Old Wang replied, somewhat speechless. You're the one who's not doing well. You broke the key. Auntie Wang pointed towards where old Wang had parked. He hesitated, realizing that it was clearly a significant official's residence. He had some discernment. Reluctantly, he turned to Li Xingfeng. Huzi, why don't you go find? Before old Wang could finish, Huzi eagerly pulled Auntie Wang aside. What a hassle. Just watch me. With a swift kick, Huzi opened the door. Not only did the door swing open, but half of it flew off its hinges. Auntie Wang's expression was one of shock, while old Wang stood agape, unsure of what to say. Hey, Fenggu, don't look at me like that. Don't look at me at all. It's not my fault. This door is flimsy and has rusted. Huzi hurriedly explained, just as Li Xingfeng and the others were deliberating about who should borrow a hammer. A middle-aged man emerged from the adjacent residence, accompanied by a young man. Thus, Li Xingfeng and his companions were observed clearly. Upon seeing the door kicked open, the middle-aged man instructed, Xiao Chun, go check on this place. It has been vacant for quite some time. Find out what the situation is. This led to the earlier reprimand. Hello, this residence belongs to the elderly couple, and they intend to sell it to me, but the door wouldn't open. Hence this extreme measure, Li Xingfeng explained. If Xingfeng had witnessed this scene, he might have drawn his gun on the spot, commanding everyone to put their hands on their heads against the wall. Sir, madam, is this your house? But this place has been empty for ages. I've never seen anyone clean it. The young man's remark made the elderly couple's faces flush with embarrassment. It's not that we Haven Tea cleaned it. Years ago, we tidied it up once, but it's a large house, and we're old and frail, so we Haven Tea returned. That is why the lock and door have rusted. At a critical moment, upon seeing an official, Ani Wong fell silent. Is that so? Sir, could you show me the proof that the street issued to you? If this ISN to your house, I'll have to contact the police. The young man displayed impartiality. Chapter 67. Auntie Wong's rashness upon hearing this. Ani Wong promptly turned away, busying herself with something. Young leader, we have the proof. This is our ancestral home. The street issued us a certificate back then. Here, take a look. Auntie Wong hurriedly presented a small pouch to the young man. The pouch was a handkerchief folded into a square. The young man carefully unfolded it to reveal several pages of paper. Though these pages had been meticulously preserved, they were still yellowed with age. Please wait a moment. I'll inquire further. It states here Lan Ting Hutong, but it's south now, called Jiangzhou Road. I'll ask around for you. The young man noted. Leader, this is the property certificate for the elderly couple, Lan Ting Hutong. I'm not too familiar with it. They're here to sell the house. The middle-aged man examined the pages closely before handing them back to the young man. Indeed, this is the certificate for this location. It was previously known as Lan Ting Hutong. It's normal for you not to be familiar with it since you just arrived in Jiangzhou. By the way, inform them that once the house is sold, they should re-register at the street office to obtain a new property certificate, as it's south now, Jiangzhou Road. After the middle-aged man concluded, he got into his car. While Old Wong and Auntie Wong waited outside, Xingfeng had already entered the house. There was no avoiding it. Since Huzi had kicked the door down, they had to proceed with the purchase. Upon entering the courtyard, Xingfeng felt a wave of suspicion wash over him. Was it conceivable that a provincial governor resided here? A dignitary's residence should boast at least 3 courtyards. Yet what was this? There were only 6 rooms in total. If one counted the bathroom and kitchen, it would be 8 rooms. Could a Qing dynasty provincial governor, who oversaw civil affairs and finance, truly live in such modest circumstances? If all officials were like this, how could they be so easily oppressed? Uncle Wong, something feels off. Wasn't he a provincial governor supposed to have lived here? Is it really this small? There are 6 rooms, and Li Xingfeng inspected them. A living room and a bedroom, which hardly seemed spacious. Old Wong's face flushed. I said a provincial governor lived here. I didn't say this was the governor's home. Are you playing mind games with me? What is the real situation here? Overall, the house was not small, yet it did not meet Li Xingfeng's needs. He sought a home spacious enough for his entire family. He and Wang Mingting would require 2 rooms, his elder brother and sister-in-law another 2, his younger sister 1, and his parents 2 more, plus the kitchen and bathroom, totaling 9 rooms. There were still 3 rooms short. If given another chance, Li Xingfeng's greatest regret was his family. Therefore, this time he absolutely did not wish to be separated from them again. Well, this house was the residence of the governor's steward when the governor fled. He stayed here for 1 night, so it counts as having lived here, right? I'm not deceiving you. Old Wong insisted, holding his head high. 1 night does count. Ah, I see. Meanwhile, Huzi was bouncing from room to room like a child. After finishing, he rushed over to Li Xingfeng, saying, Fengge, this place is massive. How about I move in with Xiaoju? You see, Uncle and Auntie can have 1 room. You and your sister-in-law another. Big brother and sister-in-law 1, little sister 1. And we can leave 1 for the living room. That makes 5 rooms, and there is still 1 spare. Perfect for me and Xiaoju to move in. What do you think? Li Xingfeng smacked his forehead in realization. How could I forget about Huzi? No wonder Huzi glanced at him from time to time on the way here, wanting to say something, but refraining. So he was waiting for me. It's not that Li Xingfeng was unwilling to let Huzi move in. He was well aware of the character of his childhood companion. Surely, Huzi would be eager to stay, but Su Xiaojun might not feel the same. Moreover, a 1-bedroom unit feels a tad cramped. Huzi pounded his chest confidently, saying, Brother Feng, do not worry. I can handle this minor issue. Are you looking for rent? He wore an expression that suggested he had seen through Li Xingfeng's thoughts. All right, I will cover the rent. 1 room, 2 yuan a month. What does that sound? Observing Huzi's expression, Li Xingfeng chose not to interrupt him. Fine. As long as your wife is willing to move in, I will leave you a room, and we can waive the rent. Huzi beamed with delight. On the other side, Aunt Wong and Old Wong observed the 2 discussing matters and became animated. It was settled. The most challenging property had been sold. The only reason it was difficult to sell was that the property was not cheap. Currently, in Jiangzhou City, the most sellable properties were in the Southern District's Shantytown and the Northern District's apartment buildings. The Southern District was popular for its affordability, while the Northern District boasted buildings with bathrooms and kitchens, making them significantly better than other tenement buildings. Shaoli, this property is not as simple as it appears. It also has a backyard. Come, let me show you. Old Wang led everyone into the central room, which was furnished with vintage wooden furniture, exuding a somewhat aristocratic air. Pay attention, Shaoli. Old Wang approached one of the cabinets and opened its door, revealing a hidden door before them. He turned the handle slightly, then awkwardly turned away. Well, it's rusted. I can't turn it. Huzi, come here, but be careful not to break the handle. Huzi stepped forward, turned the handle, and with a firm push, the door opened wide. Surprising? Isn't it? In the past, affluent families always had a back door, partly for emergencies and partly because officials like to have an escape route, which you surely understand. Li Xingfeng nodded in satisfaction upon seeing the backyard. It contained 2 additional rooms, which were quite commendable. Uncle Wang, make an offer. This is the one. Uncle Wang extended 5 fingers, the amount he had previously discussed with his wife. Although slightly run down and not an apartment, it had more rooms than the neighboring official's residence. 500? Good, it's a deal. I'll pay you tonight. We'll first fix the door. Wait, Shaoli. I'm at 5,000 for the 8 main rooms in the front and backyard, not 500. If you're short on cash, I can settle for 4,009. Upon hearing Li Xingfeng's offer, Aunt Wang immediately panicked. Li Xingfeng remained silent, pulling Huzi towards the exit. Shaoli, considering we've been neighbors for several years, how about 4,008? Don't walk away. 4,007. The lowest is 4,005. It cannot be any lower. This house is worth at least an apartment, so 4,005 is a friendly price for you. Li Xingfeng promptly turned around and shook Aunt Wang's hand. What? Aunt Wang glanced at old Wang, pondering whether she had been overly hasty. In Chapter 68, Nianliang and Xingfeng, old Wang remained in the yard, while Huzi went to purchase tools to repair the door. Aunt Wang and Li Xingfeng headed to the street office to transfer the property. Throughout the journey, Aunt Wang glared at Li Xingfeng, knowing she had sold a loss. You business people are all shrewd. Shaoli, we are neighbors, and I have helped you often. Is it really fair to bargain so ruthlessly? Annie, what would you like for dinner tonight? I'll prepare a feast for you and Uncle Wang as a gesture of gratitude. To be honest, I don't have 5,000. My brother sold a property with a bathroom and kitchen for only 3,000. It's already challenging for me to gather 4,005. What? A place with a bathroom and kitchen sold for 3,000? That's a loss. Aunt Wang was taken aback by Li Xingfeng's words. She had inquired about the market and realized Xiao Li was losing at least 1,500. Good grief. That's the equivalent of a year and a half's salary for a wealthy family. There was no choice. Like many others, they were eager to sell. The price was set due to urgency. Upon hearing Li Xingfeng say this, Aunt Wang felt much better. She had only lost 500, which wasn't too significant. Once the deal was finalized, Li Xingfeng parted ways with the 3 at the street corner, turning to hail a taxi to the Northern District. Isn't it a coincidence? Buddy, I spotted you from afar. Are you heading to the East District for business? The driver was the same young man from before, appearing more talkative this time. Yes, I have business in the Northern District at Jiangzhou Machinery Factory, Li Xingfeng replied before turning his head away. Last night, he reflected on everything that had transpired with his father. Judging by the other party's modus operandi, the likelihood of further risks seemed minimal. This matter might resolve itself with the sale of their house and his sister's school transfer. However, he had no choice but to act. They were determined to force them out, and failure to comply could endanger his father's life. While selling the house and transferring his sister would lower the opponent's guard, it would also provoke suspicion. Noticing that Li Xingfeng had ceased to engage him, the driver wisely fell silent. Moments later, they arrived at Jiangzhou Machinery Factory. Here we are. 3 yuan. Thank you. Li Xingfeng did not exit the vehicle. Coming here was his obsession. He felt restless and wanted to confront these individuals. He had a rough plan in mind, but as he approached, he felt regret. Forget it. I'll head to the Public Security Bureau in the Western District. Acting impulsively might disrupt Xingfeng's arrangements. Li Xingfeng nodded, retrieving 6 yuan from his pocket to pay the driver. As the vehicle sped away, the driver accelerated. In the office, Xingfeng lounged in his chair, legs sprawled on the desk, snoring thunderously. He was not alone. The public office of the Special Task Force next door was equally raucous. Suddenly, the phone rang, startling Xingfeng awake. Without time to open his eyes, he fumbled to answer, only to drift back to sleep. The call was from his wife. On the other end, a poised and serene middle-aged woman listened to the snores and, feeling humiliated, hung up. "All right, that'll be 60 cents. Initially delighted by the prospect of soda, the little girl's face fell upon hearing the price. The woman picked up her daughter, smiling gently. "Your father is a great hero. He protects the people." The child's words brought a moment of awkwardness to the mother. Even great heroes need to eat, yet they're often busy. "Today, we'll visit Grandpa and Grandma. It will be nice to have so many people with us, all right?" The daughter's words plunged the mother into silence. To her, Xingfeng was an adequate and exceptionally capable police officer, but not a fitting husband or father. At times, he would suddenly lose contact. In those moments, her heart would race, knowing the risks of being a police officer's family. Meanwhile, in the private dining room of the Jiangzhou Machinery Factory cafeteria, several individuals sat together, their expressions clouded. Leading them was a portly middle-aged man, known as Ego, alongside the workshop director who had provided Li Baoguo with the blueprints. "Have you found out anything? Where's Li Baoguo now? Did he manage to leave Jiangzhou?" The middle-aged man's face was grim, his eyes dark. The workshop director quickly stood up, saying, "Director Nian, I have found out. I heard his son transferred him to the municipal hospital. I'm not sure which ward he's in, though. You useless fool. If it weren't for Director Chen's intervention, I couldn't have suppressed this matter. You all would be facing prison time." Utilizing the workers and materials from the state-owned machinery factory to manufacture handguns. "Are you all out of your minds?" The workshop director cast a glance at factory director Nian, hesitating to speak. "What are you looking at? Did I instruct you to do this? Speak up. For whom are you doing this? And how many times have you done it? If you don't tell me, I'll have you all sent to the Public Security Bureau." The workshop director rose again, whispering, "It was Xiaofeng who instructed us to do it. We have made two before." The Xiaofeng mentioned by the workshop director is none other than Nian Liang's son, Xingfeng. Upon hearing this, Nian Liang seized a water cup and hurled it at the workshop director. "You speak again? Who exactly instructed you to do this? I will grant you one more chance." The workshop director, upon seeing Nian Liang's furious expression, felt beads of sweat erupt on his forehead. "It was I who instructed everyone to do it. We have never done this before. This is the first time, and now it's been discovered." Nian Liang nodded in satisfaction. He was well aware that these firearms were commissioned by his son. Otherwise, he would not have gone to such lengths to remove Li Baoguo's family from the factory, nor would he have protected these individuals. "Now listen to me. If the Public Security Bureau comes investigating, you must all comply with my instructions. If my son is implicated, Li Baoguo's fate will be yours." The others in the room were greatly alarmed by these words. Today, the security department had gone to seize properties. Had it not been for Li Baoguo's family selling their house overnight, they would likely have been expelled by the security department. Chapter 69. The past of Ma Wenliang. The meeting in the cafeteria's private room concluded swiftly. Before leaving, Nian Liang once more surveyed the individuals in the room with a warning glare. That meaningful look sent shivers down everyone's spine. After Nian Liang departed, the workshop director wiped the sweat from his forehead, dejectedly sipped from the teacup on the table, and let out a long sigh. The workshop director, Ma Wenliang, whose name suggests a cultured gentleman, was indeed among the few educated individuals when he first arrived at the workshop. He had been assigned there due to his unsatisfactory family background. It was only due to the consideration of his father's connections that he was placed there. Many from his cohort were sent to farms for agricultural labor. He considered himself fortunate. However, as an educated man, he had never dealt with machinery. Due to his family background, he was resented by the workers and could not acquire any technical skills in the factory. Each day, he fumbled through the blueprints. Yet the disparity between fields made it challenging. The parts he produced were never qualified. In those times, the points system prevailed, and, combined with being targeted, he earned a daily score of 0. Basic sustenance became a problem. At that time, his workshop director was Nian Liang, who also served as the leader of the factory's reform task force. During that era, Nian Liang resorted to unscrupulous tactics for performance, often harming others. His bad ideas were incessant. He caught Nian Liang's attention merely because he could write reports. Nian Liang climbed the ranks by framing his colleagues, and Ma Wenliang became his loyal scribe, or rather, his sycophant. This room was filled with Nian Liang's sycophants, including the security chief, the logistics minister, and several other workshop directors. As he watched his colleagues pass by, each patting him on the shoulder, Ma Wenliang felt an immense regret. Why had he accepted that blueprint? It was his blueprint that had brought him so much trouble. Perhaps there should not have been a first time. He had initially assisted Xingfeng in making handguns because Xingfeng had deceived him, claiming that his motorcycle was broken and that the repairs would be too costly, thus needing a few parts for modification. As the son of the factory director, Ma Wenliang, without a second thought, agreed. He then enlisted his trusted subordinate in the workshop, Lao Huang. After completing the task, Xingfeng, in front of him, and Lao Huang assembled 2 handguns and loaded them with bullets. It was only when the guns were pointed at him and Lao Huang's heads that he realized he had landed in a dire situation. Lao Huang, terrified, collapsed onto the ground. Xingfeng laughed and uttered the word confidential, then walked away with a hearty laugh. Once he regained his composure, he rushed to Nian Liang's home that very night. Upon hearing the story, Nian Liang simply uttered 2 words, confidential, and then promptly expelled him. Ma Wenliang took another sip of water, retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, and, due to trembling hands, struck the match several times before lighting it. Before leaving, factory director Nian tossed him a briefcase. After all his colleagues had departed, he opened it to find 1,000 yuan and another blueprint, the same one for making guns. The money was a hush fee. Over the years, the primary reason Ma Wenliang had clung to Nian Liang was due to the latter's generous monetary compensation. Ma Wenliang was in dire need of money. He had a son afflicted with a peculiar illness, prone to allergies, with significantly lower immunity than a normal person. For years, his son had relied on imported medications for survival, costing 200 yuan per bottle, sufficient for just a week. Monthly, that amounted to 800 yuan. As a mere workshop director, he earned only 100 yuan a month, barely enough to purchase a single bottle of medicine for his son. Over the years, he had engaged in the illicit trade of factory supplies alongside Nian Liang, relying on this income to sustain his son's life. He could hardly imagine the consequences of losing this job. Ma Wenliang flicked away the cigarette, but took a deep breath and steadied his thoughts. Upon exiting that door, he would still be the refined workshop director of the 4th workshop, the kind-hearted individual beloved by his colleagues. On the other side, Li Xingfeng entered the Public Security Bureau and ascended directly to the 2nd floor. Following his memory, he located Xingfeng's office. Xingfeng's office was essentially a large meeting room partitioned off. The outer area served as the office space for his subordinates, while the inner section was Xingfeng's office, separated by a transparent glass wall. Through the door, the sounds of snoring resonated loudly. Upon pushing the door open, a strong odor nearly caused Li Xingfeng to regurgitate his lunch. In the outer area, 7 or 8 individuals were sprawled in disarray, their shoeless feet emanating a stench that almost made Li Xingfeng faint on the spot. He once believed that his elder brother, Li Xinghai, had the most odorous feet, but in comparison, this group surpassed him by far. In both quantity and quality, they were on an entirely different level. Li Xingfeng quickly slipped into Qin Feng's office and opened the window to lend some fresh air. Captain Qin was also sound asleep. It seemed that the Public Security Bureau was not quite as formidable as it appeared. He could simply walk in without any hindrance. The security was alarmingly lax. Li Xingfeng picked up a cigarette from the desk. The smell in the room was still overpowering, his eyes stinging from the smoke. So he needed a cigarette to ease the discomfort. However, a newspaper on the desk caught his attention. Recently, the Jiangzhou Public Security Bureau has cracked a major gambling case involving hundreds of individuals and amounts totaling millions. A bold headline captivated Li Xingfeng. He picked up the newspaper and quickly skimmed through it. The front page of Jiangzhou Daily detailed the resolution of this case. As he perused the information, something flickered in Li Xingfeng's mind. He immediately stood up, placed the newspaper back, and wrote a note on the desk. Captain Qin, I entered just like this and left just like this. The security measures at the Public Security Bureau leave much to be desired. Subsequently, Li Xingfeng pocketed the cigarette and matchbox on the desk and calmly exited the Public Security Bureau. Standing at the entrance, he shielded his eyes from the blazing sun and headed home without looking back. At home, the place was still filled with people. Su Xiaojun was dozing off. His sister-in-law Li Feng was with the child, and Wang Mingting was washing the little dress the child had worn. Although she was a small girl, she had already learned to cherish her clothing, refusing to let anyone else hold her for fear of soiling her little dress. Sister-in-law, why not take the child inside to rest for a while? Li Feng nodded, cradling the child as she entered the inner room. Meanwhile, Li Xingyi remained seated on the sofa, lost in thought since the moment she arrived. The image of her father's condition in the hospital lingered in her mind, and she began to comprehend why her elder brother had specifically asked her to stay at classmate S house for a few days. Her father was wrapped in bandages on his arms and legs. Sister-in-law Li Feng had subtly informed her that he had been beaten, having provoked someone. Who could have done this? The severity of the beating was alarming. How could her elder brother, with his explosive temper, possibly endure this? During the visit, her father had uttered a single phrase to her, urging her to listen to her second brother. Even their usually reticent mother had insisted she should not act out and must heed her second brother's words. Everything about this felt exceedingly strange to Li Xingyi, leaving her utterly perplexed. Chapter 70. Absurdity. Simply absurd. Li Xingyi still recalled the expression on her father's face as he spoke to her. His tone was calm, yet his countenance bore a sternness that she had last witnessed when he discovered that her second brother, Li Xingfeng, had been abusive to his wife and child. The more she pondered, the more muddled her thoughts became. Sister-in-law, do you know who Dad has offended? How could he have been beaten so badly? The more unclear things became, the more her curiosity grew. Wang Mengting bit her lip, shaking her head, clearly troubled. To be frank, the one most aware of the situation was likely Li Xingfeng, followed perhaps by her elder brother, Li Xinghai. Yet both had chosen to remain tight-lipped about it. You shouldn't be angry with Li Xingfeng. I believe he will speak when the time is right. After uttering this, Wang Mengting fell silent. At some point, this man had not only begun to earn money, but also taken on the mantle of responsibility for the family, allowing them to live in peace and security. He had indeed changed. Wang Mengting murmured softly, a smile gracing her lips as she admired Li Xingfeng's transformations. This manner of shouldering all responsibilities does carry a hint of male chauvinism, doesn't it? Sister-in-law, what did you just say? Wang Mengting quickly shook her head, insisting she had said nothing. Little sister, why not read a book? Elder brother mentioned he would find you a school, although you cannot attend classes. You must not fall behind in your studies. On the bustling streets of Jiangzhou, Li Xingfeng, under the blazing sun, felt utterly fatigued from walking. The most exasperating aspect of this era, in his opinion, was the transportation system. Despite Jiangzhou being a provincial capital, it remained inconvenient. Li Xingfeng possessed money, yet could not find a single taxi. The taxi drivers had likely finished their shifts, and he would have to wait until peak hours for them to reappear. The buses, too, were scarce. Wiping his brow, he sighed and continued on his way, reflecting on how, in later years, walking 10,000 steps was a simple feat, while in 1983, even those engaged in manual labor often walked tens of thousands of steps daily. Once he moved into his new home, he would need to consider purchasing a car. His elder brother Huzi had bought a bicycle, but he himself preferred a motorcycle. Riding a bicycle was simply too exhausting. Upon reaching the alley of the tube building, Li Xingfeng casually bought some cucumbers and tomatoes. Fui? That was a rarity. They were in limited supply at state-owned stores and exorbitantly priced. Most were sold in the northern and eastern districts, while the western district occasionally had them, though not very fresh. Hurry up, don't delay my business. If you don't leave, I'll hit you. After settling his bill at the stall, Li Xingfeng was drawn by the sound of a commotion. The person involved seemed to be Li Yongting, the wife of Ma Baochai. Her attire and silhouette were unmistakable. What was happening? As a neighbor, Li Xingfeng hurried toward the scene, munching on his cucumber as he observed. Truly a bystander. Li Yongting was shoved to the ground by the vendor. Without a moment's hesitation, she snatched a bundle of leafy vegetables and fled. The sudden outburst from this vulnerable woman startled both the vendor and the onlookers. Everyone, did she just steal my goods? Please, judge for yourselves. Did she not pay and simply take off? The vendor pointed at the fleeing Li Yongting, clearly agitated. Enough already. You're no saint either. A nearby older woman spat at the vendor, expressing her disdain. Exactly. What a disgrace. If you want to give her the vegetables, do it willingly. A grown man taking advantage of a woman is truly shameless. Don't think I didn't see you touching her. Otherwise, why not call the police? You'd be charged with hooliganism and face severe consequences. Li Xingfeng discreetly withdrew from the crowd, tossing the remnants of his cucumber into a nearby trash bin. That vendor is certainly not a good person. Reporting him would undoubtedly lead to charges of hooliganism. In Li Xingfeng's memory, an amusing incident from 1983 came to mind. A female worker, admired for her beauty, had many suitors in the factory. Consequently, She began dating several men simultaneously. Indeed, it was merely innocent dating, going out for meals and watching movies without any physical contact. However, over time, her situation was discovered by a meddling party, leading to her reporting. Ultimately, she was sentenced to death. How absurd, to be punished for merely dating, and to think of touching hands? Such folly. In this era, hooliganism was a serious crime. As he walked past the vegetable stalls, Li Xingfeng nearly collided with someone at the corner. It was Li Yongting, who had been hurriedly escaping. She was crouched on the ground, wiping her tears while picking up the scattered vegetables. In her rush, she had torn her bag on the corner. Li Xingfeng knelt down to help her gather the leaves. By the way, sister-in-law, I heard that Brother Ma has been arrested for gambling. None of them managed to escape. Li Xingfeng felt no guilt. He was merely ridding society of a menace. It was unfortunate for Li Yongting to be married to someone like Ma Baochai. I know. The police came this morning and informed me. The two conversed as they walked. Oh, Ma has been taken in. Do you have any plans? Li Xingfeng felt a pang of sympathy. Though Ma Baochai was not a good man, he had once been Li Yongting's support. Sister-in-law, why not seek employment? At least you could support yourself. You are capable of labor. Li Xingfeng's suggestion last Li Yongting momentarily sparkless. She seemed never to have contemplated such an idea. Coming from a rural background, she possessed neither skills nor education. Which employer would hire her? Moreover, she knew that most hiring managers preferred male workers and rarely sought females. Most importantly, she did not know any hiring bosses. Little Li Xingfeng, I heard from the people in the building that you are in business. Could you possibly employ me? I would be willing to work for you. Please, sister-in-law is begging you. In the city, a worker earns 1 yuan a day. You could pay me 90 cents, no? Even 80 cents would suffice. Seeing Li Xingfeng remain silent, Li Yongting bit her lip and continued, insisting. The minimum cannot be less than 50 cents. I still need to pay rent. Li Xingfeng felt a headache coming on. Wait, I was just offering you advice, pointing you toward a path. What is this about? What do you want? Chapter 71. What is this for again? Before heading upstairs, Li Yongting blocked Li Xingfeng at the stairway. So little Li, what time do you start work tomorrow? Li Xingfeng rolled his eyes. Just wait for notice. He realized that if he did not provide her with an answer today, she would surely follow him home. All right, I have been at home. If anything arises, just call me. DMN has exhausted all of Li Yongting's courage. After uttering these words, she hurriedly fled upstairs like a frightened rabbit. The journey from Dongqing district is quite long, and he took advantage of the ride. Inside, Wang Mengting was washing the clothes she had just changed out of. Sitting on a small stool, she leaned forward, scrubbing diligently. Li Xingfeng watched with eager eyes. The dress had a wide neckline, which was manageable under normal circumstances, but bending down made it somewhat inconvenient. Li Xingfeng felt a warm flush rise to his forehead. He had indulged in too much meat these past few days, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Wang Mengting glanced at Li Xingfeng with confusion. This person was just standing there, not coming in and staring at her. Following Li Xingfeng's gaze, Wang Mengting looked down, seemingly understanding something. The clothes in her hands immediately fell into the basin, and she quickly covered her chest with both hands, giving Li Xingfeng a fierce glare. What are you looking at? This was what Li Xingfeng discerned from Wang Mengting's eyes. Coupled with her expression, it was adorably fierce. Ahem, where's the elder brother? As Li Xingfeng spoke, Li Xingyi was the first to jump up in the room. Go wash the cucumbers and tomatoes, and I'll tell you once you're done. Upon entering the room, Li Xingfeng casually placed the items on the table. The house was still too small, leaving no room to move. It was terribly inconvenient. Li Xingyi shot a glare at Li Xingfeng, but remained unmoving. Hurry up, wash them, and I'll tell you. Just as Li Xingyi stepped out with the bag, Li Xingfeng lay down on the sofa. He had walked too much today. His feet were hurting. Mengting, how's my father's condition? Where's the elder brother? Wang Mengting did not wish to engage with Li Xingfeng. She still felt a bit uneasy about his earlier peeking. It was Su Xiaoju who responded. Huzi was behind. We finished our business and parted ways. Li Xingfeng shifted to a more comfortable position and lay back again. Mengting, I have purchased Aunt Wang's ancestral home for 4,005. We'll tidy it up tomorrow and move in. This money will come from us, and the household will be transferred to my name. Li Xingfeng then placed the property deed from his pocket onto the table. I'm going to take a nap. I've been waking up too early these past few days. Once we move, I won't have to hear the rooster crowing anymore. Wang Mengting could not help but smile. Really? What was there to argue with a rooster about? She then wiped her hands and picked up the deed from the table. Jiangzhou City, Beiqing District, number 165, Jiangzhou Road. The house spans 350 square meters. Such a large house. Only 4,005? Just over 1 yuan per square meter? It is worth noting that the rent for the house they currently reside in is already 2 yuan per month. Sister-in-law, let me take a look. Su Xiaoju's eyes sparkled. She and Huzi were also renting, living in a shared building. These past few days with Li Xingfeng, they had earned quite a bit of money. Though not 4,005, they were close to 3,000. Should we also look to buy a house? Wife. Huzi called from downstairs, his voice carrying up. He then dashed into the room. Wife, Brother Feng has bought a large residence. How about we move in? It has 8 rooms. Huzi's voice boomed. Li Xingfeng, who had just fallen asleep, was abruptly awakened. Absolutely not. Huzi cannot be allowed to move into his yard. Otherwise, he would never get to sleep in. Su Xiaoju ignored Huzi, looking closely at the deed. 350 square meters. My goodness, how vast must it be? It exceeded her imagination. Putting down the deed, Su Xiaoju firmly grasped Huzi's arm. Huzi, why don't we also buy a house? Besides our expenses these past few days, we have almost 3,000. No way. What we buy? The apartments are too small. If we buy, it should be a courtyard, but a house with a courtyard is more expensive and has many rooms, which is not worth it. We can't live there. Listen to me. Let us go live at Brother Feng's and pay him rent. Their discussion thoroughly awakened Li Xingfeng. Listen to your wife. Buy a house, or you will surely regret it. Li Xingfeng grumpily hurled a pillow at Huzi. Unbeknownst to him, in a few decades, the property prices in Jiangzhou would soar like a rocket. Wife, don't listen to Brother Feng's nonsense. Let me tell you, apartments are too small and inconvenient. And bungalows are too run down, truly. You have no idea how dilapidated Brother Feng's place is. Huzi's voice grew louder, fearing Li Xingfeng wouldn't hear. Oh, fat boy. Are you talking bad about someone behind their back? What is dilapidated? It's just not been cleaned. Some of the furniture inside is still usable. Aunt Wang said sternly. After years of neglect, the house indeed showed signs of wear. Aunt, spare me. Both Brother Feng and I have seen it. Not a single door is in good condition. Either they won't open, or they can be kicked down with 1 foot. And those windows, there are hardly any with glass. It will take significant effort to tidy up. She then turned to Su Xiaoju. Wife, look, once Brother Feng tidies it up, we can move in. It will be wonderful, convenient, and hassle-free. What do you think? On the other side, Aunt Wang grew anxious. Seeing Li Xingfeng deep in thought, Aunt Wang became worried. She feared Li Xingfeng would lower the price again, as they were eager to sell the house. There are indeed people who can produce that much money, but they would certainly prefer to buy an apartment. Old Wang silently knocked the tobacco from his pipe on the ground, then held the pipe protectively in front of Aunt Wang. Li Xingfeng is not bullying you, nor has he mentioned lowering the price. It's just a matter of business. Day in and day out, making such a fuss. Huzi, listen to your wife. Find a smaller courtyard to buy in Beiqing District, preferably close to us. Wife, give Aunt Wang the money. It's agreed at 4,005. And that's what it is. The house may be run down, but a little money can fix it up. The commotion in the room made Wang Mengting's head spin. She didn't want Huzi moving in. While this couple was as close as family, they were far too noisy. She and sister-in-law Li Feng preferred tranquility. The little sister at home was usually quiet as well. Moments later, Aunt Wang left with a satisfied smile, looking like a blooming flower. The reason was that Li Xingfeng had given Aunt Wang the black bag he had acquired from Jiaoge. Before leaving, Old Wang wrote down an address in the capital, implying that Li Xingfeng should visit them when he had the chance. Over these past few days, Old Wang had come to recognize Li Xingfeng as a person of merit. After sending off Aunt Wang's family, Li Xingfeng washed his face and then solemnly called Huzi outside. Good. Huzi nodded. Brother Feng's serious expression felt somewhat familiar. The last time he was this earnest was when he reported the gambling house. What could it be this time? Is it about the Jiangzhou machinery factory? After dinner. Bring it over. Good. Chapter 72. A mind broken by others. Li Xingfeng skillfully flipped the spatula, dividing the stir-fried chili and meat into 2 portions. Oh, brother, I thought you weren't going to eat dinner just to avoid washing the dishes. After saying this, Li Xingfeng handed the larger portion to his elder brother and took the smaller one to Aunt Wang. Li Xinghai shot a fierce glare at Li Xingfeng, annoyed by his sarcasm. He had run around all afternoon, and it was swelteringly hot. Uncle Wang was aware that Li Xingfeng would be cooking that afternoon, so he had washed his hands early, readying bowls and chopsticks. Ever since tasting Li Xingfeng's cooking, he found it increasingly difficult to swallow his wife's dishes. However, the good times were coming to an end. This would be the last meal. This kid is moving out tomorrow. Uncle, enjoy your meal. There are 3 more dishes. Li Xingfeng smiled, placing the dishes on the table. Little Li, don't make so much. We can't finish it and have nowhere to store it. Aunt Wang hurriedly stated that it was already sufficient. The elderly couple only needed 1 dish, unlike Li Xingfeng's family, which had so many mouths to feed. And I understand. I will combine the remaining 3 dishes into 1 plate for you. It won't amount to much. I assure you there will be no waste. Oh, that would be too much. Aunt Wang felt somewhat uneasy. She had seen the dishes prepared at Li Xingfeng's home for dinner. And this meal at the state-run restaurant would likely consume a month's salary. Young Li's family is indeed quite extravagant. Huzi possesses a restless spirit. Whenever a task arises, he immediately sets to work. This trait is something Li Xingfeng greatly admires. To overcome one's own inertia is truly remarkable. No wonder Huzi, despite not being particularly clever, manages to thrive in the restaurant business. After placing the pork ribs and winter melon into the pot, Li Xingfeng began to ponder his own situation. The newspaper on Xingfeng's table today sparked a thought. In his previous life, he had consistently paid Huzi to publish missing person ads in the newspaper in search of his family. Eventually, as the internet rose, the circulation of Jiangzhou daily declined. Nevertheless, this endeavor never ceased. He would specifically have someone purchase a copy of Jiangzhou Daily. He recalled that Jiangzhou had witnessed several significant events, one of which was related to firearms. He was uncertain whether that shooting incident was connected to the clandestine production of guns at the Jiangzhou machinery factory. After all, in '83, the populace still possessed a considerable number of firearms. Time had elapsed, and his memory of that report had become quite hazy. He could not recall the appearances or names of the criminals featured in the article. The overall narrative was but a vague recollection. The ringleader was a middle-aged man, whose surname seemed to be Ma. This individual had orchestrated both a jewelry store heist and an armored vehicle robbery, committing 2 significant crimes within a mere month. Although the case was eventually solved by Xingfeng, reports from that time indicated that Xingfeng had been shot in the chest, narrowly missing his heart by a mere 5 centimeters. Captain Qin nearly met his untimely demise. Moreover, throughout the month-long investigation, the stolen goods from both cases had been squandered entirely by this criminal gang. The gold from the jewelry store was melted down and sold abroad, and the millions in cash from the armored vehicle were dispersed in small amounts. Though it sounds absurd, this was indeed the reality. The country was just beginning to recover, transitioning from a planned economy to a market economy. Along the coastal areas, many individuals had already amassed fortunes in the hundreds of thousands, thus distributing 5 million in batches. Creating false identities and discreetly spending it posed no significant issue. After all, the internet had not yet connected everything, and much information remained isolated. Furthermore, for a criminal organization, disposing of stolen goods was remarkably straightforward. Even in Jiangzhou, Li Xingfeng was aware of an underground black market. Items that were difficult to sell elsewhere could easily be traded in this market. Buyers in the black market did not question the origins of the goods, nor did sellers inquire about the buyer's intentions. Naturally, while some items were priced low, others were exorbitantly expensive. The year 1983 marked the nation's first crackdown, targeting not only organized crime, but also confiscating a substantial number of firearms and ammunition, totaling over 20,000 across the nation, most of which were handguns, particularly the Type 54. A comprehensive gun ban was only implemented in 1996 when the government established regulations on firearm management, explicitly stating that even homemade firearms encountered by him at Zhejiang University were prohibited from private possession. After all, possessing lethal weapons inevitably breeds a desire for violence. Goodness. Brother Feng, are you making stir-fried pork ribs? Where's the soup? And you call this a winter melon? Li Xingfeng hurriedly removed the pot from the heat. Huzi, setting down the clothing in his hands, began to assist. After assessing the situation in the pot, Huzi nodded. It seemed there would be no ribs for dinner tonight. All right, forget the winter melon. Just retrieve the ribs and prepare them as braised instead. Although the winter melon was lost, the ribs could still be salvaged. They would first store them with Li Yongting for a while. Li Xingfeng resolved to move quickly, intending to prepare the meal earlier, avoiding any disturbances to the neighbors in the building. For the past few days, as meal times approached, The sounds of children crying echoed from the neighboring home, all due to parental discipline. Just as Li Xingfeng reached the door, Li Yongting opened it. "Young boss Li, is there something you need?" she asked, not allowing him to enter. "How did you know I was coming?" Li Xingfeng inquired, curious, as he believed his footsteps were quite soft. "I was eating by the window, so I could see," Li Yongting replied, gesturing towards a table by the window. Li Xingfeng nodded, noticing the boiled dishes. "Leave the clothes here. Once you finish eating, take them and wait for me at the alley entrance." After handing the clothes to Li Yongting, he turned to leave. As Ma Bao had just entered, the police had arrived at the building, and the neighbors would likely be aware of it. He felt it was not appropriate to visit at that moment. The building was crowded with people, and the gossip would not bode well. Hearing Li Xingfeng's words, Li Xingyi rolled her eyes. "You finally remembered your little sister, did you? I'm in my 3rd year of high school, and with only half a month until the college entrance examination, you want me to transfer schools? How could you even think of that? Sister, listen to your second brother. Once this matter is resolved, he will explain everything to you," Li Xinghai said, having undergone a significant change in perception towards Li Xingfeng. He felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. It seemed that as long as Xiao Feng was present and followed his guidance, everything would fall into place. Thus, he could not tolerate Li Xingyi's continued snark towards Li Xingfeng. "Sister, your second brother has sacrificed much for this family. You will see in time." Observing Li Xingyi pouting in silence, Li Xinghai's expression softened considerably. Meanwhile, Wang Mingting glanced at Li Xingyi with a somewhat evasive gaze. Li Xingfeng's bump on the back of his head had subsided. He should not be discovered. "Elder brother, did the school fail to contact us properly?" The college entrance examination felt too distant to Li Xingfeng, to the point he had forgotten the exact date. "Yes, sister has less than half a month until the examination." Chapter 73. Wang Mengting's contemplation. Li Xinghai remained silent, merely picking up chopsticks to serve Li Xingyi another piece of pork rib. From his elder brother's apologetic expression, Li Xingfeng understood that this matter had not been handled properly. "Sister, please bring me the exam papers from the past few months. I will find a way with the school." There were priorities to consider. Although the situation with their father was significant, with Xingfeng keeping a watchful eye, he felt reassured. Securing a school for his sister was the pressing matter at hand. Without a school to accept her, she could not participate in the college entrance examination. For someone as studious as his sister, her frustration was entirely understandable. If he were in her position, he would also be upset. Wang Mingting, observing the glum Li Xingyi, found herself recalling her parents. She thought to offer her assistance. Just as Wang Mingting was about to speak, she was promptly interrupted by Li Xingyi. "Second brother, there are no papers. The only set was from last year, and I ranked 2nd in the entire grade. The papers are at the machinery factory's house." Li Xingfeng turned to his elder brother. "Elder brother, have you and sister-in-law gathered sister's papers?" He started to say that Wang Mingting was about to speak again, but was interrupted by Li Xinghai for the 3rd time. "Who has time for that?" At that moment, we were in a hurry to sell the house, so we only brought essential items. Papers and the like were sold to the scrap collectors. This posed a significant problem. Li Xingfeng had hoped to use his sister's academic results to negotiate with the school for as long as she performed normally. Gaining admission to a key institution would not be an issue. Although the pressure was not as intense as in later years, exceptional students were still in high demand. After all, having an additional focus, especially one from a prestigious domestic university, held a different significance for the school. However, based on Li Xingyi's perspective, it appears that the current school does not conduct examinations as frequently as in later generations. Was there really no examination paper in this era? If there were none, does that imply the absence of a 5-year college entrance exam and 3 years of mock exams? The gap in information suggests that a lucrative opportunity may arise. I truly am a genius. However, I digress. One should not be solely motivated by money. Without the examination papers for Xiaomei, how can one prove academic performance? Should we create a set of exam papers? Or perhaps we should give it a try. It seems my wife was about to say something. "Dear, were you trying to say something?" Li Xingfeng cast a questioning glance. Wang Mingting looked at Li Xingfeng with a puffed-up expression. "Really? Can't you let me speak?" Observing Wang Mingting's adorable demeanor, Li Xingfeng couldn't help but smile. He now understood why their daughter was so endearing. It was inherited from Wang Mingting. The two of them, both pouting, looked remarkably similar. At that moment, the little girl stood beside Wang Mingting, also puffing her cheeks and gazing at Li Xingfeng, implying, "Why can't Mama speak?" Wang Mingting shot another fierce glance at Li Xingfeng and then turned to her younger sister, Li Xingyi. Don't worry, I will handle this. Sister-in-law will take care of it. After saying that, she provocatively glanced at Li Xingfeng, as if to say, don't think that you alone can manage everything in this family. I can do it too. Li Xingfeng again gave Wang Mingting a questioning look. At this moment, Li Xingfeng finally grasped Wang Mingting's intention. This was about reaching out to her family. In Li Xingfeng's memory, he had very few recollections of his in-laws. Before his rebirth, it seemed he had only visited once, right after their marriage. The items had been unceremoniously tossed out by his father-in-law. At that time, feeling embarrassed, he simply turned around and left, never to return to his in-laws' home. After the birth of their daughter, influenced by feudal thinking and the persuasion of Ma Baokai, he had become increasingly neglectful towards his wife and child. Whether he had secretly made phone calls, Li Xingfeng was unsure, but it was likely that he had not. The very notion of their marriage had initially been absurd. Was it a burden, Mingting? Wang Mingting understood the implication behind Li Xingfeng's inquiry. Although she did not show her displeasure anymore, her demeanor was still far from pleasant. Wang Mingting offered Li Xingfeng a resolute look. Rest assured, I will handle it properly. However, I will accompany you. It has been a long time since my last visit, and I wonder if I will be shown the door again. Li Xingfeng shukulat, causing Wang Mingting's face to flush. Let us do this. Let us take a day to prepare. We cannot visit my in-laws empty-handed. Let us gather some items tomorrow. And most importantly, Mingting and I need to prepare a proper outfit. No need, they lack nothing. Wang Mingting quickly shook her head. Li Xingfeng explained his reasoning. Wang Mingting nodded, realizing that she had overlooked this detail. Li Xingfeng remained as thoughtful as ever. Marrying Li Xingfeng had been a whimsical decision on her part, a consequence of her capriciousness. The story was quite melodramatic. After graduating from high school, her parents arranged a marriage for her. The intended groom was her sister-in-law's younger brother. She also had an older brother. To be honest, Wang Mingting did not like the woman her brother married. She was quite superficial and materialistic. Similarly, she had no fondness for her sister-in-law's younger brother, whose demeanor was not only off-putting but also quite shallow. They were essentially cut from the same cloth. The only reason he fawned over her parents was due to his interest in her family background. Her parents, growing older and influenced by her sister-in-law's incessant chatter, eventually agreed to the marriage. However, from the beginning, Wang Mingting had felt indifferent about her sister-in-law's brother. Over time, her disdain grew immensely after witnessing the true face of that insipid man. Once, while he was cooking and cleaning at his home, he charmed her parents thoroughly, leading them to speak highly of him in her presence. However, fortuitously, on the eve of their wedding registration, Wang Mingting inadvertently overheard a conversation between her sister-in-law and her brother downstairs. Little brother, tomorrow is the wedding. Your husband has already rented a house for you. After the wedding, you will move out. Finally, it's over. After all this time serving like a donkey, I'm exhausted. Once we're married, I'll be the one in charge at home. I want Wang Mingting to serve me every day. She keeps acting all high and mighty, making faces at me. Let us see if I don't slap her. Enough of that. Just vent your frustrations. Don't go too far. She is a city girl and once married. She'll come to understand. You two should get along well. Mingting is a good girl. Treat her well. All right? Aka me piaka, fine. The tone was dismissive. By the way, sister, will marrying Wang Mingting improve my job prospects? Just don't overreach. I still need to discuss this with my husband. I'm starting to regret letting you marry Mingting. The home is still governed by the elder. You should know your place. After her sister-in-law left with a shake of her head, the younger brother smiled and muttered to himself, Pa, what a joke. Marrying into the city doesn't mean you become one of them. Wang Mingting witnessed and heard everything from around the corner. I believe everyone will fulfill this small wish of mine. Chapter 74. Li Xingfeng under the night sky. Upon hearing that conversation, Wang Mingting felt a surge of dread. She had underestimated the man who had been ingratiating himself with her family. In truth, everyone in the household had underestimated him. Perhaps even his sister, Wang Mingting's sister-in-law, was being deceived. Everything this man did was for the sake of securing a job in the city, to climb the social ladder. His actions were all a performance, aimed at achieving his own goals. Perhaps the sister-in-law was aware, but chose to remain silent due to her familial ties. This might also explain why she provided Wang Mingting with money when she discovered her intention to flee from the marriage. After witnessing her brother's true colors, she regretted her decision. Mingting, Mingting. Li Xingfeng waved a hand in front of Wang Mengting's eyes. Why is she so lost in thought? She seems increasingly adorable. Wang Mengting's face flushed at such intimate gestures, which they hadn't shared in ages, especially in front of so many people. She still felt quite uncomfortable. Li Xingfeng sensed her discomfort and immediately released her. All right then, let us do this. I'll wash the dishes and Huzi can accompany me for a stroll. Tomorrow, we'll clean up the house and move in as soon as possible to free up space for Wang Ai. I suggest we tidy up 3 rooms first and move in, while we can take our time with the rest. After speaking, Li Xingfeng took Huzi and left. Li Xinghai began to clean up the dishes with a forlorn expression. Dear, why don't you help me wash once? I've done it several times already. Li Xinghai looked at his wife, tentatively asking. Li Fong smiled and playfully rolled her eyes at him, continuing to clean up the dishes. Li Xinghai understood her silent message. What are you thinking? After Li Xingfeng descended the stairs, he glanced at Ma Baocai's house. The lights were out. It seemed Li Yongting had already left. He quickened his pace and headed towards the alley. Certainly, outside the narrow alley, Li Yongting stood by the street corner, holding clothes and gazing vacantly under the streetlight. Sister-in-law, you're here. Here's the clothing for you. Li Yongting appeared somewhat flustered. She seldom ventured outside and rarely interacted with others. Among the neighbors, it was Li Xingfeng with whom she had the most dealings. Sister-in-law, wait for us downstairs at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning and bring along the cleaning supplies. Oh, okay. As for Li Yongting's employment, Li Xingfeng had contemplated it for quite some time, yet at present, he had no suitable work to offer her. Earning merely 5 jiao a day was not significant and barely enough for their family to enjoy meat. Li Xingfeng and Huzi left Xiqing and donned the work uniforms of Jiangzhou Machinery Factory in a secluded alley. They then proceeded towards the residential building of Jiangzhou Machinery Factory. Meanwhile, Xingfeng, just awake, ceased his yawning and rubbed his eyes. My throat hurts. It's quite painful. I must have smoked too much. Xingfeng hurriedly picked up a cup from the table and poured himself a glass of tea, which he gulped down in one go. After finishing the tea, Xingfeng's expression stiffened. His door had been opened. He had a habit of flicking a bit of ash at the door each time he closed it. When the door was opened, the slight puff of wind would scatter the ash. This habit was unknown to both his apprentice and mentor. Fortunately, there were no confidential documents in the office. All case-related files had already been archived and sent to a secure records room. But who had stealthily entered his office? And for what purpose? Xingfeng found himself at a loss. While continuing to drink water, he surveyed the room. His office hardly seemed a place worth stealing from. It was merely a location where he worked. Lowering his gaze, Xingfeng noticed the newspaper on his desk. There was a line printed on it. Captain Qin, from your Public Security Bureau. Xingfeng irritably set the newspaper back down, realizing it was that rascal Li Xingfeng who had come looking for him. Where were his cigarettes? Where was his matchbox? It was evident that this little brat had swiped them. A talent indeed, stealing a pack of cigarettes in broad daylight from the office of the captain of the criminal investigation team. Xingfeng shook his head and chuckled. It was too amusing. This kid was truly gifted, always surprising him with his antics. Well, given his throat's discomfort, he would refrain from smoking for the time being. Xingfeng sat on his chair, stretching his neck. Sleeping in the office was still quite uncomfortable. It seemed that his wife had called him during the night. What was it about? The undercover operation had already been initiated, and they needed to project a facade of being busy with a gambling case to the outside world. Furthermore, he needed to remain vigilant, as calls from the undercover agents could come at any moment. As Xingfeng pondered, he glanced at his watch. It was already 7:30, which explained his hunger. Xiao Zhang, stop sleeping and go prepare some food for everyone. Outside the transparent glass, a young man stretched his waist and rose from his chair, sleepily making his way outside. After checking the time, Xingfeng looked at the calendar, an old habit of his. It had been 3 days since they apprehended the gambling case. It was the first time a case had concluded so swiftly and so perfectly. This date? Oh no. Xingfeng grabbed his keys from the drawer, not bothering to close the door, and dashed outside. Today was his daughter, Xingxing's birthday. He was in deep trouble. No wonder his wife had called. It was about this matter. Gifts could be arranged later, but if he missed today, his wife and daughter would likely resent him for a month. Captain Qin, where are you rushing off to? Xiao Zhang, who was also heading downstairs, inquired. Captain Qin rarely exhibited such urgency. None of your business. Don't order food for me. You all take turns watching my phone. Once in the car, Xingfeng ignited the engine and sped towards his father-in-law's house. Since transitioning from the military to criminal investigation, he had celebrated his daughter's birthday at his in-laws' home for several years. Naturally, his elderly parents would also attend. Xingfeng drove furiously, while Xingfeng and Huzi leisurely made their way to Jiangzhou Machinery Factory. To blend in seamlessly in the factory's vicinity, it was best to possess a set of blue work uniforms, as everyone in the area donned such attire. Chapter 75. The first investigation. The weather was sweltering, prompting Li Xingfeng to casually remove his work jacket and drape it over his shoulder. Huzi diligently mimicked him. Throughout their journey, Brother Feng imparted wisdom to him. What is the best disguise for investigation? It is to integrate and to remain unpretentious. Just consider yourself an employee of the machinery factory. With so many workers, who would recognize anyone else? However, upon entering the Jiangzhou machinery factory area, Li Xingfeng felt somewhat lost. Perhaps he had been too hasty. He only knew that his father worked in the fourth workshop, his mother in logistics, and his elder brother Li Xinghai in the transport team. Beyond that, he was utterly uninformed, even unaware of his father's workshop director's name. Jiangzhou Machinery Factory consisted of 10 production workshops, and with the addition of supporting facilities such as hospitals and schools, it employed tens of thousands of people. Among these multitudes, he and Huzi indeed appeared inconspicuous. But too inconspicuous. Having grown up in this area, he was somewhat familiar with the residential and living quarters, yet the factory itself was foreign to him. The management of the machinery factory wasn't particularly stringent, but they did recognize uniforms. Without work attire, entry was prohibited. Let us find someone to inquire, he decided. If we are to discuss the most well-informed individuals, one profession cannot be underestimated: the gatekeeper. Despite their seemingly lowly status, such individuals often know the most people and possess the most information. Li Xingfeng purchased 2 packs of Hongta Mountain cigarettes and a bottle of Bei Binjiang soda from a small shop by the street, then joined the crowd heading towards the factory's entrance. By this time, the factory's employees had already finished their meals, and most were strolling downstairs in small groups. Some brought along folding stools and chess sets, gathering under the shade of trees to play chess. As he walked, Li Xingfeng discovered numerous business opportunities. It was surprising that such a large machinery factory lacked a dance hall. No wonder everyone could only take leisurely walks. There's an old saying: those who entered factories in the 1980s transitioned to real estate in the 1990s. This refers to the 2 most lucrative industries in the country. The large factories of the 1980s represented the pinnacle of the planned economy's benefits, especially for technical units like Jiangzhou Machinery Factory, which had no shortage of orders. Rather, they worried about how to fulfill the tasks assigned by the state under existing conditions. They could be said to thrive in both droughts and floods. In the 1980s, simply stating that one was an employee of the factory would earn one a measure of esteem. If Li Xingfeng recalled correctly, the year he graduated from high school, the factory had assigned quite a few college students to work there. It was unimaginable. College students in the 1980s were indeed a rare breed. Yet, they willingly chose to work in factories. The primary reason was that the factory offered excellent benefits. Once college students joined, they would secure housing the following year and be groomed as reserve cadres. Furthermore, from the start of their internship, they enjoyed the benefits of cadre status, earning at least 50 yuan a month. Given that a pound of fine rice cost merely 10 jiao, 50 yuan was indeed a substantial sum. Additionally, these college students were highly sought after. They did not have to toil in the workshops, but could sit in administrative offices, sipping tea, reading newspapers, and preparing documents. Life was exceedingly pleasant. He knew this mainly because his elder brother, in an effort to encourage him to study hard and attend university, often spoke of the factory's benefits. However, back then, Li Xingfeng was more interested in playing than studying. Ironically, he learned a considerable amount of knowledge through self-study and business later on. In Jiangzhou Machinery Factory, there were many families like Li Xingfeng's. In a household comprising 1 or 2 employees, the father and elder brother both work at the factory, while the mother is a temporary worker in logistics. In Li Xingfeng's memory, considerable connections were made by his father to secure a position for his elder brother at the factory, although his father never attained an official title. After decades in the factory, he became acquainted with numerous individuals, many of whom were promoted from their initial roles of assembling screws alongside him. With the assistance of these acquaintances, his father utilized the family's savings to secure an employment identity for his elder brother in the transportation team. Indeed, in 1983, when marrying off a daughter, The girl's family would certainly consider the employment status of the prospective husband, particularly if they belonged to a well-off family, as they would place great importance on having a stable job. As he walked, the vision of establishing a dance hall within the machinery factory grew ever clearer in Li Xingfeng's mind. The employees of these large factories were exceedingly affluent, and their abundant material wealth revealed a void in their spiritual lives. A dance hall would undoubtedly be a lucrative venture. Just as Li Xingfeng was lost in these fanciful considerations, the deafening roar of a motorcycle jolted him back to reality. Li Xingfeng, Uzi, and the passers-by all paused as a young man sped past on a motorcycle, its red body emblazoned with the characters Jialing. In 1983, apart from the bicycles that filled the streets, motorcycles were among the earliest forms of private vehicles. In Li Xingfeng's recollection, there were many types of motorcycles available. During his later business endeavors, he purchased a second-hand motorcycle, though it was a much cheaper model than Jialing. The rider must be the son of the factory manager. Indeed, there were several motorcycles at the factory. It was said that one cost over 2,000. So expensive? With 2 employees in your family earning a little over 100 a month, with some effort, you could certainly manage to buy one. I don't believe you can't come up with 2,000. Haha, although it's just over 100, daily expenses are significant. Let me tell you, half of my salary goes to support my elderly parents. I see. I was wondering why you seem to have so much money but never wear anything nice. It all goes to your in-laws. Alas, we have no choice. We are both supporting our parents. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to become employees. Indeed, you two are quite considerate. Listening to the conversation among the bystanders, a smile crept onto Li Xingfeng's lips. In Jiangzhou, with a population of several 100,000, it could be said that half of them were sustained by these large factories. Behind every employee lies a family, whether it be parents or children. This is also the daunting aspect of such large factories. The employees are acutely aware of what sustains their livelihoods, which is why they go to great lengths to protect the factory. Even the security department is equipped similarly to a police force, lacking only firearms. This is precisely why Xingfeng found the situation exceedingly complex. If he were to intervene, it would be overstepping boundaries. Li Xingfeng understood all too well that Jiangzhou Machinery Factory operated on the principles of personal connections. Even the gravest matters would be considered in light of their potential impact on the factory, typically downplayed into insignificance. Chapter 76. Today's youth are terrifying. Xingfeng rode his motorcycle with flair towards workshop 4. What is the fuss about making a few guns? His father had scolded him quite sternly over it. That old stickler. As a deputy factory manager, he could easily make some side money through reselling, which would be far superior to his gambling ventures. Wasting such valuable resources is truly a shame. With such a large factory and so many workers under his command, anything they produce could be sold for profit, which is much faster than reselling raw materials. Such an old fool, completely out of touch with the times. The 10 handguns he was dealing with were purchased by a friend from the outside world. He raised the price from 1,000 to 1,200, pocketing 1,000 for himself, while the remainder would go to Ma Wenliang and the gunsmith. This arrangement was splendid. Recalling Nian Liang's words, a shadow fell over Xingfeng's heart. Such a simple task, and that Ma Wenliang managed to botch it. What else could he do? If it weren't for the fact that he had a worthless son in need of money, this job would never have landed on Ma Wenliang's lap. You were given a chance, and you blew it. The more Xingfeng thought about it, the angrier he became, pressing down harder on the throttle. Meanwhile, Ma Wenliang had yet to finish his work. To be precise, he was completing the task assigned by Nian Liang. Old Huang was still in the hospital and was of no use. Therefore, he had called upon a few masters who usually fawned over him. This time, he divided the blueprints into 4 parts. Surely, they wouldn't be able to tell what it was. As he watched the masters meticulously process the parts on the machine tools, Ma Wenliang felt an indescribable restlessness within him. After leaving the cafeteria's private room, he made a trip to the hospital. The imported medicine his son needed had finally arrived, and the deputy director of the import department showed him the list. The price of the special imported medicine had risen again, increasing by 20 yuan. Over the course of a month, the price had surged by 80 yuan. As a result, the money he made from reselling scrap would no longer suffice. Had it not been for the 1,000 yuan Nian Liang tossed him today, he wouldn't have managed to scrape together enough for his son's medicine this month. Growing increasingly agitated, Ma Wenliang checked his watch repeatedly. Why was it taking so long? The 4 of them were not nearly as quick as Li Baohua and Old Huang. Intermediate technicians really are underwhelming. Thinking of Li Baohua only heightened his irritation, knowing that they were making guns, which required utmost secrecy. He had taken the precaution of checking Ma Baohua's file in the personnel department to ensure there were no issues before allowing him to start working. Who would have thought that old fellow would suspect something? To be honest, during the first production, it was old Huang who made all the parts, and he didn't even recognize that it was a handgun. Had Xingfeng not assembled it in front of them, they might both have remained oblivious. In the first instance, Xingfeng had given them 400 yuan. At 200 per gun, this time with 10 guns, surely they could make 2,000. For the sake of that 2,000, he had to see this through. At the very least, while he was alive, his son's life should be sustained. But what to do about Ma Baohua? He could still recall that old man's gaze. Although Ma Baohua had said nothing, it was clear that he had recognized the parts as those of a handgun. The more he thought about it, the more agitated he became, reaching for a cigarette to calm himself. Just as he lit it at the workshop entrance, the roar of a motorcycle came thundering towards him. Turning to look, he saw none other than Xingfeng approaching. The son of the factory manager had arrived. Ma Wenliang immediately donned a smile and moved to the roadside. "Young Master Nian, what brings you here? Care for smoke?" Xingfeng, perched on his motorcycle, cast a disdainful glance at the cigarette in Ma Wenliang's hand and replied, "I only smoke Hongtam Mountain. Anything else irritates my throat." With that, Xingfeng produced a Hongtam Mountain cigarette from his pocket and lit it. "Uncle Ma, that Li Baohua is quite a troublesome matter. Do you know where he is?" Xingfeng, placing the cigarette between his lips, dismounted from the motorcycle and firmly placed both hands on Ma Wenliang's shoulders, glaring intently at him. "Uncle Ma, this is a matter of life and death. You best find out all the details, and I do not wish for anyone to leak this matter. Do you understand?" "Understood, understood. I understand," Ma Wenliang replied, his complexion slightly pale as Xingfeng's piercing gaze instilled fear in him. "What do you understand? What I want is not for them to leave Jiangzhou. Do you get me?" Xingfeng patted Ma Wenliang's shoulder once more. After that, Xingfeng mounted his motorcycle, retrieving a bag from his clothing pocket and handing it to Ma Wenliang. "This is the remaining 1,000. I suggest not sharing it with anyone. Let them consider it normal overtime pay. Understand my meaning?" Ma Wenliang hurriedly took the money and swiftly tucked it into his pocket. I understand, Feng Shao. Rest assured, for some inexplicable reason, the current demeanor of Xingfeng bore an uncanny resemblance to Liang, which instilled within him a profound sense of dread. Xingfeng started the motorcycle, turned it around, and then rode it in front of Ma Wenliang. "Uncle Ma, I adhere to a single principle. Either become one of us and help keep our secrets, or..." He paused, knowing well that Ma Wenliang understood the implications. "After you've gathered the parts and information, hand them over to me. You need not worry about the rest. I will handle it. Just work diligently alongside me in the future. There will be ample opportunities to earn money. Who knows, with enough savings, there might be a chance to treat your son's illness. Wouldn't you agree?" "Understood, understood." Ma Wenliang trembled as he watched Xingfeng ride away, feeling a shiver run down his spine. He pulled out a cigarette, his hands shaking as he lit it. The last smile from Xingfeng appeared utterly sinister to him. He grasped the underlying message. It seemed he intended to take the lives of the Ma Baohua family. Even the factory director merely wished to drive them away. Xingfeng was far more ruthless in his actions than his father, Liang. The youth of today truly instilled fear. After finishing his cigarette, Ma Wenliang retrieved the envelope that Xingfeng had handed him. It was quite thick. Upon opening it, he found a substantial stack of cash, without needing to count. It was undoubtedly 1,000 yuan. He need not distribute this money today, but he still had to send half of it to Lao Huang. Although the factory covered the medical expenses for Lao Huang's broken leg, offering him 500 as a hush money was not excessive. The remaining amount would be saved for his son's medication. The medication must not cease. Meanwhile, Li Xingfeng and Huzi finally arrived at the entrance of the mechanical factory. Observing Li Xingfeng's confident stride towards the factory, Huzi felt a surge of anxiety. "Brother Feng, why don't we find a wall to climb over? If we walk in like this, the gatekeeper will surely stop us." Li Xingfeng gave Huzi a reassuring look. They saw from a distance that the gatehouse was crowded. But did it matter? Trust me, maintain a natural demeanor and act as if you were one of the factory workers. The individuals being halted were merely children and family members attempting to sneak in. They were still clad in work uniforms. Chapter 77. The most valuable information. Li Xingfeng, appearing relaxed, led Huzi toward the entrance. As they passed by, an elderly man glanced at the two brothers but did not intervene. Once past the gate, Huzi felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, Li Xingfeng's next move nearly frightened him to death. Li Xingfeng strode directly towards the gatekeeper. "Good sir, is it your shift now?" The gatekeeper looked at Li Xingfeng and Huzi with confusion. These two youngsters seemed a bit unfamiliar, but they were wearing factory uniforms. "So they must belong to the factory, right?" The gatekeeper, uncertain, asked again. He nodded in response. "No wonder they seem unfamiliar. They are temporary workers. Typically, those who brought their lunch boxes to work were temporary staff, and he had no particular recollection of them. With so many people in the factory, he could barely remember the various leaders. After recalling the prominent figures, he deemed it unnecessary to remember a temporary worker. "Sir, may I ask you something while enjoying a smoke?" Li Xingfeng pulled out a Hong Ta Shan cigarette and offered it. The gatekeeper set down his newspaper, adjusted his reading glasses, and took the cigarette, scrutinizing it closely. "Oh, Hong Ta Shan, you must spend your entire monthly salary on cigarettes." Li Xingfeng hurriedly lit the cigarette for the gatekeeper, waiting for him to take a leisurely puff before speaking again. "Ah, you jest. I occasionally indulge, but as temporary workers, we earn so little that we usually smoke tuanjia." The gatekeeper nodded. "This Hong Ta Shan doesn't taste much different. Just an occasional treat is sufficient. In my view, Hong Ta Shan and tuanjia are quite similar. Have you ever tried Zhonghua or the Zongnanhai? How about the old Dao Shan from Shanghai? The bond between men is often forged over simple gestures and with a single cigarette." The conversation flowed effortlessly. "Not only have I not tried them, but I haven't even heard of them. You must be quite the connoisseur." Li Xingfeng began to flatter him. "You're right. Even though I'm just a gatekeeper, I know all the ins and outs of the factory and am acquainted with many of the leaders. They often give me cigarettes when they need to come in through the back door. So I've tried all the good smokes. To be honest, I'm not used to them. I still prefer tuanjia." The gatekeeper said this with a sense of pride, and Li Xingfeng displayed just the right amount of envy. "You are impressive, sir. It seems I have come to the right person to gather information today." Li Xingfeng quickly shoved the remaining Hong Ta Shan into the gatekeeper's hands. "Hey, what are you doing? One is enough." The gatekeeper hurriedly pushed back. "A pack of Hong Ta Shan costs 1 yuan 70, and for a temporary worker, buying a pack would surely be a strain on the wallet. Sir, I'm just asking for your assistance with something. You know everyone in the factory, so please consider it a favor." The gatekeeper, smiling broadly, accepted the Hong Ta Shan. "Feel free to ask. There is nothing in the factory that I don't know." "Well, sir, my brother and I have been working as temporary workers in the transportation team for about 6 months now. You wouldn't believe the hard work we've been doing. Yet we haven't even touched a vehicle." Li Xingfeng began to spin a tale with great enthusiasm. The gatekeeper listened intently, occasionally chiming in with agreement. Huzi, standing behind Li Xingfeng, could only raise his eyebrows at the conversation. No wonder his wife said that brother phone was full of cunning. With such fabricated tales flowing so easily from his lips, anyone unfamiliar with him would likely believe it. Just look at how the gatekeeper was already sharing in their grievances. "Listen, young man, enduring hardship and suffering is only temporary. Every year, the factory has positions available. Let me explain how this works." The gatekeeper was about to elaborate when Li Xingfeng interrupted. "Sir, I already know about this. It's a matter of one position for one person. When a long-time employee retires, a position opens up, correct?" "Exactly. However, what you may not realize is that when long-time employees retire, those positions are usually reserved for their children. It's not often that they go to outsiders, right? The reason I became a gatekeeper is precisely for the position. At my age, I could retire anytime, but I'm waiting for my youngest to graduate from school. And once he does, he'll take my place. Do you understand?" Li Xingfeng nodded. "You are absolutely right. Therefore, generally speaking, that position is unlikely to open up for my brother and me. But sir, I heard that the factory recently dismissed a few people, which means there are positions available." The gatekeeper raised an eyebrow. "Not bad. You're quite well informed." "That is correct. Although the notice has been issued, it hasn't been publicly posted yet. Let me tell you, not only were they dismissed, but the security department also went to collect their housing." "Oh, is that so?" "Indeed. Here's how it goes." The gatekeeper began to recount the circulating version of the story within the factory in detail. "So, young man, you and your brother are eyeing the positions of that father and son, huh? Let me tell you, even though they are related, one position is in your transportation team, and the other is in the 4th workshop. Therefore, You need to get the team leader and the workshop manager to request your hiring and submit a report to the personnel department to make this happen. After finishing his explanation, the gatekeeper glanced around and then leaned in closer to Li Xingfeng, whispering, "Let me tell you, don't even think about the team leader. Someone else is already working on that. But there is still a chance for the fourth workshop." Li Xingfeng nodded eagerly. "But sir, my brother and I usually work as loaders in the transportation team, and I don't know the manager of the fourth workshop." As soon as Li Xingfeng finished his sentence, the roaring sound of a motorcycle echoed as it sped out of the factory. After the motorcycle departed, the old man spoke again. "That was Nian Liang's son, Xingfeng. Did you see? While you are still struggling with your assignments, he is already taken to riding a motorcycle." The old man's eyes betrayed an unspoken envy. Li Xingfeng felt a chuckle rising within him. What was this old man trying to convey? Perhaps he should have been born into a better family. Such a wealthy second generation. He had encountered many in his life. It was hardly surprising. Moreover, he himself was a first-generation affluent individual. Li Xingfeng had come today to inquire about the head of the fourth workshop, and he didn't even know the person's name. This was unacceptable. As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles without disaster. Another adage warns against working in isolation. The old gatekeeper scrutinized Li Xingfeng and Huzi carefully. "Young man, considering this pack of cigarettes, I shall point you in the right direction. The head of the fourth workshop is Ma Wenliang. He has a son suffering from a peculiar illness, and I hear the monthly medication costs a pretty penny. His entire salary goes into the hospital's coffers. So life is quite tight for him. Being a workshop director, he is worse off than the factory workers." After delivering this lengthy discourse, the old man cast a meaningful glance at the still-dazed Li Xingfeng. The only words that registered with Li Xingfeng were Ma Wenliang. In an instant, his thoughts cascaded forth like a torrent, fully awakened. Chapter 78. First encounter with Ma Wenliang. Feeling exasperated, he nudged Li Xingfeng. "Kid, how can you not realize? He needs money, understand? You might want to reach out, see what price he demands. You two brothers can pool together, secure an assignment first, and then sort out the rest gradually, got it? See that? The man coming out with the bag is the head of the fourth workshop, Ma Wenliang." "Oh, understood. Thank you, old man." Li Xingfeng quickly turned to look. Ma Wenliang was indeed the individual in question. The mastermind behind the two shooting incidents reported in the newspapers was none other than Ma Wenliang. The fourth workshop, Ma Wenliang, was under the leadership of Li Baohua. His father, Ma Wenliang, strolled leisurely towards the factory exit, the bag containing components for handguns he had fabricated that day. Shortly after Xingfeng departed, for technicians had completed the parts. As he walked, he felt the pocket close to his body, containing a small vial, the medication that sustained his son's life. Everything else could be discarded, but this was irreplaceable. This medicine was limited. The factory hospital only qualified to dispense 1 vial per week. If lost, his son would suffer from a high fever for the entire week. Given his frail health, the child rarely ventured outside. Enduring a week of fever could result in grave consequences. Lost in his thoughts, Ma Wenliang continued his journey home, completely oblivious to the watchful gazes of Li Xingfeng and the old gatekeeper. At that moment, upon seeing Ma Wenliang's face up close, Li Xingfeng felt a profound certainty. This was indeed the Ma Wenliang mentioned in the newspapers. His recollection of Ma Wenliang was particularly vivid because the reports stated that during the arrest of Ma Wenliang, Xingfeng was shot with a black gun, nearly losing his life. The report claimed that Ma Wenliang had fired that gun. It was hard to fathom that beneath his refined exterior lurked the heart of a ruthless criminal. Seeing Ma Wenliang again, Li Xingfeng felt a flicker of doubt. Could a person be so contradictory? This Ma Wenliang before him bore no semblance to a criminal. He appeared almost frail. "Kid, remember this. This is the head of the fourth workshop, Ma Wenliang. Find an opportunity to visit his home and discuss the matter of buying an assignment. Go on, follow him." The old gatekeeper pushed Li Xingfeng out of the gatehouse and then leisurely lit a cigarette. Li Xingfeng turned to thank the old man and, with Huzi, trailed behind Ma Wenliang, blending into the crowd of leisurely strollers. As they followed, Li Xingfeng was filled with perplexity. This Ma Wenliang hardly resembled a criminal. Along the way, he greeted everyone he encountered with a smile, exhibiting none of the airs associated with his position. The workshop director of Jiangzhou Machinery Factory was not merely an inconsequential leader, especially in a prominent workshop like the fourth. According to his father, The workforce counted nearly 2,000 individuals. Though titled as workshop director, it would not be an exaggeration to regard him as the factory head of a subsidiary, equipped with finance personnel, human resources, and logistical support. In the fourth workshop, Ma Wenliang's word was essentially law. How could such a serene and genteel individual be a repeat offender known for armed robbery and firing upon the police? As he followed closely, Li Xingfeng was beset by numerous questions. However, the gatekeeper had not been mistaken in one regard. Ma Wenliang was indeed in dire financial straits. The dignified workshop director smoked a mere pack of Tuanjia cigarettes, which were only marginally superior to Jiang Dagua's rough tobacco. Li Xingfeng knew that even the group leaders within Jiangzhou Machinery Factory smoked Red Tower Mountain brand. Observing as Ma Wenliang entered the family housing complex, Li Xingfeng noted the location and then turned with Huzi toward home. As they walked, Li Xingfeng scrutinized the entirety of the North District. The North District bore an oddity. While the economy across the nation was recovering, with street vendors proliferating, the vicinity of the major factories in the North District had scant vendors. Huzi, why didn't you set up a stall here in the North District when you had the chance? It's the wealthiest area now. How could you not know this? Brother Foam? Huzi replied incredulously. For someone so adept at business, you're unaware of this? Li Xingfeng grew increasingly suspicious. Did everyone already know? Just tell me. Well, you see, setting up a stall in the North District requires a stall fee, and it's paid in advance for 6 months. The fees are exorbitant, 10 yuan a month. Who would be willing to pay such an amount? If you don't pay the fee, the security team will drive you away. Sometimes the security team, blinded by greed, will even confiscate your goods. The worst part? Do you know where the allotted stalls are? In the most secluded corners where no one goes. The security team claims it's to maintain the factory's appearance. In short, the factories in the North District were not particularly friendly towards small vendors. After all, they had everything within the factory grounds, and the employees could afford to buy anything they desired. Li Xingfeng nudatul fully. This was a protective measure for the self-operated tertiary industry within the factory. The goods sold by small vendors were often cheaper than those in storefronts, and the stall fees were designed to inflate prices. By driving vendors to secluded areas, they effectively limited foot traffic to them. This entire scheme ensured the sales volume of the factory's direct stores. The mind behind this plan was undoubtedly ingenious. Li Xingfeng couldn't help but admire the brilliance of such strategies. Reaching a secluded area, Li Xingfeng and Huzi promptly shed their outer pants and made their way home. Within the tenement building, the light was dim, and at this hour, only Li Xingfeng's home remained illuminated. The hour was late, and the occupants were dozing off. Especially his elder brother, Li Xinghai, who had risen at 6 o'clock for the first time, had long since succumbed to sleep. The others were aware that they were to tidy the new house the following day. Otherwise, they might have all been asleep by now. Su Xiaojun grew increasingly impatient. Typically, at this hour, she and Huzi would already be in bed. At this moment, successive yawns escaped her. Since Li Xingfeng had turned over a new leaf, he seldom sought her counsel. Although he had not done so even when he was unruly, his current demeanor was markedly improved. She feared being awakened from her slumber by his scolding, which would lead to a barrage of punches and kicks. At least, that was no longer a concern. Indeed, where had he taken Huzi late at night? Sister-in-law, it is imperative that you educate my second brother. The whole family is waiting for him. This is simply outrageous. The younger sister, Li Xingyi, clenched her tiny fist in support of Wang Mingting. In Chapter 79, Li Xinghai's heart was filled with reluctance. Wang Mingting nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed getting late. At that moment, Li Xingfeng and Huzi stood in line of stall, which happened to be one of the stalls owned by Jiaogo, bustling with business at this hour. Li Xingfeng handed over 6 yuan, requesting 5 portions to take away, and mentioned he would find something to carry them in. Having forgotten to bring a lunchbox, he borrowed a few from the owner of the neighboring stall, which sold tea. During his own days of operating a stall, he had always sourced tea from this very vendor, as he and Huzi were too busy preparing crayfish to serve drinks to customers. The stall owner, upon recognizing Li Xingfeng, lamented, "Things were far better when you were running your stall. I made a decent profit from tea sales every day. Now, alas." Li Xingfeng smiled in gratitude, choosing not to engage in the sentiment. It was now someone else's concern. As long as business thrived, his crayfish would sell well, and he would earn more. By 10 o'clock, every household was already asleep. The sound insulation in the tube building was poor, and as Li Xingfeng ascended the stairs, He could even hear the snoring of neighbors. Su Xiaojun was speaking while casting glances at Wang Mengting, a gesture that did not escape Li Xingfeng's notice. He found it amusing, knowing Wang Mengting was of a gentle disposition and incapable of such boldness. Otherwise, during his own reckless moments, she would not have merely endured in silence. In these times, father's fighting was not unheard of. He placed the lunchbox on the table, turned around to retrieve several plates from the cupboard, and emptied the crayfish onto them. Li Xinghai, taken aback, accepted the lunchbox, feeling internally resistant, yet his body acted of its own accord, accepting it involuntarily. Xiaofeng, I'll wash the dishes tonight, Li Xinghai stated stubbornly. No way, he refused. A grown man washing dishes every day? He declared he would not do it this time. It's perfectly reasonable. It's evening, so it's your turn. Go wash them, and then come back to eat. Li Xingfeng insisted, pushing his elder brother out the door before picking up chopsticks for everyone. After speaking, he winked at Wang Mengting. This intimate gesture caused her cheeks to flush crimson as she lowered her head and began to eat the crayfish he had selected for her. This man, truly, who worries about him? How presumptuous. Inside the room, it was just the four of them, and the enticing aroma of crayfish failed to awaken sister-in-law Li Feng and daughter Nuan in the inner room. 5 portions of crayfish were swiftly devoured by the group. Li Xinghai, one hand holding chopsticks and the other patting his belly, felt lethargic and unwilling to move. The meals at Xiaofeng's home were splendid, with lavish fish and meat at every meal, all utterly delectable. Once he picked up his chopsticks, he could not stop. Upon witnessing the last crayfish being consumed by Li Xinghai, everyone exchanged knowing glances, particularly Huzi, whose face was nearly pressed against Li Xinghai's. What are you staring at? I washed the dinner dishes, and I also washed the lunchbox earlier. This is too much. Li Xinghai stammered, feeling flustered. No way. Not again. Meanwhile, the younger sister, Li Xingyi, unceremoniously stacked the plates together and pushed them toward her elder brother, Li Xinghai. Big brother, I'll trouble you. Li Xingfeng chimed in, chuckling as he smoked. So considerate, truly considerate. After Huzi and Su Xiaojun departed, Li Xinghai grumbled as he took the plates back downstairs. Left in the room were Li Xingyi, Wang Mengting, and Li Xingfeng, exchanging glances filled with confusion. How would they sleep tonight? With so many people, it would be impossible to find enough space. Despite Nuan being small, she occupied a considerable amount of space while sleeping, moving restlessly from one end of the bed to the other. How about a whole Nuan while you 3 sleep in the inner room, and my elder brother and I will take the living room? All right, second brother. Li Xingyi quickly nodded, pulling sister-in-law Wang Mengting into the inner room, as if fearful of Li Xingfeng changing his mind. Shortly after, Wang Mengting, with her hair down, brought Nuan out. The little girl, still a bit dazed, entered the living room and wrinkled her nose as she caught a whiff of the crayfish. Then, in a sleepy state, her eyes fluttered open, crayfish, and promptly fell back asleep. Li Xingfeng took the child, placing her gently on the sofa as he began to wash up. After freshening up, he cradled the child in his arms and lay sideways on the sofa, ensuring she was comfortable. Once settled, he too quickly succumbed to slumber. The next day, with a slight chill in the air, Li Xingfeng opened his eyes. This was the first time he had awakened before the rooster's crow. At this moment, his daughter Nuan was perched on him, poking her tiny fingers into his nostrils. The little girl had gone to bed early and, needing her midday nap, woke up quite early. However, it was not Nuan who roused him, but rather the sound of his elder brother's snoring. Upon seeing Li Xingfeng awake, the little girl whispered in his ear, "Daddy, Uncle is so loud when he sleeps that Nuan got woken up." Indeed, perhaps due to his exhaustion, his elder brother had hardly ceased snoring throughout the night. "Nuan, are you hungry?" The little one's tummy was already rumbling. Naturally, she heard it and shyly buried her head in Li Xingfeng's neck. "Daddy, I'm not hungry. Nuan needs to go to the bathroom." "All right," Li Xingfeng replied, putting on his clothes and shoes, then helping the little girl into his sandals before carefully carrying her downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, they passed by the chicken coop, where a rooster and a hen were still sleeping soundly. Noticing Li Xingfeng's footsteps, they did not even lift their heads. Li Xingfeng raised an eyebrow. It was time for payback. Usually, it was these two who kept him awake, right? Ignoring him, were they? Just wait. He opened his mouth, stretched his tongue, and then lowered his head, shouting loudly towards the chicken coop. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The 2 chickens, startled, flapped their wings and hopped around in frenzy. Not satisfied, Li Xingfeng kicked the chicken coop. He then carried his daughter towards the alley, making her giggle at his antics. In Chapter 80, the first visit to the in-laws after his rebirth began with the little girl's playful chatter, waking everyone in the house. Right on time, Huzi arrived with breakfast alongside Su Xiaojun. Today's tasks were clearly laid out. The elder brother would handle the crayfish, while Huzi and his family would assist the sister-in-law in tidying up the new home. The women would clean the rooms, and Huzi would purchase materials for repairs. Huzi aptly noted that while the house was indeed spacious, it was somewhat dilapidated. They needed to inspect the entire residence today, as Jiangzhou's humid climate could lead to torrential rains in the summer, and although winter lacked heavy downpours, it often brought drizzly weather lasting a week. As the group enjoyed breakfast, they listened attentively to Li Xingfeng assign tasks. Suddenly, a soft knock echoed through the air. Huzi, standing by the door, casually opened it. It was Li Yongting, who raised her hand as if to knock again. Upon the door opening, everyone inside turned to gaze at her, causing her to feel a bit flustered. "Oh, it's you. Have you eaten?" Huzi asked. "Here, let me get you some buns." Today's work requires plenty of energy. As he stuffed a bun into his mouth, he retrieved 2 more from the lunchbox on the table, handing them to Li Yongting. The baozi from 83 is indeed made of genuine ingredients. One large bun is significantly larger than a fist. For someone like Li Xingfeng, 2 would suffice to satiate his hunger. The more gluttonous elder brother and Huzi might consume 2 or 3 each. As the baozi was presented before her, Li Yongting shook her head repeatedly, lamenting the high cost of the bun, made from fine flour. Huzi shrugged and casually shoved 2 baozi into Li Yongting's hands, insisting, "Brother Feng said you should eat. Just do it without any further ado." Li Xingfeng proceeded to introduce Li Yongting to the others in the room. The elder brother and sister-in-law, Li Feng, were not yet acquainted with her. "You should clean the kitchen," sister-in-law Li Feng reminded. "Is someone choking? Get her some water." Li Xingfeng gestured with his chin. Then he turned to Wang Mengting, instructing, "Wife, go tidy up the bags. No one will be home today. Make sure to take care of the important items." Upon hearing Li Xingfeng's words, sister-in-law Li Feng followed Wang Mengting into the inner room. "Second brother, what about me? You haven't assigned me any tasks yet." Li Xingyi complained, as she was the only one overlooked while everyone else received chores. "You will be in charge of carrying the bags. Stick with me and your sister-in-law today. We will find you a school." Li Xingfeng mused, slightly skeptical about how his younger sister, with her not-so-bright mind, managed to rank among the top students. Was it all just luck? Outside the room, Li Yongting struggled to contain her tears. The white baozi, filled with pork and scallions, was a delicacy she hadn't savored in many years. The aroma of the pork mixed with the flour burst in her mouth with the first bite. Li Yongting chawa slowly. Despite not having breakfast and only sipping warm water, she made a conscious effort to avoid devouring it hastily. She couldn't bear to waste it. Although Ma Baokai usually neglected her meals, he would occasionally give her some money to buy coarse grains and vegetables. However, fine flour was still a luxury beyond her means. Lacking a cup, Huzi simply grabbed a bowl and poured her some water, advising, "Eat slowly, don't choke." "Want some water?" Li Yongting hurriedly wiped her tears and waved her hand, not wanting to reveal her vulnerability. "I'll leave it on the table for you," Huzi remarked, his expression revealing his thoughts about Ma Baotsai's wife being rather withdrawn. After finishing their meal, everyone set off, with Li Xingfeng and Wang Mengting being the last to depart. Before leaving, sister-in-law Li Feng handed Wang Mengting a black bag containing money. On the street, Li Xingfeng carried the child, while Wang Mengting and Li Xingyi each held a black bag. The early morning in Jiangzhou revived swiftly with the rising sun. They traversed the main street and meandered through alleys, taking a shortcut that took an hour to walk from the West District to the North District. Although Wang Mengting's home was also in the North District, it was situated in the far northern part. The 2 largest factories in Jiangzhou, Jiangzhou Machinery Factory, was near the West District, while the Jiangzhou Chemical Factory, where Wang Mengting lived, was located at the furthest point. Aware of the pollution caused by chemical plants, the authorities had decided to establish them in areas that wouldn't affect the citizens. Nevertheless, the residential buildings for factory workers and the corresponding living areas were still located in the North District. Besides the machinery and chemical factories, there were several other factories in the North District. However, the machinery and chemical factories were the most prominent. "Second brother, how much longer do we have to walk?" Little sister Li Xingyi, having never walked such a long distance, was already drenched in sweat, and her feet ached. She wore a woeful expression. Just a little further, and we can take a break, Li Xingfeng encouraged, finding the journey taxing himself as he carried the child, switching from one arm to the other, and then letting his daughter ride on his shoulders. The little girl was calm, not crying or fussing as long as they were outside. Her small hands clutched tightly at Li Xingfeng's hair. However, as the heat began to make him sweat, she shifted her grip to his ears. After walking for so long, Wang Mingting also felt hot and fatigued. Mingting, how much money do we have left? After paying for the house and giving the elder brother 200 yuan for goods this morning, there was still over 1,300 remaining. Wang Mingting instinctively replied, having been responsible for the accounts in recent days. Li Xingfeng nodded. He hadn't anticipated they would have so much money left, but upon reflection, it made sense since Huzi had been covering the expenses lately. Su Xiaojun, fearing Huzi might run out of money, ensured he had 100 yuan on him every day, as if he would spend it all. Chapter 81. Buying a motorcycle after crossing another street, Li Xingfeng paused in front of a motorcycle shop, hesitating. The economic revival had brought rapid development to Jiangzhou, an industrial city intertwined with agriculture. With both industrial surplus and an excess labor force from agriculture, Jiangzhou's growth was among the fastest, only surpassed by a few coastal cities. Little sister Li Xingyi grew increasingly fatigued and, seeing her second brother stop, kicked his leg in frustration. Li Xingfeng frowned. Little sister, stop messing around. Mingting, what do you think about buying a motorcycle? The reason Li Xingfeng inquired about their finances was that he was contemplating purchasing a motorcycle. Public transportation was often unreliable, with wait times sometimes extending up to an hour. Taxis were unpredictable, and bicycles were disregarded as an option, being quite expensive. It was better to invest in a private vehicle suitable for this era. Wang Mingting followed Li Xingfeng's gaze into the shop. Inside the motorcycle store, several salespeople were chattering away, barely acknowledging Li Xingfeng's family. Upon their arrival, the sales staff merely glanced at them, assuming they could not afford a motorcycle given their attire. Carrying a child and accompanied by his wife, they appeared to be impoverished relatives from the countryside seeking refuge at the factory. Thus, the sales staff showed little interest in them, thinking there was nothing to gain from rural folk. Motorcycle, Wang Mingting murmured. Yes, let us buy one. It will be convenient for our travels and for our business. Li Xingfeng remarked as he stepped into the store. Oh, but we don't have enough money. Wang Mingting whispered in alarm, but Li Xingfeng ignored her. It was evident that the money in Wang Mingting's bag was insufficient, as a large poster at the entrance displayed a price of 2,750 yuan. However, with the elder brother's contribution, they would have enough. Money is meant to be spent. If it runs out, they can earn more. Young man, you can look at the motorcycles, but please refrain from touching them. If you break something, you'll have to pay for it. A saleswoman warned in a somewhat sarcastic tone. Didn't I tell you not to touch? Why are you sitting on it? Get down immediately. The saleswoman raised her voice significantly. At that moment, Li Xingfeng was trying out a model from the Happiness brand, which was the newest model available in '83. He had owned a second-hand version of the same model in the future. Seeing that Li Xingfeng remained unfazed, several salespeople approached him, chattering away. Wang Mingting attempted to interject, but one of the salespeople pulled her aside. Are you Mingting? It's me, a young girl exclaimed, excitedly grabbing Wang Mingting's arm. Mingting, we haven't seen each other in 2 years. Is this your friend looking at motorcycles? Li Nan, is that you? You've lost so much weight. I almost didn't recognize you. Wang Mingting responded with equal enthusiasm. Li Nan was one of her few close friends. After graduating from high school, she had inadvertently married Li Xingfeng and lost contact with several of her good friends. Mingting, is your friend the one buying the motorcycle? Li Nan pointed to Li Xingfeng, who was seated on the motorcycle. The little girl, Wan, had never seen such a fascinating object and eagerly joined Li Xingfeng, sitting atop the fuel tank and curiously exploring it with her tiny hands. That's my husband, Wang Mingting remarked, glancing at Li Xingfeng. Li Nan's eyes sparkled with mischief as she dashed into the crowd of salespeople. Ladies, please do me a favor. This is the husband of my dear friend. Just let's take a look and sit for a moment. Please, I beg you. Li Nan stood beside the motorcycle, waving at Wang Mingting to come over. Mingting, I must say, your husband is a bit on the darker side, but he appears quite handsome. By the way, when did you get married? Why didn't you inform us? Did you move away? The little girl must be your daughter. How adorable. Come here, let me hold her. The bewildered Wan was swept into Li Nan's embrace. Li Xingfeng looked at Wang Mengting with suspicion. What a small world. Have you just encountered an old classmate? How about an introduction? Li Nan is my best friend. We live in the same building. This is my husband, Li Xingfeng, and in my arms is my daughter, Li Nuan Nuan. Behind me is my younger sister, Li Xingyi. Nuan and Nan share the same pronunciation. In an instant, Li Nan felt the little one had lost her charm. Mengting, who chose this name? Are you taking advantage of me? Wang Mengting also recognized the implication and began to laugh. Laughter? In his recollections from the past, Wang Mengting was often seen with a frown and a stubborn expression, as if he had never witnessed her smile. It turned out that Mengting looked so lovely when she smiled. Ahem, while I do not wish to interrupt your reunion, can we first attend to the matter at hand, and then allow you two to converse? The gaze shifted past Li Nan, where several saleswomen were still glancing at Li Xingfeng. This group, with their condescending attitudes, had irked him earlier. Who do they look down upon? Li Nan, please prepare the invoice for us. I will take this motorcycle. On Mengting's account, could you throw in a tank of fuel? Li Xingfeng dismounted the motorcycle and took the bag from his younger sister. Li Nan cast a puzzled glance at Wang Mengting, who nodded in response. Li Xingfeng's voice naturally attracted the attention of the saleswomen. Oh, look at him trying to show off. Li Nan, this person is merely putting on airs. You might not know, but I've encountered many like him. Just ignore him. Let him not touch the motorcycle. Li Xingfeng smiled and shook his head. Today, he chose not to dwell on the situation. He could easily pay and put the saleswoman in her place. However, it was inappropriate. Mengting's friend worked there, and if he acted rashly today, it could jeopardize Li Nan's future relationships with her colleagues. It was unnecessary. He would not return to the shop again, and he would likely never see that saleswoman again. This was all for Mengting. Li Nan quickly whispered, Mengting, Li Xingfeng, don't be angry. They could be a bit. Well, they look down on others. Little sister Li Xingyi pouted and muttered under her breath. Li Nan and Wang Mengting exchanged amused glances. It seems Mengting is smiling a bit more today. Chapter 82. The nervous affair of Li Xingfeng. Li Nan took out her notebook and pen to prepare the invoice for Li Xingfeng. Once completed, he glanced at it and casually handed it to Wang Mengting. Why don't you carry a bag as well? I have all cash here. Typically, for such a substantial amount, the salesperson would accompany the client to a nearby bank to deposit into a designated account and return with a bank receipt to collect the motorcycle. Huh? Li Nan, Bujlat, watched as Li Xingfeng opened his black bag. Heavens, you carry so much cash with you? Aren't you afraid of encountering bad people? Li Nan's exclamation drew the attention of several saleswomen. Count the money. There should be 3,000 inside. Leave me 250. Li Xingfeng handed the bag to Li Nan. The previously condescending saleswoman joined the group, counting money. Li Xingfeng hoisted Nuan Nuan onto his neck and began to wander around the store. Hurry up, is it not ready yet? Li Xingfeng urged loudly. What kind of service is this? The customer has been here for so long, and not a single drop of water has been offered. Li Nan, pour us some water while you take your time counting. After such a long journey, Li Xingfeng felt a bit fatigued and sat down to rest. Wang Mengting shot him a playful glare. Li Nan hurriedly brought over 3 cups of water and set down a water jug. Mengting, you must keep an eye on your husband. He has gone too far. Then she turned and resumed her tasks. Wang Mengting begrudgingly poured a cup of water for Li Xingfeng. He couldn't help but chuckle. Wasn't he intentionally bullying Li Nan? He had a purpose in mind. By teasing Li Nan, he aimed to foster camaraderie among her and her colleagues, as they now shared a common adversary. Of course, whether Li Nan understood this was not his concern. Such Machiavellian office dynamics were too subtle for the straightforward people of this era to grasp. Moments latte. Li Nan returned the black bag to Li Xingfeng, which contained the remaining 250 yuan. The group respectfully escorted Li Xingfeng out. He was quite the handful, especially in his teasing of Li Nan, not only refueling the motorcycle, but also having her wipe it down thoroughly. The instant Li Xingfeng stepped outside, a swarm of saleswomen immediately surrounded Li Nan. Oh, Li, what a stroke of bad luck for you. Difficult customers like that are rather rare. Let me share some wisdom. In that moment, Li Nan felt as if she were truly integrating into the group. The saleswomen no longer ostracized her. The choice of Lao Xingfu motorcycle was primarily due to its spaciousness, allowing for several passengers. At that moment, Nuan Nuan sat on the fuel tank, followed by Li Xingfeng. Then Wang Mengting, with younger sister Li Xingyi perched at the end. Wang Mengting pinched Li Xingfeng's waist in indignation. You've gone too far. Do you realize how you're treating Li Nan? She's my closest friend. Indeed, brother, sisterly Nan is quite nice. You have truly overstepped. Sister-in-law, please give brother a pinch for me. Daddy, why does Wan get to be called sister? Isn't she my daughter? The innocent little girl, Wan, nestled in Li Xingfeng's embrace, asked with wide eyes. Yes, Li Nan is my daughter, and from now on, you must call me Daddy. Yes, Daddy, the little girl replied earnestly. Wang Mingting, exasperated, pinched Li Xingfeng's waist once more. This is going too far. Even in names you're taking advantage. With a motorcycle ready, the group swiftly arrived at the commercial street belonging to the chemical plant's residential area. In fact, the motorcycle shop had already been part of the chemical plant's territory, likely a tertiary industry of the factory. Entering a department store, they purchased a pack of Hongta Mountain cigarettes, a pound of fine tea, and 2 bottles of good wine, items all chosen by Li Xingfeng, while Wang Mingting selected 2 boxes of pastries. After their shopping was complete, Li Xingfeng rode off first, escorting Wang Mingting and younger sister Li Xingyi back to their dormitory. At this hour, his in-laws, as well as Wang Mingting's elder brother and sister-in-law, were likely all at work. Turning around, Li Xingfeng headed towards the nearby market. Strictly speaking, this was his first visit. The last time, in his previous life, he had not even entered the door before being unceremoniously expelled by Wang Mingting's elder brother, with their belongings tossed out as well. Wang Mingting's parents held leadership positions at the chemical plant. His father-in-law, Wang Shanhai, served as the deputy factory director, primarily responsible for managing the tertiary sector, while his mother-in-law, Li Xiaomei, was the principal of the affiliated high school. As for the elder brother, he couldn't recall his name, and for the sister-in-law, he had even less memory. Well, it was of little consequence. If he was not expelled today, it would mark his first proper visit. Due to his father-in-law's position, their home was significantly more spacious than that of the average employee. If the house of the father-South family measures 60 square meters, then Wang Mingting's residence should encompass 130. Moreover, the entire building is inhabited by leaders from the chemical factory. Thus, when Wang Mingting married Li Xingfeng, a man without a job, it brought great shame to her father, Wang Shanhai. Due to Li Xingfeng, Wang Mingting was also looked down upon by her family. At the market, Li Xingfeng purchased a substantial amount of groceries, both meat and vegetables. Seizing the opportunity of her in-laws being absent, he and Wang Mingting planned to prepare a meal for the family to ease the tensions in their household. After all, 2 years had passed, and it is often said that one should not be ungracious when extending a hand to others. Today, Li Xingfeng had a singular aim: to lower his pride. He could only wonder how his in-laws managed to cope after the passing of his wife and daughter. Initially, he was at a loss on how to convey this heartbreaking news to his elders, so he penned a letter and sent it to them. Surely, the blow was tremendous for them. In any case, Li Xingfeng owed them a great deal, and thus he would humble himself as necessary. Therefore, regardless of what his in-laws might say today, he would don a smile. After organizing his thoughts and making his purchases, Li Xingfeng ascended the stairs with his bags in tow. Wang Xingyi sat helplessly in the living room while Wang Mingting arranged the groceries. Their daughter, Wan, scampered about in excitement, her curiosity piqued by the spacious environment. Younger sister, come lend a hand to your elder brother, Li Xingfeng called as he entered the kitchen. In his 2 lifetimes, it was indeed his first genuine visit to his in-laws' home. Although not yet a new son-in-law, Li Xingfeng felt a twinge of nervousness. Chapter 83. The thoughts of Wang Shanhai. Wang Shanhai was in good spirits today. With the country's policy reforms, the economic landscape had improved significantly. He was in charge of the third industry within the chemical factory, which had shed its previous lethargy. In just a few short years, it had experienced a remarkable resurgence. During this meeting, he had a chance to showcase his contributions. The earnings from the third industry this month had begun to comprise a notable portion of the factory's overall revenue. Although still modest, the growth was promising. Despite holding the title of deputy factory director, his peers had previously regarded him merely as a logistics manager, given that the third industry had been synonymous with logistical support, shops, canteens, hospitals, and schools. He had consistently ranked among the lower echelons, receiving the least remuneration. However, with the rise of the third industry, his status had undergone a significant transformation. Take the small car under him, for instance. It had finally been allocated to him. No longer would he need to hitch rides with other directors. He had finally emerged from obscurity. At just 50 years old, Wang Shanhai enjoyed a happy family life, with a wife and children all doing well. He was at a point in his life where he could strive for further success. Yet, thoughts of his children brought him some discontent. His eldest, Wang Haiyang, was managing adequately in the factory's quality inspection department, while his daughter-in-law worked as an accountant at the hospital. Of course, their successes were largely attributed to his influence, and had it not been for him, their situations might have been different. Nevertheless, it seemed that this troublesome young man had started to forge his own connections. Even if Wang Shanhai were to retire, he believed his son would manage well. Driving his newly acquired Jeep towards the factory's quality inspection department, Wang Shanhai felt a twinge of complexity regarding his daughter, Wang Mingting. He had not seen her since she brought her husband to their home. After he had ordered his eldest to send the husband away, she had only visited once, accompanied by her granddaughter. On that occasion, he had not shown her kindness either. Truth be told, Wang Shanhai felt a pang of regret. Although his daughter had called off the wedding, disrupting the carefully arranged banquet and turning him and his wife, Li Xiaomei, into subjects of gossip at the factory and school, she was still his daughter, whom he had nurtured from small child into a young woman. Sighing, he descended from the vehicle and summoned Wang Haiyang from the quality inspection department. The worries about his daughter overshadowed all his professional triumphs. "Dad, it's not yet quitting time. What's the matter?" Wang Haiyang exclaimed upon seeing his father's furrowed brow. "Nothing much. Just go find Uncle Wang and ask for a leave. Tell him you're accompanying me for a matter," Wang Shanhai replied, tossing the car keys to his son. This boy could drive. He had learned from the factory's transport team. "Has the factory provided you with a vehicle?" Wang Haiyang asked, surprised. Very few leaders received allocation of a Jeep. Although his father held the title of deputy factory director, he wielded little real power, so this allocation was indeed unexpected. As they drove off, Wang Shanhai cast a furtive glance at his father, amused at how much he cared for Mengting, yet remained too proud to admit it. "With a car now, things will be much more convenient. After work tonight, let South have Haiyang drive us over to see your younger sister," he said, pondering how Mengting was faring. The last time he saw her, she seemed to have lost weight since her marriage, and her appearance had changed for the worse. He wondered if his wife had secretly given her any money. His daughter was stubborn. Why could she not show some humility? "Haiyang, when you took your younger sister out last time, did your mother ask you to slip her any money?" Wang Shanhai inquired. Wang Haiyang shook his head. "No. How could I? You were in such a mood. Not just my mother, I was frightened too. I didn't dare to give her any money." "You didn't see it." Mengting was trembling. After saying this, he cautiously observed his father's expression, and upon seeing it unchanged, continued. "When I took Wan out of the family compound, she cried for a long time. In the end, she asked me to convey her apologies for being so thoughtless." "Wan San, how about like, why are you only mentioning this now? When your sister left, your mother didn't give her any money, and, as the elder brother, you could have discreetly given her something. I truly can't understand you too. This afternoon, after work, let us drive over to see how your younger sister is doing," he added, his gaze directed outside the car as he recalled the look in his daughter's eyes when she last left. His heart ached at that memory. In the driver's seat, Wang Haiyang pressed the horn excitedly in response. Truth be told, had it not been for his father, he would have visited his younger sister long ago. When his sister came alone for the second time, he sensed something was amiss. Why had her husband accompanied her? His younger sister lived in the West District, carrying the child alone and traveling a long distance without her husband by her side. If this husband was unworthy, he, as the elder brother, would surely stand up for her. "Steady the car. 2 lives depend on your driving skills," Wang Shanhai admonished, giving his son a light tap on the head. Wang Haiyang drove carefully, picking up his mother and wife, and the family joyfully headed toward the residential area. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Li Xingfeng was scolding his younger sister, Li Xingyi, quite harshly. "Sister-in-law, you need to control my brother. He is always making things difficult for me. He complains that I'm too slow peeling garlic and that I haven't washed the vegetables properly. He is doing it on purpose. Sister-in-law, please talk to him." Li Xingyi pouted angrily as she rushed to the bathroom. At that moment, Wang Mingting was in the bathroom, scrubbing her father's shirt, which he had likely changed out of the previous day, and her mother had yet to wash. Wang Mingting set the shirt aside and asked Li Xingyi to sit in the living room with Wan to watch television, while she went to assist Li Xingfeng in the kitchen, who seemed somewhat irritable today. After observing him for a while, a subtle smile crept upon Wang Mingting's lips. Li Xingfeng appeared increasingly anxious as the time for his parents' return from work approached. The beads of sweat on his forehead were wiped away with excessive frequency. Who could have anticipated that the typically composed Li Xingfeng would reveal such an awkward side? In Chapter 84, the ice melts between former rivals. The Wang family sat rigidly in the car, heading home. Even before they had boarded, the two women in the household noticed Wang Shanhai frowning. The atmosphere was inexplicably tense, and the pressure inside the vehicle felt stifling. Even Wang Haiyang, who was driving, was cautious, fearing that a moment of speed might unleash his father's wrath. Growing up in a cadre family, Wang Haiyang was attuned to such nuances. Although his father remained silent, he understood that his father was troubled by the situation concerning his younger sister. To him, however, it was perplexing. After all, she was family, and there should be no insurmountable obstacles among them. How stubborn this old man was. His younger sister was equally obstinate. This choice was one she had made herself after fleeing from marriage. Thus, whenever she encountered her father's disappointed gaze, Wang Mingting, despite her myriad grievances, could only swallow her bitterness in silence. Upon arriving home, Wang Haiyang was immediately captivated by a military green motorcycle parked downstairs. "Mom, Dad, you go ahead. I want to take a look." Wang Shanhai shot an irritated glance at his son, thinking how this boy had such a singular passion for tinkering with vehicles. Whether motorcycles or cars, he was enamored by them all. The family was well aware of this quirk and had long since accepted it. There were a few families in the courtyard with motorcycles, but none like this one. It likely belonged to a relative visiting. Wang Haiyang cared little about its ownership and hopped on without hesitation. The 1983 Xingfeng motorcycle wasn't unattractive, boasting a somewhat sporty silhouette, unlike the more conventional models. Wang Haiyang pretended to maneuver the motorcycle with exaggerated gestures. At that moment, Zhang Wang Haiyang's wife, had just opened the door with her in-laws when she saw Wang Mingting standing at the kitchen door. Without hesitation, she rushed downstairs to call for Wang Haiyang. After all, Wang Mingting's elopement had left her with an undeniable share of responsibility. Had she not strongly recommended her brother, perhaps the ensuing events would have unfolded differently. Moreover, she had long feared to express that Mingting had likely fled upon realizing her brother's true nature, which prompted her last-minute escape. Wang Haiyang abandoned the motorcycle and dashed upstairs with his wife, Zhang Xiaohua. Inside the kitchen, Li Xingfeng's muscles were taut with tension as he heard the sound of the door opening. To alleviate his anxiety, Wang Mingting had repeatedly introduced her parents to Li Xingfeng, hoping to help him acclimate quickly. Upon entering, Wang Shanhai's gaze fixated on the figure at the kitchen door, and as he watched, his nose tingled with emotion. Li Xiaomei, standing behind him, swiftly crossed over to embrace Wang Mingting. "Mom." They both began to cry, having not seen each other for 2 years. "You've lost weight. Are you doing well?" Regardless of the time that had passed, a mother's concern remained unwavering. "Mom, I'm doing well." Wang Mingting wiped her tears and nodded. At least for the past few days. She released her mother and approached her father, Wang Shanhai. In his eyes, his daughter appeared just as determined as she had been 2 years prior. Overwhelmed, Wang Shanhai felt a lump in his throat. Upon hearing her father's words, Wang Mingting could no longer hold back and threw herself into his embrace. His words were a silent forgiveness for all her past actions. "Dad, I missed you." Tears streamed down Wang Mingting's face once more. In that moment, Wang Shanhai found peace. Nothing mattered more than his daughter. "All right, child, I'll go buy some meat. Let your mother make your favorite braised pork from childhood." As Wang Haiyang and Zhang Ru rushed upstairs, they witnessed this touching scene. They exchanged glances, realizing that their father had come to terms with the situation, which was a positive development. "Dad, Mom, little sister, let me go buy it. You two can catch up with this weepy girl." Wang Haiyang beamed at the door. Hearing her elder brother's words, Wang Mingting couldn't help but smile. He remained the same, always teasing her. "No need, dinner is ready. Come in and wash your hands." Meanwhile, in the living room, the little girl, Wan, was drawn to the commotion at the door. She ran over in her sandals and tugged at Wang Mingting's skirt. Mommy." The visitors were unfamiliar to the little girl, causing her some discomfort. As she approached, Wang Shanhai and the others noticed her. Their granddaughter had grown so much, she could walk and talk now. Li Xiaomei crouched down, attempting to lift Wan, but the little girl shrank back behind Wang Mingting. Wang Mingting scooped her up, saying, "Mom and Dad, please come inside." The family entered the house, and as they passed the kitchen, they noticed a young man standing at the entrance who caught their attention. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, elder brother, sister-in-law. Dinner is ready. Just wash your hands, and we can eat, Li Xingfeng said, casting a reproachful glance at his wife. Wang Mingting, you've gone too far. You've reunited with your parents, yet here I am, awkwardly standing for several minutes without an introduction. Wang Shanhai and Li Xiaomei nodded in acknowledgement and continued into the house. Wang Haiyang placed a hand on Li Xingfeng's shoulder, his brow furrowed in contemplation. This is so careless. What was your name again? Elder brother, why don't you wash your hands first? Li Xingfeng felt even more embarrassed as Wang Haiyang's closeness made him uncomfortable. Don't speak. Let me think. Your name is Li? Forget it. I'll just go wash my hands. Li Xingfeng, right? At that moment, when Wang Haiyang finally called out his name, Li Xingfeng felt a mix of surprise and gratitude. During his first visit, he had been unceremoniously tossed out by Wang Haiyang without a word. He hadn't expected that this elder brother would still remember his name. Indeed, elder brother, dinner is ready. You all go wash your hands. I'll serve the dishes. In Chapter 85, Little Couple's Subtle Gestures, Wang Shanhai stepped into the living room, where a graceful young girl stood. The girl politely greeted everyone. However, his attention was drawn to the items on the coffee table, fine cigarettes and liquor in considerable quantity. There were also several types of tea, all seemingly half-pound packages. Oh, and snowflake cream for my wife and daughter-in-law. This must have cost a pretty penny. He didn't particularly care about the items themselves. As a deputy factory manager overseeing a third of the operations, he was hardly in need. Yet from these items, it was evident that the young lady was financially secure. Such goods could easily consume an ordinary worker's monthly salary. As long as she has money, that's good. At least she won't have to worry about food and clothing. The snowflake cream was something Li Xingfeng had purchased on his way back from the market, having forgotten to buy for his mother-in-law and sister-in-law. This won't do, he thought, and rode the motorcycle back to the department store. Although his mother-in-law was a principal and well-educated, one could never be too careful. Moments later, Li Xingfeng and Wang Mingting brought a table full of dishes to the dining table. Bang Mingting formally reintroduce a Li Xingfeng, Li Xingyi, and her daughter Nuan to her parents. Little sister, is it time to eat? It smells wonderful. Wang Haiyang was irresistibly tempted, despite his ample supply of meat. This was the first time he had ever savored such a fragrant meal. In his household, the sole principle of cooking was simply to ensure that the food was cooked through. Particularly at this moment, as the little girl, Nan, had already taken the lead. Gnawing on a piece of rib, his cravings intensified. The atmosphere at the dining table was harmonious, and his in-laws ceased to cast disapproving glances at Li Xingfeng. During the introductions, coupled with Wang Haiyang's playful banter, Li Xingfeng's awkwardness and tension quickly dissipated. Wang Shanhai, shedding the demeanor of a factory manager, appeared amiable and cultured. His mother-in-law, Li Xiaomei, kept her gaze fixed on Nan, attentively observing her daughter as she ate. Wang Haiyang dashed into the living room, retrieving a bottle of wine and several glasses, before pouring drinks for everyone. Brother, I don't drink, Li Xingfeng replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It wasn't that he abstained from alcohol. He had resolved not to drink in front of his daughter anymore. A man cannot avoid drinking. A little should be acceptable, don't you think? Wang Haiyang urged. Li Xingfeng hastily covered his glass, saying, Brother, I rode here. I can't drink and drive. There are countless roads, but safety is paramount. What nonsense. Wait a minute. Did you say you rode here? Wang Haiyang suddenly realized. That latest model motorcycle downstairs is yours? Li Xingfeng nudda. You must be quite affluent to afford a motorcycle. I'll let you off this time, but once I'm free, I must borrow your motorcycle for a spin. I have a fondness for such things. Li Xingfeng smiled and nodded. Brother, I primarily use the motorcycle for business. Otherwise, I would be walking for miles each time. Wang Mingting knew her brother's nature. He loved to tinker, and good vehicles in his hands often ended up in disrepair. In their childhood, the family's bicycle had been dismantled by him several times. Although it was eventually reassembled, it was noisy except for the bell. She didn't want her brother to ruin such an expensive motorcycle. Come on, you can ride it a couple of laps. I guarantee I won't break it. Wang Haiyang promised confidently. After indulging in a variety of dishes and several rounds of wine, the group quickly became familiar with each other. Everything was easier than Li Xingfeng had anticipated. Between children and parents, there are rarely lingering grievances. The matter of his younger sister, Li Xingyi. Transferring schools had been arranged smoothly. She could attend classes starting that afternoon. Although Li Xiaomei was puzzled as to why her daughter, with such good grades, was transferring, Li Xingfeng brushed it off with a smile, and she did not press further. At the table, Wang Shanhai lit a post-meal cigarette, realizing that this son-in-law was far better than he had initially thought. He could see that the young man had been quite nervous at first, but he quickly composed himself. Particularly noteworthy was his statement about drinking and driving. It was rather clever. This son-in-law possessed substance. As someone who had been through it all, he could tell that the young man treated his daughter well and was diligent. The spread of food before them was not something a novice could create. None of the family members had culinary skills. Moreover, the smile on his daughter's face was authentic. The last time she visited, although she smiled, he had discerned that it was forced. Everything had seemed feigned. However, this time, her joy was genuine, regardless of what transpired between the couple. As long as they could lead a good life, that was sufficient. After the meal, Li Xingfeng looked at the empty plates on the table, feeling troubled. He had been careless. It seemed he could not escape the chore of washing dishes today. He glanced at Wang Mengting questioningly. She playfully winked at him, conveying the message that he was indeed trapped. He would have to wash the dishes today. Li Xingfeng blinked rapidly, casting a quick glance at Wang Haiyang. Brother, what about you wash the dishes? Wang Mengting's eyes widened in disbelief at his audacity. That is quite a bold idea, she exclaimed, shooting a glance at Li Xingyi. What about you, little sister? You're a grown girl now. Li Xingfeng also stared wide-eyed in surprise. Turning to his brother, he offered a cigarette. Brother, the meal is finished. The motorcycle is downstairs. Shall we take a ride? You just said you wouldn't drink and drive. Well, you only had a sip. It's no big deal. All right then, let us go ride. Wang Haiyang exclaimed, pulling Li Xingfeng downstairs. Wang Mengting was taken aback. They were resorting to any trick to avoid washing dishes. She rolled her eyes. Was this a problem left for her to solve? Her gaze swept across the table. Little sister Li Xingyi was blissfully unaware that her sister-in-law had prepared to put her to work. Meanwhile, sister-in-law Zhang Ru, seeing that everyone had nearly finished eating, took the initiative to start clearing the dishes, prompting Wang Mengting to follow suit. Wang Shanhai and Li Xiaomei exchanged knowing glances. The little couple was quite amusing. Their daughter had grown up, learning to whisper secrets. The older couple smiled as they led the children into the living room. Downstairs, Wang Haiyang was exuberantly enjoying himself, while in the upstairs kitchen, Zhang Ru and Wang Mengting were washing dishes. Little sister, do you still hold a grudge against your sister-in-law? Zhang Ru couldn't help but ask, glancing at Wang Mengting, who was helping. After all, she bore significant responsibility for the past incident. Sister-in-law, it's been so long. Besides, I'm doing quite well now. I've long since forgiven you. Wang Mengting replied with a smile, realizing her own situation had become a burden for Zhang Ru. After all this time, she still remembered it so vividly. Even their parents had let it go. Sister-in-law, but you've changed so much in these past 2 years. Please don't take offense at my words. There was a time when you were quite. I know, you mean materialistic. I admit I was back then. But people do change. Is it not permissible for sister-in-law to improve? Shouldn't you be happy for me? Zhang Ru felt quite good at this moment. After Wang Mengting's incident, she had been genuinely saddened. Being a woman herself, she understood how important it was to choose a good husband. Over the years, she had reflected on herself and gradually corrected her shortcomings. The results were evident, as her in-laws' attitudes toward her had significantly improved. Chapter 86. Wang Mengting's leisurely Xingfeng timed it just right, pondering that the dishes must be nearly done, and headed upstairs with Wang Haiyang. As expected, upon entering, the family was engaged in casual conversation in the living room. Wang Mengting playfully shot a glare at Li Xingfeng. After returning home, she had become much more cheerful. She was still the same person, but the overall impression she gave Li Xingfeng felt different. The air of despondency that had once surrounded her seemed to have vanished. Their daughter, Nan Nan, was adored by the older couple as well, happily darting from one embrace to another. The joyful gathering made time fly. Soon, Wang Shanhai's family descended the stairs. It was nearing work time, and they all had jobs to attend to, no matter how happy they were. They couldn't neglect their responsibilities. Li Xiaomei, looking at her daughter, began her usual admonishments. Mom, I don't live there anymore. We're moving to a new home on Jiangzhou Road. The specific address escaped Wang Mengting's memory, so she rummaged through her pocket. Mom, we're moving to 165 Jiangzhou Road. Li Xiaomei mentally noted the address. Unlike her, Wang Shanhai's pupils involuntarily contracted upon hearing the address. It seemed to differ from a certain someone by just one number. That person should be at 166, right? Whether it was true or not. He would find out this weekend when he took the family to see for themselves. Surprisingly, this inexpensive son-in-law seemed to be doing quite well in business. Li Xingfeng revved up the motorcycle, and after Wang Mingting settled the child, they waved goodbye once more and headed toward their new home. In this era, individuals possess a remarkable ability. By gazing at the sun, they can discern the cardinal directions and navigate their way. Wang Mingting clutched Li Xingfeng's clothing, cradling the young girl in her arms as they breezed toward their new home. The courtyard was bustling with activity. Suddenly, the thunderous roar of a motorcycle startled everyone. The women in the yard remained relatively calm, but Huzi and the elder brother dashed out upon seeing the motorcycle. How did the elder brother end up here? He was unaware of the new house's address. Regardless, Li Xingfeng dismounted from the motorcycle and casually removed the key. These two fellows likely couldn't ride, so he decided not to let them fumble about. Elder brother, settle the accounts for my wife. How is the house coming along? Huzi stood beside the motorcycle, scratching his head in uncertainty. Huzi, can you ride? Huzi nodded, then shook his head. I've learned, but never actually ridden. Huzi was somewhat agitated. What man wouldn't relish a grand toy? Li Xingfeng tossed him the keys, saying, go enjoy it. Just don't crash it. Huzi eagerly accepted the keys, and soon after, with a loud bang, he slowly rode the motorcycle out toward the street. The courtyard boasted 8 rooms, and everyone worked swiftly. As of now, Huzi had managed to tidy up all the doors, and the windows had been replaced. The kitchen was spotless, and Huzi had even rebuilt a stove. Today, the courtyard was filled with diligent individuals. Su Xiaoju, Li Yongting, and sister-in-law Li Fong were all making rapid progress. They had already organized 5 rooms. Excluding the living room with a hidden door, the other rooms remained unfurnished. 5 rooms would suffice. They aimed to move in tonight. At this moment, Wang Mingting emerged from one of the rooms with the elder brother, handing over the account book to Li Xingfeng. Today's income, 4,500. Profit, 100. Balance, 1,200. Li Xingfeng reviewed the account book and clicked his tongue. Never mind. She is my wife. I cannot criticize her. If this were the future, any accountant under his command would have been dismissed for such bookkeeping practices. Dear wife, this account. Wang Mingting stared wide-eyed, looking at Li Xingfeng in disbelief. Of course, I remember every expense in the household clearly. Well, from now on, separate our household expenses from the income from the crayfish business. Understood? Is there really a difference? Wang Mingting inquired, picking up the pen to jot down more notes. Yet the balance remained at 1,200, which seemed no different at all. Xiaofeng, I discussed with your sister-in-law. Instead of keeping the money from selling the house, we might as well give it to you since we all live together now. Honestly, we have no use for it, and you've recently had substantial expenses with buying a house and a car. Li Xinghai felt a bit embarrassed. As the elder brother, he had not shouldered any of the family's burdens. Li Xingfeng silently bore all responsibilities. Elder brother, what do you mean? A debt is a debt. This money isn't yours. It belongs to our parents, merely resting with you. You and sister-in-law have just 100 yuan, which came from my earnings. Why be so generous? Also, we need to buy furniture for the new house, which will require spending. I'm starting to doubt if that 100 yuan will even suffice. Li Xinghai's face flushed with embarrassment. Xiaofeng spoke the truth. Elder brother, go summon Huzi. I have some arrangements to make with you. Outside, the motorcycle roared to life before falling silent. Brother Feng, what is the matter? Huzi exclaimed, his mind seemingly filled with muscle. What matter? Take me to the Public Security Bureau, then bring my elder brother to buy furniture, and then take your wife to procure daily necessities. How can we live without anything? Must we buy everything new? Isn't that a bit wasteful? Huzi shot a disdainful glance at Li Xingfeng, thinking, Brother Feng has lost his composure. With a bit of money, he has become extravagant, buying cars and houses without a thought for frugality. Wasteful? First, take me to the Public Security Bureau. Accepting the money from Wang Mingting and pocketing it, Li Xingfeng patted Huzi on the shoulder. The motorcycle roared again. He could not delay dealing with his father's affairs any longer. He needed to resolve it promptly. Huzi rode with more audacity than Li Xingfeng, flooring the throttle. Li Xingfeng leaned back, holding on to Huzi. I have cigarettes in my pocket. He checked the other pocket. There was a lighter. Li Xingfeng casually stashed it away. At the courtyard entrance, Wang Mingting resumed her record-keeping. Li Xingfeng expenditure, 100 yuan. Balance, 1,100. Chapter 87. This matter is not simple. Li Xingfeng ascended to the second floor. heading directly to Xingfeng's office. Inside, Xingfeng was smoking, his brow furrowed. His desk was cluttered with photographs. Knock, knock, knock. Gumin. As Li Xingfeng pushed the door open, a cloud of white smoke billowed out. Captain Qin, how much have you been smoking? Are you trying to become an immortal? The smoke was so thick it made Li Xingfeng's eyes water, prompting him to hurriedly open a window. Xingfeng quickly stashed the photographs. What brings you here today? I came to inquire about the progress of my father's case. Li Xingfeng seated himself across from Xingfeng. What do you mean by that? Are you feigning ignorance? Progress? That's not your concern. I told you in the hospital. These individuals are ruthless criminals. You should not get involved. Although Li Xingfeng had assisted him in the past, he was not a professional and should refrain from worrying. Li Xingfeng remained silent, frowning as he fixed his gaze on Xingfeng. Xiao Li, it's not that I don't want to tell you. This group is not simple. For your safety, you must stay out of it. Xingfeng anda Li Xingfeng a cigareta. Li Xingfeng's expression softened. Xingfeng genuinely cared for his safety. Captain Qin, I wonder if you can share what should be shared? You cheeky brat. Why are you trying to be polite with me? Just spit it out. When did you start being courteous? You had the audacity to fabricate a robbery scene in front of me after just one phone call. I have a source with some news. Li Xingfeng hesitated. Continue. Wait, are you saying you were my source? It couldn't possibly be you, could it? I told you not to participate. Do you think your life is tougher than a bullet? Xingfeng was becoming increasingly irritated. Hey, Captain Qin, are you so concerned about me? How can I negotiate my terms if you're this worried? Sit down, sit down. Don't get angry. Are you going to listen to me or not? Li Xingfeng stood and pulled Xingfeng down. Several young men, under Xingfeng's command, turned to glance through the glass at the two. They knew Li Xingfeng was Xingfeng's informant. Typically, informants are discreet. Yet Li Xingfeng was an exception, frequently visiting Xingfeng's office. Go ahead, let us pretend you have a source. Xingfeng still sounded aggrieved. I'm willing to comply, but I want to know what information you have. Li Xingfeng insisted on his terms. After all, this matter concerned his father's life. Regardless of his right to know, he had to be informed. Not possible. Xingfeng resolutely declined. Then there's nothing to discuss. Li Xingfeng shrugged and relaxed in his chair, leisurely smoking. After a moment, Xingfeng pulled down the glass partition curtain and retrieved a stack of photographs from his drawer. This individual is named Ma Wenliang, your father's workshop director. It includes details on when your father will be discharged, which ward he is in, who is accompanying him, and even two individuals who boldly observed outside your father's ward. We subsequently tracked these individuals, and two of them even inquired about your sister's information at school, while another two sought information about you in Xiqing. From our understanding, it appears they have not inquired about the specific details regarding you and your sister. After Xingfeng spoke, he laid out the photographs for Li Xingfeng to examine. Is this all? Indeed, this is all. Li Xingfeng furrowed his brow, casting a surprised glance at Xingfeng. As the captain of the criminal investigation team, you seem rather lacking. There is no useful information here. Merely the warning that your family is in peril. Li Xingfeng scrutinized the few photographs, excluding the one of Ma Wenliang, for a moment longer. May I take these few photographs with me? Xingfeng shook his head, adhering to protocol. Sharing this information was already an exception. Now, let us hear what you have from your side. Fine, my intel is scant, yet it surpasses yours slightly. Li Xingfeng extinguished his cigarette. Xingfeng also took out his notebook, preparing to document the information. This investigation primarily targets Ma Wenliang. Ma Wenliang, a male approximately 50 years of age, is a workshop director of the 4th workshop. He has a son who suffers from a chronic illness and relies on costly medication for survival. As the workshop director, Ma Wenliang smokes Tuanjia cigarettes, and his leather shoes, worn for quite some time, exhibit pronounced creases despite their polished appearance. From these observations, it can be inferred that all of Ma Wenliang's finances are devoted to prolonging his son's life. He is in dire need of funds. However, through my observations, it is evident that Ma Wenliang is well liked at the factory. Except for a few discerning individuals, the majority remain oblivious to his financial troubles. He conceals them adeptly. Thus, it further indicates Li Xingfeng had yet to finish, but Xingfeng interrupted him. Therefore, Ma Wenliang's FAAD has an ulterior motive. Li Xingfeng nodded in agreement. Xingfeng passed another cigarette to Li Xingfeng, and both leaned back in their chairs to smoke. According to your assertion, Ma Wenliang's salary is entirely consumed by his son's medical needs, which likely leaves him wanting. Thus, he must possess alternative sources of income. potentially including the manufacture of firearms. However, for whom these firearms are being produced remains uncertain. Your information is only marginally better than mine. Xingfeng expressed his disappointment, initially expecting Li Xingfeng to have more substantial leads. Is this all? Li Xingfeng sighed helplessly, acknowledging that there were many things he could not disclose. It would be unreasonable to say, Captain Qin, Ma Wenliang will eventually rob a jewelry store and an armored vehicle, and during your apprehension attempt, he will shoot at you, nearly costing you your life. Law enforcement requires evidence. At present, he possesses very little. Nevertheless, Xingfeng's remarks sparked a new line of thought for Li Xingfeng. Who is the intended recipient of these firearms? There must be a buyer. Perhaps the Ma Wenliang from that newspaper years ago was not the mastermind. After all, he appears too genteel to embody the image of a ruthless criminal. Li Xingfeng has navigated the business world for years, relying solely on his keen observation skills. There are likely undiscovered complexities surrounding the previous shooting incident. Chapter 88. Li Xingfeng's unreliability. Li Xingfeng became lost in thought, while Xingfeng fell into silence. The two men exchanged cigarettes in the room. Captain Qin, let us go. We need to conduct further investigation, and you should feel at ease accompanying me. Li Xingfeng abruptly pulled Xingfeng towards the exit. Are you in a hurry? Hold on. Let me grab my meal essentials. Xingfeng retrieved his service weapon from the drawer, checked it, concealed it securely, and took the car keys before stepping outside with Li Xingfeng. Inside the jeep, Xingfeng inquired, shall we head directly to the machinery factory? He still had the work attire hidden in the corridor. Xingfeng nodded and drove towards Li Xingfeng's residence. As the informant providing information to Xingfeng, he had thoroughly investigated Li Xingfeng from top to bottom. Details of Li Xingfeng's ancestry were promptly placed on Xingfeng's desk. Thus, Xingfeng was aware of Li Xingfeng's residence. Upon hearing Li Xingfeng's words, Aunt Wang's eyes darted about. This month's rent had already been paid by Wang Mingting at the hospital, and with half a month remaining, surely little Li would not be asking her to refund the rent. That cannot be the case. Little Li isn't short on cash. Noting that Li Xingfeng had turned to ascend the stairs without mentioning the matter, Aunt Wang's anxious heart settled once more. Li Xingfeng arrived in a hurry and departed just as swiftly, burdened by his belongings. Inside the jeep, Li Xingfeng extracted 2 sets of work attire. Captain Qin, put these on. It will be more convenient. Xingfeng nodded. Goodness, Captain Qin, have you taken off your shoes? Do you not remove your shoes when changing pants? Li Xingfeng quickly leaned his head out the window. The odor was overwhelmingly potent. It was rich yet pungent. One wonders how Captain Qin's wife tolerates this scent. Holding his breath, Li Xingfeng changed his pants and donned the work attire. The vehicle roared to life and headed towards the northern district. They arrived in the northern district swiftly, where Li Xingfeng purchased 2 packs of Hometown Mountain cigarettes, a pack of Tuanjia cigarettes, and 2 bottles of Bei Binjiang soda. What now? In the vehicle, Xingfeng drank soda while awaiting Li Xingfeng's next move. We wait. Li Xingfeng affirmat. Xingfeng nodded. Waiting is the norm for investigators. At times, they cannot close their eyes for days while surveilling a suspect. When fatigue sets in, they take turns to rest briefly until the case is resolved. One can never enjoy a sound sleep. The days of waiting are not unbearable. Li Xingfeng silently contemplated his next actions. He meticulously considered how to phrase each question and anticipated the responses, determining how to react based on their attitudes. Such preparatory steps he would rehearse in his mind before each business negotiation in the future. However, previously it was for commerce, and now it is for investigation. Time passed swiftly. In Xingfeng's eyes, Li Xingfeng appeared to be daydreaming. Stop daydreaming. Work hours are over, and a large number of workers have already left. Oh, understood. We must wait. My informant has not yet arrived. You truly have an informant. Xingfeng expressed disbelief. Li Xingfeng is indeed suited for this line of work, possessing a clear mind and agile methods. Li Xingfeng again found himself lost in thought. This was not daydreaming. He had already simulated the specifics of tonight's investigation. What had he seemingly forgotten? Li Xingfeng fell into contemplation. The affiliated high school of the chemical factory had just dismissed its students, and Li Xingyi arrived at the school gate as agreed. Today she was assigned to a new class, one of the key classes. Likewise, Li Xiaomei had utilized her authority to arrange for her a staff dormitory. Sharing the dormitory with Li Xingyi was an English teacher who, according to their discussions, was aware that this child struggled with English. Fortuitously, leveraging her position, she intended to provide extra lessons for the child in the final days leading up to exams. This child would undoubtedly have no trouble gaining admission to a prestigious university. Today, Li Xingyi had brought nothing but her backpack, not a single cent to her name. Her elder brother had mentioned that he would bring her belongings and living expenses after school. Half an hour had passed since dismissal. Where could her brother be? That rascal. What was he up to? Achoo! Achoo! Li Xingfeng sneezed several times in succession. Was Mengting speaking of him? Or was it the little one missing her father? What had he forgotten? Li Xingfeng mentally reviewed his family members. Upon recalling Li Xingyi, he suddenly leapt from the driver's seat. Captain Qin, I urgently need your help. Drive to the affiliated high school of the chemical factory. Hurry, I forgot something. Seeing Li Xingfeng so anxious, Xingfeng adjusted the reclined seat back to its original position and swiftly navigated through the crowd towards the chemical factory. Li Xingyi squatted at the school gate, feeling a twinge of regret. It was not as if she was starving at this moment. After 10 minutes, Li Xingfeng exited the jeep, calling out, little sister, the voice of her elder brother. Li Xingyi looked up. Indeed, it appears to be Ergo, the unreliable one. Ergo, where have you been? I have been waiting for you for nearly an hour. An evening study is about to commence. I apologize, Xiao Mei, for my tardiness. Come, let us dine first, and afterwards I shall procure you new bedding. Qin Dui, let's cross the street and grab a bite. Time is of the essence. Li Xingfeng hastily ordered dishes at the restaurant, and then urged Xiao Mei toward a nearby shop. The shop was well stocked, and before their meal was served, they acquired everything that Xiao Mei required. It was wise to arrange for your sister's transfer. It is prudent not to leave the school premises. And even relocating is a sensible option, as inquiries about your family's residence have already commenced. Indeed, these matters cannot remain concealed for long. The longer time passes, the more swiftly the truth is revealed. Hence we must act quickly. In a secluded alley, Li Xingfeng disembarked and signaled to Xingfeng to follow from a distance. Li Xingfeng's informant, the gatekeeper, had already commenced his shift. Chapter 89. Once again receiving valuable intelligence at this moment, the machinery factory was nearly deserted. The gatekeeper leisurely sipped his tea and then extracted a box of Hometown Mountain from his pocket. There were only 2 cigarettes left in the pack, although he felt reluctant. The craving overcame him, and he lit one. A good cigarette is distinctly different. Ever since he began smoking Hometown Mountain, even the Tuanjia cigarettes left him somewhat raspy. After this one, only one remains. He wondered how the previous 2 brothers fared with their tasks, and if they would express their gratitude afterwards. One ought to be grateful in life. A couple of packs of Hometown Mountain would suffice. Old man, we have finally awaited your presence. The voice was somewhat familiar. It must be someone for the factory. What did he want? The gatekeeper, filled with suspicion, opened the door. Ah, it is you, lad. The gatekeeper immediately donned a smile. Come, have a smoke. He hesitantly offered the cigarette pack to Li Xingfeng. The old man's expression was not lost on Li Xingfeng. Hey, old man, have mine, take mine. Li Xingfeng quickly presented 2 packs of Hometown Mountain into the old man's hands while pulling out a pack of Tuanjia for himself. You lad are too extravagant. This shall not happen again. Earning money is no easy task. Do you hear? No more next time. The old man spoke while pocketing the 2 packs. Have you accomplished your task? You know how to handle matters. You are quite clever. I have high hopes for you. Li Xingfeng did not respond, merely offering a forced smile. Upon seeing Li Xingfeng's expression, the old man was taken aback, rising from his chair. Surely not. The task has not been completed? It should not be. If others are unaware, he cannot be. Mao Liang is undoubtedly in need of money. He is well aware of the activities he has undertaken. To be honest, I did not even enter the door. I attempted to arrange meetings with Director Ma several times, but he declined. The old man pondered Li Xingfeng's words, his aged face wrinkled like the skin of an orange. Still, I must thank you for guiding me on this path. I will contemplate other options. If unsuccessful, my brother and I shall no longer work at the machinery factory. It is not worth it. In the future, I fear I may not be able to honor you. After saying this, Li Xingfeng feigned an intention to leave. The old man grasped Li Xingfeng's arm. What are you so anxious about, child? Am I not trying to devise a solution for you? Can I receive your cigarettes for free? Wait a moment. Let me think. Observing Li Xingfeng's helpless demeanor, the old man felt a pang of compassion. Rarely do children who understand gratitude come to express their thanks before a task is completed. After finishing a cigarette, The old man rose to close the door and draw the curtains of the gatehouse. He then seated himself across from Li Xingfeng, regarding him earnestly. Child, regarding this matter, I assure you, I can assist you in dealing with Ma Wenliang. I can even help you secure your robust brother's position. However, you must navigate the nuances of this situation wisely. Do you understand? Li Xingfeng nodded gravely, matching the old man's serious expression. This matter involves many individuals. If you utilize it appropriately, ascending to great heights in life is not impossible. However, managing the intricacies is exceedingly challenging. Li Xingfeng nodded once more, solemnly. To engage with Ma Wenliang, it is essential to mention a certain individual, the deputy factory director Xingfeng, who was instrumental in Ma Wenliang's rise. And this workshop director has held his position for over 20 years. In the old man's view, these two complemented each other. Nian promoted Ma Wenliang, and in return, Ma aided director Nian in illicitly trading factory resources, naturally reaping substantial benefits. Otherwise, his son would have long since met with a dire fate. The medication used by Ma Wenliang's son, which I inquired about at the hospital, costs several hundred months. The situation is as follows. When I initially became the gatekeeper, I was not yet on the payroll. On one occasion during night shift, I was conducting routine inspections when the old man, with spittle flying, recounted every detail. Li Xingfeng's expression was genuinely grave this time, no longer feigned. Unaware of the extent of Ma Wenliang's audacity, one must understand that Jiangzhou Machinery Factory is not an ordinary establishment. It ranks among the foremost in the nation. It produces various high-precision components. The orders for Jiangzhou Machinery Factory come from a state tasked with manufacturing numerous specialized parts, necessitating a considerable amount of special steel. Li Xingfeng's father, Li Baohua, has worked at Jiangzhou Machinery Factory for decades, and he has shared much about the factory's affairs. Thus, Li Xingfeng is aware that the factory maintains stringent control over raw materials. Every excess and loss is meticulously recorded, as some special steels are classified as highly confidential. Few would dare to engage in the illicit trade of such materials. A sense of intuition told Li Xingfeng that Ma Wenliang did not possess such audacity. The focus should be on Director Nian. Indeed, the old man's words deepened Li Xingfeng's concern. The last time you visited, do you recall a young man on a motorcycle? Li Xingfeng nodded. That was Xingfeng, the son of Director Nian, whom I previously introduced to you. Perhaps due to rising drug prices, Xingfeng and Ma Wenliang have begun covertly processing components using the factory's workers and equipment. On another occasion, while on routine patrol, I noticed that the lights in workshop 4 were still on at such a late hour, so I went to investigate. From a distance, I could not see clearly, but observed Ma Wenliang and the processing foreman slumped on the ground, with Xingfeng departing on his motorcycle, handing Ma Wenliang an envelope from his clothing before leaving. Since that incident, I have been particularly vigilant regarding Ma Wenliang and Xingfeng. Last time you came, they left in quick succession, suggesting they had used factory materials for something to sell. The old man recounted all he knew to Li Xingfeng, pride evident in his expression. Do you know how I secure my position? It was Ma Wenliang. Let me tell you, one time when I inadvertently encountered him, I casually mentioned the issue of resource trafficking. Can you guess what happened? The very next day, Director Nian issued a directive for my promotion, and I was placed on the logistics team. After sharing this, the old man made a gesture that implied Li Xingfeng should comprehend the implications. Still not clear? Young man, I have utilized the resource trafficking matter, so you cannot employ it again lest they suspect I have leaked information. Do you understand? However, you may subtly let Ma Wenliang know about the processing of components for sale. Whether you secure one position or two will depend on how you negotiate. Naturally, how to navigate these nuances is something I cannot teach you, as you may risk losing your temporary jobs. At last, the old man patted Li Xingfeng on the shoulder and remarked, Young man, let me offer you one last piece of advice. Nian Changzhang's son, Xingfeng, is the key figure. Now go, attend your business. I await your good news. With that, the elder gently ushered the contemplative Li Xingfeng out of the security room. Li Xingfeng scarcely had time to express his gratitude before the door was firmly shut behind him. Subsequently, he exchanged a knowing glance with Xingfeng, and the two swiftly made their way towards the jeep. The information they had just acquired was substantial, and in this moment, Li Xingfeng was convinced that Ma Wenliang was not the mastermind behind the case from years past. But who could the true mastermind be? Xingfeng, or perhaps Nian Liang? Chapter 90. sharing intelligence at home. Only his wife was present, diligently preparing porridge. "Where's our son?" Li Xingfeng inquired. Xingfeng came by, took him out to play. "Don't worry." He ensured that gloves, masks, and hats were all provided, his wife replied. A sudden unease gripped Ma Wenliang's heart as the image of Xingfeng threatening him flashed vividly in his mind. However, he reassured himself that his son had few friends, and Xingfeng was likely his only companion. With a resigned sigh, he rolled up his sleeves and began assisting his wife with the vegetables. Meanwhile, Li Xingfeng and his companion quickly boarded the vehicle, changed out of their work uniforms, and drove away from the northern district. "Where to?" Xingfeng asked, turning his head. "Sure, please share the intelligence you gathered along the way," he added with a nod. Lighting a cigarette, Li Xingfeng took a deep drag and recounted the information he had received from the elder at the front desk, detailing it meticulously. He spoke slowly, and Xingfeng drove at a leisurely pace, listening intently. At the mouth of the alley, Li Xingfeng disembarked from the vehicle. "Captain Qin, I've informed you of everything. You must act quickly. I have a premonition that this batch of firearms is going to lead to significant trouble." With that, Li Xingfeng headed towards his own courtyard. The evening had yet to fall, and the courtyard remained unlit. Standing at the entrance, he observed a lively scene within. Some were serving bowls while others were bringing out dishes. After washing his hands, he joined in the bustle. He hadn't had his fill of the afternoon noodles. Laughter and chatter filled the dining table. Even Li Yongting, who had come to help, appeared more cheerful. The meal was prepared by Huzi, while the dishes were washed by the eldest brother. Li Xingfeng and his brother's family settled into the courtyard. The night air was warm, and in their new home, Li Xingfeng confidently claimed 2 rooms for himself and his daughter, Wan. At that moment, Wang Mingting was busy making the bed. Although the house was not new, all the furniture was fresh, and the household items were all brand new. She was quite pleased with their new abode. The single room was larger than the previous 2, and next to their big bed, a small cot had been prepared for Wan. Once everything was set, Wang Mingting picked up the ledger to jot down expenses. Today, the total for the furniture amounted to 400, and the boss had generously rounded down the change. The balance stood at 800. After placing the ledger and a black bag into the cabinet, she glanced outside to see Li Xingfeng deep in conversation with his brother. Wan had already fallen asleep in her little bed, her breath steady and her cheeks flushed with slumber. Listening to Li Xingfeng's chatter, the elder brother yawned repeatedly. Noticing this, Li Xingfeng lost interest. In the courtyard, there was a well, and after splashing cool water on himself, he felt refreshed from the summer heat. Inside, Li Xingfeng stood bare-chested, exchanging glances with Wang Mingting. She gestured towards the sofa with a slight grimace. Li Xingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. "What do you mean? You want me to sleep on the sofa?" "Surely not," he protested. Li Xingfeng frowned, glaring at Wang Mingting, asserting that he absolutely would not be sleeping on the sofa. He could only imagine the discomfort of waking up feeling sore. Seeing his determination, Wang Mingting shifted positions, indicating for Li Xingfeng to take the inner space. "I'll sleep outside to keep an eye on the child," she insisted. As long as he could sleep on the bed, Li Xingfeng didn't care about the location. He turned off the light and promptly climbed onto the bed. That night, he slept soundly, enjoying an exceptionally restful slumber. The morning arrived without the crowing of roosters or Huzi knocking at the door. He awoke naturally, refreshed. Li Xingfeng gently lifted his daughter, who had been playing on him, and noticed that Wang Mingting was already up, preparing breakfast with his sister-in-law in the kitchen. It appeared their daughter had already washed up, her bright eyes sparkling as she looked at Li Xingfeng. "Wan, what are you staring at?" he asked. Daddy is funny," she giggled. Li Xingfeng, puzzled, wondered what was so amusing about sleeping. "Did Daddy snore while sleeping?" he inquired. The little girl nodded enthusiastically. "Daddy only snores when he's tired, or if the pillow is too high," he elaborated, lifting her playfully and speaking earnestly. The little girl erupted in laughter, giggling and making faces at him. Just then, Wang Mingting entered, whisking Wan from Li Xingfeng's arms. "Breakfast is ready. Rise and shine, and wash your face before heading out. Wan has drawn all over you," she said teasingly. The mischievous little girl made a silly face at Li Xingfeng before being carried to the courtyard by Wang Mingting. Li Xingfeng quickly got up and glanced at himself in the mirror. "Oh my, what a large turtle!" he exclaimed. Indeed, the drawing bore a remarkable resemblance, as Li Xingfeng could easily identify it as a turtle. After washing his face, he stepped out for breakfast when a voice called from outside. Feng Ge, open the door. I brought you meat buns. Li Xingfeng sprang up to open the door, and behind Huzi stood Su Xiaojun and Li Yongting. A wave of realization hit him. How could I have forgotten about this? He thought. Come in and have some breakfast, he invited, allowing the three to enter. Huzi, what on earth have you brought? He asked. All this is from Haige and Feng Ge. I took a day off today. Xiaoju and I are going to look for a place around here. Huzi replied cheerfully. Li Xingfeng nodded, pleased, thinking Huzi had indeed moved in. However, Huzi's intention to relocate had finally dissipated. After breakfast, Huzi and Su Xiaojun departed, while the elder brother headed outward. Although he was envious of the motorcycle in the house, he couldn't ride it. Wang Mingting and sister-in-law Li Feng were busy tidying up the dishes. Meanwhile, Li Xingfeng, seizing the opportunity, quietly slipped away on the motorcycle. Washing dishes was simply out of the question. He would never wash dishes in his lifetime. Li Xingfeng headed towards the northern district, recalling only a portion of the elder's words from the previous night to Xingfeng. Before leaving, he had even engaged in gossip with the elder at the front desk, inquiring about the person who had attacked his father that day. The motorcycle mentioned by the elder could only belong to Xingfeng. Though Li Xingfeng was not a petty person, he couldn't ignore this vendetta. It had to be repaid. Just as Li Xingfeng stepped outside, he found himself cornered by Qin Feng at the alley's entrance. Captain Qin, are you looking for me? He asked. No time for pleasantries. Come with me, Qin Feng commanded. All right, lead the way. I shall follow, Li Xingfeng replied. The jeep, accompanied by the motorcycle, made its way to the police station. Today, Qin Feng seemed somewhat unusual. Typically, he'd on plain clothes. He hadn't washed his face or shaved, looking quite disheveled. However, today he wore a green uniform, and even his shoes shone brightly. Upon reaching the office, after pouring Li Xingfeng a glass of water, Qin Feng locked the door and hurriedly left without uttering a single word. Chapter 91. Is it not pleasurable to use a knife to kill? After Qin Feng departed, Li Xingfeng sat at the desk, lost in thought. He had a plan for the day. In his previous life, when Qin Feng left Jiangzhou, he had only the travel expenses provided by Huzi and little else. To survive, he had to take on odd jobs, eventually learning to fix motorcycles under a mechanic's tutelage. In the late 1980s, working in a repair shop was dirty and exhausting, yet it proved to be a decent living. During those times, few understood vehicles, and due to insufficient industrial techniques, repair shops were inundated with motorcycles in need of repair daily. In this era, only the affluent can ride motorcycles, though these wealthy individuals can be quite discerning at times. In Li Xingfeng's perspective, their money is the easiest to earn. As long as he performs his tasks well and offers a few flattering words, most will happily part with their cash. In the early days of working at the repair shop, Li Xingfeng was hesitant to take liberties. But as he grew more accustomed to the environment, he found that as long as the boss trusted him, the boss rarely appeared, aside from collecting payments. After earning a year's worth of income at the repair shop, Li Xingfeng began to establish his own business, relying on connections with wealthy patrons he met through his work. When a customer's motorcycle merely had a dead battery, the boss would insist that the parts were defective and needed to be examined. After disassembling the bike, he would swap out perfectly functioning components for inferior replacements, all while instructing Li Xingfeng to charge the battery. Once the repairs were completed, the customer would be charged a hefty sum. Such instances were countless. Certainly, during that year, Li Xingfeng learned a particular skill, destruction. He could render a new motorcycle's brakes inoperative without leaving any trace of foul play in a remarkably short time. Had Qin Feng not come to apprehend him today, he would likely be lying in wait in the North District, starting from the search for Xingfeng's motorcycle. He had seen Xingfeng riding, akin to Huzi, with a throttle fully engaged. If someone like him were to experience brake failure, the consequences would be dire. Though motorcycles in this era aren't particularly fast, a fall could result in severe injuries. Li Baoguo was currently hospitalized, and Dr. Ge had provided proof. The injuries sustained by his father were inflicted upon him. Indeed, debts have their sources, and vengeance is merely a matter of reciprocity. Li Xingfeng shook his head, dispelling the swirling thoughts in his mind. What could Qin Feng want from him today? Leaning forward, he noticed a drawer ajar. He glanced around to ensure no one was watching before opening it. Inside lay a stack of photographs and a notebook. This was Qin Feng's case notes, detailing the progress of his father's case. The contents of the notebook were largely in line with what Li Xingfeng already knew. However, the stack of photographs was thicker than those he had previously viewed. He began examining each photograph, noting that, as before, each bore a name. Several were newly added, including images of Xingfeng on a motorcycle and a middle-aged man named Nianliang. Flipping the photographs revealed addresses for the father and son, which Li Xingfeng silently committed to memory. He then organized the photographs in order before returning the notebook and photos to the drawer, restoring everything to its original state. After completing his task, Li Xingfeng picked up a newspaper from the table and began to read. Approaching noon, he had perused the entire week's worth of papers. Bored, he covered his face with the newspaper and propped his legs on the table, drifting into slumber. On the fourth floor of the Public Security Bureau, Xingfeng emerged from a meeting room, beaming as he followed Wu Jiangwo. Did you bring a person? Yes, indeed, he's in the office. Let's go take a look. Xingfeng couldn't help but reflect that effort is one aspect, but luck is another. Before the meeting, Master Wu Jiangwo had remarked that due to the resolution of a gambling case, his rank could be elevated if he successfully solved the firearms case. Promotion to a deputy position would be inevitable. Master Wu Jiangwo had confidently asserted this. Currently, the firearms case was showing promise, especially after Li Xingfeng provided new leads, and Xingfeng felt confident that he could resolve it within a month. Was it not the case that this year he would surely attain a deputy position? Imagining himself as a 30-year-old deputy, he felt a sense of pride, considering that his master had likely not yet entered the criminal investigation unit at that age. In the office, Wu Jiangwo glanced at Xingfeng, who removed the newspaper from Li Xingfeng's face. This rascal snores so loudly. I could hear him from the second-floor hallway. Is he a pig, only good for sleeping? Xingfeng kicked Li Xingfeng lightly. Wake up, you little rascal. Ah, Captain Qin, why is my voice hoarse? Li Xingfeng groggily opened his eyes. Can you guess why your voice is hoarse? Perhaps I poisoned your water to silence you, considering you know too much. Xingfeng kicked him again. And keep those legs off the table. Don't you see there are leaders present? Li Xingfeng rubbed his eyes sleepily and took a sip of tea. You are Li Xingfeng? Are you Xingfeng's informant? Did you provide all the intelligence for the gambling case? And you weren't allowed to be included in the report? Li Xingfeng looked bewildered at Xingfeng. Little Li, this is my master, Wu Jiangwo. He is with the Jiangzhou Public Security Bureau. Xingfeng gave a thumbs up. Ah, your master. What a family. Li Xingfeng immediately pulled out a cigarette from his pocket. So, you were a gambler there too? Sort of, but ultimately, I felt it was harmful. So I provided this information to Captain Qin, Li Xingfeng said innocently, scratching his head. As soon as Wu Jiangwo finished speaking, Xingfeng produced an envelope and a document for Li Xingfeng to sign. He then handed the envelope to Li Xingfeng. Without hesitation, Li Xingfeng opened it in front of both men. Inside was an anonymous check for 1,000 yuan, redeemable for cash at the designated bank. After seeing Li Xingfeng secure the envelope, Wu Jiangwo took his leave. Xingfeng removed his formal attire in front of Li Xingfeng, and the two headed towards a restaurant across the street. Today, Wu Jiangwo's words sparked an idea in Li Xingfeng. In this new life, he could not afford to take risks. Using others to achieve his ends was far more advantageous. A new plan began to form in Li Xingfeng's mind. In Chapter 92, the black market, Wang Mingting stared in a daze at the table laden with dishes. Strangely, Li Yongting had been referring to her as Madam all day, implying that Li Xingfeng had hired her for a mere 50 cents a day. Li Xingfeng was truly perplexing. He had been busy lately without mentioning anything. Hiring someone without assigning them any work. How was she to know what to do? Sister-in-law, could you lend us a hand this afternoon? What is it? Sister-in-law, we found a yard. It's not large, but it's close by, just a few steps away. We have nothing to do this afternoon. Could you help us clean it up? Wang Mingting nodded, acknowledging her willingness. After all, she was free. Su Xiaojuan's eyes lit up. Once Wang Mingting agreed, everyone in the yard would surely assist. Currently, the entire household listened to Li Xingfeng, and when he was absent, they followed Wang Mingting's lead. Eldest brother Li Xinghai and sister-in-law Li Fang had already stepped back from the front lines. Wang Mingting was so absorbed in the meal that her spirit seemed to drift away. Meanwhile, Li Xingfeng and his companion ordered 4 dishes, 2 meat and 2 vegetable. At the state-run restaurant, as Captain Qin had work to attend to in the afternoon, they abstained from drinking. After the meal, he mounted his motorcycle and headed home. During their meal, Xingfeng had been candid, revealing the key to cracking the case. The critical point was to locate the batch of firearms. Once they were found, each perpetrator could be charged. As for the method of locating the firearms, Captain Qin kept him in suspense, though he did not elaborate further. Li Xingfeng could surmise much from the context. If there were firearms, there would surely be ammunition. The mechanical plant could not manufacture bullets. To obtain ammunition, one would have to either go to the black market or find someone to produce it. In Li Xingfeng's current understanding, the only place capable of making bullets was the chemical factory. At any time, chemical agents were strictly regulated. In the eyes of Li Xingfeng's methods were excessively conservative, merely relying on a few informants to sell bullets in the black market. Such a haphazard approach, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat, did not appeal to him. Li Xingfeng preferred to take the initiative. The reason he was well aware of Captain Qin's tactics was quite simple. The entire investigation process had been documented in the newspapers. Initially, when these suspects were not identified, Xingfeng had no choice but to trace the source of the bullets. In an effort to pinpoint the suspects, Xingfeng covertly eliminated those selling bullets in the black market and then arranged for his own people to purchase the bullets. However, even after the cash transport vehicle was hijacked, no one showed up to buy the bullets. Nevertheless, Xingfeng was not foolish. He quickly realized that apart from the black market, the only other place in Jiangzhou to procure bullets was the chemical factory. Utilizing this lead, Captain Qin gradually narrowed down the suspects, ultimately solving the robbery cases of the jewelry store and the cash transport vehicle after a prolonged month of investigation. During the final apprehension, he nearly sustained a fatal gunshot wound to the heart. A month had brought about too many uncertainties, and he could no longer afford to wait. The adversary was armed with a steady supply of ammunition, posing a significant threat. If he were to have another chance at life, he could not allow any mishaps to befall those close to him. Furthermore, Li Xingfeng harbored a lingering suspicion that the reason he could not locate his elder brother and parents in his previous life was likely tied to these individuals. He dared not dwell on it, for the more he pondered, the colder his spine felt. In this era, highway robbers and violent criminals were rampant. In the alley, the same Audi 100 sat idling. As Li Xingfeng passed by, he cast a quick glance at the entrance, seeing nothing unusual. Upon returning home, he found everyone tidying up the dishes in the courtyard, evidently having just finished their meal. The roar of the old happy motorcycle was quite loud, and before Li Xingfeng reached the door, his little girl, Wan, came running towards him. "Daddy, you're late. We've already eaten." Li Xingfeng smiled warmly and bent down to gently pinch his daughter's cheek. Did Wan eat her fill? Was the food as delicious as Daddy's? The little girl tilted her head thoughtfully, hesitating. "Oh, but Godfather's cooking is even better." "Don't be discouraged, Daddy. Keep it up." "All right, Daddy will keep it up." "Wan, take this to your mother." Li Xingfeng handed the envelope from his pocket to his daughter. The little one scurried over to Wang Mingting. "Mommy, Daddy asked me to give this to you." "Huzi, stop cleaning up. Let my elder brother wash the dishes. Come with me to handle some matters." Huzi stuffed the dishes into Li Xinghai's arms, leaving him utterly confused. "What does this mean? Why am I the one washing dishes morning and night? No way. I'm done with this." Just as Li Xinghai was about to explode, Li Xingfeng had already hopped on his motorcycle and sped off with Huzi. His daughter Wan was recovering well, prompting Dr. Jiang to cease her injections and prescribe some medication. Father Li Baogua was aware of the gravity of the situation, yet only requested a bit of money while preventing their visits. The savings from Wan's medication were transferred to her grandfather's account. This was the last time they would take Wan for an injection, and after delivering meals to his parents, Wang Mingting discreetly informed Li Xingfeng that evening. Li Xingfeng naturally understood the source of his worries. As long as this matter remained unresolved, his parents would be anxious every day. Huzi, sitting behind him, clutched Li Xingfeng's waist. "Brother Feng, where are we going?" "First to the black market to find someone." "Oh, what is the black market?" "You'll find out when we get there." "Do you have any money?" "We left in a bit of a rush, and I'm not sure if we have enough." "I have 400 yuan with me. I was supposed to buy furniture for my new house this afternoon. That should be sufficient." Li Xingfeng revved the throttle, and the motorcycle sped towards the South District. The black market, also known as the ghost market, was a place where no one cared whether you were human or ghost. Yet, it was indeed a remarkable place. Despite the South District being the most dilapidated area in Jiangzhou, it was not lacking in wealth compared to other districts. Perhaps in that run-down courtyard, dozens of televisions were stacked up. As for how these televisions came to be, they could have been stolen or smuggled. No one bothered to inquire. Even more astonishing was that in this place, as long as you had money, you could essentially purchase anything that was available in the market since 1983. Of course, some items were priced exorbitantly. By day, the South District was quite tranquil, with numerous street vendors. However, if one looked closely, it became evident that there was a significant disparity among these vendors. Some were genuinely focused on their business, while others were utterly distracted. Li Xingfeng was searching for the latter group. Yet, a figure in the distance prompted him to quickly turn and hide himself in Huzi. Sure enough, Xingfeng had followed the descriptions from the future newspapers to set up informants in the black market. But Li Xingfeng knew this was futile. As the adversaries had not even come to the black market, they might not even be aware of its existence. Huzi, do you see that man? Huzi nodded slowly. Follow him and see where he goes. I can't. He knows me. More importantly, keep an eye on that person next to him and see where they end up. Li Xingfeng pointed to Qin Feng and his informant. In an instant, Huzi became excited. Brother Feng, are we about to do something big? Following them is thrilling. Is it like the last time at the casino, where we can rid the world of evil? This damned sense of justice thrilled Huzi. Don't worry, Brother Feng, I understand. Huzi turned and dashed out of the alley. Following the direction, the two had vanished. Watching Huzi disappear into the crowd, Li Xingfeng lit a cigarette and began to contemplate the upcoming actions. Before long, Huzi returned, panting. Brother Feng, one of them drove off in a jeep, and the other seems to be a tea house owner. What's our next move? Huzi was still bubbling with excitement. Being with Brother Feng is always exhilarating. Get in the car. We might not be able to handle the next steps alone. Once on the motorcycle, Li Xingfeng headed towards the North District, the farthest from the South District. After some twists and turns, the two arrived at the chemical factory in the North District. Brother Feng, weren't we headed to the machinery factory? Not for now. We need to find some help in the North District. The only ones who could assist Li Xingfeng at the chemical factory were his father-in-law, Wang Shanhai, and elder brother Wang Haiyang. But how could he broach such a dangerous topic? Li Xingfeng hesitated at the entrance of the chemical factory. Just as he was lost in thought, Huzi, squatting by the roadside, was also in a daze when a jeep pulled up beside them. From afar, I knew that motorcycle was yours, brother-in-law. Were you waiting for me here? Wang Haiyang stepped out of the jeep. Elder brother. Li Xingfeng switched to a cheerful demeanor upon seeing Wang Haiyang. Thus far, he had not yet figured out how to discuss this matter with his elder brother. Li Xingfeng took the keys. It's just that we moved into a new home, and Mingting is busy tidying up, so she couldn't come. Wang Haiyang nodded. Having come alone suggested that Li Xingfeng had something on his mind. Moreover, it was a matter not suitable for his younger sister to know. Li Xingfeng nodded and watched as his elder brother Wang Haiyang drove away in the jeep. Elder brother has appropriated the family car. Following the usual routine, Li Xingfeng rode his motorcycle to the market to buy groceries before heading to his in-laws' house with Huzi. Once they deemed it was about time, the two busied themselves in the kitchen. At the chemical factory, Wang Shanhai emerged from the conference room. His face blackened as if covered in soot. The factory had 3 deputy directors. Originally, he was in charge of the tertiary industry and ranked last. However, over the past 2 years, as the tertiary industry improved, his ranking had also advanced slightly, except for the deputy factory director in charge of production. He currently ranks 3rd in the factory. Upon returning to the office, Wang Shanhai stood before the window, his mind troubled as he lit a cigarette. The old factory director has reached the retirement age this year, and it is now the time to select a successor. Wang Shanhai intends to vie for the position. Previously, due to the lack of profitability in the 3rd production sector, it was understandable. Now, however, among the 3 candidates, he ranks 2nd, so why should he not compete? To his astonishment, the candidate ranked 1st, Lu Yongning, and the one ranked 3rd, Zhang Chengyi, have actually formed an alliance. During today's internal meeting, Lu Yongning suggested transferring the 3rd production sector, which he oversees, to Zhang Chengyi. How dare they attempt to usurp what he has painstakingly built? Fortunately, the old factory director cast a veto. If Zhang Chengyi were to take it from him, he would merely become a figurehead within the factory. This group of individuals, in their relentless pursuit of power, has shown no regard for relationships. How utterly shameless. In that moment, Wang Shanhai realized he must seize the position of factory director. Otherwise, he could only imagine the extent to which Lu Yongning and Zhang Chengyi would undermine him. However, the old factory director remains impartial, leaving his chances slim. At that instant, Wang Shanhai found himself in a quandary. Knock, knock, knock. Gumin. Wang Shanhai collected his thoughts and restored his authoritative demeanor as factory director. Dad, can we finish early today? While I was out on business earlier, my brother-in-law was waiting for us at the factory gate. It seems he has something to discuss. Wang Haiyang did not notice the cloud of worry on his father's face. Wang Shanhai nodded, conceding that work matters cannot be rushed. Haste would only reveal vulnerabilities, providing opponents with opportunities. All right, you go wait for me downstairs. I will be right down. Wang Haiyang hurried down the stairs. Observing his son's departing figure, Wang Shanhai clenched his fist. His son still works at the chemical factory. If he loses his power, not only will he suffer, but his child will also face the consequences. Fortunately, his daughter Meng Ting did not remain at the factory. Otherwise, their entire family could be manipulated by others. If he truly fails, he might as well have Haiyang resign and venture into business, just as his son-in-law Li Xingfeng has done, buying his own car and house. In the car, Wang Shanhai gazed at his son. Haiyang, have you ever considered going into business? Business? Dad, don't joke around. None of us have a knack for it. Let's just stick to our jobs. Wang Shanhai sighed. His son's words held truth, yet sometimes circumstances dictate one's path. Even he, in his position, sometimes lacks the luxury of choice, let alone his son. The future is not something you can dictate. With his son-in-law present, perhaps during dinner, he could share his situation and gauge their reactions. It matters not if Haiyang lacks business acumen. He could have Li Xingfeng mentor him, and surely he would fare well in time. After all, he has never seen a child of Li Xingfeng's age able to afford a home and a car. At that moment, leaning against the kitchen doorway, he watched Hu Zi cooking. In the culinary arts, Hu Zi indeed possesses talent. After several attempts at various dishes, his skills have surpassed Wang Shanhai's. Hearing footsteps from the stairs, Li Xingfeng quickly extinguished his cigarette. At the dining table, aside from the inquisitive glances from his mother-in-law Li Xiaomei, no one spoke. The atmosphere during this meal was rather oppressive. Wang Shanhai wore a stern expression throughout. Li Xingfeng appeared to struggle with his words. After finishing the meal, silence engulfed the table, no one daring to break it. The heavy atmosphere weighed on Hu Zi, who, although simple-minded and devoid of personal troubles, sensed the discontent emanating from Wang Shanhai. The tension made him uncomfortable. Perhaps he should wash the dishes. Just as he was about to rise, Zhang Ru and Li Xiaomei began tidying up. With half his body already lifted, Hu Zi reluctantly sat back down. Noticing that his wife and daughter-in-law had headed to the kitchen, Wang Shanhai busied himself with his pockets. Li Xingfeng, ever obsequious, produced his cigarettes and offered one to his father-in-law. The four men in the room lit their cigarettes, with Hu Zi mimicking Li Xingfeng's worried expression. After smoking half a cigarette, Wang Shanhai looked at Li Xingfeng. Shall you speak first, or shall I? Li Xingfeng, not lacking in wit, recognized that if Wang Shanhai wished to speak, he would have done so already. Thus, it was clear he wanted him to go first. Initially hesitant to solicit his father-in-law's assistance, he found it hard to refuse given the circumstances. Li Xingfeng extinguished his cigarette and closed the dining room door. Let us get to the point. Wang Shanhai rapped the table, instinctively assuming his authoritative stance as factory director. Bang! Hu Zi slammed his hand on the table. Brother Feng, who struck my uncle? I will take care of him. Hu Zi's expression was fierce, despite being raised in various households. He primarily dined with Li Xingfeng's family, regarding Li Xingfeng's parents as his own. Wang Haiyang pulled Hu Zi back, signaling him to sit down. Meanwhile, Wang Shanhai nodded in agreement. This matter indeed poses a problem. The factory's handling methods are excessively ruthless. How have you been managing it? I wish to hear your thoughts. Immediately, Li Xingfeng recounted the series of actions he took, such as selling the house and transferring his father to a different hospital. Upon hearing his account, Wang Shanhai remained perplexed. Xiao Li, what you describe is beyond my capacity to assist. After all, these are two separate factories. Although my rank is high enough, you understand that such factories operate like independent warlords. Father-in-law, I understand. There are further developments. Let me elaborate. As Li Xingfeng gradually described the collaboration between the police and the Criminal Investigation Department after filing a report, Wang Haiyang and Hu Zi's mouths widened in astonishment. Wang Shanhai, with his brow furrowed, began to relax slightly. Dear father-in-law, through our investigations, we found that the only factory capable of supplying the raw materials for bullet production is the chemical factory. My concern stems from the possibility that there might be individuals within your ranks exploiting loopholes to privately sell raw materials for the production of illicit goods. Wang Shanhai let out a sigh and fixed a serious gaze on Li Xingfeng. This clever young man, while he was grappling with the struggle for power, This fellow had handed him a tool for his defense. As the overseer of the third production sector, Wang Shanhai knew that Zhang Chengyi managed the storage of raw materials, while Lu Yongning was responsible for their use and production. Clearly, there had been issues under the purview of these two adversaries. What a fortuitous turn of events. Wang Shanhai closed his eyes in contemplation, recognizing that the machinery required for bullet production does not necessitate exceptional skill. The raw materials needed are merely copper and certain chemical components. The factory possesses these in abundance. Strictly speaking, the safety of the production processes at the chemical factory far exceeds that of the machinery factory. After all, the market release of certain chemicals can result in catastrophic consequences. Therefore, every use of raw materials requires meticulous oversight, involving numerous signatures from various individuals. Attempting to manipulate raw materials is impractical, given the necessity for approvals from several departments and their leaders, which presents significant challenges. Engaging in clandestine activities is even more impossible, as there are inspections at every entry and exit point. Father-in-law, I propose that perhaps someone is extracting raw materials from the waste products discarded during production. Noting Wang Shanhai's silence, Li Xingfeng offered his insight. This notion had been documented in the reports concerning the case's investigation. Upon hearing this, Wang Haiyang's eyes widened in realization. Indeed, he was entirely correct. Wang Shanhai nodded, signaling for his son to continue. Our quality inspection department is dedicated to examining products, and there is a matter that has perplexed me for some time. It appears that starting this month, our substandard products are no longer sent to warehouse number 9, but have instead been redirected to warehouse number 0. Previously, they were consistently dispatched to warehouse number 9. I have heard that this change was mandated by a document signed by Factory Director Liu, though I cannot ascertain its relevance to the situation. Upon hearing this, Wang Shanhai exclaimed, "You may not be aware of warehouse number 0, but I am well informed. It houses an antiquated machine tool and some discarded brass. More importantly, it also contains an obsolete chemical waste processing device. The raw materials for extracting explosives, combined with the lathe and brass, could easily constitute a production line for ammunition." Wang Shanhai gazed at Li Xingfeng with enthusiasm, and Li Xingfeng discerned that there must be a subsequent plan. To apprehend a thief, one must catch them in the act. However, despite the validity of all reasoning and logic, it is insufficient to topple Lu Yongning solely on the basis of a document and conjecture. Substantial evidence is imperative. Compared to his own son-in-law, Wang Shanhai had already conceived a mature idea in his mind. Li Xingfeng, indeed, harbored a well-formed plan, for time was not on his side. The other party was no longer content with merely inquiring about his parents. They had begun to probe into his own circumstances. Whether it was his parents or others around him, Li Xingfeng could not endure it. The dragon's reverse scale, once touched, leads to inevitable doom. Chapter 95. Negotiation with Xingfeng. This conversation persisted until 10 o'clock in the evening. During this time, Li Xingfeng articulated his plan to everyone present in the room. He was frequently interrupted by Wang Shanhai, who also voiced numerous objections. The plan was commendable, but it necessitated Li Xingfeng to take risks. A notion that both Wang Shanhai and Wang Haiyang opposed due to concerns for personal safety. Ultimately, after Li Xingfeng's insistence and assurances, the two reluctantly acquiesced to his caution. The night breeze was cool as Li Xingfeng and Huzi made their way towards the northern district. "Brother Feng, I wonder if my house is ready." "It should be, right? How many rooms do you have?" "2 large ones and a small one with a small yard. I secured it for 1,500, which is considerably cheaper than yours." "That should be fine." Li Xingfeng concluded his conversation with Huzi. Half of the plan had already been executed, and a sense of relief washed over Li Xingfeng. The remaining task was to inform Xingfeng of the plan. This matter was of equal concern to Xingfeng. However, Li Xingfeng did not anticipate that he would have the opportunity to assist his father-in-law in resolving work-related troubles. Truly, those who possess virtue attract help, while those who stray from the path find themselves isolated. In the courtyard, a group of people sat, yet they appeared listless. Particularly, Su Ziyage paced around, muttering complaints about Huzi. Sister-in-law, do you hear the sound of a motorcycle?" A few minutes later, Li Xingfeng arrived home on his motorcycle. The courtyard door stood wide open. Wang Mingting glared at Li Xingfeng, her expression a mix of irritation and concern, as if to say, "Do you not consider the time? Do you not realize how worried everyone is for you?" Su Ziyage hastily approached, sprang up, and tugged at Huzi's ear, initiating another round of scolding. Huzi smiled sheepishly, took the motorcycle from Li Xingfeng, and departed with Su Ziyech. Li Xingfeng could not help but chuckle. In the eyes of his daughter, a father equates to a constant supply of meat. All right, tomorrow I will cook meat for you. As Li Xingfeng gazed at Wang Mingting, who was fixedly staring at him, he instinctively reached out to gently rub her nose. Next time, come home earlier. Wang Mingting playfully chided. The lights in the courtyard were extinguished, and the house also darkened. The night breeze was gentle, and only the cicadas remained to recount the events of the day. The following day, Li Xingfeng rose early, and Huzi was already waiting for him at the door. However, today, Huzi refrained from knocking. Today, Brother Feng was to take him on an important errand. Li Xingfeng intended to visit Xingfeng, while also attempting to ascertain the movements of Nianfeng. When Huzi first gathered intelligence, he had encountered Nianfeng on a motorcycle, and today, Huzi was responsible for tracking Nianfeng's movements in the northern district. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Li Xingfeng led Huzi into the Public Security Bureau. Just as he arrived, Xingfeng parked his car, and Li Xingfeng retrieved the work uniform from the mechanical factory from beneath the passenger seat, tossing it to Huzi. After Huzi nodded, he bid farewell to Li Xingfeng. In the office, Captain Qin poured a cup of tea for Li Xingfeng. Speak up. What brings you here so early? If you're inquiring about the progress of the case, best not to ask. I only assigned it yesterday, and we must await news. Once we receive information, I will notify you promptly. Is that agreeable, Li Dage? After returning home, Xingfeng appeared to be in good spirits, and even jested with Li Xingfeng. Well, Captain Qin, I have a well-formed idea and would appreciate your counsel. Moments later, Li Xingfeng fully disclosed his meticulously crafted idea to Xingfeng. Captain Qin shook his head vigorously. Brother, this is not compliant with regulations. Not to mention your safety concerns, this approach involves entrapment, which is inappropriate. Then may I inquire, Captain Qin, have I committed a crime? The trade of firearms and ammunition, what do you say? As an informant, this is a necessary task. But let me ask you, Captain Qin, have I violated the law? As an informant, you have not. Yet typically, informants merely provide information. Your direct involvement in the operation places you in a precarious position. You understand? I must seek higher approval. Captain Qin still declined Li Xingfeng's proposal. The risk was too great. A moment's carelessness could cost Li Xingfeng his life. After all, the opposing party was armed, and although it was uncertain whether they had ammunition, he was unwilling to take that risk. Captain Qin, then please seek approval. Furthermore, the entire operation will be under your surveillance. What danger could I possibly face? Moreover, by conducting myself this way, isn't there concrete evidence? Such a rare opportunity is hard to come by. Captain Qin ignored Li Xingfeng and picked up a newspaper from the table to read. Captain, you have an informant in the southern district who runs a tea house, correct? Yesterday, you instructed the informant to spread the word that bullets were for sale. Am I right? Captain Qin crumpled the newspaper in his hand. You were following me? Not exactly. I happened to cross paths and walked a few steps behind you. You think they are fools? Captain Qin shot a glance at Li Xingfeng. Whether they were fools or not, one would only know through experience. Seeing that Captain Qin was impervious to persuasion, Li Xingfeng revealed the matter concerning the chemical factory. The more Xingfeng listened, the graver his expression became. He had been rash. He had only considered that these individuals might procure bullets from the black market. But he had never contemplated that the chemical factory could also have the capacity to produce ammunition. Is everything you said true? Xingfeng inquired earnestly. There can be no doubt. My father-in-law is the deputy director of the chemical factory, and he is well acquainted with the inner workings after decades in the industry. The situation in warehouse number 0 is certainly suspicious. Xingfeng grew increasingly agitated. If what Li Xingfeng asserted was accurate, the opposing party had likely already secured ammunition. The longer the delay, the more firearms and ammunition would flood the market, posing greater risks to the public. We cannot afford to wait any longer. Clenching his teeth, Xingfeng declared, You wait here. I will report this immediately. We will proceed as you suggested. We must eradicate this gang at its roots. Li Xingfeng nodded. Once Xingfeng agreed, the matter was essentially settled. The remaining task was to strategize the deployment. Chapter 96. You truly know how to flatter here is the information for you. Memorize this. It outlines your new identity. My mentor is aware of the situation and has granted us 2 days. You must understand that in 2 days, the opposing party can accomplish a great deal. Li Xingfeng remained silent, taking the documents and committing them to memory. Li Xingfeng currently operates under the guise of a notorious bandit in Jiangzhou, who was secretly apprehended by the police early last year. However, the police have opted not to disclose this information, as it serves a specific purpose at this moment. They're currently stationed in the northern district, so you should seek them out. Li Xingfeng, with his head buried in the materials at hand, remains oblivious to the unfolding events. Qin Feng, with his head covered, descends the stairs, aware of Li Xingfeng's crafty schemes. The master seems to have tacitly approved this. Yet, Qin Feng understands Li Xingfeng's ulterior motives. This task is not exclusive to him, as Qin Feng could easily submit a report and summon unfamiliar officers from outside the region to assist. However, it is clear to Qin Feng that Li Xingfeng's insistence on participating stems from a desire for revenge against his father, Li Baogua, within the bounds of the rules. This is permissible. Moreover, Qin Feng harbors his own ambitions. Bringing in outsiders would mean sharing the credit, which is not advantageous for him, as he is at a pivotal point in his career where accolades are paramount. The master's silence on this matter is also indicative. This case is best resolved internally within the Jiangzhou Public Security Bureau. Such a significant case, with Qin Feng as the one to crack it, would guarantee him first-class merit, akin to the gambling case. Li Xingfeng is indeed a fortuitous individual, and his little whims are easily indulged, merely allowing him a thrill during the capture, though he would never resort to lethal force against the suspects. Li Xingfeng is astute. He knows his limits. As for his safety, Qin Feng harbors no concerns. The advantage of collaborating with intelligent individuals is that they are always acutely aware of their capabilities and limitations. There is a saying, a gentleman does not place himself under a precarious wall. Besides, Li Xingfeng possesses complete autonomy, and orchestrating the capture is a trivial matter for him. After years in the field, he has encountered numerous scenarios, and such arrangements are second nature to him. Before long, Qin Feng and his team apprehended Huzi, who was stationed in the northern district. Upon his discovery, Huzi appeared utterly bewildered. "Wait, brother, I'm an upstanding citizen, a good person. Why are you arresting me? I haven't committed any crime. I was merely basking in the sun." Qin Feng, with a smirk, retorted, "Is following someone merely basking in the sun?" "No, brother. I misspoke. My motorcycle ran out of gas, and I was hoping to see who might have some fuel to borrow." Qin Feng continued to smirk as he mounted his motorcycle, twisted the key, and revved the engine with a roar. "Is this what you call running out of gas? Do you have anything else to say?" Huzi's face turned pale as he defiantly replied, "I was just basking in the sun. Is that a crime? I'm a good person. You two stay behind. I have tasks for you." This was Huzi's first time in a police station, and he felt a tinge of apprehension. However, upon seeing Li Xingfeng in the office, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Brother Feng, you're here too? Don't worry. I didn't betray you. I didn't mention that you were the one who sent me to follow. What trouble are you and that got you detained? Let us pretend we don't know each other." Li Xingfeng was left perplexed by Huzi's nonsensical ramblings. What on earth was he talking about? "Look at this stack of papers. See it? Memorize it thoroughly to avoid any slip-ups." Huzi, still handcuffed, looked on in confusion. Moments later, he tossed the stack onto the table. "Brother Feng, don't bother memorizing. Are they trying to pin the blame on us?" Li Xingfeng was once again left bewildered. "Brother Feng, listen to me. These two are bandits, right? They probably can't catch the real culprits, so they want us to memorize the information, then stage a fake interrogation, making us act like criminals, and in the end, it'll turn real, and we'll be executed. Where did you come up with such nonsense?" At this moment, Li Xingfeng felt utterly disoriented. "You shouldn't be called Huzi. You should be called Era. That is how novels depict it. They write about how cases were judged in the Qing dynasty." Huzi asked seriously, "Books can't deceive you. Don't read such absurd literature. Not all books are reliable. Haven't you heard? Some schools distribute math textbooks with errors." Huzi nodded in understanding. "Hurry up and read. Do you think my brain is inferior to yours? Follow directions and stop daydreaming." Huzi picked up the papers and resumed reading. "Brother Feng is right. My wife said Brother Feng has 800 eyes. Even the soles of his feet are alert." Momentarily, Huzi lost focus, pondering the implications of such awareness. He shivered at the thought. In the backyard stood an abandoned warehouse. Qin Feng opened the door and entered alongside the two. "Have you explained the mission to this simpleton?" Qin Feng gestured towards Huzi. "Not yet. I'll wait for you to explain. You're more meticulous." Xingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Xingfeng, are you slandering me? Ahem, then let us go over the specific action plan. Tomorrow, you'll need to call the chemical factory for a meeting to discuss their involvement, Xingfeng said. Li Xingfeng nodded in agreement. Prepare well. It's like a cat-and-mouse game. After hearing this, Li Xingfeng genuinely gave Xingfeng a thumbs up. Captain Qin, not only are you meticulous, but you're also quite the veteran. Xingfeng's expression darkened. Li Xingfeng's praisa sunda awkward. What does veteran mean? Not wanting to appear ignorant. Xingfeng inquired. A veteran means you possess the wisdom and agility of an eagle soaring high in the sky, striking decisively when prey presents itself. Li Xingfeng affirmed. Is that so? Your description is quite fitting. Young man, you certainly know how to compliment. You all continue your work. Someone will deliver food for you today. And tell that chubby kid not to sleep. He dozes off by the third sentence, which is unacceptable. With that, Xingfeng left the room. Chapter 97. The Veteran. Keep going. Master, where are you going? What is it to you? Do I need to report my whereabouts to you? I'm heading to the city for a meeting. Wu Jiangwo retorted grumpily. You're grown up. Why are you still skipping along? Veteran, keep going. Xingfeng gestured encouragingly to Wu Jiangwo. Wu Jiangwo responded with a kick. No, I meant you resemble an eagle. Moments later, Wu Jiangwo nodded in satisfaction. This term describes our criminal investigation perfectly. Little veteran, you keep going too. After seeing Wu Jiangwo off, Xingfeng made his way to the equipment room. As a member of the criminal investigation team, he was typically armed year-round. Today, he was there to collect firearms for Li Xingfeng and Huzi. Captain Qin, here to collect ammunition? Xingfeng shook his head. I'm here for 2 guns, preferably untraceable, with 20 rounds each. The staff, entering the equipment room to gather the requested items, watched as Xingfeng filled out the forms. By the way, 2 pieces of personal bulletproof vests. Understood. The staff member shook their head. The gear Xingfeng was collecting was clearly intended for special operations. What unfortunate special operations team would end up with Xingfeng's subordinates? Those under Xingfeng were undoubtedly among the most dangerous in the Jiangzhou public security system. Whether it involved organized crime, drugs, or gambling, all were part of Xingfeng's responsibilities. Hopefully this time, the special operations team would return safely. Li Xingfeng kicked Huzi's leg, who was still asleep, unable to rouse him. Is it so difficult to carry a few things? Forget it. If he can't memorize it, I want to push it. It's just a precaution. As long as he remembers your new name, that's enough. Regarding Huzi, I've given up. As long as Li Xingfeng can act convincingly, that's sufficient. Captain Qin, I'm almost ready. All right, it's time for you two to receive professional training. Before the training, sign this special edition informant agreement. In essence, it was a stripped-down version of a special operations action agreement. For the entire day, Li Xingfeng and Huzi underwent Xingfeng's training, focusing primarily on firearms and ammunition, discussing the skills essential for a special operations officer. The people in the courtyard continued to wait for him, but today only Wang Mengting and Su Ziyage remained. Wang Mengting remained silent, yet her gaze seemed to convey a multitude of unspoken words. After refreshing himself, Li Xingfeng lay on the bed. On the other side, Wang Mengting lay awake in the dark, pondering how to initiate a conversation. Li Xingfeng had been mysteriously occupied these past few days, leaving her to wonder if her eyes had failed to express her concerns adequately. Although they had shared the same bed, Wang Mengting felt somewhat uncomfortable, always turning her back to Li Xingfeng. With their daughter now asleep, she mustered the courage to turn towards him, determined to inquire about his recent activities. His secrecy was a source of worry. Just as she turned, an arm draped over her. Li Xingfeng appeared to be fast asleep, breathing evenly, occasionally smacking his lips. Wang Mengting frowned, wondering if he was a pig, falling asleep as soon as he lay down, even when she had questions for him. Get up, she exclaimed, removing the arm resting on her. She gazed at Li Xingfeng, feeling quite annoyed. However, he paid her no mind, simply rolling over and continuing his slumber. He had been utterly exhausted these last few days. Although he had not physically exerted himself, his mind had been working overtime, filled with calculations and thoughts. Equally sleepless were Wang Shanhai and Wang Haiyong, the father and son duo. In the living room, after the family had retired for the night, Wang Haiyong retrieved a document from his bag. This document had been issued by factory director Lu Yongning. It appeared that the old director was unaware of the situation. With the document now in hand, the matter was nearly settled. All that remained was for his son-in-law to execute the necessary actions. As long as his son-in-law followed the script and performed accordingly, this time, it will be interesting to see how Director Liu would fare. With damning evidence in hand, no matter how one tried to explain, such a significant issue would be impossible to evade responsibility for. A sly smile crept across Wang Shanhai's face. His son-in-law was indeed a fortunate figure. At the Public Security Bureau, Xingfeng's office was brightly lit. Not only that, but he had also brought several photographs. One depicted Ma Wanliang and Xingfeng together, while another showed workers in workshop for clandestinely processing components. Were these individuals once again engaged in arms production? They needed to act swiftly and apprehend them. However, due to the circumstances surrounding the investigation, the photographs were somewhat unclear and could not serve as direct evidence. Only with tangible proof would they have irrefutable evidence. Once they had such evidence, whether one spoke or remained silent would matter little. Those deserving of execution would face it, and those meant for imprisonment would be imprisoned. Yet, who was the masked individual who had ridden away on Xingfeng's motorcycle outside the factory? They had to keep a close watch on this masked figure. From the descriptions and the photographs, it was clear that Xingfeng and the masked individual were part of the same group, with the masked individual perhaps even holding a leading role. After his subordinates departed, Xingfeng fell into deep contemplation. The emergence of a new suspect was not good news. This indicated that Li Xingfeng's actions had taken on new variables. However, the arrow was already on the string. It must be released. With matters having escalated to this point, he could only inform Li Xingfeng and allow him to adapt accordingly. The following day, as the air turned brisk, Li Xingfeng was awakened by the crowing of a rooster. Confused, he sat up. Where did that rooster come from? Hadn't they already moved out of the 2 building? Was it from the neighbors? Wang Mingting, hearing the rooster's call, also got up. Dear, where is that rooster's crowing coming from? Li Xingfeng continued to stare blankly at Wang Mingting. Are you a devil? Why raise chickens? Dogs and cats are fine. The cursed rooster. Once he finished his tasks in the next few days, he would surely stew it. Fuming, Li Xingfeng rose from bed, freshened up, and placed a kiss on his daughter's cheek before heading outside. Li Xingfeng? He nodded, an indescribable happiness washing over him. Your expression betrays you. I can see that you are worried about me. Chapter 98. Ma Yu's thoughts. Wang Mingting and Su Ziyage were destined for disappointment. Around noon, Li Xingfeng brought Xingfeng to visit his in-laws. His father-in-law concocted an excuse to avoid going to the factory. After successfully connecting Xingfeng with his father-in-law, Li Xingfeng drove an old police car from the chemical plant to the machinery factory. At the restaurant beneath the machinery factory, Li Xingfeng spotted the agreed-upon signal. Well done. Captain Qin has truly pulled out all the stops with this operation, he thought, noting the effort put into it. This vehicle had been seized during their capture of the 2 ruffians. The spirited young man entered the car, eagerly surveying his surroundings, clearly excited. Let's do this properly. Share your intelligence. The spirited young man quickly turned serious and thoroughly relayed the current intelligence to Li Xingfeng, repeating it twice for clarity. Afterward, he blended back into the crowd, disappearing into the sea of people. These past few days, Ma Wanliang had been slightly distracted at work. He wondered what the 2 boys were up to. While he was aware that Xingfeng was not a good character, he trusted his son. His younger son had always been frail, disliking social interactions and preferring to read. Most of the books in their home library were read by him. Ma Wanliang sighed. Had it not been for his son being hospitalized due to a medication shortage before the college entrance examination, perhaps he would have been accepted into a good university, as his grades had always been stable. His son had often reassured him that it was fine not to attend university, as he could become a writer instead. His wife mentioned that their son had been spending time at home, drawing and writing in his room. Her son's condition, alas. Ever since he provided Xingfeng with information about Li Baga, Xingfeng had reverted to being a cheerful child, no longer intimidating him as before. Although he had assisted Xingfeng in processing components once more, Xingfeng's attitude towards him had improved significantly. Recently, Li Baga had been contemplating the situation. The boy's involvement in firearms was likely just a passing fancy. What boy doesn't enjoy playing with guns? Especially since these were the real deal. But the catch was that real firearms required ammunition. Where would this group of children obtain genuine bullets? Without ammunition, they were less useful than firewood. Hence, he helped craft a few, without charging any fees. Li Xingfeng and Huzi checked their gear and concealed their weapons before heading upstairs. Xingfeng was currently on the upper floor, according to the investigators, in a private room with a masked individual and a local drifter dining together. Li Xingfeng ordered 4 dishes and sat adjacent to the private room. Inside, Xingfeng was heartily enjoying his meal, a gun openly displayed on the table. Beside him sat Ma Wenliang's son, Ma Yuza. Yuza, how's the plan coming along? Xingfeng asked. Not ready yet. Let's eat first, Ma Yuza replied. Upon hearing their conversation, the others in the room remained silent. What's wrong? The route has already been planned. As long as we retreat within the designated time, everything will be foolproof. Let me think. Ma Yuza mused while eating. Xingfeng had long grown accustomed to this side of him. This kid had always been like this. However, Xingfeng enjoyed Ma Yuza's demeanor. He preferred not to think too much. Since childhood, Ma Yuza had been the one to provide him with ideas. From childhood fights to selling components and eventually firearms, it had always been Ma Yuza's suggestions. Relying on the acumen of MYZ, he amassed considerable wealth, and his entourage of subordinates grew increasingly numerous, gradually establishing himself as a local tyrant within the machinery factory. However, half a year ago, upon receiving a contract for the manufacture of firearms, MYZ abruptly ordered the disbanding of his subordinates, retaining only a few trustworthy individuals. Initially reluctant to accept this job due to its dubious nature, the lucrative offer, coupled with MYZ's insistence, compelled him to take it on. At first, he was perplexed by the decision to disband his followers, who had previously surrounded him wherever he went, basking in the glory of their presence. Yet, upon grasping MYZ's strategy, he couldn't help but commend his audacity. Despite selling 10 firearms, they remained under his vigilant surveillance. Using this oversight, he traced the source of ammunition back to these individuals, only to discover that their bullets originated from a chemical factory. The absurdity of the situation made Xingfeng chuckle at the thought. In Ngzhu City, the 2 largest factories, one producing guns and the other manufacturing bullets, were inextricably linked. Have the bullets arrived? MYZ inquired. We have made contact. The 2 of them are posing as buyers and have already secured an order for bullets, Xingfeng replied, gesturing toward 2 individuals across the room. MYZ squinted at them, then nodded. They didn't raise any suspicions, did they? No, we never met face to face. We simply left a phone number at a designated location, and they called us back, ordering 200 rounds for 400 yuan. MYZ nodded, acknowledging the cunning of the other party. However clever you think you are, it ultimately led me to uncover your connection to the chemical factory. Once this transaction is complete, in future dealings, if they refuse to pay, we can remind them of the consequences of using their ammunition. The 2 subordinates nodded vigorously, captivated by the strategic maneuvering of MYZ. Xingfeng also raised his thumb in admiration, recognizing the brilliance of MYZ's approach. You possess leverage over them. Let's see how obedient they are. He chuckled, finding delight in the cunning nature of the plan. Before long, the group in the private room began playing poker, while MYZH closed his eyes in contemplation. Meanwhile, in another room, Xingfeng and HZ were dining, their conversation barely audible due to the low volume of the neighboring discussions. Xingfeng pondered how to establish contact with the group. As intelligence from Xingfeng increased, he realized he had underestimated the complexity of the situation. Chapter 99. Deviating from the script, the ensuing hours were spent in anxious waiting. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to find an opportunity to engage with Xingfeng. Time passed, and the mechanical factory's residential area grew desolate as night fell. With streetlights about to extinguish, lingering outside would only invite mosquitoes. Xingfeng staggered out of the restaurant accompanied by several subordinates. The restaurant staff, smiling courteously, ushered them out. This establishment was part of the factory's assets, and, as the son of the factory director, Xingfeng was someone they could not afford to offend. Anyone else would have been swiftly dismissed for lingering. Upon exiting, Xingfeng waved goodbye to his subordinates, intending to ride his motorcycle, only to be halted by MYZ, who snatched the keys and tossed them to a junior before walking alongside Xingfeng toward the residential building. After seeing Xingfeng part ways with his subordinates, Xingfeng ignited the engine of his car in the alley and nudged HZ with a pat. Let us proceed as per our plan. Khaz nodded solemnly. Moments later, Xingfeng drove to an abandoned house. HZ retrieved Xingfeng from the trunk. while LXNGF pulled MYZ from the front seat. Inside the dilapidated dwelling provided by QNF, they brought NINF and MYZ into the dark interior. HZ lit a kerosene lamp, and LXNGF lit a cigarette, inhaling its smoke in the dimness. At that moment, NINF was mostly sober. Hang them up, and let us see what valuables they possess, he mused, considering the son of the factory director and the workshop chief. Surely, they had something of worth. Understood, boss. Kaz grinned menacingly, producing pre-prepared ropes and swiftly suspending NINF and MYZ. NINF struggled vigorously, but with his mouth gagged, only muffled sounds emerged. Silence. LXNGF commanded again. HZ wasted no time, delivering 2 sharp slaps to NINF. Even if you shout, no one for miles will hear you. It's futile. At that moment, NINF was utterly bewildered. He had always considered himself a rogue, perhaps even a villain. Yet, in contrast to the two in front of him, he suddenly realized he might actually be a decent person, or perhaps still a child at heart. HZ conducted a thorough search, leaving both men devoid of any valuables. MYZ's face turned pale. He quickly deduced that these two were no ordinary thugs. The sight of the burly man knocking out NINF and aiming a gun at him filled him with profound dread. Brother, there's only 200 yuan, but I've stumbled upon something valuable. HZ placed the money, a handgun, and a piece of paper on the table. LXNGF emerged from the shadows and tapped on the table. Go dig a hole in the yard. We need to prepare for burial. Understood. NINF struggled fiercely, even kicking MYZ in desperation, signaling him to think of a way out. However, MYZ understood that resisting was futile in their current predicament. Approaching the table, LXNGF produced a handgun from behind and compared it to the one on the table. After thorough examination, LXNGF set down his own weapon. Under the watchful eyes of NINF and MYZ, he dismantled the 2 firearms they had recovered, swiftly reassembling them with practiced ease. Clearly, he was someone well-versed in the handling of firearms. Interesting, a new gun that hasn't fired a single bullet. Moreover, it bears no markings. Do they make it themselves? LXNGF furrowed his brow as he approached the two. Only then did they truly observe his appearance. A young man exuding a palpable air of streetwise bravado, unmistakably a figure of the underworld. Not speaking, LXNGF scratched his head, brandishing the 2 new guns as he circled around them, delivering a sharp blow to their midsections. Instantly, the suspended NINF and MYZ writhed in pain. NINF struggled again, murmuring incoherently. My apologies, I almost forgot. Your mouths are still gagged. LXNGF removed the socks stuffed in their mouths. Cough, cough. HZ's socks were still somewhat odorous. LXNGF tossed them outside. Brother, whatever you ask, we will answer. NINF had always believed himself to be tough, but in that moment, he realized he was far from being a true criminal. Meanwhile, MYZ spat and coughed. Although the sock was removed, the lingering sourness in his mouth revolted him. Due to his physical condition, he had developed a mild obsession with cleanliness over time. The moment the sock was stuffed in his mouth, he felt utterly hopeless, even contemplating death. Setting aside the gun, LXNGF examined the piece of paper on the table. He was taken aback by what he saw. Unlike NINF MYZ, upon seeing LXNGF holding the paper, began to struggle excitedly. Brother, let's negotiate. If it's money you want, we can discuss it, MYZ implored. The paper detailed their plan to rob a jewelry store, a scheme that had formed in his mind when someone had commissioned them to manufacture firearms. MYZ was acutely aware of the nature of his ailment, which he sustained solely through expensive medication that merely alleviated his symptoms rather than addressing the root cause. He understood that his father had exhausted all efforts within his limited capabilities. Over the years, he had immersed himself in numerous texts, both domestic and international, and had discovered a glimmer of hope for a cure in a foreign report. However, the exorbitant cost of treatment left him feeling despondent. A staggering $100,000 per treatment, with a total of 3 courses required for recovery, amounted to an insurmountable sum of $300,000. A figure far beyond what his father could scrape together through petty theft at the factory. Thus, he began to entertain a dangerous notion. His plan involved initially robbing a jewelry store to hone his skills, followed by an audacious heist of an armored truck. Once he had amassed enough money, he intended to cease his criminal endeavors and seek treatment abroad. Xingfeng paid no heed to the pallid young man before him. He swiftly drew his handgun, disengaged the safety, and fired a shot at the ground beneath the two men. In that instant, Inflate and MYZ fell silent, fear gripping their hearts. They were at the mercy of these ruthless criminals, who were quick to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. In that moment, both Inflate and MYZ glimpsed the terror reflected in each other's eyes. After a prolonged silence, Xingfeng set down the paper he had been holding and began to applaud. A true genius, he mused. This robbery plan for the jewelry store was nearly flawless. He inquired, who was the mastermind behind such an ingenious scheme? Xingfeng opened the door, gesturing for HZ to cease his digging. Come, my friend, untie these young men. It seems we have encountered fellow practitioners in our line of work. HZ dropped his shovel, revealing that a considerable hole had already been excavated in the yard. Outside the premises, Inflate and his team had arrived at their designated location. The house in question was one that Xingfeng had requested, and Inflate had provided. Inside, 3 listening devices were strategically placed, while Inflate remained in a vehicle, intently listening for any sounds from within. Upon hearing Xingfeng mention the robbery of the jewelry store, Inflate felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Fortunately, their operation had commenced ahead of schedule. Had they been even a moment later, the robbery might have already transpired, potentially resulting in tragic consequences. However, Xingfeng and HZ's actions still sent chills down Captain Qin's spine. Wasn't the plan to feign being criminals in order to secure firearms? Why had their intentions shifted to kidnapping? The script was not being followed, and any deviation from the established narrative required consultation with him, the director. This was utterly unacceptable. A blatant disregard for order. In a fit of frustration, Inflate struck his thigh with force. His apprentice, witnessing the scene, looked on with a pained expression, silently pleading for the captain to refrain from inflicting pain upon himself and instead focus on the task at hand. Inside, Xingfeng eagerly poured 2 glasses of water for the captives, then gestured to HZ, who took a seat at the entrance, holding a stool. Captain Qin had not provided HZ with a firearm. The simpleton had spent the past 2 days training, primarily in a state of slumber. He had only issued one instruction: to follow Xingfeng's lead without question. Inflate and MYZ hurriedly rinsed their mouths with the water from the table. Moments later, they sat on the floor, their eyes fixated on Xingfeng, awaiting his command. Speak, Xingfeng ordered, directing his weapon towards Inflate. Inflate looked at Xingfeng with a face full of grievance. Brother, what do you want me to say? You must ask me something. I cannot speak if you say nothing. HZ, seated before the two, smacked Inflate on the head and retorted, My brother asked you to speak. Just do so without all the unnecessary chatter. HZ, though somewhat dim-witted, played the role of a villain convincingly. Inflate's head throbbed from the blow. Xingfeng raised 2 firearms he had confiscated from Inflate, then pointed at the papers on the table. Now, tell me everything, as I wish to learn from this encounter with such intriguing counterparts. It was MYZ who spoke first, detailing the process of manufacturing firearms, their intended buyers, and the elaborate plan for robbing the jewelry store. However, for reasons unknown, he omitted any mention of acquiring ammunition. Xingfeng's gaze sharpened, revealing a genuine desire to eliminate the two. Beneath the table, his fist clenched tightly. How audacious of them to consider killing LB Ogu's entire family merely on suspicion. Did they plan to act on this immediately following the robbery? In that moment, Xingfeng contemplated burying them right then and there. Such meticulous planning was commendable. Only the dead could keep secrets. HZ, tie them up and prepare to dispose of them. These two are not to be trusted. At this moment, Inflate and MYZ were utterly bewildered. Wait, brother, we are also criminals. We should not be executed. We could unite for greater mischief. They were bewildered by the sudden turn of events. HZ swiftly bound the two once more, even going so far as to remove his socks to stuff them in their mouths. Brother, please do not kill us. We have money. We possess the means to manufacture firearms reliably and procure ammunition. With guns and bullets, we could achieve so much more. And Xingfeng, once arrogant, now appeared meek. Hearing this, MYZ realized the gravity of their situation. In their brief exchange, he had formulated a plan. While firearms were readily available, acquiring concealed ammunition posed a significant challenge. If he could maintain control over the ammunition supply, he would possess leverage in negotiations with these two. Moreover, in his strategy, he intended to eliminate anyone privy to the gun-making process to eliminate potential threats. With the production lines for firearms and ammunition entirely under his control, he would no longer fear being manipulated by Xingfeng and Xingfeng. Yet, he had not anticipated Xingfeng's rapid betrayal. YZ, quickly, share your subsequent plans with my brother. Xingfeng was genuinely interested in this information. One had orchestrated the assault on his father, while the other was plotting to eliminate his entire family. Furthermore, MYZ had already identified potential buyers for the 10 firearms. He intended to hire these individuals to kill his family and subsequently dispose of them, ensuring that anyone aware of their gun and ammunition production would remain within his control. Such malice at such a young age was alarming. Had it not been for Xingfeng's awareness of Captain Qin's eavesdropping, he would have considered burying them right there. MYZ's complexion grew increasingly pale as he sensed the weight of Xingfeng's murderous intent. The fleeting glances exchanged between them were laden with genuine malice, devoid of pretense. Did this individual not covet firearms and ammunition? Did he merely desire wealth? After all, their robbery plan had the potential to yield considerable gold, which could be readily converted into substantial sums of money. Was Xingfeng simply a personification of antisocial and anti-human sentiment? Frustrated, Xingfeng pulled out a cigarette and lit one. He smoked while aiming his gun at their heads. Brother, do you seek wealth? We have money, plenty of it. We still have several $1,000s at home. Xingfeng flicked the cigarette, but away. Are you jesting, my young friend? At home, if I set off a firecracker today, the police will be here to apprehend me by tomorrow. Brother, that's not the case. We are cut from the same cloth. We dare not alert the authorities. The clandestine production of firearms is already a grave offense. More importantly, not only can we procure concealed ammunition and weapons, but we can also assist you in amassing a considerable fortune. Mayu's tone was exceedingly earnest. How much? I inquired, intrigued. Should the offer entice me, I might contemplate it further. Xingfeng crouched down, patted Mayu's face, and hoisted him onto a stool. Moreover, where exactly is the money you mentioned? Xingfeng licked his lips, a predatory glint in his eyes. Chapter 101. Oh, I am Lu Huaqiang. Mayuza glanced at Xingfeng, who was nodding frantically in agreement. Xingfeng scratched his head with the gun, feigning a troubled expression. Rest assured, my life is in your hands. He will not disregard it. Although we are not brothers, we are closer than brothers. Mayuza reassured Xingfeng once more. Following this, Xingfeng abruptly seized Xingfeng, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. You have only 10 minutes to reside here. After that, you may collect your brother's remains. Of course, it would be wise not to contact the police. Otherwise, one day you may find yourself joining your brother in the afterlife. Xingfeng's expression was disturbingly twisted as he waved the gun ominously near Xingfeng's head, causing the latter's face to pale in terror. Meanwhile, Huzai donned a hood over Xingfeng's head and dragged him out the door. Once Huzai departed, Xingfeng lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke directly into Mayu's face. After a moment, Mayuza opened his eyes and revealed the scheme. It turned out, through nearly a month of observation alongside Xingfeng, that the two mechanical factories collected their daily earnings, which were then consolidated in the finance department. The following morning, the finance personnel would deposit the funds into the bank. Significantly, there was only one bank in the entire northern district. The armored truck that transported the deposits only arrived once a week, although the timing and route were unpredictable. It invariably traversed a specific road. Furthermore, after a month of surveillance, they discovered that the bank would present several boxes every time the armored truck arrived. So, you are suggesting that each box contains at least several 100,000, with dozens of boxes potentially holding millions? Li Xingfeng continued, "Brother, you have a vehicle, which conveniently aids our money transfer, an opportunity that serves two purposes. Upon successful execution, the spoils would be divided equally between the two pairs of brothers. Moreover, you need not worry about any complications. I will find a way to frame the ruffians who sought to purchase firearms from us. Do you know why I'm fond of guns? Because their exterior is cold, yet the bullets they fire are searing hot. Most importantly, a gun in my hand never deceives me." Upon hearing Li Xingfeng's words, cold sweat cascaded down Ma Yu's brow. Time passed, and the sound of the vehicle gradually became clearer. Nianfeng's taut nerves began to relax. He believed Nianfeng would not betray him. Indeed, Nianfeng, despite still being hooded, held something in his hands. Upon entering the room, Huzai removed the hood from Nianfeng's head. "Release our young brother. Let us discuss your plans regarding the robbery of the jewelry store and the armor truck. Since your little subordinates are unaware, it would be best to exclude them. Fewer people means less division of spoils." Li Xingfeng gallantly opened a beer box for everyone. Inside the surveillance vehicle, Xingfeng silently lit a cigarette. By placing himself in their position, he discerned that the success rate of both robberies was virtually 100%. The operations were swift and precise, capable of being executed in mere minutes, leaving no time for counteraction. Most crucially, should the assailants escape, he would have no means of apprehending them, as the evidence left behind was scant. This time, Li Xingfeng did not hold back and openly expressed his thoughts. "We shall schedule the jewelry store robbery for June 8th. Prior to that date, students will be taking their entrance exams, thus drawing the attention of the Public Security Bureau away from us. We will conduct the operation in the evening, or perhaps just before closing, when the store is relatively empty, facilitating our actions." Inside the surveillance vehicle, the expressions of the others grew increasingly peculiar. Xingfeng listened intently. Li Xingfeng was undoubtedly remarkable. The original plan was already commendable, yet he had assisted in refining it. "Are you my informant? Which side are you truly on?" The expressions of Xingfeng and his subordinates grew more somber as Li Xingfeng's revised plan required less time and allowed for a swifter retreat, even detailing the attire and equipment they would don during the heist. Unlike Nianfeng, Ma Yu's eyes grew brighter with each word. This brother was a professional, clearly an experienced hand. In comparison, his own plan seemed trivial. Li Xingfeng meticulously modified the robbery plans for both the jewelry store and the armored truck. Ma Yu felt as though he had found a kindred spirit, and the fervor in his gaze sent shivers down Li Xingfeng's spine. "Very well, the plan is set. The four of us will execute it. The current issue is that we lack sufficient firearms and ammunition. Each person requires at least 2 guns, and we are far from that." Ma Yuzhen nodded in agreement. "We have ordered 400 rounds of ammunition, which should begin production in the next couple of days, with delivery scheduled for the day after tomorrow. The delivery location will be beneath a tile in the private room where we dine, and they will collect payment in exchange. The day after tomorrow, we will finalize the firearms, then conveniently retrieve the ammunition and meet in the private room." "Excellent. You shall procure the weapons and ammunition, while my brother and I will scout the jewelry store you have in mind." After speaking, Li Xingfeng raised his beer and gestured towards Ma Yuza. The two clinked their bottles together. "Brother, I have yet to ask for your name." "Oh, I am Lu Huaqiang." Following the exchange of names, the atmosphere in the room gradually warmed. Meanwhile, Xingfeng strolled towards the city. This was the only house in the vicinity, and the surveillance vehicle would only move once Li Xingfeng and the others had departed. The noise of starting the vehicle would arouse suspicion. Upon reaching the office, Xingfeng concluded his business with Li Xingfeng.